See if he's going to be checked or not. Actually, his gun barrel was showing. He was kind of looking in a weird direction. Toro gets a double kill. This is really smart. You're absolutely right. Flash to slow them down. They've got more utility on the other side. Hades landing those bullets and swinging into the fight against. There's still a fight coming in. Jukes with another good headshot, but they don't know about the fact that Semifinals walking through that smoke. Nilo, he's thinking about it. He's actually got the right read. That's very smart. Heads up play. Sick player. See if he's ready to fight this one. They get a peek almost at the same time. He keeps on spraying. It's a couple of headshots for Jukes. Fantastic round from the young Lithuanian. I love to see that.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. It's day 3 now, and the stakes are truly higher than ever. Let's get straight into it. It's time to feel the rush. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your desk hosts, and I'm still joined on the desk by Professor and Dust. Guys, how are you doing today? What did you get up to last night? Hope you are both doing very well. Prof, starting with you.
He was holding the
Dust,
mic.
starting with you.
We had the ready.
Prof, starting with, or Dust, or
no.
Prof, Dust.
We actually had a nice romantic evening together. Me and
Okay,
Prof.
all right.
We're really bonded together. I feel like.
Oh yeah.
I feel like your bar for romance pretty low. You know, I feel you deserve better.
I thought there was a connection there.
You deserve better than that.
Well,
That's all I'm
I
going to say.
appreciate
Well,
that.
give us the
But
details.
we did
you know?
have, he had food, and I was just watching him eat, actually. That was kind of the dynamic that we had going on, talking a bit about the games, you know,
Yeah.
as we do as professionals, discussing some talking points.
I felt like we took our relationship to the next level last
Well, perfect. I imagine that the synergy on our desk is going to be higher than ever. Guys, why don't we take a look at Group A? Get everybody up to speed with the group standing. So Group A, important storylines to consider. VP stayed alive by knocking out MIBR.
Crazy.
3D Max also did the same, but by beating out LV. Prof, what jumps out to you about Group A?
I mean, both of these results, I mean, Lynn Vision obviously being eliminated, not a huge surprise, but, you know, home team kind of hoping for a potential playoff berth for sure. So a bit disappointed, even though they had a good showing there. But then the MIBR won, them losing to Virtus.pro, who just have been pretty much awful, and then brought in Icy, I mean, benched Icy, brought him back in. A lot of turbulence around the team. I didn't really expect them to do much, and MIBR on a hot streak from South America, not doing anything.
Dust, thoughts on Group A?
Liquid's so back. They're just so
Here we
back.
go.
Listen, everyone out there, I know there's been a lot of Liquid fans who, for a long time now, have been grossly disappointed, you know, and I know that they've been seeking some sort of hope that maybe Liquid could turn the corner. This is it. It's happening right now.
This time it's different.
Calling it.
Well, there is,
this time.
at the very least, another corner for Liquid to turn today. We'll get into that as our second matchup of the day. But why don't we first, though, take a look at our Group B as well. Take a look at what's transpired so far. Again, storylines to point out. So Pain knocked out Fluxo, FaZe knocked out Bait, Heroic knocked out FUT, and Fnatic 2-0 TYLOO in a competitive 2 maps to secure playoffs, but TYLOO still alive.
Yeah, interesting to see Fnatic doing this well, considering, you know, they've really struggled the vast majority of this year, for being honest, and, you know, they're kind of swapping in Jacasmo for different people these last couple of tournaments, yet they were able to make it all the way to a guaranteed playoff spot and perhaps a chance to get directly to the semifinals. I mean, I think they actually might even be favored in the upper bracket matchup, honestly.
Prof, Fnatic may be one of the biggest surprises of the tournament so far. I don't think we necessarily expected them here at this point.
I think the Fnatic hate just blinded us all because of the whole Cypher move. I think a lot of people are upset about this this concept of benching your player just after you made this miracle run to the major. But now they're expanding their story. They say it's a 6-man roster. Maybe he's not benched. Maybe he's coming back. It's all kind of confusing. And Jacasmo did play with them before. Crims obviously played with Fnatic for a while. So it's not like there's no synergy there. But some of the roles and stuff is, you know, they were kind of on the fringe. Maybe they can get to the playoffs, but they outperformed our expectations, and you know, the win against TYLOO yesterday, a pretty strong one.
Talking Fnatic, I mean, if we stay on board with them, I think we can bring up the schedule for Stream 2. That's where they're going to be playing out their matchup against Heroic later today. That will be in the middle of the day on Stream 2. We will have FUT versus Pain to kick things off. Yes, then the aforementioned Fnatic matchup. I think Fnatic versus Heroic could be... I mean, actually, both those final two matches, Fnatic versus Heroic, I expect a high level of competitiveness. And to close things out with VP versus 3D Max, at this point, considering VP's sort of slight upward swing in trajectory, that could also be quite the competitive affair. Is that fair, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think VP are definitely doing a little bit better than people expected. I mean, it's definitely a rough situation over there where you got Perfecto in-game leading after being gone from the game for a year and never really showing any signs that he was meant to be in IGL. You obviously have the whole Opera situation that we've already kind of discussed with IC being in and out and kind of knowing that his long-term future is probably not with VP. And generally, they just struggled to perform a lot of this year, as we all know. But to see them making a run to the lower bracket, trying to make a little something happen, could be interesting. But I think you would hope 3D Max take care of business there.
Yeah, I think that's a nice bounce back there for 3D Max to get to the playoffs and like continue the journey here that is potentially to lifting another trophy in China. They did that not even a month ago, I feel like, for another Perfect World Tournament. So obviously less competition there, less top tier competition, but even here they're coming in as the highest ranked team. So I expect them to get the W there, move on to the playoffs and see, you know, what they're made of.
That's what we have to look forward to on Stream 2. Let's take a look now at the schedule for Stream A. Got some absolute bangers coming up on Stream A. We'll kick things off with FaZe versus TYLOO. Then we will have Legacy versus Team Liquid. And then for our third matchup of the day, it will be FaZe or TYLOO versus FUT or Pain.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to note off the start, right? Because the team that does win this game is not done for the day. They need to get another W to move on to the playoffs. So that's it is not a super common occurrence to have two best of threes.
Very rare in this day and age.
I mean, last year I think it was pretty common with a lot of ESL tournaments had this kind of a setup, but it's kind of getting out of fashion. A lot of the teams don't really like it. The underdogs usually like it a bit more than the teams that have you know, a heavy prep style. Like Navi, for example, would always be complaining about this. You know, Blade says, "Oh, I only have 1 hour for prep. That's not even like half the time I need to like brief my players," right? On the other side, you know, if FaZe is there, I don't think they're that kind of a team, but still it's going to put a little pressure on you. The jet lag and all of these things, it's going to be a factor in the second game.
It's also the pressure for TYLOO. I mean, now the sole hometown heroes left after, you know, the elimination of their Padres on the other side, and Lynn, indeed. And so it's one of those situations where like a lot of pressure's on them to try to make it to the stadium. I mean, you know, this is a team that has won a tournament not that long ago, has, you know, shown flashes of you know, potential. And so, you know, FaZe's a tough opponent, but they obviously have been struggling a little bit, as we'll talk about later. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to that, I think TYLOO's year and the year for Asian Counter-Strike in general has been great, starting like off with the Shanghai major, maybe not result-wise, but just having it in a major in China. I think then the Mongols in this year did a very big positive strides, winning EWC, right, the premier tournament. Then on the other hand, TYLOO winning Fisher 1 and Jam Young getting an MVP there, like becoming the first player from China to get an MVP in like the modern era, right? So there's been a lot of good steps forward. TYLOO also having and Lynn Vision having that run at the Blast Major. A lot of good steps forward, but can they, you know, take the next one and add something more, doing it on home soil and playing in front of their hometown fans?
Let's stay on board with the topic of TYLOO and start setting up our first matchup of the day, FaZe versus TYLOO. So this is a do-or-die matchup for both teams. The loser exits the tournament and the winner will move ahead to the Group B lower bracket final. Sort of to set the scene here for both teams. So FaZe, they had a very weak start versus FUT. Twist yesterday remarked on the fact that was predominantly, in his opinion, down to jet lag, but then they moved on to figure things out versus Bait and stayed alive. TYLOO, surprisingly tough start versus Fluxo. It was a triple overtime affair, albeit they won. Then they went on to a close 0-2 loss versus Fnatic. Gentlemen, let me get your initial expectations going into this one. Darth, starting with you.
Yeah, for FaZe, it's really hard to pin down, right? I mean, it's been a seesaw for them where they, kind of start every season with like a decent result. And, obviously they just had the magical run at EPL with the last dance with Reign, so to speak. And, they come into this event and you kind of think that they should be one of the favorites to make a run all the way to the grand final and have a chance maybe even take home the trophy. Yes, I understand this is their first event with this full 5. Yes, obviously, as you've already kind of indicated, their first day of play was a struggle with, the tight travel window that they had coming out of EPL. But I do think that while it's understandable that they wouldn't be at their A game, considering their limited time together with this group of 5, it is still a little bit damning how poor they have looked in some of these games where you would expect, like, even if you don't have everything fine-tuned and hammered out, you would at least have some of the fundamentals down with the experience that these players have, and they have just looked lost in some of these Mirage games in particular. So really hoping they can find a way to bounce back because, again, the scene is better when we have a fiery FaZe to follow.
Yeah, I want to add, in my opinion, like the playbook is kind of shallow, which is understandable given the situation. But I think the lack of cohesion, the team play in some of these situations, that's what's more worrying and damning. And it just feels like a super over reliance on one player, and that is Twists. Obviously, he was expected to be a huge addition to this lineup, replacing the trade for Elige, 2 different types of players, right? And that's why we also saw the Reign thing coming around and Jacob, taking those spots. They need a bit more than just one player, but it seems like that's all they have right now.
Yeah, that being said, let's take a closer look at Twist and also Frozen. Dust, I know you wanted to highlight both of their performances.
Yeah, these are 2 guys that are the 2 pillars of this team, and they have an interesting journey of how they got there. For Twist, it was obviously kind of in that, 2022, 2023 time frame where he helped them win a Grand Slam, helped them win the PGL Antwerp Major. He's now returning home to FaZe. It's really the only other organization he's really played for at a high level besides Team Liquid, and he has really done everything you could have asked of him since he's joined the team. I mean, he's been an extremity playmaker. He's been a great trade fragger. He's been a great star on the CT side. He's doing everything. And then Frozen's kind of the guy who was one of the main pillars of the team next to Rops throughout the entirety of last year, and has really been one of the only shining pieces of FaZe throughout all the struggles they have faced in 2025. So this combination of riflers is a very dangerous one, and that's one of the things that you give a little bit of hope to FaZe for, because at least they do have those 2 talented riflers that can make some stuff happen.
We've got the veto coming through now. Perhaps we can address that shortly. There was one other piece of context that I wanted to touch upon. If we're to look at positives for FaZe across their 2 matches played so far, it didn't look great against Bait on that second map, but when the stakes were at their highest in Ancient, they suddenly came alive. What's most important for FaZe today versus TYLOO, Prof?
I mean, hard to say. I think it's going to be a bit of a tougher game considering the opposition that they played against so far in Bait with a stand-in and FUT, and also because of the map pool we saw TYLOO bans Dust 2 all the time. So most of the FaZe Clan's games we saw, a Dust 2, a Mirage, some Ancient, and Nuke slips in here, which I think is more of a punish pick for TYLOO than some like super strength for FaZe, but who knows, a lot of small sample size for this exact roster, right? TYLOO going for Inferno makes sense. That's something they really have a lot of confidence and comfortability on, and then Mirage as the decider. I think that makes sense. That's kind of fake.
I love the Nuke pick out of FaZe. That's definitely targeting a weakness of TYLOO. They've really struggled on Nuke throughout the course of this year. They've lost the last 4 games that they've played on Nuke, in fact. So definitely attacking into a weakness. That's what Kerrigan's kind of known for. That this guy can play the map pick ban very well. He can kind of flex into different picks and kind of try to catch people off guard. So I think that's a good pick there. I thought TYLOO might consider picking into Mirage just because of how much FaZe has struggled on the T side throughout this tournament, and the fact that TYLOO are a pretty proficient Mirage team, but they handshake it to the 3rd map. So nothing too crazy surprising about the pick ban, but I was a little bit kind of wondering if maybe TYLOO would look for Mirage a little bit sooner.
Just aware of the time and assuming it's accurate, let's quickly turn our attention back to TYLOO. So 2 tough matches so far, a lot of rounds played. How would you rate their current form? And in their current form, what do you think the likelihood is that they can actually beat FaZe here, Prof?
I would say therefore maybe a 6 out of 10. I don't think it's horrible, but also I would say the game against Fnatic yesterday showed some of their weaknesses in like closing out the game. That train map they had in their hands, realistically, it ended up being...
I think I have to cut you off there. This match is live.
It's live, let's go.
And Dust, thank you so much for your thoughts. Nearkite and Scriv, over to you.
Thank you very much, gents. We are indeed into the action quite quickly here, and very happy to be so. That being said, an immediate tactical pause coming in ahead of the pistol here now, so maybe not quite as hectic as first thought.
It's not. It can't actually be a tac pause, right? To kickstart the series, surely not. Surely it's. I'd assume maybe. And they actually have called it. We've got confirmation. Okay, but anyway. We're looking forward to this one. This is a really interesting game as a whole because it's actually two sides who have actually had really decent peaks this year, but are currently in maybe a bit of a trough, right? I think especially in the case of TYLOO, hometown heroes, we look towards this side and the expectations they have at an event like this on home soil, want to kind of prove themselves, want to be able to perform at this sort of elite level, but unfortunately we just haven't seen it. We kickstarted this tournament casting TYLOO against Fluxo, and it was a rough showing to say the least. They squeaked by, and Fluxo had 3 match points and fumbled all 3 of them. They were very lucky, very fortunate indeed. And for FaZe, we've also seen moments where they really haven't looked themselves. Of course, they had that game against FUT to kick off the tournament and lost there after being 9-1 up. They fumbled that, lost 13-11. And then we also saw them against Bait, the Mirage. If it isn't for Twist dropping 40, they're not even in that map. This is the problem with both of these two sides at the moment. They've had some really decent moments in this tournament, but inconsistencies are plaguing them, and the lows are very low.
We always want FaZe to do well. I think Dust really summed it up well, that when this team looks good, Counter-Strike is always going to be better. But I think, yeah, like you say, there's a lot of inconsistencies. There always seems to be some sort of a storyline going on with this team as well, whether it is EPL stand-in situation, roster lock, or coming here and they immediately have said the travel and the jet lag, it's going to be a lot to deal with. But it's sort of in the fire and flames where this team is often forged. And, well, yeah, yesterday was kind of exciting to see the flashes of Twist once again. There just needs to be some support behind him. However, coming into this game, I think we both sort of feel this way. TYLOO, it's going to be very, very tough from them based on what we've seen. Yes, they did have that extended game on our cast, but they didn't look great, to be honest. I think both teams falling upwards. So I do feel like FaZe are just going to be able to bring a game that TYLOO, in their current form, in their current iteration, not really going to be able to deal with. We are into the game now officially, so a lot to unpack here as it does indeed unravel. A quick pistol out from the FaZe clan. They will move very fast indeed out towards Hell. This could catch a couple of players off for sure. Jamyoung, however, hidden away in towards ramp. There's a lot of CTs here. There's some awkward flashes. There's a lack of information as the Hell players get round maybe a bit too easily, you might argue, and all of a sudden it has fallen apart. Down below is Mosea, but I don't even know that he's necessarily going to get the T's coming his way.
Yeah, they're doubling back. I kind of like this mid-round as well. Fall back, reset, regroup, and slow things down. Play to your pace and tempo. And yeah, fortunately for Mosea, he's just wrong place, wrong time. They're going to walk straight back into an empty A site, a plant for Heaven as well, which is being held. No real chance, surely, for the dualies. Here's the raid boss, half armor. Dualies in play, but no kit, no util. He's got to take raw aim duels. This is going to be such a big ask of him. As he slowly retraces the steps that FaZe took to get back in towards the A site. But they're also spaced out. They've got the crossfire set up and they're just looking for information. First, it'll be Jacob, shoulder spotted. An attack coming through as well. Jacob going to re-aggress. Wants it to fight. He doesn't need to, in all fairness, but you've got nothing to lose. There's no chance for Mosea, so he's trying to fall away and just keep hold of the dualies and the armor. It's better than nothing. It will be FaZe kickstarting this series really, really well. And it's worth bringing up. I think, you know, the desk touched there and Dusk kind of brought it up saying this has not been a good map for TYLOO. They've really played some rough Counter-Strike. This feels like a very, very decent punish, all things considered. I actually like this as a sort of a selection of a map to go into here. It's one in which I've not liked what I've seen in the past from TYLOO. And I think for FaZe, they shouldn't really break too much of a sweat here. This is an obvious kind of glaring issue in the TYLOO map pool right now. They've got a lot of strength, and I think a lot of those puggier maps, like your Mirage actually, if you do get towards that side there, TYLOO can look really clean on it, but I don't know about them on Nuke.
Not the best of starts, that is for damn sure. So we'll see as the rounds go on. Oh, Scout is so very close there.
Looked like it was on.
Yeah, it did. It did. Maybe still moving a little, as can happen with the scout. But some info spotted, and he's in a pretty pesky angle. They do appear to be weary of him, so again, slowing things down, not moving in too quickly, but with the secret control, they will begin slowly encroaching, you feel, towards this B bomb site. I don't know, FaZe grabbing a pause here pretty heavily.
Yeah, very tentative kind of round here by FaZe, but I like it. It's methodical, right? They're trying to piece together what TYLOO are actually doing, and they're basically just wary of a stack, right? You can expect the force bite to come through. You don't want to walk in towards a gamble stack, hence why they're very slowly kind of doing their due diligence. Mosea's up close. Attacker's playing contact. So the whole thing is Attacker wants to draw the attention from Karrigan here, and he overlooks the angle on towards Mosea. Flash will go past him, a second behind as well, but a smoke down towards Hart. We'll deny that. 30 seconds, we've now got to make a move. Mercury up close. It's 5-7. It's a close enough angle. This can be really quite precarious, but good work as Brokey and Frozen combine. And that'll now give them room to work with. Karrigan should be dead to rights and is, but it won't deny the plant. Bomb goes down.
Yeah, just decent information, of course, to work with from the Karrigan death. Doesn't really matter all that much. And they will move away quite quickly, to be fair. They don't even really give it a look in, so...
I think it's the right call. Just reuse the buy, I guess, in towards the next round. You have no way of retaking that site. Go again, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're also at a point... The mission of a force buy, it kind of changes as the round goes on. Is it about doing damage? Is it about getting some kill bonus on the SMGs? Suddenly, you might find yourself with 2 kills, and then you can start to think about, okay, we can actually win this round. But yeah, they're maybe looking at just making money for that first rifle round, and then a map like Nuke. If you keep those MP9s for another round, they're actually quite workable. So we'll see what they opt to do here moving forwards. FaZe going through the motions. I think good to see there's a bit of patience in there as well. Really quite a slow mid-round from them.
Yeah.
And it does, of course, pay off. Superior weaponry in particular making a difference.
It's worth bringing up as well. You know, we touched about this coming in towards this series, that when we've seen FaZe do really well, or even really badly, there's one consistent factor, that Twist has been looking really good. Very comfortable back in towards this side, and obviously had a monstrous performance yesterday. On the flip side, for TYLOO, it's Jam Young, right? He had an incredible showing. You know, we looked towards him on train in kind of their opening best of one. Really, really good work from him, and he was called upon so often. TYLOO are looking towards him to put up serious numbers once again. He's got to be the guy to make life uncomfortable for somebody like a Twist, who, of course, was given so much free real estate against Bait. It's a triple stack up close here to ramp. Scout holding at range, and the hope is that G can tag, and the MP9s can see them off. Jacob needs to be careful.
Just waiting patiently here. Who's going to make that first move? He does look away, but I think the TYLOO players there at ramp really like their spot, really like the angle. So as this utility comes in towards A, they will start moving forwards. It's a very quick flank, a very quick crunch. Oh, and the bomb going to get dropped as well. So really not the ideal scenario for FaZe here. Karrigan's got a few too many to get through. It is still a 2 versus 2. Definitely is doable, but recovered weaponry, Attacker on the armor, and the AK is the one that you've got to watch here. Only 30 seconds as well to get it done. There's an elbow sticking out. Twist eventually capitalizes, all down to Mercury here. He's got a good idea, but the aim punch, it's too much to deal with. FaZe Clan bailed out, and of course, it is Twist's to do so.
Yeah, thank God he's on this level of form right now in this tournament, man. I feel like FaZe, there's a lot of rounds that slip by the wayside, and he isn't doing as well as he does. It's a great shot by G to open things up. And all things considered, as force buys go, and I guess a second attempt at a force buy, that is really not a bad round. That's very, very expensive. Huge sigh of relief coming through for FaZe. Well, ultimately smiles all around. And generally this would be considered a bonus buy. It's no longer the case. They've had to quite heavily reinvest into this. So the first true test for TYLOO as the investment comes through. G's got an AWP. Rifles alongside. Yeah, Twist out the gates looking good. 5-0. He had an incredible series yesterday. It was so difficult for Bait to deal with. So strong all the way throughout. I'm looking towards him once again, and so far so good. Jam Young, it's A lot of pressure on his shoulders to step up and do the same. FaZe have been so happy playing the start of these rounds very, very slow. I'm waiting for when they decide to do the pace change, the tempo shift, as FaZe are very good at doing, but at least for these first 4 rounds, very happy to kind of start slowly.
Lucky timing there on that cross from Unbreakable, so no one as yet has been spotted, but this is an unexpected kind of angle, awkward to deal with. Brokey knows that. Molotov will force him forwards and actually find the kill, so well played on the trade. Brokey stayed cool for another. Does look good. FaZe Clan taking the lead. Not loads and loads of time once again on that clock, so do have to be careful. G with this AWP. Looking for the opportune angle. Will it present itself at the moment? Not looking too likely. They're going to try and move down below, which there's not a lot of presence down here. But again, if things move quick on the rotation, TYLOO could get in there after the bomb plant. Unfortunately, they're not savvy at all. So I think with the fact that there's not been much movement, they might even just save it.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be retaking the B side with an AWP. Unless they can get 2 really early kills, I don't think it's even worthwhile. We do have a kit in the back pocket of G, but you can see they're already angling for the save. Unbeknownst to him, Carrigan, that's a really good call to go back down towards B. That A site was so precarious, but thankfully they go the right way. And I think it comes from them of kind of the kills that they do get. It's players that generally are playing on those kind of B extremity positions, so well done. It's a solid start by FaZe, 4-0. Slow so far, and we're still yet to really see anything out of TYLOO that is going to give us this feeling that they can put pressure on FaZe in towards this map. We've already spoken about how this map has been a pretty uncomfortable gap in the pool for TYLOO. You look at some of the wins and some of the losses, and I say wins loosely, there's not been many of them, but some of the losses have been pretty rough. Of course, we were doing the Perfect World CS Challenge, and they played that map 3 times at event, twice against 3D Max, and 3D Max beat them both times. And they look good doing so. The second time was a little bit closer, but it was, you know, ultimately the same thing. And then Lynn Vision also beat them at that tournament as well. And again, it was pretty one-sided. And it's a Lynn Vision side who recently have looked a little weak as well. So I've not liked what I've seen.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a while since we've seen it played at a good level. And the last time they did play it at a good level, they won the damn tournament. That was Fisher Playground 1, right? So it's been a hot minute, really, since we've seen this TYLOO side look solid on Nuke. And yeah, it has become a glaring issue in their pool. And it's a great pick by FaZe, and so far, so good. 4-0 on your C side. I mean, generally, whenever we cast it, I always say, you get 5 rounds on your C side. I'm pretty damn happy with that. And FaZe are nearly there.
Yeah, 4-0, and then also forcing an early timeout from TYLOO. They obviously feel uncomfortable. They obviously lack some confidence here this morning. So something's got to change coming into this rifle round, and they know that. M4's out. The AWP getting into an advanced position, so that seems to be the big thing that they've talked about. Get G in the mixer. Not a bad idea. Down goes Frozen, and they will take that. Keep it simple here. Just going to drop away with that advantage. Meanwhile, resources put in towards ramp means outside is weaker, so suddenly they have to readjust, and there might be space for FaZe Clan to get something done here.
This is either a really strong position for Jacob or really weak, depending on how he plays this. He can have 2 dead to rights if he goes about this smart. He's going to push this smoke. This could work against him. He's got to get the trade on towards Mercury. He's now starting to dance around the box, but he does. Trade found and not a lot of damage taken. So now he can start trying to move through hell. The only issue is he's pincered in. Jamyoung to his right. And Mosea's not far away in towards main. Big fight taken by Jamyoung, so important. Carrigan going to find Mosea, but numbers favoring TYLOO. First time this map where this is looking really solid. It's all on the shoulders of Brokey. He's normally pretty solid in the clutch as he tries to bait out the fight, but time is not his friend. 25 seconds as he drops down towards lower. It's only G down here, but he's going to play with his food a bit.
Tries to take the fight, can't find the angle. G had him. Well played from G as well to just consider that option that he would, you know, look to chase him. So TYLOO keep it together, some good timing going their way. A nice idea to just get a simple pickup, like I said, and not bite off too much. G, the man of the hour, opens the round, closes the round, and TYLOO get their first on the board here. So we'll see what the FaZe Clan response has in store. Obviously, money not too much of a problem going into this round. It perhaps will be into the next, depending on how it pans out. We're going to see one of these textbook pace changes. Are they going to try something a bit different? It seems not all that much, to be honest. The outside presence gets shifted ever so slightly, but this looks like a fairly conventional round. Frozen, so close to the smoke, and even with some weird timing, he will manage to get out. So it's all off of the man in at Squeaky. Twist does his job, and FaZe Clan back on the board.
I asked that question a few rounds ago. When are we going to see the textbook FaZe tempo change? There it is. Really, really well done. Granted, Frozen gets so fortunate that just at the right time, he wasn't blind into a single door, but it's just the fact that he's cocking the gun, right? He's sort of quick switching, and that cost him his life. Really, really well done by Frozen to get out and to get 2 off the back of it. The second player backside is actually the hardest one to find there. Really well done, G. It's trying to kind of stay alive here now as well, and Jacob says, see you next round. What a shot from the youngster. Rips G's head off. And doesn't even pick up the orb. They don't need it on T side. What a shot. What a round by FaZe. Looking for the tempo change. There it is. It's that first one on Mosaic. You really got a feel for him. He's just sort of and ahhing about how close he wants to play up towards that smoke. And that shot by Jacob is monstrous. yeah. Could have said it better myself. Oh my God, indeed. What do you even do with your G there? That he barely had time to react.
Yeah, once in a while when you get taken down like that, you just have to go, okay, fair enough.
Fair enough,
There's nothing that can be done about that.
Nice shot in chat. Just fair play. Like,
not a great look here, though. You know, we like the tack pauses, but they do feel a bit panicked.
Yeah.
They do feel like TYLOO are already out of ideas, and we're only 6 rounds in. Now going into round number 7.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like, nobody's really been able to do anything. I mean, Attacker's got currently less than 15 ADR. I mean, he's just non-existent at the moment in these rounds, and even your stars, Jam Young, we're not really seeing him step up by any means. Mercury, another player that we look towards, who's so mechanically solid. Same thing. They're struggling to really get going. Unorthodox for G, he's expecting event dive.
Yeah, on the AWP down there as well. So it's like, now what do you really do with this AWP, to be honest?
I kind of love it that they are letting G like really free roam down towards this lower site with the AWP. It's a little bit unorthodox as a whole. Generally, you want them probably a little bit more in the mix, either playing through heaven or kind of playing towards outside. But no, G is sort of taking a lot of these sort of turreted angles down the lower site, and so far has been okay for it. I mean, this is going to be the true test. It's Twist on the entry.
He is in the right place at the right time. Moving slowly here, Twist. Oh, and will get it. I mean, it's annoying for G. It's not even the angle that I think Twist was peaking for, but he manages to make it work. Moving a bit too fast there, though. Jam Young will get him traded out. So all of a sudden, it comes back down to a TYLOO moment. Carrigan, only 1. Brokey with the bomb up the vent, just about gets the lucky timing. Can't find the second head. It's all on to Frozen, and he is dealt with. You called out Attacker at the start of the round. Well, he makes himself known for TYLOO's second.
Yeah, he heard me. He absolutely did. Finally on the board as well. And it's 2 unbelievably important kills, especially that first trade on towards Brokey, but the second just to deny the round. Nice work from TYLOO. It starts badly, right? Because Twist's that opening kill is so important. There's then so much room to work with. And in a little bit more of a default phase round, they probably should be walking away with that round, right? You know, you find that opening kill, you've got all of this lower control. It's just the thing you brought up, Twist, he just goes too fast. He's got no support, no trade. If he'd waited for a second or 2 and he's swinging in towards that B site with the ability to trade, I think they're fine. They get the bomb down, no issues. But either way, back into the pace change. Carrigan for the first, but G quick on the trade. Up close here is Twist, but Mercury is completely overlooked. They didn't clear Garage, so he moves back into position and an easy trade. Numbers go TYLOO's favor. And it's these issues again for FaZe, right? A lot of solo fights, a lot of individually based ideas, but if they just play as a pack, they have no issues.
Yeah, I believe Mercury was there last round as well, so...
Yeah, every round, more or less. He's playing back Garage all the time.
The fact that he does get overlooked, the fact that it's not been solidly communicated does raise a few questions of, like, just be weary of that angle.
Oh, I missed.
Molotov does fail. Not going to make too much of a difference. There's no one up there at the moment, but it's always good for the T side to not have to worry. A very well-timed flash. Oh, the trade, all important from Mercury. That's what I was looking for sure. Brokey going to be left in this clutch situation once again. He's got a bomb to recover. He's got plenty of time to work with. They're very, very split as well. I think he will actually have space to plant, depending on what he does. If he goes downstairs, perhaps not. 30 seconds left. What is he opting for here? I think it will be an A play. He's expecting more resistance than he's getting. No, he does move down the vent. This is where it gets dangerous. A guessing game begins here. And surely this position from Jamyoung is just too strong to deal with unless Brokey has some sort of an idea, checks his angles diligently. Oh, he was so close to clearing it. So close to clearing it. But in the end, not the case. TYLOO closing the gap.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Brokey there. He doesn't realize it, but staying top site is actually the call. Jamyoung had already set himself up towards rafters. G's playing deep outside as a bit more of that extremity player trying to catch him if he's doing something really unorthodox. He doesn't realize it. The smoke main, he should have smoke main and planted 4 main, right? And then he's actually in a really, really good spot.
I think he was trying to throw them off.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to really sell the ruse. He actually overthinks the situation a little bit, but you can't blame it. It's a 1 versus 2, and he has absolutely zero idea where either of them are. So, nice try, but no cigar. As TYLOO find a third, they chip away the deficit of 2, and it, well, should be made 1, in all honesty. Jose's got the right idea. He knows there's somebody above him somewhere. I don't think the spam's going to do too much damage, but it would be funny to soften them up. It's just pistols for FaZe. We're not expecting fireworks in round number 9, but not going to discount them. We've already seen them win rounds like this. All it takes is 1 or 2 shots connected, but other ideas. Mosaic and Mercury mow down in towards main, and they find all 5. Pistol round gets nothing. Shut down with ease, a flawless 4th for TYLOO.
M&M for TYLOO looking good, as they will just move up a little bit of momentum, particularly for Mercury, who, again, was a player that I think you mentioned as maybe not carrying his weight as much as you usually expect.
Yeah.
So a few eco frags in the mix is going to give him some good confidence, I'm sure. And we'll see if they can turn it into a hefty half here, because it is certainly getting to that point, and they've forced a tac pause out from FaZe.
I feel like it's a good time for FaZe. For the majority, right, they got 5 out of the first 6 rounds. Things are looking pretty damn solid, but it is now 3 in a row for TYLOO, and there's enough of a streak brewing here that they need to be a little bit careful. I still, like I was saying, I think 5 rounds on T-side and Nuke, I generally feel like that's okay. I think that's very, very workable, and most sides at times will be kind of happy with that, but it's just the fact that this is FaZe's map pick. We probably want them getting bare minimum 6, and with how TYLOO has struggled on this map and how they started FaZe as well, you probably actually want to be taking a lead in towards that second half. All signs are pointing towards it, but the momentum's really slowed down. So I think it's a good time to call for that pause. Just now what do they do with it? The tempo shift earlier was really quite solid. This is bold from Mosaic. The flash comes through, and actually Frozen is unaffected by it, but it still won't save his life. He'll fall to the hands of Mosaic. That combination with Mercury once again nets a kill, but Mercury's the first to fall on the side of TYLOO. Down he goes. That now means outside is completely under the control of FaZe. Karrigan has the chance at 2 here. Mosaic will fall away, and now he's mollied. They've got the A side.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. There's a lot of players downstairs as this attack comes in. They can't really work off of each other on the A site either. What the hell is going on here? Not often a place that you expect to fight. But Jamyoung keeps control of Heaven at the very least. Yeah, the smoke doesn't make it up as it was intended to do so.
Smokes the bomb.
Gonna make a big difference. They are, however, moving quite slowly here on the CT side.
Got 2 kills.
What are we doing with these smokes, guys? We're going a little crazy. The HE is well timed, finds a kill, does the damage, and just a damp squib of an attempt there as they start peeking in. So the missed smoke's not really going to make too much of a difference. FaZe Clan hold on to their lead.
Yeah, it felt like they had something brewing there until that nade kill comes in towards Heaven, and then it really changed everything. Then it was just like, okay, we'll just run in and see what happens. In the head-to-head, G's got the ever so slight advantage in terms of the direct duels, but yeah, more damage for Brokey. FaZe up to 6 now. So worst case scenario, TYLOO can tie the game up, but as CT sides go, I don't think any team's really going to be too happy with that. FaZe have already done enough for this to be considered a good T side. And TYLOO, we still ask questions. That really was a rough-looking retake at the end there. Never a good sign. If they lose this round as well, money's going to be shot. That could lead to FaZe potentially even snowballing late and towards the half in the direction of 8 rounds T side. TYLOO, probably the most important round they've played so far to really have any chance at this map. And as FaZe go back towards outside, that's been a solid part of their default so far. Pressure on towards Mercury, who's always been playing towards back garage. They've now, at this point, they've got to know it. But it's contacted towards red, and they've spotted, heard, and seen no one.
Or Shadow, but Carrigan gets the flick. Mercury, of course, again, just not considered.
Yeah.
I think it certainly needs to be maybe an on-the-fly protocol type thing, is just to watch that angle. It's easier said than done, right? That's why those back garage angles are so difficult to deal with, because it just doesn't pop into your head as the first place to clear. Frozen. Oh, doesn't see him. So the smoke favoring attacker there. Jamyoung down below here, looking to hold the site openly, but he is deleted. Couple of open angles from TYLOO in this round have let them down. It's certainly a little close. Jamyoung could have done some real damage, but it doesn't happen. So 3-on-3 here in this retake. TYLOO have got a decision to make. Do you go for this and potentially sacrifice your last round of the half? Oy vey. I think they certainly should have saved, to be honest. Carrigan makes mincemeat out of 2, not quite 3.
He's sticking around.
He is indeed. He's looking for it. I mean,
ignore the kit, though.
You've gone for it here. I think he maybe thinks he stepped over it. Not going to be the case. And now perhaps starts to realize
there it is.
Doesn't have a kit, not going to work for him. And that is just so disjointed from TYLOO. And
very similar and very akin in a way to that previous retake as well. Very disjointed, very kind of sloppy as well. It's, you know, it's not clinical at all for TYLOO. And it comes back to the point we were making about this map really being a bit of a sore thumb in the veto process for TYLOO. And it's quite indicative. This is a map in which they really do look quite off their game. At times they can be so secure in terms of how they approach their game. Their identity of Counter-Strike is really quite known, but on Nuke it feels like it's all over the place. 7 rounds for FaZe on a T side. I'll be pretty chuffed with that. And of course, by giving it a go at the end, I mean, look what it's done. The knock-on effect of TYLOO's investment in towards the final round of the half. It's brutal. Double MP9, M4, a Deagle and a Scout. They're really hoping that kind of G can soften up a couple of players and sort of the lesser weaponry can see them off, but all signs are pointing towards FaZe, seeing off the half with 8 rounds, which would be wild. Jamyoung and the Deagle, what have he got? Nothing. It's again Twist, relentless on the entries. He has been so damn good on these entry kills, they cannot deal with it, and Frozen finding one of his own as well. Mercury's down site with the only premium gun they've got in the round, and now he's going to put up a premium round. Tags on towards Twist. Known quantity as well as the nade banks round and hits him for half. It's a beaut. An attacker should get caught, is caught. TYLOO are getting pulled apart here. And Carrigan showing a bit of that prowess. Rolling back the years of a tap on towards G. They know where the last man is, so you go and plant towards the A site. TYLOO. Oh, that's not the half that they're wanting and not the round that they're wanting as well. FaZe are like they're going to close it flawlessly with all 5 staying alive. And Jacob will get in the action as well. 8-4. What a T-side by FaZe.
Yeah, they've done very well there, I think, in that round to display some discipline at the bottom end of ramp where Mercury was at very deadly sort of angle, can really get away with an awful lot. So I think they've done well to not fully commit, even when I think it was a 5 versus 3 situation from there. So showing some very, very good discipline here just to make sure that they have this hefty gap to work with. And it really is a position, especially from your T side, where in the back of your mind, you start to think about this map being yours, to be honest, and rightfully so. There's some crisp moments. Carrigan's actually looked pretty decent. He's had some nice moments, so that's always a good sign from FaZe.
Got those kills when he's like swinging outside towards main. He's hit some really nice shots there. It's just the one oversight. The only really thing that you can kind of pull up from FaZe and say that it was bad was actually just their lack of kind of due diligence when it came towards Mercury back garage. That was the only real gap in their T side. There was the one angle they kept overlooking, but all things considered,
tough. It's very tough.
It is.
trade
it's
out,
also it's one of those
deal with.
things of, do you want to burn a smoke to block that off? And the issue of burning a smoke to block it off is that you give him the opportunity to move around, and that's the last thing you want as well. Going in towards credit, going into config, kind of moving around those sort of outside positions. Never what you want. 8-4, FaZe. What a fantastic T side from them. Looking like such a clinic of a map so far. Let's see whether things continue here and towards their CT side. TYLOO. Ramp control taken, or more so given for free, because FaZe don't even want to fight it. They're more than happy to give them this luxury, but Frozen, something miraculous has to be pulled off here.
Back end of the silo. Utility comes in, starts to give the game away. Good for one, looking for a little bit more. He will get it. It's the third, though, that I think turns the heads and maybe makes TYLOO shake in their boots. Molotov will come in to force Twist back, so they might just create the space for a bomb plant here. But the round itself is not looking good at all. Frozen has given them everything they need to get this over the line. Bomb will go down. They're going to try and group back up as best they possibly can. Use these Glocks to their close range advantage. None of the headshots landing quite yet. There's a fair bit of damage on Carrigan, but that's about all they've got to write home about. G has got to go absolutely insane here to get this one. Tap on the bomb, forces him out. Not going to happen. And FaZe Clan pick up where they left off.
Yeah, it's so good from Frozen to start off, right? Getting 3 kills in that position. It's normally, when you're playing Rafters behind Silo, that is the definition of one and done, right? That you get one, you should be traded, all attention gets pulled over. But it's just over towards window, right? That's where they're so focused on. It gives Frozen these easy fights that he can take. Really, really well done from him. And FaZe start as they mean to go on. They're a very, very good starting towards their T side. Like we said, they got 5 out of the first 6 rounds. Anything even slightly similar to that, and they'll see off this map without even really breaking a sweat. And so far, they haven't really broken a sweat. They haven't really been forced into doing it in anything audacious or really changing things up all too much. TYLOO, it's a flat performance thus far. Bomb plant means buy, so double Galil. Double Tech 9. It's still a little bit of a scary buy, but playing at range like this for Carrigan is the smart call. They're cross outside. He's trying to keep Twist alive, at least momentarily, as he holds for the wrap in towards main. Attacker lurks in the smoke. Twist is aware of this possibility. Oh, timing can get the better of him. It's who pushes the smoke first. Does Twist realize? No. Turning around. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Twist's right idea, but he's just so cautious over towards single door. And Carrigan slightly lost track of him. He'll finally get the trade, but they're moving and scaling towards this lower side.
Man advantage FaZe, but the bomb has gone down somehow. Frozen caught completely off guard. How has this slept through the cracks? I'm not really sure, but could get a little weird. Where the hell is Mercury? He is just miles away, but this could be a huge flank here. He's managed to get the timing. I thought surely he would get dropped. He's not taking the ramp angle, though. He looks to go down the vent, so he trades the information to his teammates and looks to try and join them. Jamyoung goes down early. There's a tap and now a hold on the bomb. G going to go bursting out. Where is Carrigan's cover? G gets 2, and there's no time.
That's it.
I understand the desperate attempt at the hold, but he needed some teammates with him. They'll get all the kills. It doesn't matter. Nobody survives the round, but TYLOO win it.
Yeah, TYLOO would be really, really happy with a round like that. It's a forced buy with not only, you know, generally rounds like that, we're expecting to get a bomb plant, but the retake to be successful. But you've got bomb plant all 5 kills as well. And sure, everyone dies towards TYLOO as well, but they are very happy with a round like that. It's going to completely hinder that CT side economy, and it starts to put a bit of pressure on towards FaZe, and finally a really decent round for TYLOO. I mean, the big gap obviously comes to the fact that they get down towards this lower site uncontested. Frozen, last time out, he was playing deep in towards the B side. This time, he's playing towards ramp.
Nice!
That's a great round. It really is. Tentative celebrations for TYLOO, because it's still quite the task ahead of them, but that's a really good round to be taken. FaZe, attack pause taken, and of course, are forced to follow double eco territory, so they kind of have to. But that is a really good one. And if TYLOO can find this next one as well, I mean, this game's right back on. You get a 6th here as well. You break the economy of FaZe. So the 7th feels like it's basically gifted on a silver platter. At that point, a 2-round game, that's 1 gun round the difference. FaZe, well, they did so well to build up this lead. In MR12, it can fall apart so quickly.
Indeed it can. Jamyoung. Decent damage, but Carrigan still lives. Will he get some support here as well? It looks like they want to try and hunt him down and finish him off. There are a couple players not too far away from him, trying to draw them in a little here. Just so they can overwhelm with the bodies. Ooh, there's some tags coming in. There's some automatic weaponry. Jamyoung somehow does well to 180 it. But still, this looks so dangerous. I mean, the HP bars are disappearing before our very eyes. They'll drop down towards B as well, so got a good read here, FaZe Clan. Meanwhile, Mosaic up top is perhaps creating some space, but is the bomb too far committed? I suppose the answer here is indeed no. So up the vent is the one avenue of attack that TYLOO have got in their favor.
This is really well done by Mosaic and Mercury. They've actually split the A site excellently. Mercury just stays around towards heaven and realizes there's no one here. And Mosaic, he's sort of quite patiently waiting and also realizes, guys, there's no reaction to anything I'm doing. It's a great call. It's actually essentially called off the back of them, more so than attacker saying, right, this is where we're going to finish. They've both calmed. We've seen nothing here. I think they've gambled and they've kind of read into that we were ending towards lower. The question for FaZe is, do we actually give this a go, right? They know they've done damage, right? That's the big thing that's sort of maybe in the back of their mind of sort of where they want to give this a look in. They know they've done decent damage. Mercury could be a shooting gallery. Brokey gets 2. And it looks like he'll be given the quote-unquote luxury of saving, but it's only a scout. It's TYLOO up to a 6th. It's FaZe, they're just not got enough to bring in towards the next round. So the 7th really should be there. It's a great round, all things considered. And like I said, again, Mosaic and Mercury do so well in that round. The information, the patience as well to stick around towards the top site whilst the rest of the team are scaling towards lower. And then to have the confidence to call them back. Well done.
Not really going to support the scout then. They opt to take a pretty heavy save. Smoke and a nade for Twists. Interesting. What is the plan? Because he's not bought a pistol around it or anything like that. Brokey, meanwhile, going to have to try and deal with the ramp rush. Any damage going to be good here. He will get Molotov'd out. Can't get anything more. But there is little chunks taken out of some of these T players. So certainly not out of the woods just yet. They also really don't have a keen idea of what they're going to be up against, but we have another lurking play, another contact towards A to see what they can get away with. And the answer is everything. It will be another clean round for TYLOO. If they just keep on this same track, the bomb is on the way, as is the rest of the team. So looking and feeling good. Smoke's going to be a bit too late, unfortunately, from Twist. Not much they can do about this one, and we might see one of those very anticlimactic sort of deny the kill bonus type saves from FaZe here.
Yeah, Carrigan scooped up the scout, but I think maybe in a spot like this, you just try and get any exits. You're going to buy into what's next on anyway. I think you're pretty sure there's no Mac 10s in play. So try and see if you can make it expensive like that. Get a kill. Try and keep that T-side economy a little bit in check. Frozen going to get a kill with that Mac 10, so there's a bit of money in the bank, and also, like we said, making it a bit expensive. Carrigan, the last man. Looking towards exit, towards outside. They are keeping a lot of cash in check. Carrigan, nice flick and a find. He scoops up an AK. Honestly, TYLOO win the round, but morally, FaZe kind of win the round in a sense, right? That is a very expensive round they've just had there with next to nothing. The only investment was a smoke and a 5-7 and a nade. That was it.
Yeah. I think there will be a small sacrifice here on that T side of things, and it is Mercury to go down to the Tech 9 in order to facilitate the utility. Jamyoung as well, actually, which is kind of interesting.
Surely
Jamyoung maybe could have got a Galil, perhaps, you know, sacrificed like a Molotov, and but still not quite enough, actually. But
they're the 2 best players on the team.
Yeah.
Or someone give them a rifle.
Like, get a Mac 10. I don't know what the fanciness of this Tech 9 is.
Yeah, attacker my king, please. You know, take one for the team here. Give them the AK.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. They're going to move fast here, though. Maybe they don't need the range, as they will close the gap. Mosaic to find the first, catching off New Boy on the block. Carrigan naded out towards Heaven as well, so not looking too good. The bomb will take its time going down, but go down nonetheless. Carrigan survives the headshot attempt, but can't really trade too much damage back himself. And it's all happened so fast here. I don't know that you want to stick around on the FaZe Clan. I think they potentially will look to save things, hold some exits, see if anything does come their way that makes this look more inviting. But for now, round conceded. TYLOO will bring it within one.
The lower site definitely has a lot more luxury when it comes towards retakes, but top site nuke retakes are brutal. They're so difficult to get into. And I think for FaZe, this is actually just a smart call. Immediately, you lose the site, you're smoked out from main in towards Heaven as well. You just call it, give it a day. That'll be that. All it takes is one kill, but it's one very, very important kill. And the gun scooped up as well. So all things considered, we question the buy, but TYLOO step up the pace and the tempo, and they swing their way in towards A. And they make it a one-round game. Pressure is really on FaZe. I mean, this is a sort of a prime position where you'd be maybe even slightly tempted to go for a pause as well. You lose this round, you're in a lot of trouble. Maybe not so much the financial side of things, but definitely in terms of the feel of the game. At the moment, TYLOO looking pretty scary for the first time, really, in this game. It's a nice run of form. It's 4 rounds in a row from them, all of which are bomb plants as well, right? So they are consistently getting the site, getting the bomb down, winning the round in that fashion. For FaZe, that is quite the indictment of things are not going to plan here on the CT side.
Maybe another burst from TYLOO.
Well, G's having a look at the notes first, though, so maybe not burst just yet.
Yeah, very
Something
true.
tells me they might not be going right now.
Yeah. Oh, he's not got his hands on the keyboard. Hopefully there's no one that comes up this
Mate,
ladder.
what are we reading? I'm sure you know the YouTube.
He's got a little picture on there for the pixel that he's got to aim at for the Molotov.
I love it.
He's actually like forgotten, so he just, you know,
He was locked in on them notes as well.
A visual learner. You know, W to go forwards.
Yeah, he was locked in, right? There was something on there. He was like really taking interest in it.
Yeah.
It's a classic one of those things they've called a strat and he's like, he just can't remember it.
Yeah.
Like,
To be fair. You
what
don't
is
wanna,
this?
Don't want to admit it, look around, make sure no one sees you like checking the notes. They are going to move in quickly here, though, as predicted. It takes a bit of time, but it seems like it might just be working out for them. Brokey flashed off nicely. Jacob in behind. Oh, still alive here. He's the only one left now, though.
Mercury.
And goodness me, they come out of nowhere. Mercury with 4 kills. Absolutely unstoppable plow onto that A bomb site. And we find ourselves on a TYLOO streak, a TYLOO even up out of nowhere.
Back to the notes, are we?
I mean, there's a lot on there, to be fair.
I love it. I actually love it.
I do love that.
Oh, it's so funny. And it worked, so I really can't blame him. Mercury, that's a fantastic round. There's a reason why I've been sort of touting Mercury's praises. The whole reason he was picked up, he was this sort of like online demon in the scene, right? And then it was sort of, he was, you know, found by Advent, throwback to my arch nemesis one time. And he was found by him.
You're not a fan.
And this is what he can do. Mechanically, he is so as much as Jamyon gets a lot of the praise, a lot of people domestically have said it, like that Mercury is actually mechanically better. Jamyon is just a better all-round player. Mercury's so solid, and that's a round that is such a good showing of it. 4 easy kills where he just backs himself. He goes alone in all 4 of those fights and wins all 4 aim duels, all headshots as well. I mean, it's a monstrous round from him. Especially that one towards Brokey. He's under so much pressure, but Brokey was checking that hard swing. It's a really decent showing, right? TYLOO are getting multiple factors of firepower coming through, right? Jamyoung's always good for like 1 or 2 in a round. He's quite a consistent player throughout this TYLOO team. But if you're then getting 2 different prongs of where the attack can really pop off, FaZe are going to struggle to deal with that. And they haven't had this sort of heroic twist performance just yet, as they did yesterday to bail them out.
True.
It's, you know, it's not a bad performance by any means for FaZe. Everybody's sort of having their moments. It's a very even showing, which generally, you know, if you're a coach or an IGL, you like that, right? You want the whole team stepping up, but that extra 10% that we're seeing from TYLOO right now on the T side is making a big difference. Missed Molly, but Doesn't make a difference, nobody's there. Brokey won't miss that shot. Attacker goes down for free, now got a call from the grave as Karrigan goes to reclaim some space, and he'll join the IGL on the other side, 6 feet under.
It is a nice find to even up the numbers there. Mosaic creeping in. This is something that TYLOO have done an awful lot. Just try and contact in through single to see what they can get away with, and it just isn't considered. Frozen falls, and Jacob nearly does too. He gets a bullet off on him. It's not quite the headshot that he needed, but all the same, site taken, bomb planted. Even Stevens here as they move into the retake on the FaZe Clan side of things, but still this player downstairs as Twist is not really moving. They have a tiny little bit.
The seaside don't.
Maybe not deep enough. I'm not entirely sure. They're looking to work around it. Maybe it is a burst through the smoke kind of play. Mercury at back vent, however, it's just perfect for him. It's just far too easy for him to deal. He hears all the footsteps as well, knows there's more players around. So he has that one on lock. They know it. They will move to save. What? Gravity just immediately turned up to 100. They take the guns away. It doesn't really matter all that much. TYLOO keep in their winning ways, and they've actually taken the lead now.
Yeah, TYLOO do very well in that situation. In that post one, they have no util, right? And they do really well just to shell up and kind of wait for the pressure to come in. I think there's 2 glaring issues there from FaZe. The first is the one you brought up. The smoke doesn't go deep enough coming out of single door. That smoke's actually going to want to go in towards front main.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah.
But it's actually in a position where it doesn't recover main, so they're still going to clear that. And if you're swinging through, the ult vent player gets a kind of a free run of things. But the other thing that got slightly missed here, that molly missed it towards heaven. It got airburst. And then it made life next to impossible. The second they hear that molly airburst, they cancel it. They know that they can't win the round. So 2 glaring issues for FaZe there on the retake. So costly. And TYLOO take a lead, 10-9.
Yep.
Just to remind you, we were like, what, 9-5, 9-4?
Oh, yeah, 6 in a row.
9-4.
Just checked up on that.
Yeah, and look where we are now for TYLOO. This is such a good run of form. Such a strong showing on the C side, but if anything, you know, we can lot the praise on for TYLOO, but we've actually got to critique FaZe. This CT side is very weak at the moment. They're really getting run over. It's, of the 6-round run as well, 5 of which have been postmarks.
Very true. Very, very true. All good signs. After the pistol being picked up, FaZe Clan have not really made an appearance here on the CT side. Not really given us anything to believe in either. So, it's going to be difficult for them to get back in. They need a good, clean round, I think. And again, it is this squeaky door area that just continues to plague them. There are eyeballs on it this time around. Jacob nearly getting 3, but not quite. Has he done enough for the round as an individual? Bomb plant coming in, right on the edge, but there is indeed a box in the way. Karrigan can't stop it. So they get that at the very least. And as we've said, their post plants have been good, but they're currently down. They've got a low HP Mosaic, and I think this one feels a bit nervier than usual for TYLOO. A couple flashes on the cards from Brokey here. He's going to get both of them out. Frozen turning in. Can't find the kill. Karrigan gets his, but we'll see. This is a good position from Mercury, who's been looking really good. He eventually falls. It's G, the man with the big personality, to try and hold off the round. Takes the leg. Oh my goodness, can you imagine? There's no time. He's actually managed to get it. Karrigan didn't have a kit. There was one on the site. Oh my goodness, G gets it done.
Oh, what a round by G. I mean, he gets so fortunate to get legged there, and I actually feel so kind of sad in a way for FaZe. That's so unfortunate for Brokey. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He has to hit that shot, and he, well, technically does, just not enough. So well done by G. And then that is an unbelievably sharp shot to react up on towards Mustang or towards Rafters and hit that shot on towards Brokey. If he even misses it for half a second, the round's lost. Really, really well done. 11-9, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. TYLOO are on track to steal away this nuke, which is the last thing we expected off the back of that first half. Oh, FaZe, where have you gone? Mosaic gonna open things up. Frozen quick on the trades. They lobby crunch.
Oh, Karrigan. It felt like the perfect spot. It felt like the perfect spot, and he doesn't even get one. Oh, man. Really is going from bad to worse here for FaZe. They've obviously come into this round a bit frustrated as well, forcing aggression across the map.
It's a tough watch.
It is indeed. Not out of the question just yet, though. Always going to be possible. Frozen. Yeah, it's the right idea. It's the right idea. Commit to the idea. He manages to find one, not quite the second. So much damage done. Jamyoung and Mercury incredibly low here. There's a well-placed nade on the cards, perhaps. Brokey does have one, but they're not going to know this, unfortunately. I think maybe the damage done onto Mercury might be known about, but they are also left in the guessing game. You know, what's happening? Where's the bomb going?
Yeah. I think a lot of this comes down to basically what Jamyoung can find. It's all about Jamyoung, and right now he's seen nothing. He's surely calling everybody down towards this lower site, but he himself has fallen away. He's seen nothing. There's nothing towards ramp. There was nobody even having a jiggle peek on towards that lower site. So surely we're now going to pull this bomb back over. If they go towards heaven, they lose the round. Brokey's holding for this, but thankfully they're backing Jamyoung. So with under 20 seconds on the clock, they're committed to this. They don't have a lot of time here, so G's going to have to run in just a second. Now they've got to go. Less than 10 seconds. Bomb will go down. A standard plant by Jamyoung. The round from this sort of position, generally you would assume to be won, but Brokey's down here quickly. He's good in these moments, and Mercury and Jamyoung both left so unbelievably low. Jacob single-handedly could win this, but he can't transfer. G caught by the orb as Brokey pulled into a 1 versus 1. Opts for the AK, and it's Mercury above him as well. He's got just a slither of HP, but it might just be enough. He taps that bomb, and he hasn't cleared him. Mercury wins the round. TYLOO find 12. It's close. It's so damn close, but it's not enough for FaZe. TYLOO map point on their opponent's map pick.
Honestly, FaZe, how unlucky can you get? This is where it stacks up and where it just feels like the world is against you. You look at the run of rounds, that's one thing. We'll go back, we'll revisit a few, but it's just so unfortunate in places. Brokey gets that smoke out. I think if he doesn't have that little corner of the smoke in the way, he might have spotted the player in the rafters moving and creeping into the corner. There are all these variables that just seem to be working against FaZe. TYLOO, in classic fashion though, want to rush the finish here, and they might be able to get away with it. We'll see. Jacob a little clueless to how far out they are. No eyes directly on the site, I suppose. Yes, Twister got a kill, but it feels very fluky. Bomb plant comes in, of course, and this is not looking good. There is, again, a lack of kit for FaZe Clan. Mercury, meanwhile, creeping round. Could get perfect timing here if he plays his cards right. G is blind, but he is covered. Attacker traded out. G is suddenly revealed. The trades are good from FaZe, but there's just not a lot of time on this bomb now, and it's Mercury who comes in to strike and win out the game, save out the round, plays it to perfection, and TYLOO, against all the odds, will manage to take it over the line.
What a showing, what a run. Was that 9 in a row there by TYLOO at that tail end? A weak CT side from FaZe has cost them their map pick, and TYLOO taking advantage here in an unbelievably important game. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll see you soon.
It was 9 in a row indeed, Neo. Wow. TYLOO there just taking that map by the scruff of its horns, taking complete control in that second half. You know, FaZe get that first half 8-4, but then they have nothing except one round at the very start to offer in that second half. Prof, what are your thoughts coming out of it?
That was insane. I mean, we were watching the game, and Dust was like, maybe we should approach games like, first half, second half, and I was like, what is the point? This is obviously going one way. It's gonna be a quick game, 8-4 up at the half. I'm like, yeah, this is it. The frozen triple in the pistol, and then what we saw after that, maybe the worst CT side on Nuke I've ever watched.
Wow, I mean that's I was going to say high praise, but it's the reverse of that. It is, kind of the high insult, I guess you could say. But no, I mean, look, you're absolutely right. When you look at the first half, FaZe played a very good T-side. I was very impressed with how they played. I thought it was interesting that Twist is their main yard player. I don't think Twist has ever played that role in his career on T-side of Nuke, so he was playing it very well, continuing to have a high level of form as he has had every game he's played for FaZe so far since he's been back. And I just thought that they actually had some nice, well-coordinated upper splits and seemed to have, a pretty good game plan. But, yeah, everything kind of turns around in the second half where they win pistol, but then they lose the eco in the second round, and it's downhill from there. It was a wild spiral downward.
Yeah, I mean, individuals also showing up. Mercury with
Huge.
a great game. I mean, we always talk about Jam Young. He had a good game, but nothing really super crazy. I think Mercury definitely on the entries on the T side, coming onto this A bomb side that looked pretty weak for FaZe Clan. And I mean, what didn't? They didn't win any gun rounds on the CT side. But yeah, standout player for sure for me and for everyone on the TYLOO side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to critique FaZe, and it's fair to in the second half CT side to allow this comeback. But I mean, I do want to give credit to TYLOO, where they were very decisive and very well coordinated in how they were hitting this upper bomb site. Like, good utility. Most of the time their spacing was good, except for a couple of rounds, and really just made the most out of it. Meanwhile, though, it's like Kerrigan's playing Yard now as a CT player, which is not something that he's ever really done before, or at least not in a while. And I feel like he had a lot of rounds where there was just not a lot of good communication going on. Like, it seemed like Twist got backstab at Mini a couple of times. Jacob got stranded solo on upper side a couple of times. It just seemed like they weren't really on the same page on what was being covered and what wasn't, and what dangers they had to kind of keep an eye out for. So I felt like there was just a couple of times where Jacob got sold out at upper because of it. And I also think that their retakes, they just weren't there. Like, they had no retake capabilities throughout the course of this game, and that's why they go on a 9-round losing streak to cough up what was a game that was very much should have been theirs.
Yeah, I mean, if we're to sum it up on the FaZe side of things, good first half, and then they just disappeared on that second half. That being said, though, why don't we sort of look a bit deeper into what TYLOO were doing so well in that second half. It was cool to see G reaching for the fact sheet or the strat sheet mid-round, really focusing in on that. And
then missing the molly anyway.
Even though it was slightly comedic moment, they were clearly very well prepared on that T side. Yeah, they only dropped one round at the very start. Then beyond that, all those rounds, a lot of cohesion, a lot of synergy, those executes, good space and good utility usage. It was a brilliant half by TYLOO, and I think credit has to be given there. Prof, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of surprising because, like, we obviously know they don't have the best results on Nuke, and
this
then
is
also
FaZe's
the first
pick. Let's not forget, it's FaZe's pick.
The first half, we saw a round where they attempted something pretty cool. I don't know if you have it ready in round 10, I think, when TYLOO tried to go for this door push, and it really comes across quite nice. They blow up the door. They have this deep, just a flash into double flash, I think, the door, and then smoke. So a player can make the play, and actually they get the kill on Frozen. What happens after that is kind of just missing some of the basics of Nuke, right? We see Mercury trying to get a bit too handy, trying to get information outside. He dies and then opens up a lot of space, puts pressure on the A guys who also died to Kerrigan kind of for free. And then the rounds from that point on kind of plays out into nothing. So, you know, they had some idea, but then the basics just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, not in the first half. And again, that's where FaZe is able to take advantage of it. Again, I thought that they were very well coordinated for a, T team on Nuke, one of the harder sides to play. To see them come in and look that polished, I thought was nice. But then at the same time, it makes you scratch your head. Well, how can you falter this hard on the CT side of Nuke when, you already have such a big lead? You're on the favored side. You win pistol. It's just like, you can't let this slip through your fingers at this point. Again, it's your pick. TYLOO's lost their last 4 games in a row on Nuke. And again, I'm impressed by what TYLOO did on their T side. You summed it up very nicely that they were coordinated. They were hitting well. They've shown massive improvement on how they approach their T side Nuke, which I'm very proud of them for doing. But at the same time, it's like, FaZe, come on, guys. Like, you got to close out this game.
Prof, another round you wanted to look at was round 15.
Yes. So just after, FaZe have a good T side, they go on the CT side, Frozen triple kill on the pistol. They're set up for success. Anti-force by coming in. And what happens here is just like a lack of awareness across the board. I don't know if I got the right round. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Probably not. But anyway, let's just focus on the round that I was talking about, and that is the anti-force where Kerrigan is playing outside. You mentioned it. He kind of allows the players to go to B. Doesn't really communicate. Frozen's caught off guard. Twist caught off guard in main as well. It's just like one by one players are dying with no real refrag capabilities, and I was like, this looks very like lacking cohesion. And I saw one round and I felt like I was getting ahead of myself. But you were pointing it out as well with like Jacob being kind of on an island on the A bomb site with no one really helping him throughout that whole half.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of critique goes Jacob's way because he's not putting up the numbers that you want him to be delivering on a team like FaZe, and that's fair to have that opinion. A lot of pressure on this guy coming in, very inexperienced, coming in to replace a Liege, one of the best entries and star, CT players out there. Rain having to make way for Twist when people thought maybe he should come in for Jacob, so to speak. And it's like I can't even really blame Jacob for that one because, again, the guy's stuck on upper by himself almost every round with like no real support. And so, yeah, of course he's only going to be able to maybe get like one guy when he gets overwhelmed by these pushes. So, yeah.
Just to criticize FaZe a bit more because we didn't do that enough in the last few days. I know we came into this not expecting to have to do this, but there's also nothing. They didn't do anything together. There was nothing, no outside aggression. There's no lobby crunches, no ramp pushes. It was just like everyone playing their own position, kind of like a matchmaking game, and then dying one by one and being like, oh, why, they're coming main, and then, of course they're coming main. So of course you're gonna die. You can't just hold your position alone every time and just expect to like hold off against four people coming in with decent utility, not even perfect.
Potentially comparisons to be made between FaZe's CT side today on Nuke. With that T side on Mirage yesterday against Bait. Either way, let's look ahead now to Inferno. This is TYLOO's map pick. What are our expectations going into Inferno? I would say it's going to be quite tough for FaZe to bounce back. They need to have a strong T side now. They sort of need to have a similar T side to what they had on Nuke. Prof, what are you hoping? Well, what are your expectations going into Inferno?
I think one of the reasons why TYLOO's Inferno is good is because like Jamyoung, super skilled player, really good, but he is kind of a baity player. It's kind of like a Spinksy, Ropsy player where he's not in the action too much. And I think on Inferno that changes where he's playing B on both sides, and you know, on Inferno B is going to be pretty active. He's going to be fighting for Banana, and he's going to be like on both sides, right? So I think that's something that helps TYLOO be pretty successful on this map overall, just his involvement in more action.
Dust, what do you think with regards to FaZe starting on the T side on Inferno? Are there any particular strats you'd like to see them do or try? Any particular players that you'd like to see rise to the occasion? What's going to be important for FaZe to start strong?
Well, I think there's really two things to it. First off, it's the Frozen Jamyoung matchup. You know, they're going to be facing each other time and time again on both sides of the map, as, you know, Frozen is the main B controller, but also the main B defender for FaZe. And, you know, as Prof already mentioned, that's Jamyoung's role for TYLOO. So that's going to be a very key matchup to watch throughout the course of the game. I think the other thing for me is the question of who is going to play mid and who's going to play apartments on the T side for FaZe, because apartments can sometimes be a spot where you just kind of lurk and find timings, but it can also be a spot where you can have a playmaker be able to find opportunities to come out and actually help you take a site or help throw big fakes to allow you to get your B executes to scale. And I don't know who's going to do it, right? Because Jacob is a mid player, so is Twist. Who's going to bite the bullet and kind of have to take the apartments? And then defensively, who's going to be the A anchor? Because I don't know who's going to fill that role either.
And if we were to look at this second map from TYLOO's perspective, how can they have a strong CT start, and how can they potentially do this 2-0, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, we saw them yesterday against Fnatic. Also on Inferno had some decent chances to win that game. I think another aspect of that is G. We saw him with some not huge, but very important moments on Nuke, and always across TYLOO's success, he's a player that can do it, but he's not really super elite consistency-wise, right? He's had some good games, has some bad games, and if he has a good game on Inferno, that's going to help lock down things.
Yeah, this one really quick note here is that, you know, TYLOO, this map Inferno was huge for them when they won Fisher Playground 1, but they've really struggled since then to continue to have good form on this map. And when they're at their best is when they play that fast, decisive style of Counter-Strike on both sides of the map, allowing guys like Jamyoung and Mercury to just kind of play to their strengths. And so they just need to really hone in on that in order to get this victory and keep themselves in the tournament for a shot to play in front of their country in the stadium.
All right, Prof and Dust, thank you so much, as always, for your thoughts. All right, everybody, yeah, TYLOO getting it done on Nuke, which was FaZe's pick. Up next, it's Inferno, and that's TYLOO's pick. Do not forget, this is do or die for both teams. Loser exits, winner to Group B lower bracket final. So if FaZe want to stay alive, they need to win on Inferno. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xbet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Let's go.
Hello, one and all. Welcome back in. We are on to map number 2 here. TYLOO, against the odds, it feels like, managed to pick up that first map. FaZe Clan with complete dissipation of the defense over on Nuke. But we're here on Inferno, and it is never set in stone on a map like this. Certainly could be an opportunity for FaZe to bounce back. They've got a T-sided start. Maybe not what they would have wanted, what they would have wished for here, but they will have to do what they can with these parameters. The Julies are out on the defense. Attacker able to make that trade happen, but can he stay alive here? Can he get a little more to work with? The answer is no. Twist capitalizes in from long, but it's not quite enough to get this over the line just yet.
Really interesting, by the way, that FaZe have decided to start T-side on this map. They've kind of made that conscious decision, and well, so far in this post-spawn, looking okay. 2 versus 2. No, there is one set of dualies behind that smoke, but are they aware of the possibility of Jamyong also being there? Now they know. Brokey's running low on ammo, has to pull off that reload. That might give Mosaic time to scale in towards the site, but Brokey hits that final bullet, and it will connect all on the shoulders of one man. Jamyong can't find it. Brokey does so damn well. 2 pistols, 2 kills, and FaZe start well. But there is so many questions in the air about FaZe. What a limp ending to map number 1, right? Their pick, and it was just so weak, right? Right at the end, on that CT side, nothing really could get going. TYLOO looked so strong on the T side, and there's definitely those worries there, right? You know, we have to wonder whether they've been able to kind of get that out of their mind, have a little bit of a conversation about it, but ultimately say, right, forget about it, we go again, it's Inferno. It's not a bad map for TYLOO by any means. It's a map they play a hell of a lot. I do worry for FaZe. They're going to need a bit of a hero in this map.
Again, though, if there is any team at this tournament that can really bounce back after a loss like that on map 1, it certainly would be FaZe.
Yeah.
And it's fortunate for them that they're not playing off against a world-beating team. No offense to TYLOO. Maybe as it goes,
whoa,
with the home crowd advantage.
Yeah,
well,
what's your tone?
All right, I apologize. I take it back. I take it back. They're going to have to stand on business for this one. We'll see, though, into this round, as there's some advancements up Banana from FaZe Clan. Of course, as it goes on B, able to get that smoke rotation, just keep them at bay for now.
They're re-aggressing in towards apartments. A lot of early damage down towards Twist, but Jacob's holding for this attack. He's going to be walking in towards his demise, and he is. It's a little too easy. G wants the trade, but this body's there. Somehow G stays alive. I don't know how he's given that luxury. 35 seconds is not a lot of time, but they have lost the A site. G is technically the only one who's actually here now as the rotations come through library. Pop shots being taken with a deagle. It's a hope and a prayer to find these shots, but I don't think there's a chance here. Carrigan can find Mosaic swinging through that smoke, and that should settle things. In all honesty, the second they lost the A site, they should have just called for the save, reset, and regrouped in towards the next round. But there's money being made here by Carrigan. Another kill with that Mach 10 as Brokey sees off the last. So a second round for FaZe, and the third is basically a gift. There isn't really going to be a buy here from TYLOO. So not a bad showing early doors here for FaZe. However, yeah, not a bad showing on the T side on Nuke to start off that one. So
it's true. It's very true.
Not reading too heavily into it just yet.
Yeah, maybe fancying their T sides a little more, it would seem, and that perhaps might explain their start on the T side here. So TYLOO going to have to concede this one by all accounts. Couple upgraded pistols, a flash as well, which could do some damage if placed well, but it should be a third round for FaZe. Quite simply. TYLOO, what I will say, I think sort of big improvements. It's good to see them to be able to dig deep on map number 1, as it was just a very, very strange first showing from them, of course, that we got to witness. We didn't catch it ourselves, but the Fnatic game, also a difficult one to deal with. Holding the point, Attacker says, listen, man, It's not a done deal in this round. He finds some pretty keen headshots there, but unfortunately he's all alone, so they're not really able to do too much off of it just yet.
Still, make a round like this expensive. You can take Silver Linings away from it if you're our TYLOO. Even if you just play for Exes here, in all fairness, that could go a hell of a long way. Jam Young, he's going to fall after a bit of a labored frozen spray. All the matters he does fall. This is all playing for Exes here, though. I think it's the right call for TYLOO. You've got nothing really to be gained from this round. You're not going to win it. Don't have a kit, can't be retaken. But if you can make it expensive at the end, that would really, really help. Jacob's holding for this. His bomb getting down to the last few seconds. He's spotted one out. Oh, the final bullet connects. What a shot on towards G. So the exit strategy didn't quite go to plan. And if anything, it's only Mercury who falls. A 3-0 start for FaZe, but this is now where TYLOO can once again reignite the flame a little bit. G in towards an AWP. Rifles alongside. If TYLOO can get a nice early start first gun round, really make it stick, we can start once again opening the door to the conversation of the hometown heroes, showing exactly that, taking down one of, if not the scariest side ace on paper at this tournament. Let's see. Technically a bonus buy for FaZe on the flip side. They got so much residual cash. So if this is to go south, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But if they can win this, it gives them a prime opportunity to really scale in towards this game. They started really strong in towards Nuke, so they're looking for that once again. They're going to flash in towards mid. They clear attack out really well. Mercury's also going to fall quickly. A missed shot by G. Should be punished, but isn't. He gets one, tries to get out, but dropping down in towards Mini will be at the cost of his life. And as Frozen finds form in towards brackets, there is no chance here for TYLOO. They're trying to save now. It's another A hit by FaZe and another successful round.
And this is what we know that they are capable of. You know, it's, again, difficult to say, like, oh, where was this on Nuke? It was definitely there, but then we just saw a completely different team into the second half. So I think everything that we're saying at the moment, sort of walking on eggshells, very pinch of salt type business. You don't want to give FaZe too much credit at the moment. It could certainly change in an instant. The save not going to happen, which is a very big deal, as TYLOO don't have a lot of money built up, of course. So FaZe probably now in with a chance, I think, of getting number 5 pretty easily, whereas with those saved weapons, it would have been a case of rebuying. Tac pause coming in, TYLOO. Almost a rinse and repeat, isn't it? I think it was 4-0.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh, this is a bit of an early tac pause from TYLOO. Didn't really do too much.
Yeah.
And it got to like 5-2, and then there was another tac pause. So, deja vu here.
Yeah, you are right. It started really well for FaZe. I think it was, what, 5 out of the first 6 rounds for FaZe on towards Nuke, and it's looking similar at the moment. Unfortunately for TYLOO, there's not really been too much in this. I mean, it's not even really down to the setups being wrong. It's actually just down to them missing the shots. Like, attacker, every day of the week and towards short, he should be getting at least one there before falling. And he doesn't. G missing a bit of a sitter. Granted, gets his second time of asking, but if he got it the first time, the second probably also would have fallen into place. And this is sort of the issue that we're at the moment for TYLOO. It's just more the mechanics side of things letting them down. I'll go to pistols, and Twists gets out. A 5-7 up close, always difficult to deal with. And the CZ getting a rare introduction in towards CS2. The IKEA building on gets one before dropping, and G's up close here. P250, but he's spammed down by Brokey, and that's how the B site Baron.
Yeah, looking good here. Still, they'll be happy with the damage thus far, and there's always potential for a bit more. Directly a 2 versus 2 on the site itself. Molotov will split them up and buy some time for Jacob to get himself over here, but he is moving slowly. He seems weary of presence at middle. We know that there's nobody around. The bomb is in dark.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. So they're not looking to rush things. They are really giving a good amount of respect to Crosshair and playing it patiently, waiting for all the numbers to get here before they start making the move. But
Jacob can re-smoke.
Yeah, we know they love a contact here, though. Mercury nearly gets away with a kill. I think he guessed right when he should have guessed left. Oh, attacker. He's so blind, but he's not been seen. However, the pillar peak is going to be difficult to deal with here. The square angle to get around. Jacob takes him down. And FaZe will get it, but for a moment there, we did believe in TYLOO.
Yeah, just playing really, really patient. I don't completely hate it, but for FaZe, a fantastic start. 5-0 out the gate on the T side of your opponent's map pick is exactly what you want to be seeing. I think this is something that, you know, we were talking a little bit about off air. I do wonder why for TYLOO, you know, you look at the veto, of course, Inferno here, Mirage on the decider. I do wonder actually why TYLOO don't pick into Mirage. It's a map that's obviously not looked good for FaZe. They really have actually had their woes with it. They've had their problems. And for TYLOO, it's a map that they are quite fundamentally sound on. It could have been a nice punish. Obviously, things continue this trajectory. We're going to be playing it, but I feel like this is one where TYLOO could have lent into to try and kind of utilize one of FaZe's main weaknesses. Back into the buy. G flashed off the angle. Frozen also flashed as Jamyeon swings to find. That's banana control taken really well. How would G deal with Jacob by unscoping at the worst possible time? He's in a lot of trouble now. He can't fall away. That is unfortunate for G. Really costly because he's sort of single-handedly lost on the A side.
Nice find from Mercury in isolation, but he's quickly traded. Yeah, this is a big deal now. I think G individually will be kicking himself, but maybe it's going to be nullified if the round goes the way of TYLOO. Smoke at Moto is, of course, annoying here, but they have plenty of utility of their own. Setting themselves up with some lovely little lineups here. Molotov towards Pit. Forces Jacob into an awkward spot. Also gives the information away. There's not loads of time. They both have kits available, but if the shots are landing, it doesn't quite matter. Jacob just has to hide. Jamyeon, can't even make it away. FaZe Clan keep the flawless T side rolling.
Oh, just about stayed alive at the end there. But yeah, this is beautiful from FaZe. Really quite sloppy towards TYLOO, and it's all about this A site, unfortunately. In that round there, you hate to kind of put it on the back of one man, but G has to take the blame. It's really unfortunate, the unscope on towards Jacob, but it's the unscope and the reposition. He's stuck. There's nowhere he can fall back to. If he can get towards Big Pit, he can set himself up with that support, but unfortunately, he couldn't. So, yeah, difficult to deal with really now for TYLOO, who are back into yet another low buy. 6-0 should be 7-0 really for FaZe, and they've got so much left in the back pocket in terms of the finances that they can afford for rounds to be quite expensive. It just doesn't really matter at the moment. TYLOO, while it's still early in towards this map, they actually are getting into the point of being really in trouble.
Nice little smoke to keep them at bay. They are, again, playing the classic force buy style of rotating the smokes over at B. And it seems like it might work for them. There's a lot of presence here on A from FaZe. A lot of presence on A from TYLOO as well. Mercury trades out. Really wants that AK.
Might even smoke it to get it. But they've not got a lot of util, so it would be considered a waste.
I think eventually he will get his hands onto it, though, especially... Oh, okay, as the smokes roll out towards B, but he's not going for it. So they're looking to just solidly keep the numbers here. Do feel like that gun would have been worth it, though. It could make such a difference. Flash comes in. It's absolutely perfect. There's a contact flash, however, from FaZe. Mercury with the trade out, and a missed shot certainly could have been the kill onto Twist. They're very lucky to get away with that and find themselves the B bomb site. Easily could have gone the way of TYLOO if only the wind had blown in their favor, but it's not the case. So FaZe set up for a 7th, and I think with a few kills in, we are indeed just going to see a save of the weaponry here for the remaining 2 TYLOO guys.
Yeah. A CZ in this day and age, I'm still unconvinced as to why it's better to pick up over the 5-7.
It's just one of those things. I think some people have like a natural affinity with it. I've got one friend who is just insane on the CZ for some reason. You know, even at range.
Yeah. Back in the day, I fully understand it, but yeah, I don't know, these days. I mean, he's going kind of like 1 for 1 with it. I mean, saying I didn't get a kill here. He should have got a kill here, but...
It is one of those things. I think if you're well placed,
yeah,
you can get a kill with the CZ, Then you get your hands onto an AK, and then suddenly you're upgraded. Like, if you're in that good spot, the 5.7 definitely has far more multi-frag potential. The crosshairs in the right place, you just spamming away, and suddenly 2 or 3 guys walk into the bullets.
Yeah, one-tap headshot as well, close range against head armor. I mean, it's so strong. And so are FaZe. They're 7-0 up. I mean, they're really, in all honesty, there's not a lot to talk about when it comes towards TYLOO. They've not shown us really anything yet. A-site has been very weak. FaZe have been defaulting towards B in some of the late rounds as well, and it's been a pretty easy part of that test. Jamyong has been left to solo anchor this B site, and they're not struggling to deal with him, to be perfectly honest. Comes a good molly towards top car to slow them down in what felt like they were progressing towards B. Now retract just a little bit. They've gambled here with at least 4A in the early part of the round, but now Mosaic has rotated back over, or at least he's questioning the idea. He will rejoin this A hold. Might be the right call. Oh, gee, you've got to win that fight. Thankfully, Attacker can trade.
Decent trade as well, but we'll see. The setup is getting a bit predictable. Mosaic, however, will be on a quick rotation here, so should be able to help out, but yeah, the B bomb site just never feels all that well defended. They're constantly retaking, but Jamyong lines them up. Not just 1, but 2. So clean through the smoke. And with a bit of luck, TYLOO might just be able to get their first round on the board here. The bomb has gone down. An advanced position taken by Carrigan. He knows that something's got to happen. That smoke is kind of perfect, to be honest, though. Mosaic is forced pretty far back, as are a number of his teammates. So what do you do now? Are you going to wait for that? Are you going to all channel in through the CT angle? They are nervous here now. You can definitely feel it, even with the numbers, even with the kits. The flash is a bit broken. They are going to start moving in here. Carrigan finds a big one. Brokey also chimes in. All of a sudden, it's even done. There's hardly any time on that bomb. Both these players don't have kits as well. Where have the kits gone? Oh my goodness. Brokey for 3, and the 4-on-2 converted.
That's such a good post plant from FaZe. So well done. Like you said, that smoke that Brokey throws is so good. I don't even think he realized how good it was. It stopped the entire idea of what TYLOO were trying to do in that retake. That retake was based upon the fact of, let's barrel out of coffins together, play as the 3 of us coming through there. We've got 1 guy through CT who is going to be thrown to Utah, molly towards Nubox, flash over as well. But that one smoke completely denies that idea of what they wanted to do in that retake, and plan B was pretty damn weak. So, well done by FaZe. I didn't realize, but at the time, the perfect bit of Utah, the perfect placement, the perfect pacing as well. Brokey just stayed in towards Dark until the very last moment. Gets his kill, gets out as well, joins Carrigan towards Coffins. It's just so well played. An 8-0 start for FaZe. Where are TYLOO? Not here, that's for sure. I mean, there's nothing you can even do in this first half that can be considered a recovery. 4 rounds is generally not seen as kind of good enough on a CT side of Inferno, on a map which is generally pretty evenly kind of split in the CT and the C side. This is tough to watch. Flash over Frozen, also naded as well. He's so bland. He's also so dead. The same exact thing happened earlier as Jamyong swings down Banana, and G finally hitting a shot that he's been struggling to do so, but Twist, he'll answer for one of his own. Both him and Jacob left very low, but so's Jamyong, and now dead.
So much damage done, though. Again, you feel like TYLOO were in prime position to take their first round. Jacob in deep towards CT, might be able to get away with something. Mosaic seems to have an idea, and he is very low himself. So it could get pear-shaped pretty quickly here. Attacker working his way in behind. Timing's pretty good if he keeps this pace up for now. Smoke at the church, so Jacob gives his position away. The timing will be missed on the flank. FaZe looking to scale up into the bomb site, but it's a 2-man flank now, so looks pretty damn good if you ask me. If TYLOO can't make this one work, I don't think they're going to make any of them work, to be honest with you. Catch comes in on the bomb planter. The remaining 2 players in towards CT, which again is a difficult setup to deal with. They're going to know that there's 1 player here, but certainly not both. Well-placed shots could make all the difference. So many flashes, and they just turn into their own flash and the enemy flash. It's not going to happen. The HP bars do make a difference, and TYLOO finally make themselves known here.
I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure Jacob just full blinded Twist there as well.
But I think Twist is like turning away from CT flashes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then like turns into...
He's going to be blind either way.
It's just timing. It's just
I think Jacob slightly panics as well as he's throwing his, and it doesn't go far enough. He wants to throw it round that corner to stop the kind of banana presence, but either way, it really was a big ask. There's a flash coming over, but I'm pretty sure Twist, he's actually full blind from Jacob's flash there. It doesn't go deep enough. Either way, TYLOO, they get on the board. It's finally a retake, which works for them too, but like I was saying, I don't think they can do anything in this first half that can be considered a recovery. It's really got to come from the T side once again, right? That was Nuke. Nuke was all about that TYLOO T side, so they're looking to channel that here and now, but they've got to build up the foundations at the very least. You get towards 4 rounds on the CT side and then have that level of a T side again. I can start believing. At the moment, I am not convinced. Jamyoung, that's a big risk and one in which just about he gets away with. Molly will be extinguished by that just about fading smoke. Top car control taken here by FaZe once again. It's something they've been very good at getting.
Smoke down from TYLOO, going to keep them at bay for now. Rotating 3 in total is pretty confident in a B hit. So we'll see what they come up with here, whether they stick with this. They got a boost up, of course. Double boost, maybe? Yep, okay. And then a boost on the boost. So we're boosting, and then we're boosting, and then we're boosting again.
We love it.
3 boosts in total.
Boostception.
Indeed. And we'll see what they get away with, man.
I mean, it makes that ledge smoke sort of null and void, right?
Yep.
It's the big thing. That exact smoke right there. There we go. They call me the prophet.
This could be big. This could be very big indeed. The only thing that feels a bit sideways is Jamyoung on top, even though he's 36 HP. So he has to get this right. What's going on, though? There's a crunching from behind out of nowhere. This is so very fast from FaZe. They move through the smoke. They knew something was up. And how the hell have they gotten away with that? 3 players on A. And 2 Ts have just rushed up long, gotten out CT. What has happened there? TYLOO with a huge mistake. Be great if we can see that again in some capacity, but I feel like we all missed that a little bit.
It's a glaring gap in the defense there for TYLOO. The fact that they're given that luxury of splitting, and it's actually sort of a split that is unbeknownst to TYLOO right until the very end, it also actually makes that boost bad, right? The boost is really good if you're just going for a standard hit from Banana, swinging in towards the site. However, then when they're splitting, then they can see that it's double boost, and they just spray down. What's Mercury was the foundation of the boost. They just spray him down. He was also low. He had even less HP than Jamyoung. Yeah, that's a pretty rough one to watch. FaZe have already matched their rounds that they got in the entirety of map 1. They're doing it in the first half here, so up to 9. Yeah, really, really too easy. And then Twist, another brilliant shot, just to deny any presence coming through. For TYLOO, this is not the showing they want. This Inferno so far has been a really rough watch. And it comes back to the question of, you know, would they have been better served going for that punish, right? Looking in towards something like that Mirage as their map number 2 rather than leaving it as a decider. And so far, it seems to be the case. Now, Mirage is going to be called upon at this rate. I cannot see a world in which things change. Frozen first to fall to the hands of a combination of Mosaic and Jamyoung's nades. Karrigan also hit down low, but he will get a kill. Looks for a second before he's caught by Mosaic, who doubles down. So, Banana control 4 heavy in the early part here. Jacob overlooks his close angle. TYLOO, nice early fights for them.
Yeah, definitely some interesting overfaces that could have been punished, but TYLOO seemed to have turned over a new leaf in this round. The 2-man setup, of course. But yeah, it's curious, you know, picking up on your point about the maps. I think that TYLOO obviously looking to try and get a return to form for them, and they're maybe clutching at straws a little bit in terms of what maps to work on and which map to focus in international Counter-Strike. And maybe coming into that tournament, this tournament, that map was Train, and then the times that they've pulled it out thus far, it's not really looked that good. So they're all of a sudden having to rethink the strategy a little.
And also the permaban of FaZe as well, right? So
yeah. Doesn't help here.
There's maybe a world that could have gone overpass too. Also a map in which FaZe don't particularly like either. Come back to that. Jacob's going quick out towards this A side. Attacker, Mercury, attacker again. The combination play as the IGL looks to lock down the fort, 2 apiece as they shut down his presence towards A. The final round in a matter of moments. Brokey left alone in a 1 versus 5. It's a flawless round for TYLOO to close the half. I mean, hey, I'm not going to, beat them up for that one. It's not a great half as a whole, but that final round at least something to build upon.
Yeah, where is that come from? The final 2 rounds from TYLOO just individually looking really, really solid. I think that's something that's definitely been lacking throughout the course of that first half. So somewhat of a surprise. Maybe FaZe as well taking their foot off the gas as they feel 9 is enough for one half, and yeah, just not quite as locked in for those last couple of rounds. But we'll see here. We'll see. 8-4. Didn't work out for them on Nuke. 9-3, it feels like a very different scoreline. That one round makes such a big difference because the pistol can just win you the game from here, but still, I am waiting with bated breath. It's kind of my face right now. Just, no reaction, no emotion. Don't want to give anything away as TYLOO could still close this gap. We've seen them do it before.
Yeah, we were so impressed by kind of TYLOO on that T side of Nuke, and then now need to do an even better showing, right? It was an 8-4 there, and now they need to do it kind of even one further. I mean, the recovery required from TYLOO it's asking a lot. Yeah. However, I felt like if you gave them maybe 100 more rounds on that Nuke T side, they would have won 95 of them, because that's how dominant it felt, right? Yes. So that's kind of the big thing of where we're at. TYLOO was so good on the T side of Nuke that they need to tap back into that here on Inferno, but this is a completely different map in that sense.
Starts
FaZe,
here, of course.
They look like a different side as well.
They do indeed. They do indeed. I just think that, we have to continue that conversation after the pistol. So we'll see how this goes. They're taking a leaf out of the TYLOO book here with the open 2-man hold on. Frozen.
Okay.
Is so crisp, so clinical. I just don't know what to say. Absolutely incredible pistol work from him. And that might just be that. The whole conversation about closing it. They got to do one better. We might never get there as TYLOO cannot get this round off the ground at all. They've got a bomb to recover. They've only got 2 players to do it with.
No chance, surely, for Mosaic and Mercury. 45 seconds to work with, being flanked as well. Of course, you give it a look in. I mean, why not? But there's surely no chance. Frozen, what a start for him. And Brokey's getting so close on the flank. He spots the bodies. There might even be a knife on the cards here as well. He's going to pull the dualies out. He just wants to make sure. And he'll get the remaining 2. 10 for FaZe Clan. And there is still no response from TYLOO. Nothing. They needed that pistol more than anything. With a 9-3, it is workable, sure, but you have to get a pistol. You have to get it dominantly. And they get destroyed by Frozen.
You asked if it was going to work? He said, yeah.
3 shots, 3 headshots. I mean, it is as good as that. Been a bit of a quiet series by Frozen as a whole, but that moment makes up for it. Brokey looking excellent, 17-5 for him. And TYLOO just go for a force. I don't even blame them. Normally teams won't force so they don't get the bomb plant, or at least a good few kills, but you're this deep in the hole, you've got nothing to lose.
See what they have in store with the utility, I suppose. This is where you would pull out one of your better rounds, I would imagine. Ooh, ahead of the smokes goes Brokey. Will lose his life. Another one round the corner pretty quickly here. It's not going to be enough from Twist. Jacob as well looks panicked in the pit, and they're just not finding enough numbers. Carrigan goes crazy. That's the 10-3 effect for sure. And with that, TYLOO will take the round. So keep your eyes on this. Listen, I don't know what's happening. We've got 1 round the difference. Yeah. But this is pretty much a mirror of what happened on Nuke. FaZe got the pistol, then they lost the force buy. We had the same sort of start to this game as well from FaZe in terms of the scoreline. So just got to be careful that the same sort of issues don't creep back in here.
Yeah, once they finally sort of fell off FaZe, they never came back up, right? They're never able to kind of reclaim that in towards Nuke. And the hope is that this is not the case here. But for TYLOO, it's a good force by round. Like I said, you got nothing to lose. You may as well take the gamble and the risk here. Percentage-wise, it doesn't favor you. And of course, the Counter-Strike at the top level these days is all percentage-based. But, you know, for TYLOO, at this point, you may as well throw caution to the wind and try anything. And I love the move, right? It's just a very simple Tech-9 rush. They gamble, they play as a pack, and they rush in towards that A site. The A site is where FaZe were consistently punishing in towards their T side, and TYLOO take a page out of their book. So, money shattered for FaZe as they have to force themselves in that double eco spot. All they've got to work with is Frozen FAMAS and a few upgrades behind it. Speaking of, labored by the FAMAS, Karrigan will recover. Not a lot of bullets here as well, and he's running through the flames to get out. This is really quite panicked by FaZe as TYLOO take top car control.
Going to bolster up the B-bomb site here. TYLOO, it would seem, just waiting for the smoke to go down, and then they will make their move. There is another one available for Brokey, and even for Twists on the FAMAS, so not looking ideal. I think it's going to be harder to get into that B-bomb site than TYLOO first thought. But they might just go for it, as teams so often do. Their own utility comes in now. Molotov to force the first orange player out. Decent frags thus far, but it's Twist. Is he going to be expected? Oh, dangerous with the low HP bar dotted in there as well. He could have gotten away with absolute murder, but just one. TYLOO see it off, and they should be gifted another round in the following.
You can sort of start to feel it a little bit now, can't you? Where for TYLOO, they're ramping up slowly. I mean, this is happening towards Nuke. We didn't really have that belief, but they slowly start ramping their way back in, and then they become this real unstoppable force. And this is kind of where they're at. I mean, this next gun round that is not even going to be in the next round, it's going to be the one to follow. That is actually so unbelievably important for the mental state of FaZe. If they lose that, this then becomes a game once again. I'm not going to open the doors to the conversation just yet, but TYLOO should get a fifth in the next round. As you just mentioned, there's not going to be money to work with for FaZe, so it should be a pretty simple one to get a sixth on the board, but the round to follow that, round number 17, is unbelievably important for FaZe. Their mental state, their kind of momentum that they did so well to build up on their T side, it could all crumble so quickly. They lose that gun round, another eco to follow it as well. Before you know it, it's a 1-2 round game at that point. So for TYLOO, all they can really do in a deficit like this, you can't think long-term. You've got to think in the more micro sense of things. One round at a time, one individual fight at a time. And that's what they're doing at the moment, and it's working. Gamble stack towards B. 4 players here in this direction. But it's all 4 who don't have armor, so still shouldn't be too much of a threat. Maybe get 1 or 2 kills if you're lucky for FaZe, but that should be just about it.
Again, very slow moving here from TYLOO, but I think they know, oh, there's not much on the business end. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. Wait, Jamyon cocked the nade and then died, so the nade dropped at his feet and killed G. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened.
I'm pretty sure too, and a lot of damage done to his other teammates.
Does that count as 2 kills for Karrigan? I think we kind of got to give it to him.
That is insane.
Look at the damage towards Attacker and Mercury.
Could make a big difference. I mean, a really clean dink here.
They're one-tappable.
Oh, could be big. I like this from TYLOO, though. They've waited patiently, maybe feigned the fact that they've moved away. And the attack comes to them. It's close, but unfortunately the shots don't quite land, so seems like it's going to be good damage, but there was potential, wasn't there? There was real potential to take this one. If only Jacob with the 5-7 and the armor had been over there, really could have made a huge difference, but not quite going to be the case. He's still going to give this a look in, because of course you would. There's a gun available, and he will indeed take it.
He's got armor.
Quick headshot here. Oh, spray down's a little rough though, Mosaic. What the hell's he doing, of course, but he will get away with the kill.
Honestly, if we do have the replay of that nade dropping.
I'm pretty sure you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's off the headshot. He's cocking the nade, yeah, and it drops there.
And he jumps back into the team as well. It's sort of the worst
damage.
thing.
That's got to be like, they're always like about half, right? This is going to be like 150 damage nade there, but it's
pretty good nade
damage. In MM, you're getting kicked for that one. You get a 30-minute ban. That's what I'm saying. 10-6, like we said, round number 17. This round is so important for FaZe in their momentum, their mental state, all of these buzzwords we like to throw around. You lose this for FaZe, and you actually start to get into that position of trouble. That's when we can start opening the door to the narrative of, once again, yet another TYLOO comeback. Because then it's in reach and distance. If they can get a 7th here, especially if FaZe aren't able to save really anything, they're in a bit of a predicament. FaZe got to be careful. We're calling upon someone like a Frozen once again. He got that 3-piece to open up the pistol. He did here. Jamyoung really hit quite heftily by that HE.
Mercury moving up quickly here. A lot of space gained by him, actually, and he might be able to catch Carrigan off, who indeed seems weary of the position and certainly will be now. But has to be very, very careful. Mercury is looking around, trying to be a nuisance, keeping presence. And the thing is, what info do they have of Long, right? They know there's one person there, but there could be a hell of a lot more where that came from. And you can even see Frozen slowly moving away from B, gets caught by the contact flash. It's a beautiful round from TYLOO. You have to hand it to them. Really well played, really well read.
Just save.
And yeah, these A players on the triangle setup have just not moved all round long. Carrigan trying to make something happen, but I think he was perhaps just too deep behind enemy lines to actually save.
Yeah.
TYLOO up to 7.
Like a true captain going down with the ship, I guess, right? But there was no chance of that round really ever developing. You can see the other 3 had already immediately called for the save. I mean, that is Inferno in a bit of a nutshell, unfortunately. We said it. TYLOO, you get this first gun round, the first true gun round back in response for FaZe. And now we can start entertaining the narrative, right? We can start once again, it was 9 in a row in that first map of how good TYLOO's T-side looked. And it's a really simple, but it's a great call by Attacker, right? It's a contact play through that smoke. It's one flash in towards CT to catch Frozen, and they just hope that the pack mentality can just barrel in and find the kills, and they do. Really, really well done. FaZe call for their first tack pause. I think it's good timing of it. The good news is, with 3 saving, they can reinvest back in, especially with the loss bonus they've built up, but God, it's not a nice spot to be in. And doesn't matter how experienced these FaZe guys are, there's definitely going to be flashbacks in their mind, a little bit of saying, God, this already happened once. Let's not let it creep in again. Our CT side was woeful on Nuke. We don't want a repeat of it, but I mean, we did already see it happen, and it was a tough old predicament there. And to remind those, of course, of you who are only joining, this is our second map pick. TYLOO won the first, 13-9, but FaZe were 9-5 up, 9-4 up even. And TYLOO went on an incredible streak to close at 13-9. This is also the lower bracket here. Whoever loses this is out. So is it one of the favorites of the tournament or the hometown heroes, right? You don't want to see either of them go, but somebody has to lose.
Yep. No, it is a very good point. You don't want to see either of them go. But we will when the day is said and done. Twists with a big find in a very key round here. Super early on. Through that smoke. Brokey trained and ready. Smoke at the bottom of Banana. So looking good here. FaZe with a more aggressive kind of posture. And I think it is certainly working out for them.
Yeah, what is the play here? It looks like they're setting up for a retake on Banana. They went for early doors A presence with no B presence, and FaZe made the most of that. On flash, that'd be good. That forces Broky off the angle. A second as well, or just force him back towards the site. As a CT smoke comes down, they're going to start scaling in. Broky's actually the only one here on the site itself, but Karrigan will come in. Broky, we need a bit of a masterclass here. He's mollied out, but Karrigan swings in to save as well. Broky's still alive. Back second orange. They know he's somewhere here, but Frozen buys his time, and patience pays off for 2. Oh, FaZe, they needed somebody to step up, and they get it in 2 spades. Broky does really well to get a kill and get back, but Karrigan saves his life, and Frozen, that double is so unbelievably important as FaZe finally break a bit of this deadlock and get another CT round.
Yeah, just unfortunate. I think the real big kill for me is the twist opener, right? That is just so random.
Untraded, there's no information gained from it either.
Right. It's a net negative in every sense of the term. So, yeah, really doesn't work for them. FaZe angry in this one as they look to get aggressive down banana. There's not much presence there from TYLOO, in fact. Just Jamyoung at the bottom, maybe holding for some sort of a push. But they utilize a lot of that utility and indeed get the banana control. But it seems like TYLOO were happy to give it away. We'll see what their game plan for this round looks like. Slow creep up in the apartments. Crack angle. Is there a flash? Is there a well-timed trade? The answer is no. Broky, though, he does get caught completely blindsided. There's a push through this Moto smoke that comes in. The short player overlooked. It's very, very, very messy from TYLOO. Very disjointed. There's a lot of smokes around the site, however, and that does make life awkward. Shots not landing. FaZe seem to have woken back up here, and number 12 is secured.
That is the definition of a panicked execute, though, from TYLOO. That was rough to watch. You can see them. We don't know, but I can assume that the comms were so cluttered there by TYLOO. They really, really fell so flat. It might have only been a cosmetic comeback this time rather than the true one in towards Nuke, as FaZe have now hit map point on their opponent's map pick. Mirage is our decider, and it always felt like that was going to be likely, especially when FaZe hit 9 in the first half, but you never wanted to close the door on it because we saw what TYLOO did in map 1. But it's better for FaZe. 2 back-to-back and 2 very well-taken rounds back-to-back as well. But unfortunately for TYLOO, they're left in a tough predicament. Third and final timeout taken for them. And the buy is less than adequate. Jamyoung has been dropped. The AK's attacker will wield the Tech 9 instead. Normally I'd agree with that, but attacker's actually been looking pretty good, to be fair. He's been looking pretty sharpish. Mosaic just Tech 9 for him as well. I hope and a prayer for TYLOO to stay alive in their map pick, but Inferno really hasn't looked clean if you zoom out in a more macro sense. It's not been a great showing, especially comparatively to map number 1. And they could end on a bit of a whimper. They're going to try and hit towards B. They find Frozen, but Jamyoung will fall to the flames, and Twist is still here up close. He did pretty well towards A, and he wants more. Attack goes down to his own molly. TYLOO, what are we doing? It's scrappy, it's sloppy, and it's mistakes all round as Twist looks too close. The last man of G, surely now dead to right. A 1 versus 4 for the AK, who's left on next to no HP, and Twist will close it with the HE. That is not the showing from TYLOO that we wanted.
No, especially in those final few rounds, I think it just really disintegrates. Really, really poor. We are, of course, going to have to go to that third. We'll check in with the boys on the desk for that one.
We will indeed be going to Mirage. FaZe avoiding the same fate that they faced on Nuke, this time on Inferno, getting the W. It was quite eerie how similarly at points that Inferno was playing out to Nuke, Prof and Dust.
Yeah, almost like a similar timeline that we were witnessing.
Indeed,
just repeating itself.
What was the difference? What was the difference this time? How did they avoid that the same fate as Nuke?
I mean, they had slightly more going on, and I think ultimately TYLOO didn't look that clean, nor did FaZe look as lost on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, FaZe had a phenomenal T-side. You know, I think that the combination of Brokey and Twist's rifling, particularly some of their attacks they had towards middle and A, were very effective. You know, they were really just kind of steamrolling their way through. We kind of got our answer to how they were going to configure the team. You know, Jacob was kind of taking over the apartments more often than not. Twist was being kind of that more active agent. But really it was Brokey with the AK that really, you know, was impressive to me in the first half. Had a lot of really impactful kills to open up sites and gave them a big lead. But yeah, as you guys were kind of noting, there was certainly some woes, you know, on their CT side to close there for a little bit. But ultimately, they were able to lock in and get the job done.
Yeah, just to talk about the first half, we highlighted the JamYoung versus Frozen on B highlight. I mean, throughout the series, throughout the map. I mean, but especially on the first half, realistically, JamYoung was getting the better of Frozen there more often than not, and TYLOO was winning the banana fight as a team, but they were not winning the rounds, and I think that's, in my opinion, TYLOO didn't play that bad of a game. I think individuals really dropped the ball in specific situations, and they're somewhat unlucky. Like if you look at the G round where he's holding an angle for, I don't know, half a minute. The moment he unscopes, the FaZe guy is peeking balcony, he's off timing, of course, the trades come in, and they lose the round. It's a completely different round and maybe story of the first half if he gets that one kill. And there's a few situations like that where I felt like, you know, Brokey and Kerrigan in the 2v4, TYLOO, despite being 7-0 down, 8-0 down, they still kept their composure and they kept playing like decent Counter-Strike. They didn't get like, you know, too down on themselves and try to do crazy stuff. So I wanna compliment that, despite the fact that, you know, everything kind of went wrong. So it was a deep hole to dig themselves out of.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they just didn't play that same, you know, like up-tempo, decisive, and clean, aggressive T-side that we're used to seeing out of them. I mean, when they won that Fisher Playground 1 event, they pretty much won every Inferno match they played in that tournament. And again, it was because they played with a lot of pace. They had great spacing, great trading efficiency. They were just really sharp. And in this game on the T side, they looked a little bit more disjointed. They were kind of getting separated a little bit by, you know, some of the counter utility by FaZe. It's just the timings and spacing just wasn't quite, you know, as intact as you would hope for. But also credit where credit's due, FaZe were able to, you know, kind of ride the wave of some initial resistance in kind of that first part of the second half and eventually make the key adjustments they needed to win. And again, tip your hat to Brokey. He had a couple of really clutch moments with the AWP on the B-bomb site where there were times where he, you know, often in the past would maybe overextend or re-peak or go for something kind of miraculous. This time he played more steady and smart and just, you know, held his own really well.
Yeah, Brokey, our player of the match, really rose to the occasion. How much of a factor is his performance going to be on Mirage? Is it an important win condition for FaZe, Prof?
For sure. I mean, as much as it is about Twists and Frozen, Brokey as the opper will be important for sure. I think it also really depends on what kind of a TYLOO we get there, and the individuals. Again, I want to highlight that I think Attacker is having a pretty poor series so far, and they need a bit more from him. I know he's not like the star player of this lineup, but it's not really vibing what he's bringing to the table so far. And then, you know, G as well. I think he had some really rough rounds on Inferno where we were talking about it before. Like, if he can get that upper hand in some of these duels, some early entry picks, then that can change the complexion of the map.
I mean, the real question is just, can FaZe put together some semblance of a T side that they can be proud of? I mean, so far their T sides on Mirage have been extremely lacking. I mean, coming into this tournament, their Mirage actually looked pretty good in recent times, but they've lost both the Mirage games they've played this tournament. Both times they had well enough CT sides, but just could not close on T side. Now they're starting on the T side, and we just need to see a little bit more cohesion. I mean, that's really the biggest thing. You know, FaZe is a team that's always known for like their very scrappy, aggressive, but cohesive play style. And so far, we have not seen them on the same page. You know, they're not swinging sites together. Their utility and timings are a bit off. Like, we've seen them polish that up.
We can see that FaZe will be starting on that T side. Prof, what are your thoughts on how FaZe can make sure they have a T-side start that's similar to Nuke and Inferno today compared to their T-side against Bait yesterday on Mirage?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, I mean, the overtimes were really strugglesome during the regulation. Their T-side, you know, they got 6 rounds. I think that's not bad. So they also showed in previous some previous games the issues of just not being able to get the space and also using the utility kind of lackluster all over the place. It doesn't feel like they're getting the most out of what they have in terms of the smokes and flashes and whatever. And sometimes they're committing into bomb sites where it just feels like a losing battle even going into it, right? An Opper we saw yesterday, Headtrick, just chilling on CT spawn. There's maybe one flash coming in. He's getting like 3 kills, right? There's openings on stairs and whatever. So it's just too many openings for you coming into the bomb site to be realistically expected to have a good time.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint like one thing that goes wrong for FaZe. It's kind of multi-layered. You know, some rounds they get the initial execute correct, but then they're unable to hold in the post plant, even at times having man advantages. And then, as you've already kind of alluded to, you know, in some of these takes, it's just not paying attention to detail. You know, not understanding that, hey, if we're not smoking off CT spawn, we need to at least be flashing it or having eyes trained on it to ensure that we're not giving up a free kill the first player that comes up A or
At least trading it.
Yeah, that too.
In, you know?
So it's a combination of spacing issues. It's a combination of utility issues. You know, they need to be cleaner with how they take control of middle, make sure they don't lose too many players along the way or use up too many resources and leave themselves with nothing to actually go for the execute when they have that platform. So yeah, it's really just about brushing up the fundamentals. That's it. You know, you don't have to do anything crazy.
That being said, they have their 2 T sides today have been awesome, right?
Yeah,
8 or 9 rounds. On,
and then, as you mentioned as well, you know, the regular time T side for FaZe against Bait was pretty good, but it fell off in that overtime. And then, yeah, I think if they end up starting like that on Mirage, it's going to be very tough. We want to see them reproduce the T side from Nuke, the T side Inferno, but this time on Mirage. And I guess the regular time Inferno, T side from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to add here is something that I forgot what I wanted to add.
You've got time.
Because you definitely, you took it away from me. You took my essence.
I'm sorry, Prof.
So
I would like to give you your essence back.
Give it back.
Do you feel it?
I feel it's coming back.
All right.
But what to say? I mean, objectively, favorites still to win this game. On the other hand, TYLOO definitely a bit of pressure now on them after that new upset win. I think they had the momentum on their side, and now, you know, facing elimination, facing that the reality that they might not play in the arena in front of the Chinese fans. I think that's going to be a tough one to handle.
We haven't done sort of predictions yet. So, Prof, you do think FaZe have that edge here? You think they'll be winning out on Mirage?
I think they're favorites, yes.
All right, and Dust?
Yeah, I think they're favorites as well. But I'm hoping that TYLOO, a team that is proficient on Mirage, like they've had some good Mirage games this year. I don't think they're completely out of it, but we need to see a little bit more from Jamyoung. He had kind of a quiet game on Inferno, for honest, and he's kind of their key playmaker. And we need to see them, you know, play that up-tempo, decisive, but cohesive play style that we're used to seeing. Like, they seem to be a little bit sharper on how they're approaching things, and they could still very well pull this off.
All right, Prof and Dust, thank you, as always, for your thoughts. All right, everybody, up next is going to be the third and final map between FaZe and TYLOO. The winner progresses, the loser goes home. Don't go anywhere, you don't want to miss what's next.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
Let's go.
Welcome back. Mirage is our canvas for map number 3. We're really looking forward to this one because we've seen the best and the worst of both sides. FaZe looked pretty damn bad on CT side of Nuke, but pretty damn good on Inferno. To see how this one pans out. Mirage has been a bit of an issue in the map pool for FaZe, especially on their T sides. Let's see if they can clean it up here. That's where they start as they're looking to hit in towards A. First fight and second fight goes the way of Mosea as he gets 2 and attacker will join the fray. So FaZe struggling to get out of ramp and on towards his A site.
That boy's got the machine gun Julies. They are firing so fast. I think it's going to be enough here as well. Another head found by Jan Young, and in comes the second set of Julies. Nice and clean, exactly what TYLOO needed after a very up and down showing on Inferno. We saw some great T rounds from them, and then towards the very end, I think the final 2 or 3 for me were just a complete mess. What was going on? Comms all over, just rushing in, no real clear game plan. So if they can kind of get rid of that and bring a bit more discipline into this map, which always seems to be an issue for the Chinese teams, maybe the Asian region at large, if you include Mongolia, right? That discipline, that level of just not taking the overswing or not pushing that smoke. I think that's going to be a somewhat deciding factor here. However, the aggression can be pretty nice when it pulls off. Oh, that's a little less nice. Frozen will find the frag, moves on to the Deagle to try and get another one. Not going to happen for him. So just the 1 kill thus far for FaZe. But goodness me, this has been a super quick start here into Mirage, whereas our Inferno and our Nuke a little slower.
Yeah, they're flying in towards the fights. No two ways about it. FaZe really trying to set quite a quick tempo. It's not working. TYLOO 2-0 start. And it's good, actually. This is the first time we've seen TYLOO start a map well. And that could be quite the indication of maybe what's to come. I mean, that is the hope, right? That TYLOO can sort of shrug off what was, I mean, all things considered, a really quite poor second map. Their choice of Inferno. We questioned the choice as well because I felt like Overpass was a possibility. We felt even going into Mirage was also a possibility as well. They went with just what they like rather than maybe looking at the whole situation, looking at their opponent, and, well, it came back to bite them. This is a bit of a nothing round. A couple of Constellation kills would be nice for FaZe, but to win it does feel unlikely. Twist has been spotted. Jam Young sort of happy still to take this fight. He's pirouetting on the site, though, as he's just dancing around. I don't think there's going to be too much here. Jacob gets one, but a quick trade. And all left down to 2. They'd like a bomb plant in a spot like this for FaZe Clan, but they're going to have a buy regardless in towards the next round.
Attacker. Got to be careful. Try and keep the MP9 alive. Not going to happen for him. Somehow, the full blind Frozen does not go down. And indeed, they've created space for the bomb plant here. So not a bad result. One more kill comes in. Could make a big difference. The nade will chunk out Brokey, though. Surely makes him mincemeat. And it's all down to the super low HP Frozen. Nothing happening for him. So TYLOO will get the round, but I think they'll be somewhat disappointed to concede the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's sort of like they get the round, but it's the fashion which they get the round as well, right? And I think you're right. You should give a little bit of extra cash on hand for FaZe to work with. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think you're really going to want to AWP here, I assume. Brokey's been pretty good with the rifle. I mean, Brokey rifled the majority of Inferno and was the star player. And he actually has been the best rated player for FaZe so far in this series. He's looked actually really, really good. You know, we looked towards kind of yesterday's action with FaZe. It was all twists. It was the only name that we felt like we were bringing up all the way throughout. Maybe flashes of brilliance from Brokey, but Brokey's looked really good today. I'm going to call upon him once again. I win 3 so far. Also, as well, one thing that I think is worth mentioning, I think Karrigan's actually looked really quite sharp today, especially on Nuke. I think Karrigan on that first half looked really, really quite excellent. You can question the calling maybe, but the mechanics, especially for his recent standards, which have looked a little lower, pretty damn good. Let's see if he can roll it back once again here towards Mirage. They've taken mid-control, but at the expense of a bit of damage. A triple stack through A. Needs to be careful here, because if they are starting to scale in towards mid, that bottom con is completely open.
Some eyeballs from short maybe that could make the difference, so we'll see here in the exchanges to come and what the options are for TYLOO. A late ramp move. Kind of a fan of it, to be honest with you. Try and gather some information. It's all a question of how far they go. So, yeah, they'll get light control, keep attacker there. Starts to maybe give the game away. Some fake out smokes here. Are they going to act upon the jungle smoke? Difficult to say at this point. I think even for us, there's still an opportunity for them to pivot in towards B if they wanted to, but it looks like a very late con move here. Not loads of utility. Straight in towards G. Doesn't look good enough, but we'll see if the shots land. Anything is, of course, possible. The bomb has yet to cross in or have space to plant. In comes the ramp guy. They're just everywhere, and the site is totally open. A lack of smokes, a lack of flashes and Molotovs. It's all down to Frozen, and the nades will see him off.
Nice work by G as well. Just tucks his head. He did get tagged as well, so he didn't want to retake that fight. It's a really nice start by TYLOO. These are some excellent holes towards the A site in particular. And I have a lot of respect for actually how they approach mid in that round, right? They actually play a really standoffish approach, which FaZe don't really know how to deal with. They're given mid control. They're given the option to wrap into towards window, to wrap into towards jungle, take all of this position. They have no read on what TYLOO are doing because they're playing so standoffish. It's not a kind of a style of play that you can do consistently, but in that round there, it really works excellently. FaZe are pulled apart in a sense that they don't even really realize. They're isolated actually way too easily, basically. So, nice work. I think the one really important thing is Mercury actually falls away as the window smoke comes through, and I think he hears the boost of twists going up, so he completely gives up that control, falls all the way back towards CT, joins the rest of the pack. Small movements by TYLOO, but nice ones. Of course, it's broken the econ once again as FaZe can't even get a plant in that round. Mosaic has spotted a few, but he chooses to fight. It's a choice that was wrong.
Oh, Karrigan, big find, actually. That's going to open up this B bomb site. There is still Mercury around, and he's got to go massive. Nice early kill to maybe give them a chance back into it. Meanwhile, G doesn't quite know where to look. Can he find this kill on Twist? Ooh, misses the shot. Misses the shot, and the bomb's actually pivoted back towards A now. So one player confirmed on A. Where are the other two, of course, is the big question. Bomb on the way. But it's not like CT is fully covered. Crack angles here for G. Bomb's going to have a tough time getting in. A few more missed shots from G there. Certainly harder ones. Tries to go for the wallbang, not quite going to land. So the bomb goes down. Mercury in. Creeping round, using the AWP shots as cover right now. Spots out ahead, finds one, finds two, and leaves it all down to Twist, which might just be enough. We'll see.
It's not planted.
Not really planted for him.
Yeah.
Smoke on the bomb. Kit available for Mercury. Surely going to be enough here. He's trapped into a fight towards CT as well. Mercury not holding quite yet, but he will be. And G just has to keep the man distracted. Half a second more and Twist might have found the bullet. It's not going to happen, and an unfortunate end for FaZe.
Yeah, if it was that front shot of triple, I think he's probably all right. But because it's a little bit over towards the left, he actually has to reposition. He has to get up and towards stairs. And that then leaves things really quite awkward. So it's not a bad effort by FaZe, but unfortunately not to be. I'm going to take their first attack pause, bring Neo on towards the mic. But TYLOO 5-0 start. I'm liking what I see at the moment. This is a pretty good CT side. And considering that TYLOO have actually done all of their best work on the T side, this is really actually quite good. And it comes back to the other side of where FaZe have also done all their best work on the T side, but it's Mirage, where the T side's had really clear issues in this tournament so far and just in general. So this is a seriously rough kind of position to be in. A few kind of errors, unfortunately, the post one there. I think Jacob, he doesn't realize that he's actually just completely exposed to CT. He doesn't realize his head's just poking up. He's got to stay better tucked there. If he stays alive, it actually makes that bench angle up close a lot stronger. All things that need to be cleaned up at this FaZe side want to be considered favorites in tournaments once again. And right now, they're in a position where stuff is looking pretty janky. Jacob needs to be careful. They're pushing lower. He's dead to rights. They go dry as well. Mosaic finds that kill and they might even continue to aggress. They're moving as a unit, a two-man pronged attack, and they thankfully get the trade on towards Frozen. How's the reactions from G? Too slow.
Attacker up close. Oh man, that could be a real big kill. A very big opportunity now for FaZe as they've evened it up. In almost an instant, Attacker will be absolutely kicking himself to not get away with one. Mercury quickly in towards Palace here. Could certainly make something happen if he plays his cards right. Jamyoung, meanwhile, is moving through connector, waiting for the smoke to go down. So they're somewhat split, not going to be able to work off of each other. Not got loads of time either. No kills present. No kills are easy. So they're going to have to move in kind of 5 seconds ago, to be honest. They really do not have a lot of time. Molotov available maybe could be helpful, but we'll see. The AWP for Brokey is calm for that first. The trade from Carrigan is instantaneous, and FaZe are on the board.
Yeah, finally get one over the line. It's just a little bit of a quicker round from FaZe. It's enough to make TYLOO uncomfortable. But the big thing for FaZe now is, right, we've got around. We've finally kind of broken the deadlock a little bit. It has to be one of many. We have to use this now as a building block going forward. Start building some foundations to work with. Well, their T-sides have generally looked better in this series. Their C-side of Mirage is in particular where they've done their best work, FaZe. They've got to give themselves enough breathing room that when they get there, it's not such a hefty deficit. We could buy back in for TYLOO, as they do. Right idea by G as well. He's waiting. The shadows as well will generally benefit G in that spot. So they can leave him posted unless he's flashed.
It's very quiet here. It's FaZe are pretty far back, right? It's safe to say they've got a lot of fingers in a lot of pies, but they're not really committing to them at the moment. Waiting to see if there's a change up from TYLOO after losing a round. We'll see the utility come in here eventually to give them that mid control that they sort of already have. So curious to see what they are going to do with it. 50 seconds and not a lot of presence from FaZe. A slight singe of the toe hairs of Attacker, but he's able to stick around and find a key kill. He backs off, Mercury peeks out. It's almost beautiful. Carrigan does get a kill before going down, so 3-on-3 looks very doable here. Brokey with a keen find on the AWP entry into the site. Twist steals with the stairs player, and Jamyoung can do nothing to stop the bomb going down and potentially nothing to stop the round being lost. He sticks to maybe find this first kill. Not going to present itself. And I think he's now committed in, so he is certainly looking for this. And not there. Doesn't get the headshots he needed. FaZe string them together.
Nice work. Really, really nice work. That double from Twister, especially that first kill, so important. Needed a bit of a hero there, and they get a TYLOO are going to call for a pause as finally they're in a position where money has run a little short. They could hear a rifle with Mercury. He's had a fantastic start to the game. 11-3 for him. So potentially could kind of utilize a hero rifle from him. I say that, though. He drops over a scout to G. So scout upgraded pistols around it. Unorthodox in a spot like this, but I guess they really want to hope that G can soften them up and the pistols can see him off. We'll see what they do. I think probably if you're TYLOO in a spot like this, especially off the back of a pause, you probably want to try and do something a little bit unorthodox. The scout of G is going to head towards B. Not even for a window peek. He might even play out by a short, but the way he's angling, he might just be posting up to just hold of any B aggression, and that is going to be the case. So G going to be that solo anchor with the scout. The other pistols are going to play for a default setup towards A. They really should just be overrun here, TYLOO.
Again, starts off very, very quiet from FaZe, not really looking to send anyone in super aggressive in the early stages.
This is a bit more of that unorthodox though, right? We're getting that gamble stack towards A. You're leaving the scout towards B. And I think maybe part of the hope of it is that if they hear a scout shot rattle off, they'll assume that he's not alone, because generally, why would he?
Very true. No one in the apartments, though, to really test him. So we're going to see here, it looks like, yeah, very quick fake out up the connector. So this could be dangerous. This could be highly dangerous moving into the A site. When do you ever expect this? But it's worked out quite nicely. Frozen comes round for a nice two-piece. Still got Mosaic on the Deagle. If he'd got one more, maybe we start to believe. But unfortunately denied away, and they just make a meal of the CT defense. Unfortunately, trained in. Brokey will catch him on the edge of the scope FOV. So FaZe keep them coming, and they look decent here.
Yeah, these are much, much better rounds from FaZe as well. And also just kind of ultimately that question that you always like to ask when you start winning rounds, are they replicable? And yeah, they are. Solid executes, really simple utility that they're setting up, and they're just sending the rifling core in to create a lot of space. And so far they are. Frozen and Twister, that combination player looking really good. Carrigan's getting in towards the thick of it. We probably just need a little bit more out of Jacob, and then there's no real doubts about FaZe at the moment. Jacob's still yet to really show up. But it's back into the buy for TYLOO. They hadn't dropped the scout in the previous round. G could have potentially had an AWP here. But here's the close angle. Attacker will get one, but him and G both drop. Mercury, the gun barrel is blocking the player below him. He has no idea that Twister's slipped the net underneath that bottom stairs. The A site has become an issue for TYLOO, and FaZe punish that position once again.
Yeah, it's disjointed. I mean, it's, again, what we have seen from them a number of times now is just the comms kind of go out the window. I think they are left scrambling when they start dropping rounds. They maybe have their heads still in the previous round or not quite on the same page. I think a timeout may well be required and may well be a step too late. They still have a pretty hefty buffer with the 5 rounds, but I think that the way this gap is closing does look quite worrying, so they have to refine themselves towards the tail end of this first half. It has been the T sides that have been a bit better from TYLOO, so I think that is something to also consider.
They knew it's not the only place unchecked. Jamyong will survive, but he's the only one to do so. One rifle to work with, but this is, yeah, it's a very, very good scale up now from this FaZe side. 4 on the board, a 1-round game, but no money for TYLOO means that it should be pretty simple. Jamyong does drop the rifle over towards Mercury. I can kind of respect that, to be fair. He has armor already, so he's going to buy in towards a Deagle. All that Mercury has to invest into is half armor, and they can have a somewhat salvageable buy. But I feel like for TYLOO to break this streak for FaZe, they do need a bit of a weird round like this. Oh my, Jamyoung dancing with the devil a little bit as he jump peeks in towards the AWP. And a shot from Mosaic, and then now running in towards this B site. Jamyoung, what have I got for us? Nothing is the very abrupt answer to that, and I think they're already going to shell out to save. FaZe are going to tie this game up.
Yes, indeed, and very quickly. I mean, look, if we're getting twists with entries like that, I think it is a pretty worrying sign. Have to be very, very careful here to make sure he doesn't start taking over the game as he did yesterday on this very map. So TYLOO just looking very flat in the past few rounds. It goes from bad to worse again, right? I think we've had 3 survive, then 4 survive now. Oh, not quite 5, but when the majority of the round was done, it was flawless from FaZe Clan. TYLOO starting to worry us quite severely here, and yeah, again, it's something that sort of plagues the region that they're from.
Yeah.
When the head loss sets in, they find it very, very difficult, I think, to get back into a game and to reset themselves and deal with sort of the emotions and the tilt. You know, we've seen G, of course, a man that wears his heart on his sleeve. It makes for great interviews and does indeed make you feel for him, but I think if that creeps into the game, it can be hard to recover things.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just non-existent. 5 in a row from FaZe, and so deservedly. Very easy rounds they've been taking, all things considered. All back in play for G. He's got Brokey to test on the other side. Big control taken here. Carrigan's going to lurk his way out. He could actually really catch a good timing here. Mosaic's double checking between bottom and top of mid. Carrigan takes a pop shot, so he's now a known quantity. Molly will come through and it will singe the toes of G, force a reposition out from him. We've already noticed that FaZe are having a lot of favor towards his A side because it's been working, right? They're not really being tested on it. So that's where they're setting now their early defaults. And it's actually part of this conditioning is starting to draw TYLOO's attention over there. So this late B play actually could be really good.
Yeah, I think what certainly piques my interest is the fact that the utility looks pretty good on A from FaZe, and they just sort of pulled away before really dedicating anything. So something seemed off to them. And now they move in towards B with only 1 smoke remaining. A lot of flashes. So maybe this was part of the plan to heavily fake things out. Not once, but kind of twice with the mid control as well. So they have a lot of flashes remaining to try and go for this unexpected burst play. But you see TYLOO have not really made too many moves. And in fact, they have people in the right place at the right time. Jamyoung does drop back and get taken down. They've flattened off B. Mercury's here pretty quickly, though, and he will be unexpected. Drops the bomb, and another as well. Yeah, they just were not ready for him to be so quick on the rotation. It's all going to be Brokey. Spots an elbow. Here's a footstep. No scope, misses, and TYLOO regain their lead.
I hate to be the man while he's down, but Jacob's got to hold the plant there. He's right next to him. He has to hold for that swing. They know there's somebody else, right? The way that Jamyoung's playing, they've got to expect at least some of the players sitting around back pillar. But as his bomb tries to go down, Jacob, he's knife out. He doesn't have his gun out. I mean, it's a simple mistake, but it gives TYLOO an entry back in and a good round on the board as well. And they finally break this streak out from FaZe Clan. If they can end the half now on a good note, FaZe will be kicking themselves. They were really setting up on track for a good position, and it's a freebie from G. Early in towards Palace, Frozen, just shift walking in towards his demise, and Mercury full blind gets 1. Does attacker get clear? The answer's no. And with a combination of G, they shut down Ram. It's all on Brokey, but he makes it a second, and I've seen a Brokey clutch on this map before, not even that long ago. Breaks open the smoke, but that'll cost him his cranium as Jamyoung sees him off. So TYLOO, 2 at the end. It's good, but it's not great.
It's true. It is true. They hold on to their lead, I suppose. Listen, we've seen a lot of strength out from them on that T side, so I think that is, for me, a big thing to consider. That's across the entire series as well. So having the cushion of rounds is always going to be good. Having the lead moving into the second half, but yeah, we'll see here. The pistol could even things up quickly. It could also grow the gap for TYLOO. But the fact that I think they have managed to get back in, you know, we made a case a few rounds prior to this that it can be difficult for a team like TYLOO to figure their way back into a game once they've been pushed out. So I think they'll be happy with the fact that they can net a couple in a row and pretty cleanly as well. Not too much stress for them.
Very important pistol, as they all are to a degree, but this one in the sense of if it's FaZe that find it, they can tie this game up really quite immediately. But if TYLOO can get this T-side started, which is where they've done all of their best work, that's where maybe they can start pulling away. It's quite the predicament. FaZe on this map have looked better on the CT side, but TYLOO this series have looked better on their T side. So it's kind of the and ah between the two narratives in a sense. A part of me wants to ever so slightly lean TYLOO in the current sense of where they're at. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Jacob, of course, who new roles of being the A anchor. Let's see how he deals with it. He's under pressure immediately, and he makes actually the smart call to fall away. For Jacob here, he's lost the sight. Give it up. Don't die for nothing. Wait for the pack to come and support you. Wait for them to join. They haven't opted for their CT control. Flash round, and here it comes. One found. Look for a second as the flames are burning the toes of Mosaic. This is janky. Mercury's in the open. He needs to get back to somewhat security. A lot of damage dealt towards FaZe as well. 2 versus 3, but can very easily be leveled. It's all on the shoulders of Twist. He had to hit those shots, and thank God he does, because Jacob was so very low. But unfortunately for TYLOO, that's not the post plant you want. They were stuck in no man's land. They're just stuck on the site in the open.
Yeah, an absolute mess for sure. You see it here again on the replay. Frozen, once again, though, is just so good on the pistols.
Yeah.
Pretty sure every single CT pistol in particular, he's had big moments.
My USB's fucking working, bro.
It is, mate. It is.
Yeah.
Fella, you're spot on.
Agreed.
Hard
Absolutely
agree on that one.
agreed.
Approved.
But yes, solid pistol round. FaZe Clan going to be able to close this one up, you would assume. But thanks to a plant, there's quite a lot to go for here on the TYLOO side of things. We'll see what they've got in the back pocket.
Yeah, bomb blonde, of course, does mean investment. So what do we got? Carrigan's got support at the very least. He's got Frozen up close with him. Which, if you want anybody off the back of that pistol, you'd want him. Let's see how he deals with it. The first is fantastic. Carrigan up close as well as the bomb spotted, but Frozen will fall as Mosaic has dived out of apartments. This is actually looking a little janky, at least for this FaZe CT hold. Thankfully, Brokey's got over in time.
Oh, Jamyoung. I think he might just have slipped through. Yeah, they're not expecting him. Can't get the stronger weapon out, unfortunately. Can't buy the time for Mercury. There was a brief window, but unfortunately it slammed shut by the remainder of FaZe. They now even things up very, very quickly indeed. TYLOO not going to be able to bring much presence into this round, so FaZe should take the lead here, and TYLOO are going to need that strong T-side that we've seen. And AK hits the ground. So maybe there is something on the cards here.
Hero AK Jamyoung.
Right on the line, isn't it, I think? If the scoreline was a bit more in favor of FaZe, I wouldn't be a massive fan of this, but
I can
there's something here. There's something.
Means that Mercury will have nothing to work with in the next round. Unless, of course, somebody can save, that is. You want to try and make this expensive, because the long-term cash over towards the CT side isn't exactly great. Oh my god, the crosshairs train. Twist doesn't know if he just tapped mouse one. He gets a freebie of a kill there. His crosshair is absolutely perfectly trained, but patience pays off in spades. And Brokey going for 2, looking for 3. Might just get it on towards Jamyoung. He does. Brokey shuts down any sort of doubts in our mind about that round. And FaZe regain the lead, 8-7. But that was a hero round. It's statistically such a slim chance of winning that. Now we look towards this one. The full buy back in. Everybody can bring the premium guns, bar Mercury, of course, who dropped the AK last round. But he can still would a Galil. No Util, but he still could have that. He's going to opt for the Util with a Tech 9.
Yeah, somewhat fair enough. Again, it's a case of maybe you'd want to see him on a stronger weapon, given the fact that he is 7 kills ahead of the next highest on his team. But We'll see if he can make the Tech-9 sing. Straight up execute coming in, not wasting any time here, TYLOO. This is within the first 20 seconds of the round. They just charge out. There's a Molotov that splits them up. Brokey hiding behind a smoke here. Well played and well found. He's going to get another as well, looking really good in these past couple of rounds. He goes down, but he's traded. Twist keeps them coming, and Mercury can't get anything done. FaZe Clan make it look easy.
God, Brokey does so well there. He's just dancing around those smokes, dipping and diving inside of them as well, just to kind of make sure they lose track. But he does so excellent, especially the second kill, finds it and then falls away again. It's a really, really nice play from him because he has to buy time for those rotations to come through. Yeah, it is. Really was well done. And Twist looking solid once again. 14-8 for him. 16-11 for Frozen. 13-12 for Brokey. The big names are stepping up for FaZe Clan. And TYLOO are running out of chances. They're running out of time. Not only in this map, not only in this series, but this tournament. 9-7, but loser of this is out. It's a damning position to be in. I've got confirmation. A winner of this takes on FUT 2-0 over Pain over on the B stream. We caught a little bit of that, of course, in between our two series, but FUT playing some good Counter-Strike.
Indeed. Revenge on the cards for FaZe Clan if they can see this one off.
True.
Oh, flashes are good, but Twist does get traded pretty quickly. There's a break of the smoke, and Brokey
brilliant
for 2. He is just on fire at the moment. Only 15 kills overall, but I'm pretty sure he's hit 8 kills in the past 3 rounds. Maybe make that a little more now, of course. And man, TYLOO just completely disappearing here on this T side.
Yeah, FaZe are disintegrating them, right? There is just, these T side executes are just bringing nothing to the table. Credit to FaZe, this is such a good hot streak from them. Now up to 5 in a row. A flawless half thus far. I mean, we were saying it, right? TYLOO sure they do a lot of their best work on the T side in this series, but FaZe's strengths on Mirage come from the CT side, and they have looked really strong. It's the T sides that have been letting them down. That was pretty indicative against FUT, just as we were kind of speaking about them, but the CT sides were looking really, really good and continue to do so. Brokey, he might have just spotted a pixel there, in all fairness, but needs to be careful. He is a little bit exposed in the open. Drops a nade, gets out. It's a good call from him. Done a lot of damage towards Jam Young, 51 points.
I thought they might do something with this player in the underpass, but not really been the case. Replenishment of the mid-smoke. Doesn't seem like FaZe are super bothered, but maybe they're wanting to make a move of their own. Look at this, there's 4 players ready to go in and around middle. Twist gets flashed out and finds a frag off the back of it. Gonna get another as well. It's a lovely move here from FaZe. It leaves B somewhat vulnerable, but Frozen finds a key headshot. Should be a bomb plant on the cards. They're not going to be too bothered about that. The rounds are all that count at the moment, and FaZe most certainly have this one in their hands. But we have seen a number of these deficit situations go the way of a T-side especially. G trades out. He looks healthy. He looks pretty clean. Can't get the transfer, but it's as close as possible. TYLOO, unfortunately, cannot convert, and FaZe will keep the rounds going.
Yeah, it's 2 unbelievably important kills from Frozen as well. He gets the first as a player's trying to dive out of apartments. That gives them the possibility of even attempting that retake, and then the closer there on towards G, the quick trade coming through. Twists, also a mammoth round coming through from him. FaZe are inching closer and closer to the series in their favor, and very akin to Inferno, unfortunately. TYLOO are falling a little flat. Non-existent now. It's 6 rounds in a row for FaZe, and there has been nothing of this T side from TYLOO thus far. I mean, the good news is bomb plant plus loss bonus means buy every round for TYLOO, but it's not changing anything, unfortunately. We need this second win. And I don't know if TYLOO actually have it in the locker. Mentally, they look so checked out.
Another straight up A execute here early on in the round as well.
Nice nade.
Just going to try and make it work. Lots of damage done. There's a break that comes in. There's a collapse. There's a team kill. What is going on? What is happening?
Jacob was dead for so long. And he's like, nah, I'm seeing him off anyway. You're in my way.
What is going on?
You're in my way. Move. Frozen left with all to do in a 1 versus 2. What is happening in this round? Mazeo will get the plant down. Oh my. I mean, it's kind of opened the door to this round a little bit for Frozen. He's got a full belt of Yuto and a kit.
Yeah, I'm still reeling. I'm glad we get a moment of respite to just kind of absorb what's happened. Frozen, though, moving in here. He does have a decent amount of utility as well. The molly towards Firebox would be great, but he instead chooses to take the element of surprise. He's now lost that. Trying to fight over at Tetris. I don't think the Molotov is quite going to reach, so Attacker can just draw in and wind the clock down. Mosaic gets the trade, and TYLOO, despite the madness of the team kill in the middle, despite a collateral from Brokey as well that we might get to see here.
Yeah.
They actually take the round. So it's comical and it's crazy, but when you look at it objectively, it's very well done from TYLOO to secure that one.
Oh, man. What a crazy round of Counter-Strike. I mean, if that isn't the most sort of TYLOO-coded round ever, I don't know what is, right? Just carnage all the way throughout, but it's, I guess, carnage that is favorable. They can, at times, this TYLOO side really thrive in the chaos. But still a lot more required. It's good to get that round on the board, but it needs to be one of many. We need to start locking into consistency now for this side. 3 rounds of deficit. FaZe Clan 2 rounds away. Textbook as well, that it's Mosaic to close the round 2 after what he did. Sort of making up for it. An apology in itself. FaZe got plenty of money to buy in towards this one and the next, to be honest. So TYLOO, if they're going to start to pick up a bit of a streak, they've actually sort of got to do it the hard way, really. Gun rounds all the way.
Yeah, going to be a really telling round as to how the rest of this game goes, whether it will be an extended affair or if FaZe Clan can shut things down here and now. TYLOO slow it down, still look to finish A if they have their way. But just trying to bait some utility out. G's going to catch twists from the Palace area. Okay, so a little overlooked, it feels like. However, the CTs will get their kills back in. Brokey chiming in, of course, as he continues being ever consistent.
Oh, there's a pixel there.
There was. And, I mean, Carrigan was thinking about going around that corner. It's a good job that he didn't. He will still fall to Mosaic. Evened up here.
What a swing. Molly at the toes of Jacob. He's had a slow game, and he gets one before falling. I can't really ask too much more of him in that spot. And a very winnable 2 versus 2 for FaZe. Just look at the HP of TYLOO. Mercury is barely alive, and G's more or less alongside him. Both of them basically 1 foot in the grave. They've got to get very fortunate in a couple of these fights for it to fall in their favor. That's not a good start. Frozen. Perfectly placed nade. As down goes Mercury, and it's all on the shoulders of the hometown hero, and Frozen will rip his head off his shoulders. FaZe, map, and series point. And TYLOO now face elimination on the line. They have to go flawless from here on out, and that's just to get to OT.
Honestly, I think with the way the energy has been, I think they needed that previous round.
Yeah,
I do feel like this should be quietly into the night for TYLOO. Honestly, should have been 12 already, right? I think that TYLOO are a team that are going to thrive in chaos, as their 8th round win was, of course, the most mental round, probably of the series. So yeah, the fact that they just can't turn that opportunity into a diamond, as it were, is a pretty big issue for them. They are going to take their last tack pause, as you would expect, out with 5 Galils. Oh no, okay, there you go. We see an AK come into play. Might be another one to join it in just a second, but they're opting for pretty heavy utility here.
Well, let's see. Utah, like you say, is that priority of a firepower, but is it going to work in their favor? Well, I guess as the tac pause turns tech, get a little bit more time to think about it. And for us too. But unfortunately, this has just not been a display from TYLOO. One round on their T side is all they've got thus far. I mean, it is unfortunately been a bit of a whimper, if we're being honest, right? A bit of a lackluster showing on the T sides, which have by far been their better sides in this series. You look back towards Nuke as well, really good T sides. It was like 9 rounds in a row they got. They looked incredible. The executes were so clinical, so strongly taken. You look towards Inferno, again, there was those flashes of brilliance and moments there, but unfortunately, Mirage, not enough. It was a decent first half and a very workable, manageable one, but FaZe's strength in this CT has come through in spades here in this matchup. And FaZe now 1 round away from a rematch with FUT in that lower final. And TYLOO at the moment on track to join Pain and Envision, MIBR, in that 9th to 12th bracket. Fortunate as well, the 2 hometown teams as well going out at this stage.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. I think, you know, TYLOO of not even 6 months ago would have really turned some heads into this tournament, but
you could consider them one of the recently. Sort of big 3. Like a few months ago, you would look to them and be like, right, they're on home soil. This is actually a tournament that you could even, like, someone could make an argument of them being like the favorites coming into a tournament like this, and I wouldn't be like up in arms about it. But like, all right, I can feel that, but it's as of late, right? That's the big thing with TYLOO is like recently they've looked just not themselves. They've really been struggling to kind of chain performances together. And I don't know whether it's sort of they've been figured out or whether they got to a point where the losses piled up and the mental state got affected. But either way, it's been tough.
Often a region you would say, but you know, the country of China, the Counter-Strike out there, I think it's one where it can be a bit strange within teams, right? Where there's maybe a player that wants to move on, but they don't necessarily voice it, or they want to make some changes. We've seen a couple times now where teams like fully swap play. Vision and TYLOO are a great example. They swap 2 or 3 players, and then actually they decide maybe not for me, or they end up on the bench, you know, and strange things like this. TYLOO themselves for a couple of years, just no one knew what was going on with the roster. And what was smart, what was effective. And I think you hear things sort of behind the scenes of like how certain players, the aforementioned Advent, the way that he's kind of pushed out of the team is a little funky, and they've maybe wanted to do it for a long time. You know, it can be very, very strange. So maybe there's a bit of that going on at the moment. We might see some drastic moves in the next couple of months.
Yeah. I mean, we had the potential of being that kind of super team that at one point, right? Jam Young, Starry, Mercury, Mosaic. I mean, it was like a really cool team that was brewing, and, you know, I was kind of G to round that out. And there's definitely arguments about kind of like who is the best AWPer in China, because I think Zaka obviously is a really, really good kind of shout there as well. I think maybe even the argument in terms of like skill ceiling, you'd actually probably put Zaka above G. It's just more consistency is what G brings. Also the vibes as well. We know he's become kind of the people's champion for a reason, right? But there's so much talent is the ultimate narrative here. And, you know, not even too long ago, I was out for about a month in China and doing a little bit of the grassroots into a bit of a bigger tournament kind of for Asia. But some of these grassroots Chinese teams are so crisp. There's some really, really decent talent over there as well. They got a lot of these sort of bedroom org teams that have a lot of what I assume to be future names that'll come through that'll be playing within a lot of the kind of higher level domestic Counter-Strike, and potentially even getting chances to move into some of these big teams. So there's definitely talent there, but it is the question for TYLOO of like, what is the shakeup, right? Because they've got the people for this. So it feels like then, are you looking maybe towards a little bit more of an IGL change or a coach change as well, right? I mean, it's tough because it feels like they've got all the right pieces, but something's not clicking.
Still waiting to round out this technical pause. Hopefully not going to be waiting too much longer. do kind of forget that there's like that reflection in the eyepiece of the gas mask. It's pretty cool, to be fair. But yeah, it can be a bit tough here. I mean, right at the tail end as well. TYLOO, I think, really kind of desperate to just get back into this and pick up on the energy and not allow FaZe to calm down and start to deal with the pressure from a mental perspective. Heard a couple of ticks, which is usually a good sign. I think everyone is brought up and on the server.
It's generally meaning a ready up kind of in the chat.
And we are indeed back into it.
Exactly. There we go. Let's get this show back on the road and what potentially could be the final round. The pause might be longer than the remainder of this game, to be honest, because FaZe have looked so sharp on the CT side. TYLOO have felt, I don't know, so feeble, I think is just the stark way of putting it. We spoke a little bit about that buy. 1 AK for Jamyong, 4 Galils across as they prioritize utility. It's a T-side molly that was thrown towards top of mid. Something tells me that was an incorrect piece of util there, but we'll see.
I think you might be right. Potentially catch a little replay on it. All the same, no harm, no foul, as the replenishment of smokes here. Oh, it's a small break, but it's the flash that's good. Twist is going to go in for a bit more. Wow. And you just see Mercury is completely caught off by that. The braggadocious move from the return of Twists might just make all the difference here in what could be the final round of the series. Certainly looks to be the case as G finds himself all alone. 27 HP out of nowhere. Brokey will get him through the smoke. And FaZe Clan have indeed done it. They will knock TYLOO out. Over to the desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much, Scriv. Yeah, big congratulations to FaZe getting the job done across 3 maps. TYLOO had their moments, but they just didn't have that edge required to take out the international roster of FaZe. Prof and Dust, let me get your initial reactions coming out of that matchup. I think FaZe looking good on Mirage.
Powering up a bit, I guess, throughout the tournament, throughout the series, throughout Mirage as well. Started the 0-5 down, but you know, winning one round and then a 2v4 recovery, and after that, it felt like FaZe were in control of Mirage and just, you know, took it home.
Yeah, I mean, it started off a little bit scary. I mean, when TYLOO jumps up to a 5-0 start, you start to have kind of the, you know, fear that we're going to see another T-side of FaZe falter and find themselves in a really tough spot, but they're able to finish the half with 5 rounds after that 0-6 start. So, you know, not always the prettiest CS to get there, but they got the job done, and that's what matters most. But defensively, FaZe, again, play really good Counter-Strike, and this is what we've seen from them time and time again on Mirage throughout this tournament. Their CT side of Mirage has always been very good. Twist taking to that A-com position very effectively. You know, Brokey being, you know, a really dynamic player with the rifle more often than not, actually.
Yeah.
And having a lot of impact. And, you know, it seems like everything fits pretty smoothly for them defensively on this
I think
map.
this last round, you saw Twist do what he's been doing quite a bit, especially on Mirage, is that's like break a smoke, take a fight, have some flash support, you know, have some teammate support, just be pretty aggressive in your face and use the aim that he always had, but now is just shining even more than in the past like year or so in Liquid, right? So that's kind of the recipe for success. I see Frozen towards the top of the scoreboard as well. Didn't notice too much. He's been chilling. Of course, his pistols have been pretty insane. Every CT pistol multi-kill, right? And
look at that timeline, dude.
They won. These are the kills, I think.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying like he only had like maybe 3 total rounds the entire game. Didn't get at least 1 kill. Like it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. He was just consistently adding to the tally. So his best map so far didn't have like a great series overall, but this map great. And I mean, you're talking about Brokey. Like he's just. His rifling just fits. It just works. And in this series against TYLOO, they didn't need to like, overcook stuff and try to like complicate things. Just be there for the trade, go together, and then that kind of worked. Yeah, another 2v4 between him and Kerrigan. I think that round was really kind of a backbreaker for TYLOO because it was kind of a swing economically as well, and just allowed FaZe to get to these 5 rounds. And this pistol as well, Frozen, amazing.
Yeah, let's give our props to Frozen, our player of the match for Mirage. But let's stay on the topic of Brokey. Good series from Brokey. In fact, great series. Top performer across all 3 maps. And I think I can't remember which one of you mentioned his rifling, but yeah, his rifling on Mirage, really solid. Yeah, we know he was a rifler before he came an AWPer. He is he's comfortable on that rifle, and it's cool to see him pick it up, be dynamic. It really does fit his playstyle, that aggressive, sort of flashy, in-your-face style, and it paid dividends there for FaZe Dust.
Yeah, I mean, we were really kind of harping on him yesterday because he did play very poorly. I felt like in the series that, kind of put them in a tough position where there's just situations where he was kind of overextending, trying to go for hero plays he didn't need to, just maybe pushing the envelope a little bit too much. Whereas I feel like in this one, while he certainly still played in your face and played aggressive and still played the, typical style that he's known for, I thought he showed a little bit of restraint in a couple of key moments to maybe not go for the extra push or maybe, fall back off of an angle and actually, take things a little bit more of a calculated fashion. And so, yeah, I mean, props to Brokey. He had a phenomenal amount of impact throughout the course of this series. I mean, his T-side play on Inferno was huge for them as well. So, yeah, shout out to him.
Yeah, for me, just from FaZe, I'm still hoping to see more from Jacob and be like, what is this guy about? Everyone hyped up his aim so much. His former coach when he was in his previous team in Poland, and then twists, comparisons to Nico and all of these things. And I don't really see it in action. I'm sure he in practice can be showing this, but in officials, I feel like he just needs so much more, time and nurturing, and I'm not sure even if he'll be able to get that. We'll see how the rest of the story goes for FaZe.
Yeah, very soon we'll have a interview with FaZe just to keep you all up to date at home. TYLOO currently being interviewed, but that interview will only be in Chinese, so we'll continue to chat a bit more on the desk. Prof, going on from what you mentioned, so if Brokey, Twist, and Frozen are popping off, FaZe look pretty good. That being said, do we need to see Jacob rise a bit more to the occasion if they are to get to the grand final, if they are to win CAC?
I think
and how can he do that as well? I know we keep asking this. We don't mean to sound like broken records, but it is an important question. But how do we activate Jacob?
I think for CAC they don't need to activate Jacob. I think they need to activate Jacob if they want to be competing with the spirits and vitalities of the world, which they would hope to be doing. Because ultimately, if you don't have a strong opening pack, then it's going to be rough. And I think what they're doing is putting Twists in a lot of these, I would say, star entry positions and using him a lot more than just relying on Jacob to run in and do stuff. But I think you need a balance of these two things, because I think Twists today didn't have like an insane series, and then they relied on Brokey to clean up. And I don't know how much you can rely on Brokey. I wouldn't rely on Brokey for anything. If I had a deal to meet him for coffee, I wouldn't expect him to show up.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world for FaZe, like Twist and Frozen are kind of your two main rifling stars. If Jacob can get into some good form, he's solid. And Brokey's kind of like your X factor, like kind of your wild card that you can kind of throw out there to kind of scramble things up or catch people off guard is probably the best formation you could do with this team. But yeah, I mean, I think with Jacob, it's just a tough situation, right? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts now. He's played on a couple of different lineups already on FaZe, even though he's only been there a short time himself. This is a different level of competition, different level of expectations. He's having to already change positions that he, used to play. He's having to adjust to that as well. So when you're not only switching spots that you play, and you're also trying to get used to playing at this level of competition and, dealing with the tough travel schedule and dealing with all these things that Tier 1 pros have been doing for a long time that you have not, there's a lot that you have to kind of juggle. And hopefully with more time, we'll see him figure it out, because his aim does look crisp. Like when you watch his POVs and you watch him in situations where he doesn't have to really think too much and he can just kind of take, the little duels one by one.
Yeah, that Deagle 1v3.
Yeah, the Deagle 1v3 on Dust 2. There was a couple of A-holds that he had anchoring on Mirage just now where you'd see him hit like a nice burst or hit like a nice one-tap. So you can kind of see some, hints there, but it's just the overall numbers are not there, which, and that's got to change at some point.
Yeah, Jacob stats up on screen now. Yeah, just a 0.92 rating.
We all know that rating 3.0 is broken anyway, so it's fine.
What does that mean? You're literally saying he doesn't have a lot of impact. 0.9 rating. What do you want? Come on.
Yeah, let's not get into the details of rating 3.0. But yeah, Jacob, middling, slightly low performance across the tournament so far. Again, not mean to be harsh to the young guy.
Talking about performances,
rises to the occasion. I wanted to swing the conversation here and go back to Twist, because it wasn't his best series ever, but it was a good series. 50-36, 81 ADR, 1.23 rating. I think maybe we can speak generally about how well Twist has been doing since being reintroduced to the team. EPL, storming performance, and he's doing good across this tournament so far as well. What can we expect from Twist going forwards?
I mean, if he continues anywhere near this level, he's going to be like an elite player. Is going to be like this.
HLTV top 10?
HLT top 10 for sure, actually, if you put it that way.
Not enough time.
Not saying for this year, but let's say if he takes this form into next year, we're talking about like top 5. I think that's the level that he's bringing with FaZe right now. But can that continue, and can it continue in like against better opposition as well? At EPL it did, but let's see.
Prof, starting with you, and then we'll go to Dust for the same question. Why does Twist fit so well into the FaZe system and under the leadership of Karrigan? Starting with you, Prof.
Starting with me?
Starting with you, and then we'll go to
then Dust.
Yes.
Not Dust first.
Dust, Prof? Prof.
Me first.
I think you've...
Prof.
Okay.
Over to you in the studio.
Over to me. I just think he is kind of like a glue player in a way. He's not too dedicated to being super aggressive or super passive. He kind of fits this flex role, and that's what FaZe have been missing. That's it.
Dust?
Dust next to you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a mechanically gifted player who is a very versatile rifler. I mean, as he kind of noted, he kind of sits in a happy medium where sometimes he can go for aggressive plays, whether that be on the extremities or whether that be as a trade fragger behind Karrigan. He also can play the star CT spots very effectively. He's very good and self-sufficient in being able to understand when he needs to be taking certain fights, when he needs to be doing certain supportive elements. Just a very smart player. And look, he's in an environment he's comfortable in. He's played alongside some of these guys before. He knows how to play with Karrigan. He won a Grand Slam and a major with Karrigan. I mean, there's a lot of familiarity there.
I have a question for you. Do you think he's going to be the IGL of FaZe in like a year?
That's a great question. You know,
because
obviously
it feels like this is what it's happening, right? It doesn't feel just like, it's Twist coming to FaZe. It's like him bringing how he wants to play, also getting so many of these roles. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing outside on Nuke in the future. I see him almost, they want to build him in like what Nico was previously for G2 or for FaZe, you know. That's how it seems.
I would hate to see it,
build
though,
that.
honestly, because if Twist can play like this when he's not having to worry about IGLing and he's in an environment that he's happy with and they're playing a game style that he is, you know, wanting to play, then keep doing this. I mean, he's still a very young guy. Like, what, I think he's like 25 years old or something like that. Still, I think has a lot of star years ahead of him. It's almost, you know, one of those things where I would hate to see him do that. But I think you make a good point because it's like, you know, Karrigan eventually is going to step down at some point, right? Well, and whether he wants to step down the coaching or step down into something completely different, we don't know. And then it's like, well, who could FaZe get as an IGL at that point? Like, the market's kind of tough. Maybe Twist would do it again. Who knows?
Guys, just a quick update. So I don't think we're going to be getting a winner's interview with FaZe. Instead, let's spend our final moments on this match talking about what's next for FaZe. So they're going to be going up against FUT later today. A chance for revenge and a chance for FUT to prove themselves once again. From my perspective, given the current form of FaZe, and given it as well that they did lose to them in a best-of-1, I think FaZe are going to come out strong. I think that's an overall very strong chance of winning for them. Prof, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to also mention TYLOO just for a second. Unfortunately,
sure, absolutely.
They're out of the tournament. And I think, especially on the last map, I think they didn't really activate Jamyoung at all. And I mean, he plays B on Mirage. That's their decision. I'm not really sure. I understand he plays anchoring positions. We were talking about it in the green room, like, this is the most isolated position, and even when people are going there, he didn't really do much. So I think that's a win condition gone out of the window. So that was missing from TYLOO this time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, you know, certain teams are putting kind of star players to anchor ramp or maybe anchor inner or something like that on train. So there are some anchor positions that stars can play, but yeah, playing B anchor, that's just like, you're just wasting talent away at that point. Like, anyone can play that position. That's one of the more basic ones. A lot of IGLs take the hit and kind of sacrifice that to set up stars. So that is a little bit odd, but yeah, I mean, I think for TYLOO, it's just still searching for some consistency. We've seen hints of something out of them when they won that Fissure event earlier, but they just haven't been able to maintain that same, you know, level of play throughout the rest of the season. So commiserations, obviously, would have been cool to see them on the stage in their home country, but unfortunately, they'll have to try again some other time. Commiserations
indeed to TYLOO. It will be interesting to see exactly what they do next. Yeah, very quickly, guys, final thoughts. Yeah, looking ahead for FaZe, how do you see the FaZe FUT matchup going later today? Prof, starting with you, and then Dust.
I mean, honestly, FUT, they have some strong performers. The first game, I think, was very close between FaZe and FUT. Even the T side that looked, you know, on paper 3 rounds very bad. Demon was doing demonic things in opening a bomb site on Mirage, and he did it against Pain again. He dropped like 20-something kills on Dust too. So I think there's a chance for FUT to do kind of an upset, but I'm still leaning towards FaZe.
Yeah, FUT arguably on the rise again. They managed to beat out Pain, but do you see them beating out FaZe in a best of 3 Dust?
No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously, Mirage is going to be an X factor in that series. It'll probably come up again. FaZe will have to try to figure out if they can get past some of these woes they've had on the T side. And so that is an option for FUT to maybe once again get a repeat map win performance. But it's like once it goes elsewhere in the map pool where FaZe has looked a little bit sharper, I think that's where things are getting a little bit tougher. So I do expect FaZe to ultimately win that series, whether it be 2-0, whether it be 2-1. I'm not sure. Depends on how Mirage plays out if it comes in. But yeah, I expect FaZe should be in the playoffs.
Prof Dust, thank you as always for your thoughts. All right, everybody. Yeah, TYLOO bowing out of the tournament. FaZe moving ahead. They'll play FUT later. Is it FUT or FUT?
Bro, I have no idea.
Yeah, okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, they'll play FUT later today. Up next, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Legacy, our Group A upper bracket final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be on a short break for about 10 minutes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。 集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感，无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。来吧，看我们的！他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。准备安炸弹了。嗨，我们成功了，走了。让他们见识见识谁才是老大。你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了。今天还回得去吗？
Welcome back, everybody, to the CS Asia Championships 2025. I love that Perfect World video, seeing High and Buy up to some shenanigans. They're stealing, or one of them stealing something out of Nuke, and then we end up in train. Prof, Dust, you enjoying the content?
I loved it. I loved it. I love the little moment when the little guy comes off the train. As you noted, as you saw me, I got very excited for that bit. It meant the world to me.
It's neat. It's little added details.
Indeed.
Make the broadcast better. Love it.
Absolutely. All right, so everybody, if you just tuned in and you missed the action so far, TYLOO bow out of the competition. FaZe move ahead. Up next, we've got Team Liquid versus Legacy. This is our Group A upper bracket final. The winner will go directly through to the semifinals. The loser will go through to the quarterfinals. A very interesting matchup of CS. We've got this Team Liquid on the rise, the return of Elige. And then, funnily enough, we've also got this Legacy. Oh, we've got Dust pumping his fist. I'm sure you'll see that on camera shortly. And then, yeah, we've got this Legacy also on the rise, a team that we've often wanted to see more from, and they've often missed, but right now they're looking good at CAC. Before we get into the details, though, we've got Group A up on screen as well. You can see exactly how both teams got here. Prof, looks like you want to jump in.
I want to jump in and just say I think it's a team in Liquid that is living up to expectations, and Legacy that's over-delivering. And that's where we are, kind of how we're setting the stage for the game today.
I'm just excited for Liquid again, and that scares me because they've let me down so many times. They've let us all down so many times, but this Liquid is like a Liquid to get excited about now because, I think that a team that has been critiqued in the past with the management and like the roster pickups that they decided to do, like these last moves are making sense, like bringing a tenured IGL and Shuhei into the team, bringing in Nerds as a star, another star rifler, bringing in, Flashy to be a new coach with a vision to help, redirect this team and get them on the right course. And now you've added Elige, who is the missing piece at Liquid has really struggled to find for some time, like a true star entry rifler that can really fulfill that role for you and help build everyone else up. And so far, they have been, passing with flying colors here in Shanghai.
Yeah, it's been a rough and rocky relationship. A lot of disappointments, a lot of letdowns. But what they need now is everything coming together and a nice honeymoon period. And this is something that Liquid has really struggled to have with previous additions, with Shui, with Flashy coming in. With Shui coming in, it was Bucharest earlier this year, his debut tournament. One of the teams that they lost to was Legacy, being smashed 0-2. So in a way, also an opportunity for Liquid's revenge. But more importantly, just to keep building this confidence, a new fresh start with Elige, and things actually clicking from the beginning.
Talking honeymoon periods, Prof, are we arguably at the start of one now? Because Team Liquid have looked strong across the tournament so far. They beat out GamerLegion convincingly, the same with MIBR. surely favorites going up against Legacy. Could Team Liquid even be the favorites to win the tournament at this point? What do you think, Dust?
I mean, I think it's one of those situations where we had like 5 or 6 teams that we thought could win the tournament. 2 of them have already gone. TYLOO being eliminated, GamerLegion being eliminated. 3D Max and FaZe are still kind of in the hunt. But yeah, I do think Liquid, despite not having been together for very long, if you just look at the field and you look at the talent that Liquid has on paper, which to be fair, we've been saying that for quite some time, like surely this level of talent should eventually deliver. I think they're in a prime position to do so, with the opposition they have ahead of them. Like, I think it very well could be a trophy for them.
The thing is, the GamerLegion win, pretty okay, but we already saw that they're eliminated. Then the MIBR win, also eliminated, and that to Virtus.pro. I think in some ways, as much as I did like what I saw from Liquid, I think the opposition wasn't that great. There's one stat line that I looked up and I was shocked by. Liquid have 70% opening kill win rate. So like 70% of rounds they get the opening kill. It's so easy to win games when you just get the entries all the time and for free. Watching that MIBR game, like, I don't know what Insani was doing in half of these rounds, just jumping around, dying. I think they were set up for easy games, and I think the Legacy game will not be the same. I think Legacy, what they've shown so far is that they're a pretty serious team, and they'll put up a bigger fight and really test Liquid.
So you think it will be harder for Team Liquid to sustain the opening frags versus Legacy?
I mean, just in general, they smashed, through the first 2 games. I just think it's going to be a much tougher battle because it's going to challenge Liquid's depth much more. We saw how FaZe can struggle in when things go rough and when you go deep into games, into rounds. I want to see the same from Liquid. I think we will see that.
Astute points. Let's turn our attention now to Legacy. So, tournament so far, coming into this tournament, I think very fair to say Legacy were seen as underdogs, but is it fair to say they've since become somewhat dark horses, Dust?
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint Legacy because they dominated their region pretty early on, and we saw them qualifying for some big events like, PGL Bucharest event that you mentioned where they beat Liquid in the group stage, and IEM Dallas is another event they got to attend, but they really didn't do much at all at those 2 tournaments. But then they had that major run at the Blast Austin Major where they nearly made the playoffs. A very close loss to Mouse Sports was what stopped them from being able to attain a quarterfinals placement there. But the follow-up, since then in this second season of the year hasn't been all that great, right? We haven't been able to see them really put together any results. So yeah, they had to win over Furia, I guess, at EPL, but ultimately still missed the playoffs there. And so this tournament is that opportunity to prove that Austin wasn't a flash in the pan, to prove that they are a team that can actually contend. And so far, so good. Beating VP very one-handedly, beating 3D Max, one of the teams that we thought could maybe win this tournament. I mean, I think Maui had them as his actual favorite, and that's fair enough. They were the highest-ranked team here. So to get that win and to see some of the performances out of some of their players, yeah, I think they definitely can give Liquid a good run.
Yeah, I want to also mention that this is their, obviously, this is the game for the semifinal, but both teams are in the playoffs already, and this is for Legacy the first time that they are going to be playing a playoff of this stature. We had an interview on HLTV with Dumao after the game, and the way he was talking about it, the whole interview felt like the dude just won a major. Like you could really sense from his response that this meant a lot to the team.
We've got Vito coming up on screen now, and Dust will get to it shortly, but just to go on, to build on this point that you're sort of making, Prof, I think one of Legacy's biggest advantages, or something that they pride themselves in that can sometimes be a double-edged sword, is that they are quite an emotional team. They're a team that talk very much in interviews about cohesion, team spirit. We all know about the noise they can make whilst they're playing out matches.
Dumao especially.
And I'm wondering if these things are going to be important against Liquid, but also are they going to be able to bring out the best of themselves in this way, considering they're already guaranteed quarterfinals?
I think that's definitely something that's going to help them take some of the pressure off of the moment. The map pool, the veto, I think not too surprising. I think I was curious if Dust2 was going to be the pick of Legacy or Inferno, but it kind of ended up being Mirage, Dust2, Inferno. You're perfect, like Puggers maps.
Yeah, Legacy's been kind of banning Train first often, but this time they had the luxury of not having to do that because Liquid don't really play Train either, so they were able to kind of, shoot that over into their second ban phase, and so Mirage will come up first, and, this is a map that both teams have already had success on in this tournament. It's one of the maps that Liquid Blue made Brazil out on. It's obviously the big win that Legacy had over VP MVP to start their tournament. And so it is going to be, you know, somewhat common ground to kick off this first match with Mirage being up. You know, obviously we can't know too much about Liquid's Mirage because there's so many moving parts that, you know, past results become a little bit obsolete. But when it comes to Legacy, you know, it's been a mixed bag for them. They've had some big wins against some great teams, but they've also lost some games lately that you feel like they shouldn't have against Energy and Gentlemates. So it's like, I don't really know where they stand.
Gentlemen, we have about a minute left. Given the veto, given all of the context we've mentioned so far, Prof, starting with you, where do you think this matchup's going?
Yeah, I will say that I think this is going to be the best game of the tournament so far. I'll put this out. I think these two teams are pretty solid, have good players around the board. Legacy kind of, you know, picking up some of their form that we know they have. Lato has been playing great. Sadzin, I mean, Nissim all had their moments.
Yep.
Dumao always. So I think they're great. And on the other side, Nerds has been activated this tournament and coming into this tournament. So that's amazing to see. He's a amazing player.
Yeah, Nerds and Lato are the two. Nerds and Lato are the two highest rated players in the tournament so far, and they're both playing extremely well. I think Nerds has been able to find a little bit of comfort in not having to be the guy entering all the time, and he's playing very well, and so is Lato.
Guys, I think this matchup has just gone live. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's head on over to Neo and Scrooge. We've got Team Liquid versus Legacy.
Yes, indeed. Very much looking forward to getting into another game of Counter-Strike, of course. And I kind of agree with Prof, honestly. I think this could be one of the most entertaining games of the tournament so far. I think that both these teams seem to be in really, really good form. Maybe Liquid you would have had your eyes on. Legacy, though, not so much. They've been riding the wave of VRS since the major and not really delivering on it for a long, long time. But here at CAC, it seems they might be.
For me, I'm going to just differ between best and entertaining, right? He said best. This, I think, could be absolute carnage. And a flashing towards ramp, he said Lato flying into the fight is exactly what we mean. This could be, and especially with the veto of all the makings, be such a chaotic game of Counter-Strike. And that's exactly how it starts. Lato flies into the fight, gets one, drops a leash, but a quick trade that comes through from Ultimate.
Yeah, the round has reset here, I think, which could certainly change the tides, but they've still got spatterings of players towards that A side of things. An interesting sort of angle for Nissim as well. He's looking to find that timing with the utility if they head towards B and don't pivot down the underpass. Potentially, I think they want to see what the pistols on A can get done, what they can attract. Naf just with a full sprint away, not really wanting to give his life away, but we've had a quick move in towards window from Nerd, so B looks kind of ripe for the taking until Shuhei dives in over aggressively. That could have been messy for sure if another kill had come in from the lone defender, but lone he is, and now with the bomb going down, these rotations are forfeit. Nice shot from Nerds. He maybe needed another. It's a flank on a flank here as well, depending on how Naf plays this. He's really unaware, however, and Dumao has crept in. This is a very strange sort of situation. Where can he be? I mean, towards short and maybe in towards the apps. They now start to check it, and he finds the key frag, stops the bomb defuse, and wins it out for Liquid.
God, Naf does so well. I actually kind of feel a little bit there because Naf is slowly pushing through the apartments. They just assume it's free, but it sort of thread the needle a little bit. It's a chaotic pistol, but all that matters, I guess, in the end is Naf makes sure that that bomb stays down. So Liquid do get a good start here. It was pretty damn close, but the second Sadzin falls, he sort of, Duba has to get off the bomb there. Force going to come through. Scout out for Sadzin and B9. For Lato's all going to pistols around it. It's still a bit of a scary buy. You can't kind of show no respect in rounds like this. And Ultimate hits so very low. One body shot's all that was required, but Dumao can't hit it.
Yeah, even does damage to like the player sort of behind him. So that's kind of sadly comical, but we'll see later on in the round if the damage does come back to bite Ultimate. Burst in towards mid. 1-for-1. Quite going to be enough to get us excited just yet. Trades are back in here from the T side as well. Elige keeping his cool. Oh man, it keeps them coming as well. Not quite going to get all of them, but he's done enough for the round to just make sure that there's no funny business there against the Force Buy, and certainly Alicia's the player that we absolutely have to look towards. It seems the effect has been pretty immediate. This is their first big tournament with him under the helm. No offense to the Birch Cup's been referenced a few times, but indeed, Alicia seems to be really making an impact here for Liquid.
Yeah, and I feel like this kind of swap move that happened with kind of him and Twists, it's actually been just a net positive in both ways. I think FaZe do look better with Twist than they do. I mean, Twist individually has been fantastic, and same for Alicia. Back in a system that he's comfortable with, and speak of the devil, he shall arise. He gets the opener on towards Sanson and Nafalad, a Mach 10 kill. A lot of cash in the back pocket. I mean, this is a nothing round, sure, but if your Legacy, you're hoping to make it expensive the same way you made the previous round expensive, but this time looks and feels pretty unlikely. The remaining three are all over towards B, and they might just shell up for the most part. I don't think they want to feed too much. Maybe that's be too soon, actually. Lugs, that's a nice double. And a dink on towards Alicia, no less, as well. He's made a good effort out of it.
Definitely making themselves known. I think it is that individual level, that ceiling that we've seen from Legacy a couple times this year that has been making the difference here at CAC, and I think if they can immediately tap into that, it is going to be hard for Liquid to feel comfortable in this game, even against these lower buys. Anything is possible type mentality. Bomb goes off. Liquid stringing up to 3 pretty quickly, but like I say, not stress-free. I think they will be full of cortisol at the moment, so we're going to see how things look into this first rifle. Legacy straight in with the timeout. They want to make sure they get this on the board.
I think this is a good call for a timeout here as well. Orb's going to be coming in play for Sadzin. Rifles across the board as well for Legacy. But I think this is a good time, right? You've already sort of had a decent indicator about what the tempo that Liquid are trying to set. You really want to immediately be able to shut it down, just slow them down in a sense as well. And also, you need to get started. You fall flat here as well, and Liquid can start pulling away early doors on their map pick. Those who missed it, we've got the, I mean, I want to say Holy Grail, but it's sort of the opposite. The trinity of puggy maps, and for most people, myself included, arguably the 3 worst in the pool.
Yeah, we're agreed on that. We were debating the order.
Yeah,
that's
so
kind of
for
how
me, Inferno,
unhinged it gets.
Worst map in the pool. Dust 2 follows it up, and then I don't actually mind Mirage. In all fairness, it's just like just the next one there kind of thing.
It's very. We'll hold the point. We'll hold the point. We've got a quick move coming in here from Team Liquid, of course.
Oh.
Looking good. The A1S of Lato mows them down before he's forced forwards. Naf on the fall, however, has found the important kill to maybe get them into this A bomb site. Nerds has to be very careful, though. He's so low with this bomb on the belt, and so low that he opts to back off. They're going to look towards B and give that a go instead. Legacy, unfortunately, not hearing any of this, not figuring it out either. Just got the AWP trained in, still expecting an A move. They will be nastily surprised by what is about to come, and I think because of how far into A, and now they get even further into A, it's going to buy so much time for these 2 players on B.
Question is how they want to set themselves up in this post plant. They're going to plant 4 market. I kind of like this. Nerds is in here. He's behind a smoke too. I mean, they're retaking with an AWP. There is definitely a world in which if Legacy don't get a kill early, they call this off immediately. Keep hold of the AWP, keep hold of the M4. Oh my god, he dinks him. And Santa's going to find Nerds. Has to win out this fight now, and he does. Molly will come down, but he's already out a window, but no! Wins the 1 versus 2. Oh, they called upon a hero, and they get him. And Inafa's in chat, because he's in this damn round. 4-0 for Team Liquid, and he steps up massively in the 1 versus 2.
How does he get away with that? I mean, there's a kill on A as well that feels unlikely. Ridiculous moves. And always going to be worrying if it's Naf that we're looking towards, and Alicia's not far behind him. Roll it back a few years, why don't you? So Legacy going to have their work cut out if they can't convert moments like that. It felt good for Liquid, though. The pivot towards B was very smart indeed. But a clutch on top of it is just from bad to worse to even worse, honestly. It just gets more and more frustrating. Slow build up here, as it will be the mid presence, as holding on to the flawless half is obviously a pretty big deal here for Team Liquid, and making sure that against this particular low buy there's no stress.
Yeah, true. Lato. Probably going to be tested momentarily. Nert's been boosted up in towards window. Silently for now. And Shuhei in through ladder. This feels like they actually want to finish towards A, at least a little bit. Ultimate bomb on his back. I mean, I think it's really down to what Nerds can do here. He does check it, but he can't hit the shot. Lato wins out that fight. And now there's questions to be asked about where they go. They are finishing towards A as expected. Ultimate! We've got to win that fight. He's so fortunate that it's an MP9 for Lux on the other side. Any other gun, especially any other rifle, and Ultimate falls there. He is so lucky indeed, and now he's called upon. A 2 versus 3, and he's low.
Crazy. Felt like it was on. Again, I think we've seen a couple today, actually, of just still moving while shooting. He's not considering the ramp flank at all. He will give it a little check. The timing is absolutely perfect. So at least he's got that down pat. Into the 2-on-2 now. Gonna hear some footsteps coming in. Oh god, an awkward exchange as they're caught out in the open. There's no time to get this done. There's absolutely no time to get it done. Ultimate just has to stay alive, and even then, I think the window had closed. Team Liquid keep them rolling, but once again, it's another costly anti-force buy situation. Ultimate even close to going down to the bomb.
Yeah, it's costly. I guess that's the silver lining that Legacy can take. There isn't loads of silver linings at the moment. You're 5-0 in the whole team. Because T-Side and Mirage is looking pretty good at the moment. They're getting a lot of free real estate. They're exposing a lot of gaps in Legacy. Legacy have actually looked really good this tournament. Some nice wins under their belt, and maybe kind of capitalizing upon kind of weakened opponents, I think is maybe an argument to make, but they can only play what's in front of them. Of course, they had Virtus.pro to start. VP are very weak at the moment, but that win over 3D Max is super legit.
Yeah, that is true. I think you're being very nice to VP there, but yeah, the 3D Max, solid game.
Yeah, it was a bit of a barn burner, that one as well. 3D Max are no joke of a side to put away at the moment.
Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah. So, Legacy, you know, in a real deserving position being here in this upper final.
It is true, and worth noting once again that the winner of this does skip through to the semi, which is a really, really big deal, you know. Removes a lot of pressure. You get a bit of time off. Makes a world of difference. Legacy, unfortunately, have not gotten themselves into proceedings quite yet. We are still looking for, I would say, something from them. We're just looking for a round, really. There's been a deal of competition, of course, but they just can't quite convert in the final 10% of a round. Funky angle here from Nissim. As the kills keep on coming in. They might not even need him, to be honest. Ultimate and Naf find themselves all alone here. They've barely broken in towards B. They know about one player over here, but even then, do they? Dumao swings round to maybe get the job done all by himself. And Nissim, he had this cool idea. He was like, you know, boost me up. I'm gonna catch them off guard, but they never make it to him. So just an indictment of the attack there from Team Liquid.
Good news is, though, it means Legacy can reuse the angle. I don't think he was even spotted. So he could just go straight back if he really wants. And I really don't think they even got to a point of seeing him up there. So that's the silver line, but really nice work from Dumao. When he's on his game, Dumao is so fun to watch. He's such an enjoyable Counter-Strike player. He's very loud and proud in terms of his Counter-Strike in and out of the server. And he's exciting. Can be a bit of a highlight merchant. And they're going to call upon him a lot in towards today's game. You know, him and Lato, I think, really do have to pull their weight, if we're being completely honest. Especially if we do get on the flip side, Naf and Elige firing on all cylinders. We need as good of a response. And, well, so far, so good, I guess. Can't complain just yet.
But it does go to show how close things have been, right? You see the first round for Legacy in 6, and the money just completely disappeared for Team Liquid here. Going to try and break their way into the ace tight, but Lato is far too strong. And Elige on the AK, but with no head armor there, I think. So they make quick work out of him. A couple kills back round for Team Liquid, but nothing to write home about just yet.
Beautiful work. Lato 4-0 in opening duels in the first 7 rounds played. It's not a bad spot to be in. He's very confident in actually kind of meeting Liquid at the extremities and fighting them up early, which is pretty sick to see. 10-5 for him. Of course, that was a bit of a nothing round, all things considered, but you take what's in front of you. And for Legacy, this is now about them scaling into this game. I mean, round number 8 should be a complete freebie. We'll see. Beat out Fluxo up close. And a nade that bounds around. That can do a decent amount of damage. It does. Shuhei hit for a lot. Actually, not as much an ultimate as I thought.
Yeah, nades do be like that sometimes. Doom out, creeping forwards. He's got a good nade of his own, however. A Molotov as well to back it up. I think they would have had a nice clean fight. The molly sort of messes it up slightly, but they will just about hold the line. Dumao is lucky. Takes a double dinker through the wall. Not enough damage to finish him off. So a flawless one there from Legacy. Gap closing exponentially here, Neo. Liquid, I think, are going to have to figure this one out and hold on to their lead. It's looking slightly dangerous as Legacy are ramping up.
Yeah, they've got to figure it out quite sharpish as well, if we're being honest. Bit of a predicament brewing for Liquid. We buy back in, rifles across the board. Worth mentioning that Util is actually a little bit thin towards Liquid, especially if they would, use it to generally give themselves a lot of steps. Lux actually gets tagged by his own AWPer, I'm pretty sure, as he's crossing. I'm pretty sure he's got legged by Sadzin. As he was jumping across, it might not matter because he'll open things up. He'll find the leash through that smoke. Sadzin now posted, waiting to fight as well. It's ultimate. He was tempted by the swing. Nerds up on high as well, but a re-smoke in towards Palace. Aptly timed to try and keep Naf at bay. Another down 2 as that one gets broken open. They're scaling in towards the side quite well here, Liquid, but they're taking a lot of damage to get here. Naf will fall to the nade. Ultimate jumping up, drops the bomb in the worst possible spot. And that's the round already done. An unrecoverable bomb there as Ultimate tries some sort of a gimmick and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, 2v5, maybe got to do something, anything to recover the round back. But it felt like it was beyond saving at that point, in all fairness. So certainly not the turning point of the round, but just goes to show how messy it was that the bomb never really had a chance to go down, never felt confident. So not looking too good in the recent rounds from Team Liquid. They know that. They're going to take a timeout. Just try and figure this one out as the devil is at the door. Legacy ready to take their place at the top of the field here if they continue this kind of form.
Yeah, you'd assume this one must be a bit of a freebie for Legacy. Low buy for Liquid. They do squeeze out half armor with upgraded pistols. And, a fair decent amount of util to maybe facilitate a plant. That's what you're looking for in a round like this, but even still, does feel kind of unlikely. Duma wants to fight early. These steps should have been heard. It's Elige up close. They're trying to meet the upgraded pistols at the forefront, and they do. Shuhei and Naf both caught as Elige will join them, spam through the wood. It's a shutdown and a massacre in towards B-Apps. And Nerds left all alone. Oh, so quickly. From 5-0 up, 5-all is on the brink as Nerds. There's no chance here. Not a 1 versus 5. I don't think he has that in the locker with just a Tech-9.
Yeah, not quite sure. He's off on his holidays while everyone else is in the B apps. Maybe hoping to just catch an overzealous push in at middle, but it does not happen for him. So is he going to make us wait another 45 seconds? No, he will start moving. So that's good at the very least. But indeed, it will be evened up pretty easily. And this is one of the key differences, I think, to be honest. These unlikely rounds, these lesser rounds, Legacy have looked a lot better against them, whereas Team Liquid, they were pretty messy. They let him come quite close, only having 1 or 2 players survive. And eventually it did cost them Legacy, I think, understood that it's like, look, the scoreline doesn't really reflect how close it's been in the first handful of rounds. And once they manage to get one on the board, they are, as yet, unable to stop. Nerd's going to try and make a desperate move towards the A-bomb site here.
He technically has time.
He does, but I don't know if he meets resistance that he'll have time.
Yeah.
Don't mind me, guys. Just going to plant the bomb. Don't mind me. But no, not going to get away with that.
I love the patience from Legacy, though, just to make sure we don't give him any fights until he has to kind of jump in for the plan. He doesn't want to stay alive, of course. 5-all. What a run by Legacy. What a response after a pretty slow start and a pretty non-existent entry in towards their opponent's map pick. They've really quite come alive and at quite the apt time because Liquid are starting to look a little flat. We buy back in if you're Liquid here, but the same thing that has been the case for the last 3 gun rounds. You buy in, you don't find this, you're down to a tough buy in towards the final round of this half. Potentially could even be netting. Legacy, that's 7th. Oh, he had the picture to work with, but it's Dumao who opens things up and he gets out of there as well. Molly comes down at a perfect time to stop them scaling in towards short and keep them locked in towards mid for now.
Yeah, big finds from Legacy, I think, to be honest, to just retain control of the round and the game at large. Plenty of utility remaining for them as well to put up the defensive walls. Not a lot left for Liquid to try and break them down. So it's not looking too good. We'll see if some of these scary names can activate, of course. Nert's a little quiet here. Obviously, I think one of our favorite players, given the nature of where he may well have originated at endpoint. Ultimate, however, before I get the sentence out, is suddenly alone. They're just losing all these 1v1s now. There's no bite to this Team Liquid team all of a sudden. And yes, 6-5, but it shouldn't be that close. I think Legacy could easily have picked up maybe 8 rounds by now if things had gone their way.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it's even worth mentioning, you know, right at the start when Team Liquid was starting to build a bit of a lead. And yeah, they're good. When they're starting to build this kind of nice lead, we were picking up Naf and Elige, but I don't think Elige's got a kill in the last, like, 6 rounds of play.
That's such a fair point, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was on 6 kills when we were bigging him and Naf up. Let's see. An opener to Shuain, who's found. And Nerds will follow suit as well. Ultimate Elige also joined them in the grave. And Naf is left with it all to do. What a whimper of an end to this half by Liquid. You go 5-0 up, and you lose the next 7 straight. And it's Lato in the end, 4-2. What a performance he's having. 14 kills. Dumal's got 17 as well, and Lux is not too far behind on 11. This is a brilliant display by Legacy. A flawless round to close it, and that's indicative of actually how that half looked. If they got a slightly stronger start, there's no competition in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like that final round, you can't blame the technicals necessarily. The flashes were good. There were a few awkward mollies in there to push people out. They're just not getting the shots, which I think is not really a good sign. There's obviously been a really big turnaround. Why you got to do him like that? You know, obviously Shuhei not having the best individual performance here. But yeah, it just feels a bit strange that the Liquid players have dropped off a cliff. And maybe it is because, you know, a couple of the guys are still right at the bottom. They never really got going. And Legacy eventually able to capitalize on that. But you see there's like 2 kills by fully blinded players. There were some Molotovs to just clear out those common angles, and Liquid did not make that competitive at all. So you do worry now. You kind of go into this side as well on the CT end, where they're going to be spread a bit thinner. They need some of that firepower to come into play. And we worry that it will ever show up.
Oh. Let's see. Can Team Liquid just sort of shrug this off now with a solid pistol? That's what they're hoping. They've got 2 in towards under, Elige and Nerds. Naf jump spotting. Spots one, Molly down. Wants to try and stop them on the initial jump out. He will get one, but an immediate trade. Elish finds one of his own as well, and Nert is really built up quite a quick flank here. Bomb will go down, but this is janky. Oh, Lux had him dead to right and doesn't confirm it. Does Nert clear the close right? He does, but he'll still lose his head. Legacy are putting something behind this as Nissim gets two, and it leaves it all on the shoulders of one. The bolt buff not enough for Elish. Lato will clip him, and Legacy continue this run. That's now 8 rounds in a row for Legacy, spanning across 2 halves.
Yeah, looking pretty incredible at the moment. They are set to continue it as well. Judging by the lack of an immediate buy, I think we might see a few upgraded pistols here for Team Liquid, but nothing too substantial. Going to try and get the early rifles in play. So that puts a lot of weight on this round number 15, the next round. Legacy are in prime position to just steal this map pick away, in all honesty, and kind of making it look a little easy at times. Testing the water with a B execute here. Make sure everything is all set. There is no stack over here, Elish. Here you go. Head on a swivel. Finds another. Oh, one more, and we start to believe Nerds manages to retrieve a Mac 10. Maybe he can do something with it. And the answer is yes. Suddenly, it's alive. The dream is here. The bomb is going to get planted in this brief window of respite. The low pistols, can they get anything done? Maybe a little giddy as they move through. Can't quite work off of each other.
Oh my.
The dink lands, and Sadzin is lucky to be alive. He capitalizes with the new lease on life. All down to Naf. The recovered Deagle is not enough, and Legacy survive the storm.
Commendable effort, especially by Elish, right? Those 2 shots, really, really respectable. Bomb not to be. 9 now for Legacy. And this is also the issue when you pick into puggy maps, I think, inherently, is that all it takes is a few players to really pop off. I mean, this is a map, of course, in which the individual Legacy would have played a hell of a lot, even in just the raw kind of pugs here, your FPLs and whatnot. So far, they can afford to play quite loose, quite kind of scrappy in that sense. They can be agents of chaos in the sense of that they will back themselves in these individual 50-50s, and Liquid just don't really seem to have the ability to respond. I mean, Nerds having a very slow game. Shuhei really struggling to get off the board. Ultimate not looking great either. I mean, it's 3 out of 5 who have been next to non-existent in the kills department for Team Liquid, and it's really starting to become quite clear. Shuhei's taken ramp control. Someone's holding for the push. I don't think he'll be giving it. Oh, they know. Oh, what was that smoke?
I think that might have been a little double clicker, but only with 1 click.
They know it's only 1 guy here, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They know it to be here.
The way that that's failed. Still, though, not super prepared, and the setup for me doesn't look all that good. So Nerd's going to have to try and catch some players on the late cross. It's not going to happen. Nissim, meanwhile, catches Shuhei, who was trying to pull off that flank. So despite a few mishaps here from Legacy, it still seems to be going well enough. There's a trading of spams through the wood. And with that damage coming in, with no kills presenting, Liquid will move away to save.
And Nissim might actually be the thorn in the side in the save as well, right? He's hearing these steps. He can hear them going towards Palace as well. Oh, where's 1-3? There's Naf gone down. Should have heard that Palace step. It's the shot. Oh, that's from bad to worse, really, for Liquid. 3 stay alive. It makes the buy situation a lot easier to figure out. Only 2. You then debate whether it's worth forcing around those 2 saves. I feel like we're at a point now where you're 10-5 that for Liquid, it might have been worth taking a gamble, but Legacy look excellent. Second attack pause taken by Liquid. And tactically, they look very lackluster there. But it's so surprising in a sense, right? Because they got all the information so early. They know it's only Nissim. They don't know specifically it's him, but they know it's only 1 guy over towards ramp, throwing all that set of util that's coming over. So they've got all the information they need. It's got to be a B here. There's no way. They haven't scaled through mid either. We know that they've got to be coming late through B. And they take a lot of time to get over there, and even when they do get over there, they lose the fights. It's tough to watch, but it's excellent from Legacy. Really can't complain. 10 in a row from this side. It is just superb.
Yeah, very, very streaky game, of course, as well. So wild to see. There was a time briefly where it felt like Liquid were just going to run away with things, actually. And all of a sudden, Legacy, they woke up. They remembered where they were. Came out of their slumber, and they've looked absolutely unstoppable. In every sense of the word, to be honest, a lot of very dominant rounds as well is the thing. You know, we're not getting many close situations. Maybe a little bit closer into the second half, but still winning them out, of course. Looks. Oh, nice find up close. Yeah, when you're hitting shots like that, when you are on that walking on water kind of feeling, can be very, very difficult to stop you. Interesting thing for me, Liquid not really taking a lot of time. I think it would have been good to see some more solid timeouts here. Lacking some confidence, it certainly feels like.
Poor Shuhei though, right? 3 and 16 for him.
Yeah, not good. And
28 ADR.
Always going to be difficult, I think, to IGL when you're also sucking a little bit. You know, you're just going to lack the belief in yourself.
Oh, and Nissim. He's also making life difficult for Nerds. He's also having a slow game. Molly towards stairs. His ultimate he'll trade. Guns to be recovered here as well, and he will opt for that AK. But who cares, right? You can have the AK. We'll have the B side. Bomb's going to come down momentarily. There's no one here to meet them. So Plant comes through, and all that Liquid can do is save. And, you know, honestly, Liquid, I mean, Legacy, I said, they don't care if you're saving those guns. It's not making a difference. They're not really breaking a sweat in any of these rounds. What a run by Legacy. Now 11 rounds in a row. And they don't look like they're stopping anytime soon. A superb showing from the Brazilians. And, I mean, for Liquid, a lot of questions now starting to be asked. They're kind of fortunate in a sense that this series isn't make or break in the tournament, right? You know, if you lose this series, you're still going to playoffs. You just go to the quarters. You just go one step earlier. But this doesn't look like a playoff Liquid at the moment, and that's for damn sure.
Yes, very true. Very, very true indeed. Something is just totally missing the spark from this team that they seem to have had in the earlier days of the tournament. Is just not here. Legacy, meanwhile, kind of at the other end of that, I think we know them to be a team that are indeed passionate, you know, from Brazil, of course, but I think that they really do bring that kind of level of self-belief, self-determination. The early rounds were close. They nearly got in. And then when they did, it all started falling into place. It's just gotten better and better and better as the game has gone on. And they are looking for a flawless run here now. Now that I've mentioned it, of course, they won't get it. But
yeah, you've
certainly on the cards in their head. We'll see. Some decent nade damage to kick things off for Team Liquid.
Early B presence that they scale back from now. What is the play? I mean, there's 3 plays in the direction of B for Liquid. So this conditioning of B hits has, well, it's worked. Late mid control. Here's the option. Flash over. One more spot at top mid, but they're giving fights over. Liquid losing their lives. It feels like carelessly. They're flying in towards mid, and Legacy will take those aim duels every day of the week. They are so confident right now. If you want to give them 50-50s, they will punish. Nah, finds Dumal, do the edge of that smoke, but he's left low. 30 seconds for them to get in towards the site. They want to finish towards A, it looks like. And Nissim's on the flank as well. Surely, Ultimate is dead to right, and he is. And so is surely the round for Liquid, all on the shoulders of Naf. An ace clutch required. He's already at 2. I don't think he's got a chance in this one. He's going to opt to try and save this AK, if we're being completely honest. That is Legacy, who make it now 12 in a row.
Certainly looked like a good position for the AWP, didn't it? But then you see on the mini-map, The shark beneath the water just waiting to end the round.
It's a tough watch, this, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, I mean, in the same vein, I think Legacy are playing very well, and they're playing pretty entertaining Counter-Strike as we were expecting, but there's just, like, no response from Liquid. But if you can't, I mean, whatever, guys. If you can't, like, come on. If you can't make something happen in that previous round, I think where things started well, they had a few good parameters. They're just going to struggle in general, and maybe in the series as well. This timeout is far too late. To be honest, you know, so now you have to go on one of these generational runs that we see like maybe twice a year to pull off a comeback like this with the kind of pressure that they have. So we're going to find out. Maybe they can do it. We'll try and keep some hope alive, but we like to keep it real here on the Neo and Scrim show.
Of course.
And I think this one is indeed going to be over sooner than you think.
I'll give you something real. Liquid are looking really bad at the moment.
Not some of your best work. Not some of your best
The workshop, that one? All right.
Yeah.
12-5, Legacy. They've looked excellent, though. There's just so little we can say on a bad note for them. They're so confident. They're relentless. The pressure they put on, they make life difficult to deal with for Liquid. Let's see if there's anything that they can brew off the back of that timeout. Smolly in towards short, ultimate going to fall away. Only one player in Liquid's even cracked into double digits. I mean, it's been a pretty dismal display, unfortunately. But a slow tempo by Legacy. I can respect this. And that's Ultimate, who starts well. Du Mao, first to fall. That's a big scalp to take, is the heavy hitter over towards Legacy, the first to fall.
Man, the timing was good over there, but Naf is in the right place at the right time. The crouching sprays, a pretty bad habit of a lot of players, I think it is safe to say, will mean that they both live it for now, and Naf is going to capitalize on that fact. Keep the kills coming. Lux will be alone. Now it becomes about damage. Can he take a gun away? Particularly this AWP would be solid. I think he wanted to land more on the ledge of the window. So they're going to have heard him now, and I think they will have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Naf, easy for him, and a really big round coming in from the old guard of Liquid. 4-piece to get them their 6th and keep them alive. Gonna need 6 more of those, however.
Yeah. We need a lot more. It's all well and good getting that, and I think actually Legacy make life a little too easy for Liquid in that one. That's sort of one of those positions where you hit map point and you just get a little bit too overconfident, especially when you get 12 rounds in a row. You are going to get quite overconfident, a little bit too comfortable in your Counter-Strike. I think it's actually a really good time to call a pause. A lot of credit to Legacy to very early doors realize, okay, that was pretty loose from us. I think a little bit too loose. We made that round way too easy for them. Let's rein it back in, go back to a little bit more of our rigid style. We can keep playing a little bit quick, we can keep playing in a little bit of the chaos, and we can back ourselves with the individuals as we like to set up our T sides, but let's not get careless. And I think that's what that round was. It was just a little bit careless. There's too many fights that were just too free for Liquid. So I think it's a good time to call it for a pause, and you get ahead of the curve, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good sign, actually. You know, a team like Legacy that are a bit more of the old vibes Counter-Strike, as we like to say. Yeah. Sometimes you can just get caught up when you're so far ahead and just get overconfident, as you would, as you might expect. I'm sure we've all been there, even in our casual games, and then all of a sudden it's gone to overtime somehow, and everyone's tilted and annoyed, and you end up losing the game. So they're doing a very good job, I think, of, again, retaining that discipline. Lux with a wild one through the smoke, however. Meanwhile, Ultimate trying to be the guy right now. He opened up previously for Liquid and they managed to convert. He evens up here, so we'll see if that'll be enough for them.
I love that solo play, though. Really nice work. No, it's got the right idea. So actually now that Lato's throwing Util. He's over! Oh, God, Lato, that is so quick. Nerds was trained on that angle for so long. He's still the 1-2 fall, and so will Ultimate. Shuhei, you've had a poor map. Now's the time to change it. Nissim He will fall. Shuhei expect a second. Now he does. It's actually Lux with the bomb, no less, and he gets a dink, but it's not enough. And I think this might be curtains here. We call upon Naf once again as the only person we've called upon for Liquid throughout this map. He needs a 1 versus 3. He's smoked out as well, and Lux will hold for him and close. 13-6. What a run by Legacy. What a map on Liquid's map pick. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. We'll see you soon.
Neo, you are absolutely right. 13-6 for Legacy on Mirage. Team Liquid's pick. What a story. Just incredible work by the Brazilians. You know, they drop the first few rounds and then they get 12 in a row. They just didn't let up almost at all from that after that initial start, Prof.
It's quite shocking what we just witnessed. It's quite shocking. I know we saw a shocking FaZe TYLOO opening game where TYLOO made a huge comeback 9 rounds in a row, I think. 12, almost 13. Almost a full comeback, almost a technical 13-0, but not really. Ultimately, no pun intended, Liquid completely struggled after that initial 5-round streak, and even that was like just on the back of NAF. Everything they did was on the back of NAF, and other than that, no one really showed up.
Yeah, this is a pretty depressing performance for Liquid considering what else they have done in this tournament. To get the 5-0 start and then to be unable to attain anything with that hot start is certainly pretty damning. Just did not show really anything else on the T side that you'd be proud of, and then defensively, obviously weren't really able to get the ball rolling, save for, you know, one round where they were able to make kind of a miracle happen. But yeah, just a very flat Liquid on their map pick. Legacy, they had that oppressive play style to them, and when they're rolling and everything's firing on all cylinders, they're very hard to deal with. They have a lot of skilled riflers, and all of them showed up in this game.
I'd love to bounce off that final point, Dust, and throw it over to Prof, because yeah, this is the legacy that I was sort of trying to allude to in our pre-match, you know, the legacy that is synergistic, that's bouncing off each other, that are feeling confident and being aggressive, taking chances. When they're, you know, in that style and in that flow, they seem to be very successful.
True, and I mean, also looking at the scoreboard,
31 ADR.
The IGL comparison, the contrast is staggering. Lux 2011, and then Shui 418. He also went 0-8 in opening duels. On that T side mainly was where most of them came from. An insane struggle. I was saying before the game about the opening kills of Liquid in this tournament, 70% win rate. That means 41-17 in the first 3 maps that they played. Now 4-13. Not only, this is like huge regression to the mean, right? This is also not a realistic, usually it's going to be around 50-50, maybe 60-65% in favor of one team. They could not find an opening for their lives, literally. And then on top of that, they couldn't really activate Nerds. He had a really rough game, especially considering 160 rated for the event so far.
Lux, our standout player of the match. Great to see him firing off on all cylinders. Dust, I wanted to take this in a slightly different direction. So, Legacy, what else were they doing beyond individual performances that was working out so well for them?
They just really kind of are all on the same page, and they really do love playing this aggressive up-tempo play style where, you know, you have Lux and Dumal who are kind of your front runners, but Lotto is kind of a guy who kind of slot somewhere in the middle. Nissim can kind of be your support element, kind of, you know, play the lurks, play, you know, these more passive positions, and so they're really well balanced. And again, they have a play style that I think maybe some people on the surface would look at just like, oh, they just hold W and like they just run in and trade, and it's like, yeah, but there's a little bit more to it than that. You know, they have good spacing, they have good utility. And I think one of the biggest things about a team that's aggressive is as long as you're decisive about it and everyone's, you know, making sure that they're holding their responsibilities, you can really make that work and spiral a match in your favor. And that's exactly what happened here.
Guys, is there an argument here that Legacy
this will not be the best game of the tournament so far. Potentially, yes.
No. I was going to ask something completely different.
I mean, at least your take wasn't as bad as mine. I said Liquid is so back, only for them to be so back to disappointing us immediately.
Guys, you've both missed predicting my question. No, it was... is there a chance here that Legacy just had a really good read on how this veto would go, and they had complete prep and expectations for how Team Liquid would play on Mirage?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think you can prepare that much considering they barely played together. Obviously, yeah, Mirage was kind of an obvious pick, and I think the whole veto is pretty obvious what was going to come through. So they did certainly prepare for that, but you know, you still need to hit the shots on the server. And I gotta want to mention once again, the game didn't start well for them. Naf had 2 huge moments early on, and it put them on the back foot. Right, 5-0 start for Liquid. You really need to battle through to get everything rolling.
I think it spells well for Legacy, though, Dust, considering, yeah, those first 5 rounds didn't go in their favor. Then they get to that midway point through that first half, and they switch on and they don't let go.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is a team that just sometimes gets a little bit overlooked. Like, I think Lux has proven himself to be like a pretty solid IGL, you know, coming from Pain. He was one of their kind of like star aggressive riflers. He kind of got kicked to the side. He kind of reinvents himself as an IGL for this team and still can at time put out big frags. I think Dumal is also a guy that in the past, a lot of people knew his name and really touted praise for him, but he kind of fell off the radar for a lot of people, I think, for a while. But this dude is still one of the best aggressive riflers in Brazil. They just have a really good mix of talent in all the right roles. And yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where we've seen the up and downs from them. Like, we've seen them hit highs like in Austin, but we've also seen them hit lows in some of the other lands they've played. But if they can find a happy medium, they can be a contender, and this was a great proof of that.
Prof, Dust 2. Prof and Dust. It's Dust 2 up next. Let's talk about Dust 2.
What are the 2 of us and one of you.
What are the expectations going into it? It's Legacy's pick. The individual performances are shining right now. They are dipping on Team Liquid's side. I think it's going to be tough for Team Liquid to have a good performance here. I think Legacy, at least in my opinion, have a big edge going in.
Yeah, they also have a 5 or 6 map win streak on Dust 2, I think. So that's also something that's even adding more confidence as if they need it. I feel like, yeah, as I noted before, this is their best tournament performance that they had. They're going to the playoffs regardless. They're already 1-0 up, having a huge streak run on the first map. So I think it's going to be a good opportunity for them to close it out.
Absolutely, yeah. They've won 6 of their last 7 Dust 2 games, so you're spot on there, Prof, with Legacy having a lot of success on this map. And I think the key is going to be if Liquid are able to kind of actually get something consistently going on the T side, which they were unable to do on Mirage. They did make a little bit of a change here. Nert's taking over the long A position from Twist, Elige obviously being in kind of the main pack. And so far, this type of adjustment that Liquid's made to their setup has been fruitful. You know, Nertz has been able to kind of slot more into a trading position, or like just kind of doing timing plays, not having to be the guy always creating the space. But, you know, that previous map gave us a lot to question, you know, about that whole situation. So hopefully they can get back to the Liquid that looked promising throughout this tournament, not the one that completely faltered on that Mirage game.
Prof, you mentioned opportunities. What about opportunities on Dust 2? So Sardzin was sort of arguably the only player on Legacy on that first map that didn't show up, but it's hard to show up when everyone else is. Yeah. Regardless, how do you see the battle going, and how important is the battle between him and Ultimate?
I think the opportunity... No, I won't go there.
I just went there.
I'll go back there. No, no. I'll leave it maybe for after the show. I'll put a little teaser out there.
Prof, but no. How important is this battle between the
ultimately? It is a very big opportunity for Liquid to turn this around and not have a sad Zin situation.
I like it. Good puns, good wordplay. Dust, I'll also throw over the same question to you. Sardzin versus Ultimate.
Also need to do puns in this answer.
Is it an important battle, or are there other battles and important facts to be looking out for across Dust 2?
I think it'll ultimately come up to what version of that player we have show up to the server, because sometimes the guy has this incredibly, you know, high skill ceiling where he's able just to kind of go all over the place and wreak havoc and have tons of impact. But then he also has those sad moments where he's just unable to get anything going at all. Like, he's one of those guys with an incredibly high ceiling but an incredibly low floor. And on a map like Dust 2 where Ops can have so much impact, I feel like there's been a lot of situations this year where he hasn't been able to do that. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on in this game as well.
God Ultimate, Bot Ultimate. Welcome back, TYLOO 2025.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry, but that's all we have time for. Did you know? Did you get it?
It's a nice show.
Is it Chewy?
You got it?
Chewy's a tough one to get.
I guess that one was a bit naff. With that said, everybody, up next
what
is Dust 2 between Liquid and Legacy. Legacy are up 1-0, and they're going into their pick. Don't go anywhere.
Nerd.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back in here to the CS Asia Championships 2025. We are on to Dust 2 as Legacy gave us a pretty quick ride there on Mirage. Really, really incredible stuff from them. 12 rounds in a row until, of course, they did drop one, but they ultimately cleaned up house very easily. And now we move onto their pick as well of Dust 2. So expecting big, big things from this Legacy side. Team Liquid, they were around for a little while, but they just disappeared all of a sudden and forgot how to play Counter-Strike, I guess.
Yeah, and there was sort of next to no showing from Ultimate, Nerds, and in particular Shuhei. In terms of numbers department, they really looked quite weak, and it was quite indicative of the performance, unfortunately, across the board. I think that comes through. It's tagged down low. I'm loving the loose T size that Legacy are bringing to the table. It's so fun to watch. But Doomao is the first to fall. Elise spots another behind it as he drops down. And they did a bank round and soften up Sadzin. Just feeling a little better though, in all fairness, from Liquid. They're wanting to fight and back themselves. Elise as well to get one in that situation. Legacy, just bit by bit, they're being picked off here.
Yeah, pretty effective so far from Team Liquid. There will be some utility recovered to just feign presence. A jump down, though, is going to be heard. Both players as well. Naf to find Lato and to reposition to potentially cut off Nissim. Not going to be needed. Ultimate takes him down, and Ion flawless pistol for Team Liquid. They'll be very, very happy with that. You want to come in with the clean slate, and getting the pistol is a perfect way to do that.
Yeah, just kind of whatever really from Legacy, isn't it? It's very sort of laissez-faire in terms of their approach to that pistol. They're just hoping that Liquid overextend or Liquid try and overfight, but they're disciplined enough for that not to happen, especially off the back of the lessons they learned from Mirage. So not exactly the way Legacy would have wanted to start after the way they just finished. Flashed out towards long. They're actually not committing to it. It's all a bit of a ruse as they go back towards mid. That's the bomb, but Ultimate will lose his head after getting the first. There's two players here, though, so Elise and Shuhei should have no issues breaking down this initial cap push. I say that, another dink that comes through. There's two low players on the same site, but they just don't have the firepower to really make the difference here, and it's now all on Sadzin. It's all well and good getting the damage, but you got to get those kills.
Yeah, that is frustrating for sure. Legacy will be kind of kicking themselves. They couldn't quite confirm one or two more kills. They will be ecoing this one out as well. So Team Liquid moving up to 3 pretty quickly. And I think for my money, looking like the Liquid at the start of Mirage rather than the end of Mirage. Much more competitive here and just, like I say, seemingly a little unaffected. And Shuhei well on the way to improving his performance here as he will hit 3 kills at the start of this round. Nertz with his trusty MP7. Oh, loses his head though. So just got to be careful. Don't want to give too much away to the Deagles.
That's nade as well. Bit of extra chip damage on towards Sadzin. There's nothing really to be gained in a round like this for Legacy. But an extra consolation kill could long-term go a long way. Bomb recovered. It looks like they want to try an angle to finish towards that B site, but I mean, best of luck. You've got Naf on the site itself, and Elise not too far away. Well, Elise wasn't fantastic. They are the two best players from Liquid in that first map. Naf was actually pretty excellent. I'll give him credit. He was good all the way throughout. Elise started okay, but for about 75% of that map was also ever so slightly missing.
Yeah, it was strange, wasn't it? He was pretty firmly towards the top end of the Liquid scoreboard and then just stopped.
Fell off, yeah.
Very strange to see when that happens. Slow finish here, as just trying to find the cheeky headshots in the final dying embers of this third round. Not happening for Legacy as Lato finds himself to be the only man remaining. Down he will go. So far, so good from Team Liquid, but we await with bated breath what Legacy have got here, expecting, like I said, big things. Their pick, a really, really clean opening map. So we'll see what they have planned for this first rifle round.
Yeah. Pretty important as well to start strong. I mean, we saw they went 5-0 down in that first map. And well, I think 13-6, of course, is good, but they like to get this start a lot earlier. Shui and Ultimate are going to join forces to take this upper B control. This is a good call from them at the moment. There's a lot of presence from Legacy here. And double mollies around the corner. They're trying to keep them at bay. Luke's going to swing through one flame, and he just about stays alive. This is a really janky upper B control that is sort of being taken here by Legacy, and Liquid doing enough to make life awkward as Shuhei finds Dumao. 4th kill on the board for him. He's already matched his tally from Mirage here in round number 4. And he gets out, still yet to die.
Dumao just didn't know how good he had it. I think he had slipped through without being heard. There's a lot of noise going on, a lot of comms. I think if he'd taken a slightly better angle, maybe could have had himself a kill there, but just went barreling in a little carefree. And does not get the kill that was on the cards. 50 seconds left here for Legacy. This is a tough one. I think they, yeah, maybe there's something in the air. Begins with S, and they might be thinking about doing it if something doesn't go their way in the next few moments. And I think indeed it will work against them. Nissim gonna fall. Do you still want to commit here or just hold on to the AKs in all honesty?
This is such a chaotic round. A wild start, and I don't think the finish is going to be any different. So much damage dealt. Sad's into 1 point of HP. Lux is 11. And Lato's also in that one-tap position. This could still be a little bit funky because it's still sharp. Don't get me wrong. Lato thrust into a 1 versus 2. He doesn't have the time. Doesn't have the time. And I guess to the best of Liquid in a sense, Naf was nowhere to be seen, so he couldn't fall by overfighting. Lato does get that kill up close, but it isn't good enough. Liquid 4-0 start. Very akin to the same start they had in that opening map. But Legacy looking a lot worse for wear here. They really are feeling quite uncomfortable on this T side.
Yeah, not a good start, and I think that they will kind of be disappointed in themselves that they ultimately brought it so close. If they just had an extra player to work with, right? Losing a few sloppy fights early on. This whole situation, as you so rightly pointed out, was just a mess. But timeout taken. Maybe they can do something with that and bring some life back to the T side. Just got to get that first one on the board. Very similar to Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. Out towards long. Double AK, triple tech 9. They're trying to barrel in towards B, but Ultimate's here as that last-ditch effort to deny them presence in towards their site. He'll reposition towards window. A missed shot from him. And Sad's now in a pretty good spot around this smoke, but they've got to be expecting it now. He tucks inside of that flash. 2 remaining. They're out as well. They'll break open the smoke, and Elise will punish Sad's in behind it. So Latta left with it all to do. A 1 versus 4 and absolutely 0 chance at recovering that C4. Is it even worthwhile saving? Probably not. You may as well just try and get some kills here. I'm surprised Shuhei can't hear this. Now we can.
There you go. Definitely has heard him. Will he get anything? The answer is no. I mean, this is where Legacy for me as well can get away from themselves if they're not careful. There's a bit more money spent in that round than maybe we would like. They're obviously going to go for something into this one, but I think that they try and just get away with some cheekiness, and it ultimately can cost them. It ultimately can be punished. So, yeah, Legacy have to catch this, or they might get a taste of their own medicine, really.
True. But let's not forget, Liquid started 5-0 up in towards Mirage. And then we saw how that one went. So I'm not going to completely count out Legacy just yet. It feels unlikely that that could happen twice, don't get me wrong, but we've seen it once already, so I'm going to give Legacy a bit of the benefit of the doubt, at least for now. However, if this gun round falls flat, then I start to ring the alarm bells just a tad. Flash over. Just send Dumao around with a molly on towards short box. They can get a bit of control here. They don't even need to use this. Just having short presence up close is going to keep attention drawn for Liquid.
Slow encroachment towards the A-bomb site here, and Liquid are pretty turtled up for this. Flash to feign some presence and just scare them back. Nade does decent damage, so looking good for Team Liquid as they continue to chip away at the attackers. Are they going to act upon these mid smokes, or is it a fake out? Does appear to be a fake out as Lux will slowly creep forwards, try and find a kill. Naf might give it to him if he's not careful. Oh, I do like this though. It's a cool idea, splitting in through CT, pushing their own smoke. The flash is good, however. Lurks from Goose needs dealing with. He will indeed go down, and Shuhei's like, where did this guy come from? Man advantage, it's slim, however, not the best look for Legacy to hold on to this post plant. Gonna need at least one more kill to start convincing us. Dumao falls, and there is a chance now. Kit available for ultimate.
That feels really audacious from Dumao, has to be said. He's so low, but thankfully Nissim isn't. Gets that kill. Potential of an ult to be recovered here as well. It's all on the shoulders of Naf. Damage dealt towards Nissim, but I think if he can't win that fight immediately, the call to save is the smart one. I say that he's sticking around, and that'll be at the cost of his life. Oh, recovered by Sadzin. He picked one up, and it's Legacy who get there first. So, in exactly the same fashion as map number 1, Liquid, 5-0 start, and then Legacy finally break the deadlock. And we all know how that went in towards that previous map. It was 12 rounds in a row before Liquid finally got another on the board, only for the map to be immediately closed to follow it. Surely can't happen again, surely. Never say never.
Well, it would be quite a thing, but yes, I think Legacy, at the very least, have got potential to close this gap, right? If we keep it within the context of this map. Big, big round here. If they can crush the economy, make sure that nobody saves across. Lux on a contact move here. A lot of utility in trying to distract away once again, as he did in the previous round. Down goes Lato. Lux now has to be careful. Gotta get this right. Can't find the frag, but again, he's dipped in towards CT, and it just seems to be something that I think is really catching the CTs off guard. This time around, there's not quite as much coordination. What is Nissim doing? Why is he here? That wasn't part of the plan. That's not how it's supposed to go. But he's found key frags to make be a possibility, and they might just get away with it. The AWP on the retake, the man advantage. Liquid do not want to sniff here, not looking good.
Yeah, they shouldn't really even be looking in. Liquid, they do have money, but I just don't think it's worthwhile. You're not going to be able to pull off a retake on towards the B side, especially because it is the B side of Dust 2. Shuhei and Alige, no shell up and save. The M4 and the AWP. A pretty standard Legacy round in the sense that it's quite chaotic, but it's so crisp. Listen, those 2 kills he gets, such a big factor in what nets Legacy this second round on the board. And again, now we can start building back up in towards this game. You win this next round, you completely shatter the CT economy. Dumao will go down to the bomb, but it is what it is. I do feel like if you're Liquid, you buy around this though. Shuhei drops the AWP, he buys a rifle. Alige can also drop one as well. And Naf's got enough money. So you try and make a round out of this, I assume. They're going to call a pause before committing to the proposed buy. But it's one of those situations though, right? If Legacy are able to get a third in a row in the same exact vein as Mirage, you break the bank, Funds run dry, and Legacy start really shifting in towards that 6th gear that they were so good at doing on Mirage. Once they got going and the snowball effect was underway, Liquid could find absolutely no way of stopping them.
Yeah, well, I mean, we see it in the second round there for Legacy. Just so much chaos, and that's maybe the element that they're trying to add into the concoction here. And it does seem to have worked in that previous round. If they can have a bit more of it, that would be a big deal as well. AK recovered. Dumar going to take a tag. Oh, maybe if Nissim had the eyes, I think the fire got in the way and he couldn't find that spawn-based kill. So pretty solid stuff here, I'd say, for Liquid. Decent damage done, but they've also just, look at how far back. They have like no map control at all on the Legacy side. They've lost lower due to this. It's not really a good look for the Brazilians. Nissim somewhat aware, but how aware? Oh, of course, is the opportune question. They're a little half and half here, aren't they?
What are we doing?
Oh my goodness.
What?
I don't know what he's doing. I actually don't know what he's doing. I'm trying to think of like why he would be doing that.
Trying to bail him out a bit here, but yeah, what are we actually doing? He's jumping around. Thankfully, Elite's going to find that kill on towards Dumar. They still got the sight here, is the only issue. It's a great flash and jumping down. Lato so blind and now so dead. Sadzin up on high. Oh my God, Lux. What in God's name is that tap? Ultimate, we'll see in the next round. Lux looks for more, but he's blinded up, and it's all on the shoulders of Sadzin. The nade will see him off, but that is a commendable effort. A college try coming through. And I need to see that Lux shot again. That is miraculous. If only they won the round. That is a highlight reel of a moment.
My jaw is on the floor, man. That was insane. But combined with this Nertz gymnastics or whatever he was doing over there, they still managed to lose the round. So they've had
what was that round?
two mental moments that are like just so inexplicable, and Liquid still taking it. So not quite sure what to make of that at all from top to bottom, to be honest with you. But Legacy are shut down. The all-important round for Liquid to keep them at bay, you know, and make sure they don't break the economy, close that gap. All these things that could have happened are now denied away. Legacy left reeling, left to figure it out. There's a push up middle here, Elige. Shaky, and they will bail. Ultimate, meanwhile, watching lower, but the flash is so damn good. Elige gets caught in the crossfire, and Legacy get themselves an advantage. The flash is good again, but maybe a bit too quick. Half a second too quick from Dumar allows the trade to come in.
They're trying to reclaim the space. Nertz, if you win this fight on towards Nissim, the round should feel like it slots itself into place, and it does. That's really important. This is a bold move by Shuhei. I don't know if I love this. Behind the smoke, it's unorthodox, don't get me wrong, but as it fades, he is stuck. God, it doesn't work out for him. That does give maybe a bit of an opportunity. The issue is just the HP of Sadzin. And Lux isn't confident to cross with that bomb on his back, so it all goes to a brief pause here. One towards CT, one towards short, one Gandalf. It's a pretty good setup for Liquid.
Yeah, I would argue as well. Sadzin is just trying his best to find the angle. Giving him a lot of space. Make some noise now. Trying to distract away. Oh, 2 HP.
No.
Keeps going in for it. He's so unlucky. Meanwhile, Lux is in behind. Got some decent information to work with. Limited time, but there's nobody to stop him.
He's got time.
Oh, just about. I think if he'd even taken a bullet to slow down, it might have cost him the round, and now the panic sets in. Ultimately, he wanted to go, but it didn't quite have the window. Lux has reset the game in his favor, takes the low HP player, and it's a big shot from Ultimate. Lux has pulled it out of thin air to give Legacy the third round.
What a quad kill by him as well. Lux, luxurious in that round. What a play coming through from him. He had a second to spare on getting that bomb down. And he sticks in. Look what it does. Attack pause for Liquid. Left a little reeling off the back of that one. Oh my. Take another look as well. full blind. What a shot by Ultimate. We saw it from the other side, but that is a nasty one. But look, he just does so well. Like we said, a quad clutch for him, and that missed shot by Ultimate. Exactly. They're hyped. And too damn right. Still, only a third round, though, for Legacy. Still a lot more that needs to be done. It's not a good start.
It is not. Nerds, however, will be traded back. As the Mexican standoff of just holding mouse 1 might give the T side a little bit of control to work with here. Meanwhile, a overconfident push through the smoke. Listen, we know you've just clutched, but that doesn't mean that you can get away with everything. Man advantage for Team Liquid is pretty good. Given weaker weaponry, they've managed to recover a slightly stronger weapon for Naf as well. So you maybe do start to worry. An off angle here from Elise. Shadow spotted! Yes, sir.
Of course.
That's what he does. And it's Sadsin alone against the world. No bomb in hand. What is going on with some of these shots, man? Still got quite a lot more to do before he's able to take this. But we are seeing some pretty good individual prowess on display here on Dust 2.
I'm not going to discount him just yet. It's just whether he can get to a position of recovering that bomb. But it's only Shuhei in the close fight. Shuhei's alone here. If you can win this one cleanly, I mean, I say that. You got to win it first, and Shuhei will see him off. Bodies stacked as rounds start to stack for Liquid. Now guaranteed lead at the turn of the half. But it's Elish. That round is all on his shoulders. Those two shots. I mean, there's definitely a question mark about Lux there, but these two are just sumptuous by Elish. That's what we want to see. The Lux mistake is pretty bad. I think there's
Good job, John.
big sort of overconfidence there, I think, from Lux, where, you know, it's just a fantastic round. I'm going to try something on my own.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
pushing a smoke at any point, like, why?
Yeah, just crazy, especially out towards B. But here we go. They're going to try and give it a go with the rush here. Nerds hidden away in towards Closet, looking good. And he stays alive. I think buys enough time there. It looked a little dire. A very quick trade onto that opening player, but Nerds does very, very well. 8 rounds for Team Liquid now, so Legacy indeed getting a taste of their own medicine. This is what the domination can feel like.
Yeah, exactly. This is really good from Liquid. Even if it ends at just 8, that's still a fantastic half of Counter-Strike. But with the buy that we're seeing out from Legacy, they force bought in towards the previous, they force buy here in towards the last of the half. If Liquid find 9, Legacy's chances to get it back into this are unbelievably slim. It's up close. We'll get tested in a minute. There's a lot of bodies on this corner, but a molly. It's going to make life awkward. Drops a flash. He's trying to get out. And he sells the fake. Yeah.
It's all a ruse. He wants to stick around. Nade is good. Now he will get out, so not rushing the fact, and catches one on the way out with him. I mean, well played by Nerds, keeps his cool. Not going to go down early, and in fact gives him the advantage.
Corner smoke thrown. Give them the opportunity to lurk out if they want. Displace Orpers if there is any posted. Elish has spotted one. And I think the smart call here by Elish to take a bit of a step back. He's not alone towards A, but he just want to leave Ultimate on his own as he has the AWP. And speaking of, that AWP comes alive as Dumao caught. At 9th is looking pretty good for Liquid at the moment. Flashes towards B as they start to make their way out, but Naf backside. Good for 1. Looks for a second as well. Backflat is always so damn difficult to clear. 5-7 pulled out to close as Naf nails his 3rd. A 9-3 half for Liquid. Much, much better than what we saw in their map pick of Mirage. And unfortunately, Legacy have... well, we've kind of lost them. They're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, relying on a clutch moment as well from Lux to get one of their 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So always something that we get excited about in the moment, but when you take a deeper look at it, it's not a good sign for the team at large. But we'll see here if they can change things on the flip side. As you so rightly pointed out, an 8-4 would have been a pretty big deal. If they could have picked up some momentum off the back of the clutch, it could have been a big deal, but unfortunately it doesn't happen for them. So Liquid, their map to lose now. Looking to stay alive here and looking to, of course, secure that early semi-final spot.
Let's see. And where we're at really has that feeling that map 3 is going to be required for those who've only joined us midway through. Our decider is Inferno. As the age-old moniker goes, all good best of 3s are decided there, and well, this one might have to be as well. At the moment, very much looking likely, and especially if Liquid can find a pistol. Double nade in towards suicide, and well, bye-bye Shuhei.
All right.
A simple $600 investment across 2 players, and an opening kill without taking a point of damage.
I'm a fan. Big fan of that. Works out massively. They're able to, you know, fully drop back, and Liquid are thrown for a loop. Naf on the spot. Nothing he can get done on the backside. This is a great position as well to have in the pistol. Looks with some info gathered. Things looking pretty good for Legacy, I have to say, but can they make it work? Can they convert it into a must-win pistol round here? All going to be out towards long for Team Liquid.
Okay. A group up. There's 3 players on that CT side ready to greet them. Flash over smoke to come down as well. Sadzin wanted to try and meet them before it plumes, but he gets dinked. The dually to Doom, I'll probably have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this round. As down goes his comrade, Sadzin will fall. He's desperately trying to play around the boxes. He might be given the luxury of a reload, but he pulls out the USP. Oh, and he gets both kills as well. Dumal does so well under the pressure of that situation. Picks up a pistol and gets another.
Yeah, should have had the USP the whole time, to be honest. Looked a bit cleaner for him in the end. Legacy, though, as I said, must win. They do indeed get it. It's a bit of work, and I mean, Liquid as well probably could have closed the gap a bit better onto the site, but not the way it pans out. So we'll see here. There will be some worry, I think, for the Liquid side of things, as they know the capability of the streaks here from Legacy.
Oh, it's close.
Somehow a missed shot. Landed in the wall. Bullets maybe phased through him. Looking for this opening kill, which is certainly possible with the scout. The lack of armor, of course, for Liquid. So just trying to find number 1 to ease some pressure.
Interesting nade. There we go. Catch the lead. Okay. Oh, catches Shuhei as well. Naf is low. Tag down to 32. Nade. The nade will find Nerds, and it opens the smoke for Lato to punish. So this round is very, very abruptly denied of really any solid chances of it being converted for Liquid. Down to 2, with one of which Naf, the Deagle, having 32 points of HP. Ultimate only got a Glock. And a double stack here. It's so difficult to deal with. Naf tagged down to 1. Lucky, a fortunate man, and he gets a kill as well before falling. Insult to injury for Dumao, who tagged him earlier. But it won't make a difference. Ultimate, he's dead to rights. And they can happily play time. Locks will see it off. Legacy find a 5th. Slowly but surely doing the right things. And in a deficit like this, if you are Legacy, you can only approach it 1 round at a time. Can't look long-term on a comeback like of this regard. That's required. Take a look at the 2 quick shots as well. Beauties from Sadzin. Really nicely done. Legacy towards the second tag pause. I don't mind this tag pause, right? You know there's a full buy coming in, and you know the importance of it. You find this round here for Legacy, it really becomes a doable game once again.
Yep. Start denying some bomb plants away. And just getting dominant rounds like you were. On Mirage. Oh, he's gone. Bring it back. But yes, indeed, I think there's a lot on the horizon here for Legacy if they can play this correctly. But massive amounts of pressure, I think, on them to really start delivering. And Liquid have looked very good. The pistol is a different beast to these opening rifle rounds. Elige will give us the first as well, making it look oh so simple, and it comes very, very fast. So quick adjustments from Legacy going to be required. They pushed into long. Not sure how we feel about this.
Dumal's taking doors control via long, but he's going to fall back. So Liquid have got good map control as they're slowly starting to posture towards that A site. Oh, we're short they come, and it really is quite heavily reliant on Sadzin. He'll drop a nade, but not before Nerds gets out of dodge. In this 4 versus 5, this is a difficult predicament for Legacy. Somebody's seriously got to step up with a multi-kill as Lato rejoin this deep A position. There's 3 players here to meet them. That's a much better nade, but Lato still falls. The car player who's spotted. They also know as well there's another lurking around, but the long play starts to come through. Sadzin will tuck his head. He could potentially line up a couple here. There's one, but a quick trade, A site taken, and unfortunately for Nissim, I can't see a world he wins this in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, just a lot of panic, I think. A lot of nades in hand. Oh, wait a minute. Nissim might just be able to make a way in. Spots out another player, brings it down to the one-on-one. Naf quaking in his boots here as Nissim has somehow got it over the line. Oh, I don't believe it. Could be a huge moment for Legacy. They look so flat, players getting caught, but Nissim bails them out. It is never over until it's over. And we might look back to this moment as being the reason why Legacy got the 2-0.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So well done by Nissim. That one towards Elige is difficult, but it's just the know-it-all to find Nav.
And no
Stoic as ever. Stoic as
just
ever.
Another day at the office.
Yeah, average round for him. That'll force Liquid in towards their 3rd and final tack pause. But what a round indeed. You can see where the streaks have come in this game. And of course, it's primarily been all about the CT sides, right? T-side has been and was lackluster for Legacy and so far non-existent for Liquid. That felt like it should have been the round as well. How much of a knock-on effect will that 1 versus 3 have? We'll have to wait and see. But Liquid can buy back in. But it's a quad Galil investment to facilitate utility coming through. 1 AK in the hands of Elige. He puts that AK into good work for the opener. Dumal, first 2 fours, having a much quieter game for him. 7 and 15. One of the big names of Legacy who is very, very quiet at the moment. So Lux got to pull off something. They need to break open that smoke as well. There's a lot of damage, but they're getting up in towards ramp. Lux in a bit of trouble here. He needs somebody to support, or maybe he doesn't. Molly down. He tries to fight behind. Shue will catch, and Nissim gets so unfortunate not to get a kill. It's all on Lato. He's had some monster moments, but this is surely too big of a loss. Surely not another clutch.
It's doable, though, isn't it? It's doable. The HP bars, man. It really is. He knows something's up towards short, but Nerds is quick with it. And man alive, this A-hold from Legacy is so weak right now, honestly. There's so many bodies there. They just somehow couldn't make it work. I mean, again, there's a bit of overfacing. I think we might catch the Lux kill in here, and he just kept running forwards. Needs to draw them in. Needs to wait for the support. Look at what's coming up from the short boxes, you know? Just work with that, but they're very, very panicky. You won the round, guy. Relax, you won the round. Don't worry about it.
That's right. He had a little laugh afterwards. He realized it was all for nothing.
He knows he's going to be on camera, that's why.
Yeah.
You know, we always get those these days.
free content over here. Immediate upper B control taken. I kind of love this move from Legacy. It forces Liquid into a pincer, which they don't want to take. The only thing with Sadzin, he's got to be very careful about the suicide player. Oh my god, yeah, I don't like that move from Sadzin. Not with that weapon.
It's pretty wacky for sure. I think a round that you're not necessarily expecting too much out from Legacy. Feels like a overextension in terms of the finances as well. We'll see here a lead. Oh, gotta be careful, yes. A jump scare as Lato appears from behind the pillar. But again, the kill comes in, the stronger weaponry benefiting Team Liquid pretty heavily here.
I feel like you get to a point as well, potentially if they do just go in towards A, just save. You've put so much into towards this round in terms of investment. They actually are going for that split, though. Smoke down, 5-7 up close, can be difficult to deal with. Dumal gets one, and he actually manages to tuck himself around the corner. Nerds, he does check it, but it's not enough. Nav for one, Lux for the trade, but that's a great shot and a combination play by Legion Ultimate. As Liquid find 11. All right. Doing enough to bridge a notable gap over Legacy. And really now open the door to that map number 3, Inferno being the decider. Legacy are getting close in some of these moments, but unfortunately it's just not close enough.
Yeah. And of course Liquid doing very, very well to not let the clutch that slipped away from them to affect them too much. They've not let it spiral, as can happen in those big individual moments. And now we have the hard eco from Legacy. 5 over towards A. Just gonna send themselves in here and see what they can find. They do catch a few players lacking ammo towards the end of the exchange, but ultimately looks good. Shuhei to finish it off. 6 in a row now going to be required from Legacy. They'll have a strong buy, but this is ultimately a rinse and repeat, a vice versa of that first map. You just don't believe in the comeback here.
No, not at all. Legacy have looked very weak on their map pick. And credit to Liquid, a much, much better showing. Way more like what we expect of this Liquid side, who you'd make the argument so had to be considered the kind of the favorites coming in towards this matchup. Sure, Legacy's recent form has been great. The wins they've picked up have been fantastic too, but just the on paper. New look Liquid, Malige back in the fray. A last chance at survival in this map. More smoke that comes through. Gosh, Shuhei. Very lucky. One more bullet and he could have been a dead man there. He gets tagged down very low.
He does indeed. Unconfirmed damage at the moment, but it will come back to play a part later on in the round, I am sure. More of a B-lean here from Legacy. Expecting an attack that way, but I don't know that it's necessarily going to come. The burst up short. Sometimes you never know if they're fully committing, but in this case they most certainly are, and it would be the right place to go. Sadzin unscopes at an inopportune moment, so they will make it across. They can't thin the numbers before the bomb goes down. Sadzin, however, sticking around and looking good.
Wow.
Naf, head on a swivel, and he spins the heads of Legacy, I'm sure. 2 versus 2, though. Just before that bomb goes down, Nissim is known about. Lato, not so much. Might be able to get the catch. It's a quick 1-for-1. Ultimate somehow stays alive. He's got the AWP for the quick shot here, and he's absolutely going to get it. Liquid take us to a third.
Great job there by Team Liquid, truly bouncing back in style, 13-6 on Dust 2, which was Legacy's pick. Prof Dust, how impressed are you by that Liquid performance?
Really impressed. I mean, a total role swap from what we saw on the first map. You know, it's kind of the same old story. The other team embarrassing the opponent on their map pick. And really want to give credit to Liquid for is just having a very dynamic and aggressive defense. You know, I think that Legacy is a team on Dust 2 that whenever they can actually get set up and run their plays, they're very dangerous because of the pace that they bring and their trading efficiency and the talent that they have in their rifling core. But I thought Liquid did a very good job about being very dynamic, about, you know, playing forward angles on Cat, pushing lower tunnels, you know, getting ultimates op in the mix aggressively at times, and really just kind of dictated the pace of the game and didn't let Legacy settle into the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some highlights here, some moments. Obviously, the Lux 1v3 was amazing, but mostly it was about Team Liquid being pretty aggressive and I think dictating the pace. That's a cliche. They're setting up the players that are the best to take the early fights, unlike what happened on Mirage, where like Shui was 0-8 in openings. Now it was Nerds, it was Elige, Ultimate, the guys that were in the fights, and they weren't waiting for the fights to come to them. I think that was the key difference between Mirage and now on Dust 2.
Prof, something you brought up in the pre-match was Team Liquid's opening kill statistics. I can't remember the exact percent.
70%.
70%. And we were wondering if they would, or we were doubting they would be able to keep that up. Well, in the first half, they had 10 out of 12 entries. So Liquid definitely making use of those entries, and yet it paid dividends for them as a team.
Yeah, I think they will continue to be maybe a bit hot and cold in this regard. I think Elige is definitely a player that can find openings for you, CT or T side. I know T side, he's been one of the best players this year, but Ultimate is one of those players that we highlighted. On the CT side, you want your opper to be dynamic and move around and find entries, but his success rate, I would say, is really depending on the day and on the map. And when it goes well, I think it went pretty okay. Even though he's on towards the bottom of the scoreboard, I think he found like impactful kills across the map.
And Dust, if we head on over to you, your boy is our standout player of the match. Elige went massive. We really saw a perfect map there showcasing how good this guy is when he's firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, and again, you can kind of see the full gambit of what he was capable of on the CT side, playing these forward angles at middle, lower tunnels and catwalk, but also being able to help on some retake situations on both sides. And then on the attack, I mean, this guy was getting picks left, right, and center all across the map. I mean, he'd lead along A, push through doors, get the first guy on the corner. He'd obviously catch, you know, an aggressor on catwalk whenever that happened at a certain point in the half, and really was just doing his job as an instrument. And again, this is something that Liquid has lacked for a very long time, is a guy that you can consistently rely upon to create space for the team, to get opening kills, to give you man advantages to play from, and it's just up to the rest of the team to then capitalize on those moments.
Yeah, pistol rounds as well, both going the way of Liquid. Of course, important for any team to get their foot in the door early. And yeah, they seem to really make use of them and the momentum from them, Prof.
I mean, we saw Legacy had their moments. We saw one round where Lux was kind of lurking out mid and then creating all of this attention towards himself while the team was towards short, and then he like snuck through CT spawn, got a kill there, just created a lot of chaos, and that happens when you give Legacy the space to play their own game. Thankfully for Liquid, they didn't allow that to happen way too much, so they managed to close it out kind of comfortably in the end.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there were a couple of situations where you want to appraise Legacy for being able to come up with some big clutches. Lux had a big clutch. Nissim had a big 1v3 clutch as well on a retake. So there were definitely a couple of, you know, situations where Banana Peel almost kind of got thrown out in front of Team Liquid, but they held their composure, let those moments go, then focused up, were able to take care of business. And so we've been dealt two pretty one-sided games thus far, and now we're into the third map to decide who gets that semifinal slot.
Yeah, let's talk about that third map. So we have Inferno. Prof, starting with you, any initial expectations? Legacy have got a few more maps on Inferno over the last 3 months. Does that give them an edge, or do you expect Liquid to come out swinging and continue the momentum from Dust 2?
I mean, we saw a pretty decent Inferno on the opening game, Liquid against GamerLegion. I still think they had a lot more polish to do on polishing to do on Inferno. On the other side, from Legacy, Lato and Dumao B side duo, been playing together since 2019. These guys across 6-7 different organizations. I think that's going to be like a power that they have versus, you know, Liquid that have been changing things around a bit, even though most of the core has been stable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one good thing for Liquid going into this is they didn't really have to change positions on this map. Like Elige kind of naturally just slotted into the positions that Twist had been most recently playing as kind of your mid guy, obviously your instrument on the T side. side, but also being that A rotator defensively. So that kind of let everyone else kind of set up. Certainly Legacy has looked like the better team on Inferno lately. I mean, they've won their last 7 out of 9 games, won it in this tournament against 3D Max. Liquid had the win over GamerLegion, of course, in the opening day, but they've been kind of a 50-50 team on Inferno, for honest, throughout the course of this year. So slight edge to Legacy. I think that this is a map where, again, if you allow them to get comfortable, they had like so many just nice like A-hit variations that are very hard to deal with. So I think that's going to test Elise right away defensively. But in the first half, when Liquid are, playing T-side, it's just about sticking to the fundamentals and, just kind of playing their game. I don't think they have to do anything too special. Against 3D Max, they just played pretty standard Inferno, but just did so with good trading efficiency. Just keep that same tempo. I think they should be fine.
Considering that T-side start for Liquid, Prophet, if we throw it over to you, anything in particular that you'd like to see from the Liquid T-side?
I mean, maybe not doing what 3D Max did, where they kind of forced going into the B-bomb site and died a lot. Just it was an unsuccessful venture, let's say there. Not to be too stubborn, I think, with their approach. If it shows that Dumao and Lato are, holding it together quite nicely. I think we saw 2 different nurses in the first 2 maps, yeah. So if he can be what he was on Dust 2, and that is like finding the openings and everything, then they'll have a great time. If not, might be a bit more difficult.
Yeah. Let's finish things off, Dust, with some official predictions. I know you said you'd give Legacy the edge on Inferno, but do you expect them to win it, or do you want to see your boys raise the flag when it's all said and done?
Oh, this is a tough one. I'll take Liquid. I think that Elise is going to provide that extra spark that they need. And if Nerds can wake up and have a good, battle against Dumao on the B side of the map, then I think that they have the tools they need to win this one.
Prof?
Taking Legacy, why not? Just for parity.
Do it.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you, as always, for your thoughts. All right, everybody, up next, it's going to be the third and final map, Inferno, between Liquid and Legacy. The winner will head straight through to the semifinals, the loser to the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Score.
We're going the distance here. As the age-old moniker says, all good best of threes are decided on Inferno. And that's where we head for our map number 3 here between Legacy and Liquid. Now, both of these sides have already booked spots in towards the playoffs, but this is all for seeding. Winner of essentially now a best of 1 on Inferno decides who goes directly to the semi-finals. So it's all to play for, and Sadzin starts well. What a shot on towards Nerds. And we're looking to see if we can revitalize Legacy off the back of a pretty poor map number 2, Harvey.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some really dire showings for both of these teams, to be honest with you, and some very, very poor isolated rounds as well. So Inferno, we hope is close, we hope is competitive. The pistol so far looking good from the Brazilians. Quick boost up here as the bomb gets planted. Not going to all be considered. Jumps are gone a bit early, but Dumao still manages to make it work. Shuhei and Ultimate left to deal with this post plant. Banana is completely clear. So that is something that works in favor of Shuhei here, and they're trying to just group up and work together. P250 in play, of course, a lot of footsteps going to be heard in towards Coffin. Shuhei not ready for the next. Oh! Dumao, how do you not get that kill? How do you not get that kill? Shuhei, though, absolutely capitalizes with a 4-piece on the Glock.
Same amount of kills in that round as he got in the entirety of map number 1. Shuhei's back. What a round coming through from the IGL. What a time to step up. How in God's name does he get away with isolating those fights? He does so well. A jumping kill, a 180, and a quad in total. What a way to set the tone here in map number 3. That is a monster moment coming through from him. And we're looking for more of that throughout this map. Liquid would love to go automatically through to that semi-final. But yeah, that is so well played. They had no right to win that, but a Mag 7 up close. Don't test Dumao. Also money to be made there for Dumao as well if they continue to run up Banana.
Big chunky nade. This actually looks pretty decent for Legacy. See what the response from Team Liquid is. They're going to stick around in Banana. Plenty of utility to go at, but it's the HP bars that worry me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a player on the move as well for Legacy. Well-timed smoke. They have fantastic read on the sense of timing. Still looking to go for the B play, though, are Liquid.
I'm worried, dude. I'm so worried here. Oh, no, there's a 4th player coming over. This could be a bloodbath towards B. Double stack orange. It looked like they were setting up for the boost, but they opt against it. Mag 7 up close, misses that one. But they swing in. Sadzin gets 2. Will they expect more bodies here? The answer is no. As Nissim and Lato combine, it's only 2 casualties for Legacy. That's a really good force buy round.
Smart moves from Nissim. Honestly, I thought for a moment it was going to be, you know, the fact that we had like 2 mags involved was going to cost Legacy. But Nissim plays it very, very well indeed. To just kind of indeed sell his teammates down the river, but get in there at the opportune moment. So Liquid going to be kicking themselves. A really hard-fought pistol by the Shuhei clutch goes south, and we spend a lot of time, I think, in games that we do together talking about situations like this, where it's like, is the winning of the force buy arguably a little bit better than winning the pistol? Because that T economy is just going to be in the bin. If they can deny bomb plants away as well, Legacy have a really good chance of controlling this early portion of the game.
And I'd say so. I feel like winning the force buy is more important than winning the pistol itself. It just gives you a little bit more scope to kind of scale into the start of a map or the start of a half, and we're sort of seeing that here. You know, Liquid are forced into a buy that they don't really want to be going for because they're in double eco situation, and well, it's easy fights that can be won by Legacy. I think that comes through on towards Lato. So one has crossed, but Lux holds the pixel angle. Shuhei bomb on his back. He should fall momentarily, but he doesn't, because the Deagle connects once again. His pistol's looking pretty clean. We'll give him that. Let's see if we can get another behind it. Right idea. Not so much the right execution. Legacy take the lead, and it should be extended further as well as Liquid's money runs dry. So hence where we come back to what we were saying about, is it more important to win the force of the pistol? And the argument for force is sort of here, right? As long as you can convert the following response, you're absolutely fine.
A few nades brought up here by Team Liquid. Maybe get them all stacked towards Car. There was 3, but down to just 2. So try and create a kill early on in the round, but there's no one making that quick move towards the Car. So not going to have the desired effect, and I think with that, this round fizzles out, he says. A quick dink from Nertz. His to make it slightly more interesting, but I think against this kind of weaponry, it should be absolutely fine. So Legacy going to start flying, and I think as we've seen in this series, they really are a team that work on the momentum and just the general energy of the team. So the fact that they're able to get off to a good start and win out of force by few cheers, few nices is obviously going to make all the difference for these guys.
The big worry as well, I think, for Liquid is if you allow Legacy to start really getting fired up, that's when they play their best CS, right? We've seen it happen time and time again. We saw it happen with that kind of rampant run they made in map number 1. When Legacy start getting super loud and really kind of fired up, the momentum starts to swing so heavily in their favor. It's, of course, a bit of a nothing round. It's Constellation kills is really all that Liquid are looking for. And Sadson will close it, for the most part, pretty effortlessly. 2 kills for him, 2 for Lato, 1 for Dumal. Simple stuff for a flawless third for the Brazilians. Now's the true test. The buyback in for Liquid. Premium rifles for the most part. There's 2 Galeos that come into play for Nerds and Ultimate as they prioritize the utility. Probably a bit of a heads-up play as well. Need it, especially in towards those post plants. Leave a little bit in spawn as well.
Damn, that's the bottle flip standing up flash. That's crazy. Early utility down Banana. There's not that much presence from Liquid. Don't really want to fight it that heavily. Pretty conventional round here as they just move very, very slowly. Slight bit of a look towards mid. They're going to make it up into the apartment silently here, so curious as to how this goes because the setup from Legacy is somewhat unconventional.
I love this hold.
Could be big.
Don't fall away. Don't turn away. No. Oh, they had just stood there for, what, an extra second? They probably get both of those kills. But they start retracting, and that's where, on the back pedal, they get caught.
Difficult to watch. And looks, that's also difficult to watch. The spray down is just not there for him. Caught completely on an island. And it is sinking. Bomb plant comes in. Dumao and Lato to save. Team Liquid back on the board as soon as they stabilize that economy.
Yeah, it really comes down to that apps play. It's a bit of an inherent gamble going for that apps play because if it's a 4 flat, as we saw, it's such an easy run then in towards the A site, but I really do think they get quite unfortunate. They stand tall for an extra second or 2. I feel like it's a pretty simple kind of closeout there. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles. Liquid respond well back in towards the investments and back to their winning ways. With only the 1 casualty too, you're pretty damn happy about that. And no real call to hunt either, which is definitely the smart call for Legacy. Just sit on the cash that you've got, especially on that CT side. It's very easy for it to thin out at a rapid pace. You still got a lead, you still got a tiny bit of breathing room. Sure, you're in arm's reach, but the reinvestment can come back through. Open play for Sadson? Yes. So that's brought to the table. And the full buy alongside. I like what they were trying their Legacy. That bit of an unorthodox play. It's a good way to make Liquid feel uncomfortable. It's something that's going to make them always having to think in places where they traditionally sort of can potentially turn their brain off a little bit. Now they have to be super aware there's going to be a couple of gimmicks floating around, like this one, for example.
Yep. Absolutely here for that. If they are going to get creative on the CT side of Inferno, I think we would enjoy that. Makes it a more pleasurable watch, let's say.
Because this map is garbage.
Hey, you said it, man. You said it. Dumao.
I know the people agree with me.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, there's no real arguments. To be honest, the chat probably got there before you did. Shuhei left very, very low. Could become problematic. Everybody pretty much shaped up in towards this B hit. They're going to send it through the smoke. It seems like they will. Dumao also doing the same. Takes down the low HP Shuhei. It's Lato to fall easily at the back end of the site as well. So man advantage, Team Liquid around Team Liquid. Legacy want nothing to do with this.
I think that's the right call. There's just no way they're going to get back in towards this site. I think the big fight is actually that Nert's kill on towards Lato, right? Lato, sure, Dumal's coming through the smoke, so his one and done is sort of expected there, but Lato, you're needing to buy time and actually probably get a kill before falling, and he can't do either of those two things. He's open. He's sort of exposed between New Box and Pillar. And it's a great swing from Nertz. It's really well done. I'm not too sure whether really Lato was full blind as to why he was stuck in that no man's land. But he gives Liquid a run in. They tied this game up. Good work. Legacy, it's all well and good that you got the force, but we need to be converting some of these just traditional gun rounds.
Yes.
And so far, they've actually looked quite weak.
Yeah, it is, of course, what Counter-Strike's all about. But indeed, I think the holds themselves, the ideas, not bad. But this is something that we saw pretty massively from them on D2.
Yeah.
Just a lack of individual prowess. You know, there was a lot of rounds on Dust 2 that looked good. They were set up well. There's enough bodies here. They got the read, and they just weren't winning the heads-up fights. So if that creeps back in, if Liquid are able to outgun them once again, you know, if you take CS down to its bare bones, that is a lot of what it is about. So they're going to have their work cut out for them if they can't match up. There's some very awkward movements here in Banana. Nertz is low and alone, and somehow still alive. I saw a little nade on the minimap. I thought it was going to be a HE, but not the case. Shuhei, meanwhile, contacting up through middle. Sadzin is drawn in and finished off. That'll be yet another save for Legacy.
That's such a feeble A-hold as well. You've got two players playing in towards short. One boosted on Balk, one holding in towards Boiler. And it's so easy to isolate. That's the one thing you can't allow to happen. If you're playing a double short stack and you've got no long presence, you have to be able to play off each other and trade each other, not be isolated as easily as Legacy are. So really well done by Liquid, but for Legacy, that's quite a damning way to lose that round. And yeah, another save to come through for Legacy. Hence why this is the worst map in the pool. Because James has ruined our beautiful game.
Oh, it's Dust 2 though, man.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way you can say Dust 2's worse than the save meta of Inferno.
Sometimes when you get a game like this, I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, but this is most games, you know what I mean? At pro level, just min-maxing is percentage-based Counter-Strike.
But Dust just feels like I can watch any teams play it, and it's just going to be the same every single time. like you know, if you hid the names, it'd be difficult for me to tell you who's playing.
Okay, I can give you that.
Yeah. Inferno still has a tiny bit of nuance. At least there's a couple different A executes. You know, I suppose it depends on like what side you find a bit more interesting to watch. I enjoy the T side and what goes on there, the nuance of like timings. It sounds like you maybe enjoy the CT side a bit more and want to see them get creative.
Yeah.
But you just can't on Inferno.
Which is actually sort of one of the reasons I don't mind Dust 2 as much as I do think it's one of the like worst maps in the pool. I like when you see teams do really decent proactivity on the CT side. That's quite exciting to me when I see them kind of figure out ways to get aggressive and to re-aggress and to get proactive and get up in the face of the T side. I think Dust is a good map. And it's quite indicative if you see a really good proactive CT side, it's normally a good sign that they do have good protocols for the map. But Inferno, always been the bane. Bring back cash, as the people say.
Hey, I've heard...
We can agree on that.
I've heard maybe. No, we'll see. We'll see.
Or Rogue take here, maybe Rogue, but how about a new map? Like completely new map.
Could be a good shout. I just feel like when they've done a few new maps, they've not incorporated them super well, to be honest. So we've got to do it right. We will indeed. The hit in towards B has picked up, and Dumao falls completely flat. And you know, I may be coming around because it's going to be another save.
Yeah, you're starting to get my drift there a little bit, right? This is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, the second that bomb goes down, 9 times out of 10, you just can't make a feasible argument of why we should be giving this a go. And it's actually quite damning now when you look at Legacy because their initial fights that we've seen in the last 3 rounds are actually really quite poor, right? We look at the previous round with that A short setup was really, really weak. This time, it's just one simple kill on towards Dumao, and he falls, and that's it. And this is a bit more of a standard setup by Legacy, kind of 4 leading in the direction of A. You leave 1 as a B anchor, but it's too simple. Lux trying to save, but he loses his head. Sadzin will get his, and thankfully Lato reacts on towards Nerds. But another save that comes through, and another round for Liquid. They find their 5th. A bit of breathing room now starting to build for the T side. But I guess with the CT side, despite the losses, because of the saves, you just constantly got money on deck. Some people can drop over and it's fine. I feel like now for Legacy, we've actually we kind of have to start getting a little bit more aggressive though. I want to see, you know, just as I was talking about the proactivity on Dust 2, I want to see it here now Inferno. Not even so much the gimmicks, but take early banana control, which actually looks like they are doing. Double mollies coming down as well. Smoke to split the 2 mollies. Put pressure on a nade behind it. This is more like it. Start getting up in their face. Don't let them take it for free. Ultimate. Wallbang through the smoke catches Dumas. That's just unlucky.
The nade damage is crazy, though. The nade damage is absolutely crazy. So we'll see if Legacy can capitalize on it. It's a very, very loose advantage here. The B bomb site again, though, going to be abandoned.
He's alone as well.
With the AWP.
Yeah.
Which, if the burst is right, it's going to be hard for him to get multiple kills. Hard for him to stay alive. Sending the feelers out there, though, our Team Liquid. See what they can get away with here. It does seem like the bomb wants to go towards A, and, well, Shuhei makes some noise. Not fully committing just yet. And this is where the majority of the defense is for Legacy. Certainly a fan of how they're set up. Try and, again, draw them in. They're not biting. They're not biting. They are fully committed to this A play, and they would indeed be correct. Sadzin even finds his kill on the other side of the map, so it might be a bit easier for him to join. A well-timed short smoke makes life very difficult indeed for Team Liquid, but they've got to go. There's not much time left. The trades are here. It's Lux in towards Mini Pit. It's going to be a problem, but he's not ready for ultimate on the site. And you know what? Liquid have done a great job of breaking in. The setup looks solid, but they will get away with it.
And you know what's going to happen again?
Yeah, but come on.
No, it's fine.
Leave him alone. It makes sense here.
I can't blame him.
I feel like I'm becoming an Inferno apologist, though.
Yeah, I feel like you are. But I think you're right. Liquid do really well in that round. It really wasn't looking pretty for a second. Ultimate, it's a good round for him. He opens things up quite nicely, but that second he gets super important just to give Liquid a bit of breathing room in towards the A side. It's quite a decent stack that they had to break down. As 3 players sort of in a bit of a line there. It's not the easiest fights, but a couple of rightly placed flashes do a hell of a lot of lifting. Liquid did look in for the hunt as well. I don't think they get close enough, though, to Sadzin. So 6-3. Now 5 in a row for Team Liquid as well. That is, yeah, that's a monstrous shot. But it's a great round, all in all, right? Naf kickstarts things as he contacts out through balcony, and it's just about playing the trades here, right? It's about playing the numbers. It's a 4 versus 3 on that execute in towards the A site, and they do well. Legacy, we're getting into a very dangerous territory here. And we're actually getting to the point now as well where, as this half starts to progress, we have to start weighing up the options of, do we actually give these 1v2s a bit of a go?
Yes, that is true,
these
actually.
2v3s, you know, these kind of spots. Do we take the gamble?
Concede so easily. Oh, nice flashes. Another one as well. Doesn't quite blind up Shuhei, so this time around, he's able to help out. Gets a bit aggressive, though. Certainly an overzealous move. Bold is a nice way of putting it. And he will go down. So, Legacy, another round that looks doable for them. And again, if they can't convert all these different types of scenarios, I think we really worry for their CT side.
Nafi had really good success in that lurk out from Bark in the previous round. And then rather than the previous round where it was a 1-3 split, this time Legacy are playing a 2-2 split, but it helps when Sadzin hits that shot and gets out alive too. Liquid now into a 2 versus 4. Really difficult round for them to convert. The hardest round they've had to convert so far. Let's see if they can. It helps when the shot's missed by the AWP. Elise, foot 1, looks for 2, which he nails. Okay, life left in this round just yet. 30 seconds to get this bomb down on a Moto smoke. Actually, has a pretty big gap in it, but it's re-smoked, which is the main thing. Oh, Lato spams through. So it's all on the shoulders. Oh, the new man back in this side. Alicia's got to go huge, but he doesn't think about the flank. It's Lato who sees it off. And it's Legacy who finally, for the first time in 5 rounds, first time in 6 played, get one on the board.
Very, very lucky, I think, that the kill through the smoke comes in.
Yeah.
That first one, at least. So they will indeed be thanking the gods of Counter-Strike for that one. Liquid, though, still have a good position, still bring the numbers down low enough that I think they'll be happy with the damage that they've done. Yeah, I mean, pretty crazy stuff, but you'll take the kills wherever they come at this point. Legacy have got to close this gap.
No banana presence at all early for Liquid, because they're all focused on apartments. Oh, that is a bold move by Naf. I mean, Alicia's move was bold as well, but he gets away with it. Shuhei then falls to Lux. And with barely any time gone in this round, Liquid are left down to 2. That's an ultimate. Have to save them from a bit of an embarrassing one here in round number 11. Lux has spotted one in towards mid. Ultimate's not got a gun. Now he does. He dropped the orb. I thought he dropped it to pick something up, but no. He does recover that AK, but 2 versus 4. With 3 players in the direction of A, this should be impossible to win.
You'd think so. Yeah, I mean, they were given a lot of space. I had a bit of hope that they might be able to catch a player or 2 off guard. Not going to happen. It's actually the reverse. So, Legacy closing the gap. It might look a bit rough in the middle of the half, but ultimately, if they can bring this to a 6-6 scoreline, I don't think they will be all that bothered about how it happens.
True.
Liquid were in prime position to be knocking on the door to double digits heading into that second half, but
yeah,
they now are the ones that are maybe letting things slip up.
Final round of play here in this first half. Early banana aggression once again. Dumal does well. And he'll reposition towards half wall. His feet are still singed by the flames as he falls to the hands of Nerds. Numbers in favor of Legacy, but Naf makes a move, and it's a move in which he'll get away with for now. He is in behind enemy lines, and this round all hinges on the shoulders of the vet. Naf makes or breaks round number 12 here for Liquid as he gets in behind. Smoke comes down towards CT. They're never going to expect him here. Oh, and he plays patience. This is the right call, but he loses him in the smoke. Uh-oh. Does it actually now work against him? If he wraps towards Coffin, he could potentially line up both here. He's just got to wait and hope that nobody falls on towards Liquid. Play time. Nissim's got U2 on hand. He could get both here. Here's the first and the second. There they are. Naf. Brilliant from him. Single-handedly should have won this round for Liquid. Legacy, this is a difficult retake they've now got to pull off with an AWP in play.
So far away from this one as well, so there's just going to be plenty of time for Liquid to set up and get a good idea of what's happening here. They've got eyes down Banana as well. Tiny bit of utility available that could do some damage or force a player out into the open, but it's just not looking likely. Naf hidden away. He wants to win the round all by himself here, and he will do just that. Liquid have their lead moving into the second half, deservedly so, as they look far more consistent on the rifles.
Bit of prime Naf there as well to close out the half. That's what we want to see from Liquid. Really, really nice shot. And credit to Nerds and Alicia. They've just got to play patient there. The whole thing is they cannot afford to fall. You've got to keep attention drawn towards Banana. It's sort of a fine margin there. Keep attention drawn, but don't die. Don't get spammed through a smoke. Don't fall for nothing, because it makes the late part of this round much harder. Settles it with beauty.
Nice fucking round. Good job, boys. One Zickler. Good fucking round, boys.
Ever so slight smirk coming through. Just a hint of emotion from the stoic man himself, but it's a fantastic round. Sick-lurk, as they said, had a pretty good half, all things considered, for Liquid. 7-5, you're, for the most part, pretty happy with that. I think the only thing we can say in a kind of a bad note is, in a way, there was one point where we thought it actually would have been even more of a lead.
Sure. I feel like there's one round in there that they potentially could have converted to give them the 8-4, but they will take it step by step. You have to look at the round that is ahead of you, really, and sort of ignore the scoreline as best you possibly can.
Let's see, a very important pistol for Legacy. You lose this and things start to get very, very dicey. Time starts to run out. Granted, not quite the stakes of tournament life on the line, but getting a free pass all the way to the semis would be lovely.
Slow creep up banana here. Could be perfect for Legacy. Now, we'd love them to perhaps contact in, because there is only the one player here for Liquid. But the utility potentially going to give them away. We'll see how fast the rotations are. We'll see, of course, what Ultimate can do. In comes the utility. They move ahead quickly. The flashes are good. And the headshot's even better. So with a kill like that, it becomes very, very difficult now for Team Liquid to really compete into the remainder of this round. No kit available. As the bomb goes down, I think they may well, move away and... Oh no, hold on. I'm pretty sure Naf wanted to move away, but it seems like Elige leading the charge. No more saving. Saving is dead. Saving is done. That could, be a good omen for the Heart, but we'll see if they can win the round itself. Flash comes over. Julie's in hand here. The lack of kit really becomes a problem now. The lack of kills is a far bigger problem, however.
Duma and Nissim, so well done. Duma survives with 1 point of HP as well. But a really nice post-spawn coming through. I am sort of surprised that Liquid even give it a look in towards the end. They don't have a kit. They barely have any time. They would have had to run straight on towards the site and get the kills immediately and get somebody sticking on that bomb at the same exact time. It was asking a hell of a lot. That's it. We spoke about this earlier. Legacy start to get fired up. Things start to get a little worrying. They're really good when they start to get loud and proud about their Counter-Strike, and that snowball effect starts to take place. Like, we've got to be careful. They go for the Force. 1 MP9, Field Grade pistols. Fair decent amount of util, to be fair, as well.
The show of the smokes, though, I think does depict that they are going to be fully committing towards this 4-man A play for as long as they possibly can. Molotov forces Shuhei away, will go down. They're going to burst in here. Oh, Lato has missed his mark. In comes the balcony player, however, and Nissim saves the day. It's close for a second there. If they had been more prepared for Balk, maybe a different round. Nerds could drop the bomb here. Hold on.
Yeah.
We're not done just yet. I mean, they throw it up middle. I don't know what is going on. The bomb is technically dropped. So he kind of has control of the situation. This
4 bullets
is not looking good, but unfortunately, Nissim's got a much better gun, much more ammo left in the magazine. And another save of the day from Nissim, actually. So there you are. Pay him his flowers.
Bit of kind of bated breath there for a second. Just had to wait, The bomb was dropped right at his feet. You got one player who falls away under, and then it's like, okay, we've actually given him time to set up a little bit. And with a 5-7, I've seen some highlight moments. I didn't want to discount it.
Yep.
So for a potential moment, that was a little scary. Thankfully, yeah, Nissim, it's a really great round for him, especially that Balk play. The 3 gets flying out. Really, really well done. Only been under control by Legacy. 4 players this time towards B. It's been a traditional 4A, 1B stack. They flipped the script here, and the result is the same. It's a mowdown, a massacre, and a monster round by Legacy. Flawless to make light work out of that low buy.
Yeah, Liquid now, the pressure mounts up very, very fast indeed. So, very curious. They get the AWP out, which feels like it could be early, you might argue. Ultimate also struggling a little bit.
I think that might be part of it.
Sacrificing the utility, but yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, I think he's really looked a little rough. Let's get him back into his comfort zone. Let's get him back onto his comfort gun. AWP out early, minimal util. And granted, it can drop to him, worst case scenario. And hope that he can now start to get back in towards this game because they need him desperately.
Oh man, the nade damage is huge. The Mach 10 to follow these players, however. Very nearly getting away with two. Oh my goodness, Elise took one tick of the early molly. It wasn't quite enough. And he lives, barely.
God, how does he survive there?
It's basically just an arm and a head right now, but there it is. The nade finishes him off.
What
should have been hiding in the corner, I think, as far away from any danger as possible.
What a round he's just had. That's one of the worst kind of rounds to have as well. You can't do anything. You're just getting constantly barraged with util.
No one's A.
Yeah. They've taken the gamble stack term quite literally here, Liquid. Everyone B.
High rolling.
Yeah. And well, speaking of rolling, the red carpet's rolled out. Free plant, free round for Legacy. That's a 2-round buffer now. As they're going to tick over in towards 9. All Liquid can do is save. Uh-oh. That's not what you want at all, really, is it? I mean, I guess in that situation, you know, 4 versus 3, it's probably not worth playing a 1-2 split. So I guess gambling, it is the right call. I don't even hate the call itself. It's a 50-50. That's one they lose, so... I hate to say it. They are going for the hunt, though, and I think this is a nice call by Legacy. You've got money to work with. Why not try and put pressure on? Even just one more kill makes the buy-in towards the next round for Liquid really actually quite dicey.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to happen for them. I think they're also in the same sort of camp of like, let's not throw guns away. Let's try and build up some cash ourselves.
It costs so much money, though. I feel like FaLatto, you know, you got 8 grand on a Galil.
Depends how you want to look at it. But yeah, you do have a good point there. It's not even like giving the AK away necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. If it was the AKs, I can sort of understand it, but die for the cause, right, with the Galil.
First tack pause here for Liquid, which is kind of interesting to see. Not a lot of pauses used here, actually, from either side. So 9-7, the game gets close, but Legacy have a chance to split these teams right down the middle if they can find another couple rounds. I think they start to hammer this one home and enjoy some time to reflect on the early days of the CAC.
Oh, let's see. Flashy taking that moment to breathe and converts. What has he spotted? It does feel like Legacy, at least their approach for now, it generally is just quite loose, right? You know, they are, we've kind of joke about it a little bit, this sort of vibes-based Counter-Strike, but they are just floating around the map, getting, you know, it's a very early default of just, let's poke and prod both second mid and in towards banana, and then we react to gaps. And I kind of like it at the moment. It's this loose and fast style of play, and Liquid are struggling to prepare for it because they don't know what's coming their way. Nice little setup though from Elige and Shuhei as he gets a second behind it. Lato will catch Naf, but even still, this feels very difficult for them to try and move in towards the A side considering their HP. The bomb will go down, but survival is only just found by Sadzin. It should be a next to impossible round, and Elige is making sure of it. All on the shoulders of 10 points of HP and a Galil. No way. A constellation kill short. That's about it. Nice round from Liquid.
Yeah, keeping it simple. The play comes to them, for sure. Okay, there we go. I was worried for a second. I was waiting to see that AWP appear.
Yeah.
I felt like no one had really gone for it early on in the sort of win before the defuse, as it were. All the same, yeah. Like I say, the round comes to Liquid. I think it's going to be difficult to replicate moments like that, but they now have to capitalize on this opportunity. And the money, like I was kind of pointing out, it will quickly run dry here for Legacy if they're not careful.
Yeah. We're looking for a little bit more impact out of Lux as well. A little quiet comparatively to the highs he's had in this game. It's Sadzin will open things up with a nade. The double dunk on towards Nertz. He's had a struggling game as well. 5 and 13. Shuhei. really playing with fire there, but the nade, the fadeaway finds it, and he gets a second as well while full blind. Not a bad effort there under the pressure, and Ultimate nails such an important shot. This is such scrappy Counter-Strike, and it's all left on the shoulders of Nissim. A 1v3 clutch. He's already had one of these as well, a 3K to save a round. We look at it once again. All around that corner, he stays posted, and Ultimate gets tagged, but he doesn't panic. Not flustered, shot connected.
Two very quick, very high impact kills coming in from Ultimate. I thought Legacy, the way it opened, were in the perfect spot to take that round. You know, really quick and part of their DNA, I think, but the nade touchdown in towards sandbags really, really, really sold it for me. But it's Ultimate who really keeps that one alive. And he dropped the bomb in an awkward spot, right? They weren't able to reset the round. They weren't able to get that plant. Makes all the difference. Got a timeout coming in here. Second for Legacy. And they just about have money to get a buy together. Unfortunately, Doomau is going to have to feel the burn. And this would be one of those great moments where we just use our heads a little bit. Drop him an AK, perhaps. I don't believe it. They've done it.
The Prophet.
There you go. All right, so we're going to see if Legacy can capitalize with this timeout.
I wonder what the change-up is as well. The tempo's been pretty thick and fast for Legacy, right? They're flying into all these fights. They're trying to get a lot of early map control, but it is leaving them at times potentially quite isolated. I wonder if they do try and slow it down just a tad here. It looks like, no, a barrage of utility towards top car. And they take this control. And Nerds is all alone here. Needs to be a little bit careful. Good util set to slow down the initial T push up and towards top banana.
Yeah, that's kind of the trouble, isn't it? Like, if the nades don't find any kills, you've just completely given the game away as to where you've got like 60% of your resources at least. So they call one rotation as we know. The numbers remain kind of average on this B bomb site. They may be expecting 3 over here, I feel like. The bomb's a little late getting in. Nerds. Patience pays off. I don't know where Lux is going. He's lost his mind, and he will get taken down, but the rest of the team keep it cool, and Liquid may be getting down and dirty. The gloves are off. Can they fight in the mud is what Legacy are asking here. Nissim, bro, where are you? Get over here. The kills are still coming in for Legacy, though. The bomb has yet to be planted. It's just such a mess. Ultimate, again, comes round from this coffin angle to try and bail the team out. Nissim, eventually, chop, getting on his bike, will get over here. They've let him get CT. He knows that A is clear. Can Naf stop the bomb from crossing? No, he can't. What is going on? The bomb plant will come in. We've got a 2v2 on the retake. I've seen enough. Neo take over.
Gladly. Flash is all that Legacy have got here in the post plant. And util is non-existent for Liquid, but they've got 2 kits in play. Oh, Nissim, shoulder spotted, fall away. You don't need to fight here. You don't need to fight. He sticks around. It's a risk, but the reward is heavy. He gets one and he gets out. How does he get round that corner? Ultimate can't convert, and he's thrust into a top 1v2, and he gets caught by Sadzin. One of the wildest rounds of Counter-Strike, and somehow, some way, Legacy come out on top. I have no idea. It looked like Nissim was dawdling over towards A on that lurk, and it ends up being the strongest move.
But like, what it all started there. Lux is just not caring about the main body of the site. So crazy. But this is where Legacy are going to thrive, and this is what, you know, we've had many teams.
Yeah.
Over the life cycle of Counter-Strike that just kind of bend the rules, you know, the conventional rules of engagement. And if you allow them to do that, if you try and best them at that kind of game, they are going to beat you. They are going to take you in those important rounds. And then what happens against a team like Liquid as well, who have a lot of these vocal kind of players, they get in your head. Yeah. It's 9-9. You know, Naf is going to be annoyed with himself. If only he'd taken the stupid wide swing, he probably drops the bomb, but he's been trained to not do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's just very, very frustrating, I think, to see that kind of play find success.
It's one of these situations, you know, for Legacy, they're happy to kind of drop the gloves, bare knuckle brawl. If you go for that sort of fight against them, you are just going to lose. Liquid need, for the most part, especially comparatively to Legacy, they actually do need the structure and the system. They need the rigidity, I guess you could call it, in a sense, where for Legacy, we said it, right? These guys will play loose and fast. They will bare knuckle brawl every situation that you gift them if you allow them to do so, because in the chaos, they can thrive. And that's a prime example of it. Flashing towards Apps, Elige spots no one's there. Nissan then reacts to reclaim the space. He doesn't even need to move here, Nissan. Oh my god, he could get a freebie. He really could. He doesn't spot him yet. Just patience. Patience will pay off for him. Ultimate will fall back at some point, especially if they can throw one flash towards long. There we go. There we go. There's the first. I don't think he needs to push, though. That's a bold move, but the team's not scaling towards the site either way. Ali's going to get to a third, in fact, but it then gets cut short and thrust it in to a 2 versus 2 retake for Liquid. This is hard. They can't afford to lose this either. They don't have the money to do so.
Oh, man, that smoke is spamming a little bit better than I think Shuhei was expecting. If he just committed to that one angle, he might have been able to get away with a kill. Not going to be the case. He's gathered a lot of information. I think they might know they're both in pit because there's a difference of weapons here with those sprays, but the bomb is planted so very well for them, and whereabouts in the pit, not quite sure. Nertz struggling at the moment. This would be a big clutch if he can take it. The FAMAS not happening for him, and he just lacks some confidence to get in the mixer.
Oh.
And Legacy move up to 11. 2 relatively unlikely rounds going the way of the Brazilians, and it could be the beginning of the end here for Liquid.
Yeah, honestly, really well done. Again, I think Nissan, that first kill he gets, it's just so important, right? You drop in that long kind of pressure, and it's not even like they use long control, but you just get rid of the AWP, you get rid of ultimate. The AWP is saved by Nertz, but when he said it, I mean, Liquid just couldn't afford to lose that round. And it does feel like in situations like that, especially when Legacy move as this unit in towards a site, it really feels like the comms are being quite cluttered for Liquid. I think Alicia's fantastic to get the amount of kills that he does, but there's just no support, unfortunately, for him.
Nice guys. Nice guys.
Getting close. Just caught the end of it.
That's a pretty funny cut, yeah.
11-9. Legacy 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away, taking the map and the series and booking the spot all the way to the semi-finals here of the CS Asia Championships 2025, which would be huge. And there's a bit of belief in the air as well. Ultimate, he's dropped the AWP back and he legs Lux. Unfortunate not to get the kill itself. The nade sailed past his head to minimal damage on towards Nertz.
Oh, thinking about it. Oh, if he was quick enough, but he'd have to be very quick for that one. He's going to get Molotov down. Meanwhile, in the apartments, we've got a different story unraveling. Shuhei drops Nissim, who has been a real thorn in the side of a lot of these rounds. Ultimate to creep round, a key frag picked up. The smoke is there as well to stop the push coming in. The kills are good here, but Nertz staying alive on his MP7. He doesn't know where to turn. The support comes in, the SMGs get it done, and Liquid will stem the tide. The money broken at the worst possible time for Legacy.
Yeah.
This might just go the distance and a little bit more. However, Liquid really in a good position. What do you do here?
Yeah.
You know, you can't eco. What's the point? So you have to force. But then the buy, you got to eco the next and let them get to 12? Like, oh, tough.
This really is make or break territory, isn't it? The force buy-in, and it really feels like Legacy are essentially going to be force buying the rest of the rounds in regulation. We'll see whether there's more required, but that is such a big round to scalp away from Legacy, and also in the fashion they do. We were just talking about how Legacy like to bare knuckle brawl a lot of these rounds, and Liquid give them a taste of their own medicine, a chaotic, scrappy fight towards top card. Now, what have you got? Here's them! Oh, he lines up 2, one of which jumping as Elige allowed another to the tally. Oh, Legacy, they went for a pop play towards A, and they're all caught.
Oh, Naf keeps it going. Bomb at his feet. Not a chance for Dumao. Not a chance for a kill, maybe. Which I think they would have liked to return on the investment. They would have loved a bomb plant.
Freebie of an orb?
Oh, yeah. Got to be careful. You can't be serious. You can't.
No.
Hey, come on, man.
No.
Come on. Just kill him. That's just rude.
This late in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect time for a knife, isn't it? And
what
now
a way
you got
to
force again.
Yeah, Rob salt in the wound. Like, now, excellent work. He hears one step, literally one step, and that's all he needs to realize they're up close. We're in this smoke together. What a time to turn, though. What an angle. Shout out the Obs team. That is such a good replay to show just how fine those margins were. Oh, man. 11-11. No money. And Legacy do actually something that's quite rare that you see at the pro level these days. They actually opt to eco for overtime. Not a lot of teams do. A lot of teams will force and rather risk the chance of a win.
All right, here would be my question.
Uh-oh.
Why would you then force in the previous round? Maybe?
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean? You might as well just put all of your chips in. So maybe they've not taken a step back and looked at the bigger picture, which is not a great sign. Missing for one, but that'll be that. And this is what it all comes down to. Overtime or death for Legacy.
Do you know, if I actually had to guess about why they forced in kind of that round prior, I actually reckon there was no foresight, really. I reckon there was no long-term thinking. It was like, right, you know, we're close. You know, we can see that we're getting space. Our XQs have been quite good. Let's force here.
Yeah.
We can win this. And then they don't. And then it's like, uh-oh, like, now what?
I think the thing is as well, when you get to this stage of the game and the series, if you start doubting your instincts, it's maybe a little worse than like a logistical choice, perhaps. And obviously it's so natural for players to force in that position, but it's a conversation that maybe we come back to, maybe not. If they win this one, they will certainly shut us up and shut Liquid up as well for a little while. Replenishment of utility in towards CT here for Elige. Oh, you can't be serious now. Just spams away. He's looking for a little bit more as well, and you know what? He was a bit close.
I think from what we've seen so far, Naf's got to be the MVP of the series. He's looked great all the way throughout. Nice shot by Ultimate. Catches Lux on that smoke break. The remaining three, they're moving in towards short. I don't know. This is done for me.
Naf on high, looking to be the hero once again. Partnered up with Elige, the dynamic duo to hold them back. Naf remains alive. The damage is done. There's one more to go, and he's only got 2 HP. Takes down the AWP, but the bomb needs recovering. He's got 3 more to get through. Surely not going to happen. Nertz bursts in, and Liquid have done it. Pip to the post. They will take it. They will skip ahead to the semifinals.
That they will do. Indeed, our first team in the semifinals is Team Liquid. A strong performance across 3 maps, taking out Legacy. Legacy, who will now head to the quarterfinals. Prof and Dust, let me get your reactions coming out of that game. They had to fight for it, Liquid, but overall, I'd say they looked good on Inferno.
A good back and forth map, ultimately, but what was that at the end? What was that money management from Legacy? I have no idea. Forcing yourself into a corner, you know, to have to eco at 11-11, that's crazy. Like, even if you have to eco, honestly, just force buy, I think that's higher chances of winning. And we saw what happened in the last round. You know, you do have a gun. Nav just spams you through a smoke. You don't even get a duel anyway. So just sad how it evaporated, because they really put themselves in a good position to win this game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to kind of hyper-focus on those last few rounds, because ultimately that's what it came down to. I mean, it's a very close scoreline up until that point, and, you know, to go for that Tech 9 buy, I think was an absolute blunder. There was no foresight into thinking, you know, if this doesn't work, we have no money to spend next round, which means we're giving Liquid free map and series point. And then even in the final round of the half, all of a sudden you're working with limited utility, so you have limited options on how you can approach the round. So that was a complete blunder that really cost him a chance to maybe still win this map. But if you're just kind of taking a look at it across the whole, I mean, honestly, it was just like Liquid finding a way to grind together enough T rounds to be competitive. And honestly, a lot of it was Shuhei. Like, the dude was just running into places and finding big entries. And even though the stars weren't really shining for Liquid, the bulk of this game, particularly in the first half, I mean, Shuhei really did kind of, you know, at least put them in a spot where they would be competitive.
Yeah, let's talk about what some of the win conditions were for Liquid. Dust, you mentioned Shui. You know, early on he was showing confidence and it seemed to work out very much for him. Elige was still on. Naf had his moments. Interestingly, though, Nerds didn't have to perform, and in fact didn't have to perform across the series. So, Prof, if we go over to you, what do you think the win conditions, the important ones, were for Team Liquid?
I mean, I think it's kind of insane that Legacy don't get a W when Nerds posts like a 0.6 rating across the series. I think that's a kind of a moment to stop and reflect and see, like, if this is happening and we're not winning, when can we win against the Team Liquid? No pressure, no anything. Obviously, Liquid is a big favorite, but a missed opportunity there. One thing, someone to mention definitely is Naf. Played a great series, and I wanted to even mention it at the beginning of the series. Naf this whole year, definitely, I would say, his worst year of his career. At different points, probably they were thinking of replacing him. Many people would say that they were supposed to replace him. Also, look at all of these kills. He got all of his CT side kills, all of his kills on the map in literally 2 meters around the apartment.
Good job, man. He's anchoring, you know?
But yeah, I just want to say, like, Naf has 5 MVPs in his career.
This was a really cool highlight, by the way, when Naf did that big rotate through through CT. Sorry to interrupt, though.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't really show all of the kills because some of them were missing, but, you know, a lot of them were around that pit area, which is his bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly had impactful moments at the end of both halves, which is key. Like you said, the clutch rate wraps around CT spawn, gets 2 kills on B site, gives them a very key T round to give them a little bit of breathing room. And then, yeah, just the last 3 rounds of the game, just doing his job, anchoring. Maybe a little bit fortunate to get that one smoke spam kill, but it's still like the mind to know that that's an option, and also just playing really intelligently around. And really kind of everyone stepped up. Like, I think all the stars really had like kind of a cold start in the first half, if we're honest. But when we get to the CT side, Ultimate starts making impact plays with the op, getting some early picks, and being very dynamic and mobile on where he's looking for those shots from. Lige finally stepped up in the CT's half, had some big rounds of his own as well. It really was only Nerds that kind of faltered and wasn't able to perform in this game, which is a little bit tough because he's been the best player in the tournament up until this point. So hopefully they can figure it out.
All right, Dust and Prof, let's head down to the floor where we have Zhang Bei and Dalf standing by with Naf of Liquid.
中间的是来自 Liquid 的 Naf， 欢迎 Naf 来到我们的赛后采访。首先恭喜 Liquid， 你们现在获胜之后是进入到了下一阶段，并且已经是拿到了4强的席位了。所以对于液体来说，我觉得这应该是一个很开心的时刻吧。分享一下你现在的感觉。
Congratulations! After this game, Liquid securing 1 spot in the semifinals. How do you feel about at this moment?
Of course, it feels really good to go straight into the semifinals, already secure the top 4. But yeah, no, we just need to make sure that we keep it up, to keep up the good work, because obviously going straight into the semis, the team coming from quarters gets an extra game to play in the arena and all that. So we just need to make sure that we're ready going into top 4. But of course, super excited to just get straight into it.
现在当然感觉非常的好了，可以直接锁定4强。然后我们其实，在接下来的比赛当中会面对的就是之前在第1轮已经在场馆打过比赛的队伍，所以我们也不能掉以轻心，我们要保持我们现在的状态。我们还是会继续努力，然后保持现在的状态，感觉非常的好，非常激动。
当然，我要问一下，今天在 BO3 里面，其实图1啊，对于液体来说，我觉得这张图一定是非常有意义的，甚至是非常重要的一张图。因为 MIBR 这张图，你们开局是拿了5-0，非常好的一个开局，但是却被对手打了一个12-0回来。所以这张图，我想请你去聊一聊，到底发生了什么，在你的第一视角。
The result is good today, but we want to look back and talk about the map 1. Liquid opened as 5-0, but lost 12 rounds in a row. Does that affect your performance, and what happened?
No, I think we're still very confident on Mirage. I think Legacy and Lux just had like a really good game plan on like how they wanted to play, and overall, I think a lot of us sensed that maybe we played a little too fast on the T side. A lot of first stages where we're kind of just getting entries instantly into their games, and we weren't able to play any like late round scenarios. So I think they caught on really well, and overall, I think they kind of pretty much like destroyed us, because I got a few clutch rounds and I had a hero round on B, and if like maybe those don't happen, maybe it's like a 13-1, 13-2. So I think they just played really good on the map. So props to them. So yeah.
这样当然了，MIBR这张图，我觉得我们确实是打的就有点好玩吧。就是最开始的时候，感觉 Legacy 他们是在被我们5-0了之后，延续了他们的这个打法和战术，然后他们打法和战术也非常的好，所以他们可以不停的拿分。然后我们在进攻方的时候，感觉打的是有一点点着急，然后有很多想要打出的这个进攻节奏没有打出来。然后特别是在我们后面几轮的时候，感觉就打的有一点点没有打出自己的体系，然后 Legacy 就反而是让他们不停拿分，不停拿分，所以这张图我们就没有拿下来。
还非常有意思。从第一视角去看的话，那最后想问液体的是，因为你们现在已经进入到了4强，而且你刚才也提到了，你们即将要面对的对手还有很多都是你们知道的，已经在场馆交手过的，或者一些没交手的。你觉得目前自己所处的这个位置，液体冲击 CAC 的冠军有多大的可能性？
As the first team securing one spot at semifinal, there are a lot of good teams and some underdogs are still in the tournament, and they're probably gonna facing you later on. Which team you think could be hard to beat, and do you think Liquid, how confident do you think Liquid could get the trophy?
Yes. Yeah. No. Of course. We're really confident. You know, at the end of the day, not a lot of the best teams are here. You know, in the top 5 and top 10. But you know, there's some good teams. I think some underrated teams. Of course, FUT is a pretty good team. I think they beat Pain today. So you know, like they have a lot of potential. There's 3D Max. Hopefully, I think they're still in the tournament. There's 3D Max and FaZe. But if I had to pick an underdog, the FUT team I think is really good. We played them in practice a few times, so I think they could be a good contender to play maybe. Hopefully, they can make it, and maybe we can play them. Oh, of course, lots of confidence. Of course, going straight into the semifinal. Like I said, we want to straight into the semifinals. It shows that we're playing pretty well. We're doing something right. It's just we just need to remember not to get too comfortable. That we are in the semifinal, and a team could play in the quarters and have a good warm-up game, and then come back the next day and just keep up the streak. So we just need to make sure that we just keep confident and just continue and not get too comfortable.
当然了，我们。即将要迎战的其实是比较强的队伍，然后我们现在的这个比赛当中没有特别强的，就是这种在全球范围排名比较靠前的队伍。然后他提到了，如果让我列举一些黑马战队的话，我会觉得FUT这支队伍很有希望。然后当然还有比较强的是3D Max 呀，然后他们包括 FaZe， 他们还都在这个 CAC 的赛程当中。所以我们现在 Liquid 的话就是。虽然说直接进入4强是一个非常舒服的节奏，但是不能太舒服，不能掉以轻心。我们接下来要迎战的还有8强上来的队伍，所以也不太确定。但是要问我有多少信心，信心肯定是有的，就是保证自己不能太因为不能太放松，然后还是要保持自己的这个状态，把自己最好的表现发挥出来。
再一次感谢 Nef 跟我们分享这么多，我们也希望他们能在后面的舞台 Playoff 当中有更好的精彩的表现，在下一阶段有更多的观众会期待 Liquid 的精彩表现了。那我们稍事休息，我们先把时间交还给解说席。
Thank you, Jangbei, for the questions, Dove for the translation, and Naf for the insights. Let's react to some of them. So Naf, when reflecting on Mirage, he said that he thought Lux had a good game plan for them, and hence the 12 rounds in a row. But they were still confident of that map going into the second map. I think that spells very well for this team. Even under tough circumstances, those 12 rounds in a row, they were still feeling good and able to mentally reset going into map 2, Prof.
Yeah, I like the insight that he said, like they played too fast and they were giving away a lot of opening duels, opening kills. It's kind of what we spoke about as well. And he almost made a little jab at his teammates. Is like, I had a few clutches, if not that. It might have been a 13-1, pick it up, guys. What are we doing? But ultimately, good showing,
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's nice to see that A, they're confident, and B, they understand that the job is not done and that they need to focus up. And I think it's also understanding that, hey, like, even though we won, there were some discrepancies in our game. And I mean, part of it was some of the things that you've already mentioned. But even on that Inferno match, I think there were definitely times where in that first half on T side, they're getting themselves into, advantage situations, getting some control, and people are just maybe going for a little bit too much. Shuhei a couple of times, maybe, even though he was having a hot hand that half, and you could understand the confidence. It's like, listen, man, you don't have to peak over or through every smoke that's there to try to get extra stuff that you don't necessarily need yet when you have so much time left on the clock. So I just think they need to tighten up a little bit, and we could see a much cleaner CS from them going forward, hopefully.
Also, something that I'd like to bring up that Naf mentioned. So at the very end there, recognizing the field of teams, says not all the best teams are here, but we still have some good teams at the event and still in the tournament. But nonetheless, confident of a solid chance at the trophy. I think that's fair. It's realistic and fair, Prof.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that he kind of pointed out FUT as one of the teams that could be interesting, could be good, that they played in practice, that they showed good form. Interestingly enough, they are playing against FaZe to get into the playoffs. I would prefer a Liquid FaZe game, you know, but not gonna complain either way.
Dude, the amount of storylines that would exist if FaZe played Liquid in the final would be absolutely absurd. Like, if you think about it, like, you know, former teammates playing against each other, you know, the whole back and forth with them basically trading players. I mean, there's just so much that's there. That would be very tantalizing to see that as a grand final.
It would indeed. All right, Prof and Dust, thank you so much for your thoughts. That will be all from us for now. When we return from a short break, we'll have Richard Lewis, Maui Snake, and Vendetta back, and they will be bringing you the action from FaZe versus FUT. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死。来吧！你这手感，无人能敌。他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。来吧，看我们的！他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。准备安炸弹了。嗨，我们成功了，走了。让他们见识见识谁才是老大。你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了。今天还回得去吗？
Yes, welcome back to the CS Asia Championships for 2025. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Apologies at the start, I'm a little bit under the weather, but don't worry, we've got a panel full of energy that are going to carry me through for our last best of three. We have, of course, he's always coiled like a viper. It is Maui Snake and the man who was forged in the fires of Hellfragger. It is Vendetta. That's a reference. There's a reference. That's a deep cut for all the Norwegian CS fans out there.
3 people are old enough to actually get that.
And one of them's Rain.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, look, we have got FaZe versus FUT for a place in the playoffs. FUT obviously have been the surprise component, probably for the whole tournament, if we're just being honest about it. I think people had very little expectations, but let's be real, they've been slept on. They've already beat FaZe in a best-of-1 to be here. They have looked to grow more and more confident as the tournament has progressed. Really solid individual performances, so I will throw it out to my lovely panel. Who do we need to watch on FUT?
I think well, normally going into this tournament, I would have said Demon, again, because he's kind of one who's been lining it up online, you know, in part of the qualification and getting into this tournament in the first place. But I'd say it's actually been their IGL, Carbani, who's actually been going above and beyond so far, whereas Demon might have had a bit of a slower start to his tournament than we would have expected. And I think it's fair to mention Symmetry as well. So they have had
I am
more
going to stop calling him Gumtree. Yeah, I'm going to stop.
That escaped the green room?
Yeah, no, I don't mind saying it. Like, if you're going to spell your name that like that, it's going to happen. It is Cemetery, right?
Yeah, he's leaving it up for interpretation. Let's put it that way. But yeah, no, again, they've had more strengths to play off of than what I would have expected, which is cool to see. Again, I think a lot of our expectations were basically this is a super young team. They're coming here for experience. If they go out, you know, after 3 maps, that's fine. But they've done better. Even 2-0ing Pain, which I think most of the people, on the panels.
I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, exactly. I think most people had Pain actually going through to the playoffs. So that's a massive scalp for a team like FUT.
Yeah, the ex-Navi Junior core finally getting a true organization to really prove themselves, so they're not just taken out of the running of...
Well, it's got to be said as well, there was all kinds of rumors. I mean, they were total nonsense, but like, you know, this Navi Junior roster, when they had to divest, had to sell, you know, there was some big names bandied around, one of which was Cloud9. Cloud9 obviously publicly came out and said it's all nonsense, but I can imagine there was maybe like a 5-minute conversation or something at one point.
I feel like when people were looking at Spirit Academy versus Navi Junior, what they would say is that the Spirit Academy team had the star potential in somebody like Kyosuke, whereas Navi Junior was more so a better put together team. You watch their strategies unfold today. They're able to mid-round pretty decently. They have some good calls out of spawn, as a young team should. But then when it comes to Krabeni just taking space right now, I mean, he's been, like Vendetta said, he's been great at this tournament. Every time we're normally online, he's kind of like a sacrificial player. He's just been getting the kill, which has really kind of been the X factor for FUT at this tournament, where a guy who's just supposed to just be this, you know, singular force pushing forward and to be traded is then getting the kill. It's just a strategic luxury that now Krabeni can almost call around himself, seemingly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the odds on the screen. That's kind of crazy. They're as close as that. Certainly wouldn't have been the case at the start of the tournament, which I guess is a nice setup to start talking about FaZe. This is not your dad's FaZe. This is the FaZe that you know and love. There's something inherently dysfunctional at its core. They are limping through this tournament. I was up this morning feeling sorry for myself. I obviously watched the series, and I have to say, Frozen, while he had a good third map, he kind of was absent on the first two in that series, and they really can't afford for that to happen right now because there's barely anyone on this roster to pick up any slack.
Yeah, like, it feels like everything's like hanging together by the thinnest of strings ever, and the fact that you can't necessarily have more than, you know, pretty much twists, which is kind of mad for someone who's been on the team for a week, to kind of steadily give you good performances, that's an issue. Like if you're FaZe, you're meant to have at the very least 2 people, and then kind of like rotate between who the third guy to kind of get you over the top is going to be, and they simply don't have it. Again, like Brokey had a great series to start off the day. I have, you know, no confidence that that's going to be a recurring theme going into this one as well. So it's really tough, and I also think like they're going up against a team that's obviously surprised us, and I think it's a team that actually has pretty decent maps, you know, going up against FaZe, which shouldn't be the case because FaZe is FaZe.
Yeah, I think this has been the problem, and this goes back to when Elige was still on the roster. They don't have a reliable map right now, I don't feel, FaZe. You know, they wanted it to be Nuke in the Elige era. That didn't work out. They moved Elige and Rain around. They lost so much outside. Yeah, exactly. And then they tried to pick it again today and lost to TYLOO on it. And, you know, they're in a dark place right now when it comes to maps.
It's difficult for them, and as the veto unfolds here, I'm glad to see both teams floating train. That was it's the permaban of both rosters, so getting it right out of the way is almost actually the game of chicken has now been won by FaZe because FUT go for it in the second FaZe veto. And FaZe, yeah, they're ditching that nuke. They don't want to see that one anymore. For them, in their pick of Ancient, it's been the one map where I feel like Jacob slotted in it the most seamlessly. He's getting to do the same role that he had on BetClick Apogee, where he's just he's just swinging out middle, and then on FUT, that's their perma pick. They love Mirage. They just took Pain down on it earlier today, and so I feel like, though, I think FUT likes this.
Yeah, because you said it, right? Like, FaZe won the game of chicken, but then FaZe decided to still give FUT an excellent opportunity with that decider map because, again, you mentioned it.
I feel like they should have banned Mirage. If I'm FaZe, that you like Mirage, but also FUT love it. Like, it's their bread and butter map.
And you should be better at a map like Nuke, for instance. Like, you already have Ancient as a bit of a gimme, but...
Well, guys, look, we just end the talk. Look at this. We're starting the game.
God.
Take it away, guys.
All right, straight into it. FaZe Clan versus FUT, and one chance left to get to the playoffs, Henry. FaZe absolutely should be taking this on paper, but FUT have been a bit of an upset team so far.
They've already beat FaZe in this tournament.
I know, but that was the opening game, Henry. Surely everything changes.
Surely. Do you know what team we're dealing with here? It's FaZe Clan.
The team that always get to the playoffs. They always find a way.
I guess you do have a point there. Let's see if they can kick things off with a T-side pistol victory. Not looking great so far. Cemetery will find Frozen open things up towards the A bomb side. They're finding nothing but headshots as well. Where are FaZe Clan? Carrigan finally posts a feed, but it's going to be very difficult to recover this one. Brokey giving it a good go.
Yeah, it's going to be Cemetery coming through with a quick double to close out the pistol against FaZe Clan here on FaZe Clan's map pick. So, pistol round picked up for the CT side. And no bomb plant coming through, which means FaZe do not get that solid force buy opportunity coming into the next round here, Henry.
Very convincing.
With some great shots here.
Yeah, enjoyed that. Let's have a look what they're going to bring to the next round. Do they dare to force buy? You still can.
Damn.
But it's going to be Glocks.
Yeah, it should be melted here by FUT Esports.
All right. Let's settle in there. We kind of rushed into the pistol.
I liked it. It kind of wakes you up, shakes you out of your sleep a little bit if you've been waiting for this game in the early morning. And we know gamers, probably had a late night plans for some of your FaZe games,
Exactly. I guess this is a bit of a wake-up call for FaZe. In an opening game, you were 9-1 up against FUT. Felt like one of those games we didn't even have to think about, but they've proven themselves to be a dangerous team. See ex-Navi Junior squad, now with Lounks as well.
Yeah, Lounks obviously a player that's been touted to have a lot of talent, has had his opportunities in a couple of different squads. Sprout in particular rings to mind, but not a team that really kicked off, that really allowed him to stay near the top. He's on that journey again.
Good luck to him. They seem like a very high-skilled team, very energetic, very young, obviously. Already taken down FaZe once. Can they do it again in the best of 3 to eliminate them from the tournament? That would certainly turn some heads.
Absolutely would. I mean, this is a FaZe Clan coming into an event without the elite squads here. This is a team that were just in the semifinals of Pro League. And they beat Team Spirit 2-0 in a best of 3. Took a map off of Vitality. But that was with Rain as a stand-in. Nice and clean here, though, from FUT Esports, shutting down the attack of FaZe Clan. Everybody getting ripped apart. It's going to be a 2-0 lead here for FUT Esports.
The power of the FUTs.
Yeah, we all love it. FaZe Clan going to have the buyout. AK-47s across 5 players. Not a huge amount of utility, but certainly enough to get by.
Yeah, that's true. How do we feel about these two teams playing today already? 3-map affair for FaZe against TYLOO.
Yeah, it's quite a long day. It's quite a grueling schedule for FaZe, who made it to the very final day of EPL and obviously had to fly out to China immediately. I seen them with their suitcases at the studio. So quite the run, yeah. Quite the long distance here. With Jugs, well, he's ready to go. Jacob's going to go down first, and then Twist to shrug him off as Karrakin and Frozen find the follow-ups as FaZe layer their way into this A-bomb side. Lounks had a shot there for a double. There's Demon, I like the try. It's a good attempt, but Twist is going to stop it.
Well, there it is, calling the fast A out of Spawn, knowing you've got the superior firepower. In more ways than one, with the weaponry and the individuals on the server as well. Cracking things open. Very efficient, very convincing first gun round here. We go 2-1. Bit of a bonus round over FUT. They managed to bring out the M4s himself, the AWP for Cemetery. He's currently 5-1. So we're going to have the elbow smoke going down. We'll see whether they want to present some of their own aggression here. They are lacking utility, that has to be said. Towards middle we go. Jacob willing to run the gauntlet against the initial bombardment of util. Popping over the smoke towards Cave. For Benny. Got to deal with twists, and that's a tall order.
Cemetery. Oh, yeah. There's the tall order. It's going to be Twist just peeking into the AWP and winning the fight.
Twist is in some rare form right now. Currently ranked number 3 in the tournament. Looked unbelievable at EPL. Unbelievable at Fisher Playground.
Yeah, that was his last go in the Liquid jersey and give him some of the best performances so far. Krabeni, though, stepping up. Here comes a flank around the red room. It's Frozen. Taking away Jugs, and here comes Lounge trying to nip at the heels of Brokey. It's pretty uncomfortable right now on default. That's the bomb going down, so it's Frozen. They know exactly where he was last spotted. We heard Richard talking about how Frozen was maybe a little bit quiet in that first series of the day. Can't afford for him to be quiet here. And he does not get close to winning out the 1v2. So that's FUT Esports up to a 3-1 lead. And FaZe, their money is not looking good. They didn't get a bomb plant in that round again. So likely just to be an awkward scenario here. If they go for a buy, it's not going to be pretty. Likely the best option to be a half buy. And that would mean 4-1 is the most likely outcome here.
Let's go fast A again, boys. Run it back. It's all that's really working out. And I think we might be. See if it works once again. One player towards middle, 3 towards A main. We'll be deploying some util, presumably with Cemetery. This is such a powerful position, so difficult to flush this one out.
Oh my god.
If you do that, though, that works very well.
Symmetry's had an absolute nightmare. Back-to-back rounds, he got domed by Twist, and this time by Carrigan. But Laux is going to recover the mess. That's very well done.
Okay. Looked like that was a bit of a red carpet laid out there for FaZe, but unable to follow things up at all.
I don't know, man. They got an AK and an AWP. Let's see if Brokey can land some shots. He's famously very good on this side of the map.
True, actually. Let's see whether he can find anything. A 4 versus 2. Something to work with. Well, no Jacob to work with.
And now no Brokey. So.
Okay, this is getting a little bit uncomfortable with your FaZe. These rounds are getting quite convincing. Was the eco, admittedly, but you had that opening pick and you don't find anything else to follow it up. Quite rough. Let's have a look at the replay. The opening kill from Carrigan. Beautiful shot. So there's a dink that came through. Unable to find any following damage. And here we go. Round number 6, ladies and gentlemen. It's Galil for Brokey. AKs otherwise, and now FUT starting to look quite an impressive team, quite honestly. Playing some solid CS here. Good protocols. Hitting their shots. No panics, no blunders. See if they can hold on.
Krabeni reacting to the Carrigan push to the doors. It's going to be an opening kill off the back of the ramp push, and a second as well. This is a gun round for FaZe, and they've lost 2 players, and most of the health here on Jake have been frozen, so this is a very likely 5-1 lead out here, Henry.
I've heard a lot about this Demon kid. People are telling me he's the star player of the squad. His stats this tournament haven't really proven that, but let's see if he can step up when it matters most. Elimination game here, and wow, Zoogs with the straight up wall bang. 100 HP on Twist, and that's the bomb dropped. 5 on 2. Laux been pretty good so far. Currently 9 and 2. Continues to dominate here. There's double digits. They are getting owned.
Bro, they are getting absolutely wrecked. 10 and 2 for Laux right now. Zoog's going to get the information, but die.
Bear in mind, they managed to bring the opening best of 1 back against FaZe. This is a rematch. And they were 9-1 down. Came back to win it in regulation. So, take from that what you will. If they can win when the chips are down, what can they do with a decent start?
Dude, this is not bad from Frozen whatsoever. Oh, gets very close to bringing Laux down. And then it would have been a 1v1 up against Symmetry.
Bit of a timeout, but the sounds of things here.
But yeah, that you're right. You know, this was FUT Esports. Last time they played against FaZe, had to come back from behind to get the win.
Yeah.
Now they're out to a 5-1 lead. This is really impressive. They've come in locked in on FaZe Clan's map pick.
Yeah, good point. Clean wallbang as well. Love that. They're going to be in the zone right now. Confidence flowing through them. Money broken. FaZe, 4th stage loss bonus. Can justify some partial investment, not a massive amount. We're talking some Tech-9s and Deagles, maybe a Galil if you really want to, but you want to get broken his AWP as soon as possible. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the day. Last chance saloon for FaZe Clan. One of the favorites of the tournament. Goes without saying up there with Liquid and 3D Max. Legacy. FUT's more of a dark horse, I suppose.
Absolutely. You look at the players on FaZe Clan. You got Carrigan, Twists, Frozen, Brokey, Jacob.
He's currently 0-6.
Yeah.
It's rough. I felt bad for Jacob at EPL, like seeing him in like the kind of waiting room. Like he sat there in the full tracksuit, full gear, like watching all the games.
The full tracksuit, poor guy.
It's like he had to. They made him come out. Well, not they made him, but like he was just there watching every single map, and it's just like, God, that must be rough.
I was like, let's get FaZe Clan on the sofa. He's just like kind of.
Oh yeah, and he came out as well. I
was like, get him on that.
That would because they were doing so well.
And then. Obviously, he was in the content as well, waving off all the teams.
Yeah. Oh, good luck to him. I thought he was really good at Fisher Playground. I thought his like T-set entries. I thought his AK-47 was looking really sharp.
He's got great aim.
Let's see. Like this is obviously a very complicated and kind of difficult situation for him after rain. coming into the roster got them so far. Now you've got to hold your mental. There's a lot of pressure on you to deliver those sort of performances. You crash out in the group stages right after that. Sure, some mitigating factors, jet lag and burnout and all the rest of it, no time to practice. But you should be taking down FUT. Let's be real.
You definitely should be doing that if you're FaZe Clan, especially in a best of 3 for the playoffs. I mean, it's inexcusable, really, to lose today. 5-1 down, though. Could be a world that we live in. As Twitch trying to get up into the B-bomb site. That Tech 9 up towards the top of the ramp. Zhu's going to drop himself a smoke and a molly to try and slow things down at the donut. And that has forced FaZe to slow down and respect it.
These are the sort of rounds that can ignite a comeback. FaZe with some of the most talented players at the event. Twist in particular. It's going to be Demon, though. We've heard all about him. Delivering the goods here. Another nice little recovery. Frozen with the aforementioned Twist after working together in this 3 versus 2. It's cut down to size. Frozen's had some good attempts in the clutch. I think he can win this, but no. Krabeni will find him. And they are still continuing to run away with this one. 6-1 to FUT on their opponent's map pick. Where are FaZe Clan? They are MIA right now. Tactical pause used. The only round they picked up, Dinko, is that A rush.
Yeah. Well, gotta hope that Neo and Carrigan can figure something out here. Try and get them back into this game, because right now, 6-1 down, it feels like it's just happened in the blink of an eye as well.
Yeah, right. Discussing the options. A couple more rounds would be absolutely fine. Like, I'd say a bare minimum like 3. 1 obviously won't do. Let's have a look what they've got at their sleeve here. FUT, obviously, though, aware when this tactical timeout's coming through, they're going to change things up. Do you now want to present a B lane take? Get your AWP to go for an aggressive pick at the start of the round. Time will tell. Looks like a B execution. To me, Dinko, they're sending 4 players to this side of the map. They smoke towards the heaven area as well. A lot of utility damage. Popping open set smoke. It's going to be Lance to find the opener.
Here it comes.
Demon, okay. He could have got away with a bit more there. I think he could have gone for that pick, but happy with the 5-on-4 opening gambit.
One last little take of the damage there.
Here we go then. The B finish is coming.
Blocked again at the ramp, though.
Wow.
Trying to come out through cave. Krabeni, it's going to take one down. Oh my
Nice.
god,
Here
Twist, okay. He's had enough. Entries into the B-bomb site with some style as Demon gets taken out 3v3.
He's done really well with that incendiary, though. Denies the plan, allows the rotations to come through. Oh my goodness, he's actually got him. That is huge.
And now Lounx coming through. One more player out of commission. Twist back turn. Frozen. Oh! Mowed down through the wall and taken down by Symmetry. FUT Esports are absolutely toying with FaZe Clan today.
Dude, they're playing like a tier 1 team. This is very impressive. All the protocols, the communication, the timing, utilities there. They don't seem, for lack of a better word, phased by this matchup.
Not bad, Henry. No, really not. I mean, the wall bangs are fantastic here on Ancient. Seen a number of kills come through the wall so far. FaZe just can't get comfortable.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive. Loving the CT side. This is better than some I saw at EPL, quite frankly. Great mixture of aggression. Fantastic utility. Doing good damage at the start. Wall bangs landing each and every time. Timing their retakes perfectly. And now a change of setup once again, just when FaZe are working out what they're up against, going for the double cave stack this time. 7-1. Oh, there's the first bit of missed util. Okay, maybe it's on purpose. I don't think so, but I think that was supposed to go to...
benefit of the doubt. Well, here goes Demon. Gonna try to... Oh, okay. Well, a head appears, and immediately Demon's is torn off.
Smoke at the ramp would be really helpful right about now.
Yeah, it would be. Would have prevented that whole issue. But maybe Krabeni can step up.
Okay. First advantage FaZe have had in some time. Be careful, those wallbangs, Carrigan. Zoogs, Krabeni fighting back here. Twist rocks in towards that cave. Heavy damage. Oh my goodness, they're doing it once again. 3 versus 2.
Them. They're just absolutely following. The boost is so quickly assembled, at least spotted by Brokey, so they cancel the boost. They've got all the time in the world for this retake. Got a little bit of utility left as well. Carrigan, that smoke fades, needs to kill quickly. He will get it, but his teammate goes down immediately. Carrigan had to worry about getting pushed from short. And so looks out to the left side, gets peeked from long, and it's 8-1.
The only round that's worked is the A rush. Should we do it again?
Yeah, do you think maybe FUT Esports might have an idea about that as well? Like, guys,
I would say
for these guys.
Let's get the A rush back in.
Let's roll it back
that
one
was
more
the
time.
Opening pick as well. 5-on-4 advantage. Blink and you miss it. Multiple kills arrive. Benny, Zoogs. And it's another tactical pause. FaZe are feeling the heat right now.
Yeah, and that heat is FUT Esports on fire right now, on a huge run.
Foot on the throat.
15-4 so far, and we're going into round 10 for Laux.
Oof.
It's kind of a mental
And Jacob is 0-9. That's your entry frag up.
I mean, when he has slow starts to games, he is going to get in his own head, I would imagine, at this point, Henry.
Yeah. It's not an ideal position to be in. A lot of pressure. Early days, like we said, 3 rounds. It's okay. It's certainly not ideal, but it's okay. Opportunity still to do that. Opportunity to still get 4 rounds. See if Jacob can pull this one back. Have to make do with the Galil right now. They've got some mid-control. Going back to the basics here.
Well, Zooks going aggressive in towards A main. He had Laux backing him up for just a little bit until Zooks gets himself into strong position.
Another variation of the setup, this time allowing them to have full mid control. Setting up their troops deep in A main. You can see Demon going to be baited in as well by that red room. Dukes. High pressure moment, but against Carrigan comes out on top.
They're so sharp. Every fight being cleanly picked up.
Oh, that makes things so much more difficult. They're going to try and go for a B split. From what I can tell, the bomb's towards heaven right now. Time ticking away. Smoke down into towards the CT area. Got it off one back in return. That's a really nice protocol, Denko. Whatever they wanted to do, you've just completely shut it down.
Oh my god, Krabeni! Oh! Aggressive play into the double kill. Frozen has to sacrifice his teammates to go for this, to take a risk to get back into a CT. He's got to get a multi-kill here, Frozen. He's taking Laux down, and now he's looking for Krabeni. It's a great play here from Frozen to recover the damage done from Krabeni. He sees the next victim towards the B bomb site, but they're going to turn their attentions towards A. But remember, Jugs had gone aggressive. He had pushed in towards A main, and Frozen has now detected him as well and dished out some damage as Jugs is now on 28 HP.
Okay, has Frozen saving the day here. It's going to be a 3-on-2. They have no further util, but it's going to be Zoogs low HP. Huge kill. One player remaining.
Has to be everything for Frozen, and he's so close. So close to the ace, but not able to get it done. 1 HP is the difference, Henry. 1 health from Zoogs, and that's a 9-1 scoreline picked up. Frozen doing everything he possibly could to get FaZe Clan into that round, and it's going to be devastating. The fact that he does 99 damage, and Zoogs is left on 1 health.
Oh, that is rough. What an amazing setup, though. As soon as you've realize they're going for that A split, dropping the counter smoke, pushing in towards middle, getting that nice double kill. Sure, it's close. Frozen did everything he could, but unless he gets the round over the line, doesn't really mean too much. 9-1. Money, sure, it's weaker, but it's still a fullback. A-rush, Stinker. Here we go.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for.
Here we go.
Another FaZe Clan A-rush. Charging in.
It worked before, lads. Let's try it again.
Zoogs is trying to get back from Donut in time. He's going to start spamming through. That AWP rings out, but nothing picked up. They won't stop FaZe Clan from getting into the site.
Carrigan, that's wild.
Oh my god, Carrigan.
What the hell?
I love it, though. Just charging through CT spawn. And nothing's going right, so you might as well just take an absolute mental risk. And Carrigan coming out on top of the CT fight, just about on 3 HP. He's now posted up with a deep angle, cutting off Demon. but he's letting his teammates make their first moves out through A main.
Here we go then. Looks good for FaZe, but low HP players. Carrigan just wants one and done. In towards CT spawn, and it's the A rush working out once again. Carrigan confirms it. Finally, they get the second. Let's call it again, boys. Let's do it again.
One more.
It's got a 100% conversion rate.
It's like Snacks G2 calling.
Yeah, I mean, he's the GOAT, so...
Isn't that right, Maui Snake? Well... 9-2. The last start of the half coming up. Obviously, enough money for FUT Esports to buy again with the drop here from Jukes, but you know there are actually a couple of holes in this for FUT Esports. They're going to call a tactical timeout, try and secure their 10th round win.
He's having a bit of a rough one. 0-10, Jacob. FaZe in general can't get going. The only round that's working out for them is the A rush. I don't think I'm joking. I just say just do it again. You're getting outclassed across the map here. At least when you group up, brute force a bomb site, it comes down to individual skill and prowess. It's been a long day, been a long week, maybe even a long month for FaZe. Lots of ups and downs, lots of caveats. Lots of moving pieces. Today, playing 3 maps against TYLOO. See if they can keep their head in there. We said 3 was the minimum. The boots on the other foot. Bear in mind, the first time. Yeah, part of the pun.
Unfazed, boots on the other foot. What are you doing, Henry?
And we see Brokey opening things up. Bear in mind, the first time they played, it was Mirage. And that's where FaZe Clan finished their first half 9-3. They came back to lose that game.
So it's FaZe Clan's turn to come back.
Exactly.
All right. So we're shaping up for that. And then go for the A rush. They're going to be going up through B lane, gradually progressing their way into middle from heaven. Brokey going to smoke out Red Room. Now going for the peek. Oh, nice shot. Blank's going to be taken down towards Donut. That's a great opener. He was just jiggling, not expecting to be dropped by Brokey's AWP. And that's going to be a 4v4 thanks to the response here from Brokey. Minute left. And that bomb still positioned just outside of those B double doors.
Whenever they've slowed things down, it's when it seems to fall apart for FaZe. Cemetery holding towards the cave right now. Twists up towards heaven. Time is ticking away. It has to be a B finish by the looks of things here. Carrigan setting up the execute. Smoke down towards shore. Flash over. Brokey trying to hold the rotations from Donut. They have got some open runway in towards B.
Well, as you said, slowing things down. 20 seconds left. Twist has just been picked apart by the AWP. And now comes the last-ditch effort here at FaZe Clan in this first half, looking to secure a third-round win. And it's going to be difficult either way. Come back in the second half, but almost a death sentence if they can see this one. Krabeni and Jukes left alone as Brokey up in the red room.
Brokey's got him.
Yeah, he should have this flank on Jukes. The peek actually comes in from Frozen first and puts it all on Krabeni. Now 1v2. As he comes back in, he'll smoke out short. Frozen going to be happy about where that bomb was planted. Fantastic flash coming in from Brokey, and Frozen able to round it out. He has a decent individual half here, Frozen. 14 kills, 10 deaths. Unfortunately for Jacob, it's a 0-11 half for him. Not really a whole lot of firepower at the moment present from FaZe Clan. Gotta say, that's a really nice CT side from FUT Esports.
Very impressive. I really enjoyed that CT side. Not really much FaZe could do. FUT were presenting almost a perfect game. Everything in terms of the rotations, the changes, setups, the aim, mechanical skill in general. Couldn't really find an opening. There's A rushes working out for them a couple of times. Finally, a default round, and Frozen getting 3 kills. Brokey with 2. Has found magical number 3. Down but not out. Can definitely pull this one back. It all starts with a CT pistol, though. Frozen 14-11. Jacob 0-11. Not a great first half, but if he can find some form in the second, all will be forgiven.
Well, tech issue to kick off the second half, and we are now looking at Jacob.
He's got this.
Eyes on him.
I
here in
believe.
the second half.
I believe. Extreme close-up. Pressure is on, buddy.
We're looking at you.
So what have we got? Julies for Brokey. And in terms of the T setup, oh, it's going to be an execution. Didn't go 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes. No flashes. See where they want to head. A bomb site looks quite promising. Maybe a bit of a B fake here. We've got Krobeni making his way towards that side of the map with the util. Early aggression from Frozen. I think he's dead. Oh, the timing.
Yeah, that time is wild. Frozen gets away with one there. It's going to be a 4-man setup over towards B here from FaZe Clan. And actually, they're drifting that bomb into the donut, going towards Frozen on this A site. Clean shooting, though, from Frozen. And he's just shut down 3. Fantastic work again. Frozen is kind of single-handedly keeping FaZe Clan in a lot of these rounds and giving them shots. Even had a number of them in the first half where, you know, they looked like they were, you know, it come down to a 1v1 with 1 HP. He would have had the ace clutch. Just missed out on a few in that first half, but Frozen continued to find impact. He's 17 kills right now. This is a huge individual performance from him. You know, it's funny, we were hearing Richard talk about how Frozen was maybe missing a little bit earlier on. He's certainly not missing now, it's just everybody else.
Stepping up when they need it most. Keeping them in the game. That's a huge pistol victory. But you need to get past the all-important second round. Rush B. It's a classic, Dinko. We all love it. Will it work out?
Oh,
but
yeah.
FUT, it looks quite promising.
Oh, my God, okay.
It's looking very good, but here comes Frozen. A double kill. Gives him a chance in the round. But sometimes the old classics that are classics for a reason. And it's a B rush that finds them a perfect round.
Dude, it's so insane how easy that looked. You know, you get that pick out straight away on twists. Clear out the cave player with no problem. Jacob's off there, 0-11. He's like, guys,
no, he'll get an exit.
I can't even get into this round. It's not even my fault at this point.
We've even gone CGS mode.
Oh, we have CGS
to
mode
appreciate
activated.
the skill and the frag he's about to get.
What's his number? 11?
Could be. That's, yeah, it's a striker, right?
That's 0-11?
Oh.
Sorry, Jacob.
Yeah. Well, there we have it. The B rush. Nothing too... I don't think they even extinguished the molly. Just run straight through it. Full speed ahead. And that's double digits. Forced by now. Oh, they did extinguish. There we go. But the Mac 10 to open things up. They just weren't ready for it at all. Frozen gets a double, but the damage was already done. Smoking off that cave. Both players coming in from spawn. Having to commit through the Molotov. And now, here it is. The force by the last chance saloon. Jacob has got the famous. Zoogs with the contact playing towards A. They're showing like a nice little B fake right now. Molotov on the bomb side. Brokey with the early smoke. Maybe shuts down their intentions here. Maybe they just walk through it though. B fake still going on. Massive B fake, Dinko.
Yeah, it's worked out
Jacob,
pretty well.
that's a kill.
He's 4 players here. Jacob getting his first kill. There we go. On the FAMAS, but it's all on about the A bomb site right now. Krobeni coming in that rotation. Down middle. Twist is going to catch him. Important frag to find. It leaves Jukes and Blounce in a 2v5 situation here. You know, FUT Esports committed this one with a better buy. But FaZe fighting on. They line up. Twist even kills his own teammate. Jacob getting domed up the back of the head. Now I've got Zhugs in a very, very tough clutch, but he's got a lineup. And all of a sudden, Twist was low, had to confidently swing into that fight. And you absolutely see a world in which he wins that one.
One more bullet towards Twist. I think they win the round.
But still had to get that kill out towards main, but yeah, absolutely would have had a great chance to do it.
FaZe back to their winning ways. 10-5. Certainly possible to bring this one back. Money's still pretty decent, though, for FUT to bring out a couple of AKs, some Galil's Tech 9s. Brokey did well. MP9, high pressure. It's a full-on B fake. Even with a team kill, it's absolutely fine here. Zoogs Nice attempt. He knew where the final player was as well. And of course, the bomb planted, they will be buying up in the following. The war of attrition is underway. This is the pick of FaZe as well, bear in mind. They can just get their foundations laid here on the CT side, build up the resources, get comfortable. They should be able to bring this back. But this round is very important.
Demon burning a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah,
quite a
down
lot.
to 9 HP, yeah. He's up towards the bottom. Fox is under heaven. He's pretty much out of commission for the rest of the round here. Krabeni taking space up through the B lane. Clears out the first stage of Cave over towards Jag and is now going to look towards Carrigan. Had an opportunity on that jiggle peek, and I like this from Krabeni. He's just going forward. Carrigan, not a big fan of that though. He's just going to stop it. And here comes FUT Esports, trying for the A finish again. There's a double setup inside of the donut. It's Jacob and Frozen over here to try and put an end to FUT's dreams of getting into the A site. Here's Frozen. Cross into the site, and again, a lovely multi-kill out of Frozen. Jacob. Oh, no. He's bloodthirsty now. That's 2 team kills from FaZe. Jacob was involved in one in the last. He got team killed. Now he's got a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, that's really nice from Frozen as well. No smoke down towards Donut. Gets his 21st frag. And that's a huge round, like we said. Now, they've managed to get themselves comfortable on the CT side. Anika coming up next, some breathing room. Alleviating pressure as the rounds go by. Still very much in this one. Just the Glocks. Shouldn't be much to discuss here. It's going to be Twist to open things up. Find Cemetery. Running players towards the B lane here. Carrigan tucking himself in. He's got the AK in hand. They're about to enter the beat grinder. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Take that.
Well held from Carrigan. Nice little 4K. Just going to pop his stats up. Now, we have got 3 rounds the difference all of a sudden. You know, it was very impressive from FUT Esports. I think you were almost tongue-in-cheek kind of talking about the comeback. You know, for FUT Esports, obviously they came back against FaZe. FaZe have to come back against them, but it is happening.
It is. It's here, and it's very real. They've lost that momentum now. Losing to the partial buys. The MP9s. Now this one's going to be difficult to close. Heavy damage at the start. It's going to be aggressive play. Carrigan feeling himself. Couple of trades going down. 3 versus 3. That's a big kill though from Demon. So the individual skill starting to ring true.
All right, Twist needing to step up here with a 1v2.
That's crazy from
nice
Demon.
quick kill. Cemetery, though, goes into the swing and wins it. This is just chaos. This Counter-Strike is chaos, Henry.
You knew where he was. You decided to take 2 one-on-one duels. Didn't love the play, but can't argue with the finish.
Well, that's kind of it now for FaZe, though. You know, we're talking about that comebacks, and it's very real. Lose that round, it kind of changes the story, doesn't it, very quickly? Because now you're on your last real solid buy with everything you can want.
I think it's still fine. I think FaZe still have this in regulation. What do you think about that?
That's a bold prediction, Henry.
Watch this. Nice strong buy. You give them one, sure, but it's still a weak setup here. Mac 10. Krabeni, Twist. Looks strong all tournament. Looks strong all year. And there it is. That's what you're dealing with, Dinko.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Twist with a great double that Frozen around the back. They don't even look at him, but he can't take the kill. Lanx is able to react. Surely there's no way FaZe let this round go, though, thanks to the early advantage here from Twist. Carrigan going to follow up on Krabeni, hunts him down with plenty of his teammates. And now the bomb is going to be going over towards that A finish. We've got Zhugs. He's made his way out towards the site. He's got the space for his team. But it's got to be something ridiculous here for FUT Esports to even get into a winnable situation in this scenario.
Just going to try and cause some damage, I would say. Jacob goes down.
That happened pretty cleanly, Henry. They
yeah,
don't
okay.
point of health there.
This position from Zooks is a bit of a problem, admittedly.
You know, Brokey, got to be careful here, buddy. And he's going to land a shot on Lao because he knows that the second player's there too. They've got that info. You should see the donut players maybe start to move through with a bit more confidence. Zooks was last spotted towards CT, so Brokey keeping him occupied, allowing his teammates to flood into the A bomb site. Carrigan's got on the defuse. Brokey keeping Jukes pinned. And Carrigan's just going to hold it. So that's an 8th round here for FaZe.
Really nice from Brokey.
Money's not great here for FUT Esports either, right? They're going to have to come into this next round with a half buy, maybe some upgraded pistols. And 9 rounds for FaZe looming just around that corner.
Well. Brokey masterclass here. Guarantees the round. It was Twist to open things up with 2 brutal kills towards that B ramp. Okay, you can see they're in there. They're ready for this comeback. It's a reality now. It's so possible. It's so on. Carrigan feeding himself as well. Confidence flowing. 16 and 12. That's what you need right now. Leading by example. Overwhelm the FUT players, make them feel uncomfortable here. Oh, that's not a great moment, but Twist will be able to pick up the pieces, no problem. Really clean with it. No problem at all in the end. Cemetery, no chance. No Kevlar, just a P250. Just a moment, and he'll be dealt with. 2-round game didn't go.
A tactical timeout here for FUT Esports, the last of regulation. They called one at the end of the first half, trying to secure 10. Called one a little bit earlier here in the second when FaZe started actually posting some defense. And Frozen kind of kept them in the game long enough for the likes of Carrigan and Twitch to show up here. Once they've arrived to the party, a little bit more impact. You can see Carrigan throwing himself in harm's way, willing to take the risk, willing to be disruptive to FUT Esports, make them feel uncomfortable on the T side. Don't let them play their game plan, because if you do that, it's a surefire way that eventually they're going to get enough round wins to just close this out. So FaZe Clan really trying to keep that level of disruption high. Make FUT Esports very uncomfortable against the FaZe Clan that are experienced playing from behind.
Nice grenade damage at the start. FUT's going back to the basics here, smoking red and donut, going for basic mid control, but here we go. Here comes Jacob, 4 and 14, but it looks like they've got some awareness here. Oh my, it's a great opening kill, but answered back quickly there by Frozen, 4 and 4.
Yeah, really important trade there from Frozen. Here comes the final push of 3 players up towards the top of the ramp. Carrigan ready to mow them down. Oh my god, Jukes is quick on that, but Twist has been looking sharp over the last few rounds.
It's good Molotov.
He's not really in a position to be able to shut this down, but then he goes back out. Cemetery is caught. Twist going to be happy enough with one of those kills, and a 3v3 picked up. So now you got to keep eyes on that flank as well from Frozen. He's coming up from heaven at this point. Long range fight.
Should be fine here. Very low HP. It's a big pickup though by Zoogs. Bomb ticking at some pace. No utility on the CT side. Comes down to individual skill. Great shot, 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Brokey, he knows where Jukes is, but the time it'll start to tick and Jukes just peeks up. That's going to be map point here for FUT Esports, grabbed here in the crucial dying seconds. FaZe are going to have a good buy at least, but FUT Esports, there was a real chance they could start to disappear. But it's a massive step up here from Jukes in the 1v1 on the ramp.
Yeah, not an easy round to win. They knew exactly where he was, low HP. Pre-firing the corner, nails the shot. 3 in a row, certainly possible for FaZe. What's the call? Looking for the knockout blow here, missing that double door smoke.
Jacob.
Nice kill.
Starts the round, yeah, but pulled back by Symmetry. He might have to just go up against Brokey here. Can't get past Brokey. Jacob's grenade finished off. Laux and Brokey moving forward, so a far better round here from FaZe. Once again, back in the game.
Okay.
Money's not in a position to buy.
Brokey is looking more and more dangerous as the rounds go by. Money completely broken. Timeout's gone. Full eco up next. We will go the distance here. You can't even partial this. Has to be the full eco once again. So FaZe is a very commendable comeback, showing the tenacity. Oh my god, massive grenade. 6 HP before your round even starts, really.
The bomb's waiting outside of A. And everyone is at B right now trying to sell a bit of a fake. You can drop down into middle and get over towards Donut and try and split this A bomb site. I guess the idea is trying to keep as many FaZe players over at B as possible. Jacob's actually going to reposition because they aren't seeing too much in terms of a commitment towards the B site. FaZe will be aware, okay, let's just send the second player in towards Donut. He can assist the mid player, can get back to A very, very quickly. There's a peek out from Carrigan. When does the bomb decide to move? When does it try and get out towards that A site? Currently Frozen's watching it. A labored approach up in the A bomb site from the bomb, but it's going to come out now as the fights go down on B. It's going to be Brokey coming out on top of the USP. Twists and Jacob combined on the scoreboard, though. Jacob was deployed to make sure Krabeni couldn't even think about the bomb plant. And it turns out, Henry, it comes down to the final round of regulation. We've got here very quickly, though.
It's been some very quick rounds, yeah. No nonsense Counter-Strike. Lots of rushes, lots of set pieces, fast ecos.
I swear, like in some games, we would have played like 10 rounds. We're in round 24.
Well, let's see if FaZe can bring us into overtime. One last chance to do it in regulation. Here comes FUT. Good opener, finding Jacob. Oh, they might have done enough here. A 5-on-3 to kick things off. They've got to get past Brokey first.
Yeah, Brokey locking down the donut. Looking to try and keep FaZe alive here. He's in a bit of an awkward spot. He doesn't have much help. Carrigan's out towards CT, but he's also got to worry about Red Room. So Demon, oh, there's the chance. There was a small window of opportunity to take Carrigan down on that cross, on that rotation over.
Now you know there's two players in towards A. Brokey's in Donut. Carrigan's crossed over. He should be going B now.
They got a lot of time. They can hit that pause button. Increase the uncomfort levels here for FaZe. And you can see how uncomfortable they are and realizing, you know, I actually have a whole lot of control of the map or information. So Twist is going to go walking down the B ramp. Is that solo B player. But FUT Esports are actually reaggressing, going for the finish towards Donek. Back to Brokey. Here comes the AWP. Missed shot. There's the death sentence on the swing. Carrigan gone. And that's it. Twist is so far away. FUT Esports coming in with an upset here in the opening map. A team that have already beaten FaZe Clan in this competition. But in the final game of the group stages, the last chance to get into the playoffs, you think maybe FaZe can turn this around. FUT Esports come out with a stellar first half. The comeback was there from FaZe. They started clawing their way back into the game, and you think it is classic FaZe. They're going to find themselves either a late round regulation win or an overtime being squeezed out here. But FUT Esports have withstood, and they will end up taking this first map. 13-11. The map pick of FaZe Clan has gone the way of FUT Esports, and now the pressure's on FaZe.
And if you're a FaZe fan at home, the beatings will continue until morale improves. It's crazy. You know, look, nothing surprises me with this current iteration of FaZe, particularly at this tournament. And FUT exploded out of the traps, you know, got off to a great start. But you watch FaZe coming back into it and you think, okay, this is what FaZe have done historically. You know, they can be slow starters, but they just don't seem to be able to buy a win against any engaged opponent right now.
FUT were really laced up for this one.
Yeah.
There's every single mid-round, it really felt like FUT got the better of FaZe, that the only things that were working in the first half was pretty much akin to a rush for the FaZe side. They anytime they wanted to slow play a situation, it was FUT who actually were a bit more proactive. In fact, pun intended, yeah, FaZe were the ones consistently on the back foot, as they were the ones that really were just getting kind of toyed with. Like, they would take space on one part of the map, you'd kind of see it in these replays, but then it was FUT on the CT side re-aggressing, just trying to get the most bare minimum amount of information, but FaZe seemingly never ready. They thought they were going to play against statues today, but FUT said, no, not the case.
It's actually kind of mind-boggling how FaZe, again, should have so much experience, so much kind of prowess in terms of solving situations mid-round, seemed fairly clueless throughout that entire T side. Again, yeah, they had success with 2 A rushes, pretty much, and that's the entire, like that's the entire result that they got from the T side. Outside of that, whatever they slowed down, yeah, they just kind of sat there and hoped for something good to happen. Like, there was very little proactivity in terms of actually trying to solve what FUT were doing.
And
but
look, I hate to do it, but Jacob
didn't have the greatest of first halves, did he?
No, I mean, that is an understatement, really. And I'm still trying to put it together in my mind how this transfer happens in the first instance, particularly if you know you're going to go down the road and get twists.
He just looks like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, I mean, for real.
He's waiting
I know
to get run over.
Look, I've said this many times. It's terrible for young players when you're on big teams, big rosters, surrounded by star players, and you're not quite there, and the community will pick on you and single you out. But, I mean, honestly...
I'll throw Jacob a bone, okay? I feel like that this was a poor scouting move from FaZe, one where he just was not the kind of player that they should have been looking for. Because if you really looked at what Apogee were good at when he was on the team, it was so many set pieces, all these set plays to get map control. And FaZe are a team that like to feel the round out, let it marinate, see if someone can find a cheeky play in the mid round in order to bring something back. And that's just not what Apogee was playing like at all. Like, it was a fundamental style difference. And if FaZe want to learn anything from the Elige move, it's that they can't work with a guy that doesn't really mesh with their system. You should be looking for a guy. If I'm FaZe, the player I'm looking for is almost like, I want the puggiest fragger ever on my team, not a guy that is set up with great utility, great flashes, smokes, openers, which was that's what Apogee did. Like, it was all just set pieces all the time. And it's like, FaZe now, like, the only strats that look like they work with this lineup are rushes and AXX, which is like all Mirage is for them anymore. Like, it's just AXX, and that's the only time Jacob looks comfortable anymore.
Meanwhile, the player you highlighted before we went into the game, FaZe wish they could quit Zhugs.
So, yeah, no,
stretching that one.
It's a little bit of a stretch, but no, again, fantastic performance from him. And again, I think all across the line, really, you had solid performances from the FUT players. I was, happily excited to see Lonks basically kicking off to a great start. I think it was something like 14-3 at one point.
It's just good for him to be on a team that's doing well.
Yeah, doing stuff finally. Yeah, because I think some of us will remember kind of him having quite the rising stock back in Sprout and so on, and then just sort of disappearing from the eyes of everybody watching tournaments.
Playing for Bleed and not getting paid at one point.
He was all right for Falcons. He was okay for Falcons briefly, but people want to forget that.
Yeah.
No one wants to remember the Falcons before today's Falcons.
I was told he was going to be given a chance.
That's true. That's actually true. Okay.
That's actually a real thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, sorry, I'll let you finish your point.
I was happily surprised because, again, going into it, just from what I'd seen, the little bit I'd seen of them online, again, it seemed like they relied pretty heavily on players like Demon. But once they've actually gotten to Shanghai, they've had multiple players having solid performances, and this time it's Zugi and Lonks. And next time it could be Corbeni again and Demon as well. So I think I've just been pleasantly surprised from start to finish by such a young squad that I kind of expected to go, play 3 maps and go home, have been able to do so far. And I do think they have, 2 excellent chances to actually knock FaZe out of the tournament.
Yes. Well, I mean, let's set it up. I mean, they're going on to their map pick. It is Mirage. It's the most explosive of all the maps, the most wide open. And if you can hit your shots, pretty much you can win this map. You don't even need to think tactically, which isn't to say FUT can't do that.
I mean, I think FUT have taken the mold from a lot of teams in that they looked at Navi's last year and they take mid control with Lonks going underpass, a couple guys swinging top mid. They're usually just setting up some kind of split towards the B or A bomb site. It's kind of the typical way to play it nowadays. It doesn't have to just be a flat-out rush, flat-out exec. In fact, I would say that if you take the nameplates off of this game, watch the T-sides closely for both rosters, you're going to say that the FUT T-side is way more sophisticated than anything that Kerrigan and FaZe throw out there. So I'm honestly thinking that this might be lights out for FaZe. I mean, this has been good. I mean, watching FUT play this against Pain earlier today, their backs were against the wall, but Lonks just totally bailed them out. Like they were down 10-12, and Lonks won a 3v5 for FUT, got them back into it. They clean up in overtime, and this is again the map that they beat FaZe on earlier at this tournament to put them in this position.
Yeah, I guess the one shimmer of light that we have for FaZe is the fact that they were up 9-3. And then obviously you can turn it around and say, like, well, if they were up 9-3, they probably shouldn't have lost 13-11, which also speaks to how rough their T sides have been looking. But they definitely were in the driving seat in the first matchup for a long period of time, and you would expect a team like FaZe to kind of sharpen things up and actually get it across the line this time. My issue is that even if they were to win Mirage, like they still go to a Dust 2 where you don't really feel comfortable about what FaZe are doing. And I also think, again, you talked about the scouting job that they've done with Jacob and everything. He's coming in to replace someone who's been the entry fragger for so many years, and now you're seeing them play Mirage. If they're not doing an A execute, he's having this like really slow walked approach through underpass, while Kerrigan's already like 20 kilometers deep into mid, fighting by himself. Like things doesn't really seem like they're synchronized at all with what they're doing on their T sides, and it doesn't, like, from watching that FUT game back that they had on the opening day, it's kind of hard to see all of that being fixed by today.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be the best thing for them to get home and get back to the drawing board. Who really knows? Thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. Anyway, FaZe have 1 foot in the grave. We're going to see if that changes after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Stacks car.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships. We've got FaZe Clan versus FUT Esports fighting for that final spot in the playoffs here in Shanghai. Right now, FaZe Clan down a map in the series. They lost their map pick 13-11, Henry.
Ooh.
Now we're on Mirage. This is the map they already have lost to FUT Esports at this very event.
True. And they had a massive lead as well.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. It's going to be the excl. You're going to see plenty of these from FaZe in the second half, that's for sure. For now, they defend against it. The standard smokes go down. I think one of them might have missed. Looks like it's gone a little bit deep, but it's going to be Frozen to open things up here.
Oh my
Chaos
God.
in towards the Palace. An early 5-on-3. Krabeni pulling it back, though. Still some chance to win this round.
Well, rapidly calming is Frozen. All the steps he hears running down to the side. FaZe going to be handling this pistol very easily. Frozen was the reason they stayed in a lot of rounds on Ancient. He was the reason they were able to come back and even make it competitive and have a window open to possibly even win that. But, you know, it just was not enough from FaZe early on. That was the biggest issue. They lost 9 rounds first half. Even though the comeback started coming through, Henry, just too much was lost in that first half to really think about a reasonable way to come back into the game and actually get the job done.
Very convincing pistol, no bomb planted. Should be 2-0, no problem here.
Yeah, no problem. The lack of bomb plan, no good force buy here for FUT Esports.
So, decoy thrown in towards middle. Can't really imagine a world where they find much here at all. Demon got a kill in the previous round, has treated himself to a deagle. Gonna recover that bomb. And you're just looking for maybe one kill here. This sort of setup, and that kill's already coming early. Frozen. The Danger Man removed for Carrigan. A staple of the B bomb site. Played here for many, many years. But they've got the M4 now. Unfortunately, can't hold on to it. And that's going to be round.
Yeah, not close to a bomb plan again here. The buy is going to be coming up in the next round, though. FaZe need to get off to a good start. It's fantastic that they won the pistol and they've won the follow-up round. It's got their first gun round fairs, but absolutely in need of a good start just to try and shake off some of the woes from Ancient. Dust 2 is the third and final map if required. You know, FaZe definitely have a shot at winning that one too. So if they can get their way back into Mirage and get a win here in the series, that opportunity reopens for esports. Going for glory today. 2-0 for FaZe into the playoffs would be a massive result for this team. Currently ranked at number 36 on the VRS, 49 on HLTV. Would jump up 2 spots to the win here. Obviously, major qualification already locked in, but you know, for teams like FUT Esports, the VRS system is more about getting into a high enough position so you're invited to more and more events.
Absolutely true. It's not the same sort of conversation we're having at EPL with the major around the corner. Can they make it? That period's already passed, and at this stage, you just want to be able to attend more events and show that you're capable. What we've seen so far, they certainly are. In terms of maps in total, this tournament currently up 2-0 against FaZe. Here we go again on Mirage. Lots of damage inflicted. Jacob will find the second kill for FaZe, but Cemetery causing a lot of damage once again. Twist and Brokey incredibly low. Zoogs will help himself towards the A bomb site. Segregated from Demon right now.
Yeah, bombs dropped top mid. Like, that's the big problem here for these two players. The bomb is all the way at top middle. Demon's going to go ahead, though, and cut down Carrigan.
What a shot.
And now look at the HP, Henry.
They found the bomb, though.
Yeah, now they're going to spot it. They can just, like a mother bird to the egg, sit on top of that.
Thing is, they are so low.
Yep.
How do you even position yourself here? They're not going to stay with the bomb.
Moving around as a pack, as a duo. Strength in numbers when they don't have the strength and health. It's going to take FUT Esports a long time to get into position to get that bomb back, because they're going to have to worry about the top mid boxes, going to have to worry about all the pesky little corners and cubbies that FaZe could be playing in. And then FaZe are banking on the fact that FUT Esports would feel committed into the A bomb site with the final 25 seconds. They've got to pick this bomb up. Now, where do you go? Do you race up short to B, or do you go connected to A? If you go A, well, that's exactly what FaZe are waiting for. And it is going to be that A play. So FaZe have made the perfect call here. Brokey and Sandwich. Twist in Palace, and it works out very well. 8 seconds left. All Twist needs to do is hide. You got to go for the plant. Twist will deny it right now, and that's it. So FaZe will take the 3-0. Well played from Twist and Brokey there to make sure that this round is picked up for FaZe. It got a little hairy though, Henry.
Oh, it certainly did. Didn't look promising in that 2-on-2. Deciding to leave the bomb as well. Stack the troops in towards the A bomb side. It was the perfect call. Some lovely shots from Demon, but just didn't have the time. Had to go through the motions to recover the C4. 20 seconds remaining. Had to run in towards that A site. And like you said, as soon as they picked that bomb side, the round felt like it was over. So, gonna have the hero AK for Cemetery. Partial buy this time. Lost bonus certainly racking up. It's going to be Brokey. Had a strong showing, along with Frozen and Twists on that first map. Gotta run the flames here. Good flashbang. Applying pressure. And bullets towards Frozen. Opening kill goes in their favor. And it's going to be Cemetery getting the second as well. We have got Twist down to 25 points of health. So do they want to pump the brakes here or continue to push? Lance will push himself in towards a window, park himself up. And Twist with the AWP now.
Here's Carrigan, bottom of connector. Nice shot on towards Cemetery.
He's low though.
Yeah, it's a little still very worrying here for FaZe. Once again, sustaining heavy damage. Twist on 25. Carrigan was 17 HP. 45 seconds on the clock. Bomb picked up by Jukes. And where are they going to go with this one? Jug's going to be going all the way back through T-spawn and join up with his teammate in Demon. Carrigan racing in behind. He's not going to get there to stop that bomb from getting around. Twist has done a decent job here. Nice shot on Krabeni. Look how fast Carrigan is in this flank, dude. No one's even turning. He's shift walk now. Carrigan is so quick about this that it feels like he's got it. There's one. Knows the second player's on default. Gets a little bit awkward here for Carrigan now. He's very, very low, but oh my god, it's clean. And Lounx now. I'm still giving him a shot at this, Henry. He's got a Tech 9. They're really low on HP.
I think you might be onto something there. The weapon, not a huge factor. Just a couple of bullets need to connect. The first couple don't, but here comes the clutch attempt here. 3 versus 1.
No way.
To find, and it's going to be Twist holding his nerve. USP to close things out. Got the kit. Got the defuse, no problem. It will be 4-0 for FaZe. Once again, after a flying start here on Mirage, they had this on the first day of the tournament. 4-0.
Yeah, Carrigan, man, he's a savior in that round. Decides, all right, I'm not letting them get too much space and too much level of comfort in that post plant. He just gets on that T-spot flank. Comes in with this all-important kill. This is sick from Carrigan as well. Remember, he was so low. And Lounge, just the HP damage done to FaZe, you got to give him a shot at winning this. Like you say, Twitch just keeping his cool, winning out the 1v1. You can see everyone looks so relieved there.
Ooh, miss smoke. Towards that window position. Seen a lot of that recently. Cemetery down to 51 points of health. Zoogs will have to reconsider his options. Smoked off towards the Palace will certainly slow things down here. This is a classic Mirage default. Try and show some presence across the map here. Bait out some CT util. Try and chip away at the defense. See what the final call is going to be. Still a 3 smokes. Molotov expended towards the window position. Starting to coordinate themselves back towards A. 2 players in the Palace. Make it 3. So a Palace pop, potentially. That window smoke does connect.
Well, there's Carrigan taking Krabeni down. So an opening kill found here for FaZe Clan.
Okay.
Nice first spawns here from Zoogs. damage done through the wood. It's going to be Demon to finish it off. It's now Lanx and Symmetry left alone. 30 seconds left. The Symmetry will put the bomb down in the middle of the site. Here's Brokey coming back over with twists. Nice shot from Brokey. Symmetry goes down, and now we've got Lonks left alone. Oh yeah, not going to work out for him. Is Carrigan dropping him to the side of that smoke. It is 5 in a row for FaZe Clan. We are absolutely seeing a very similar Mirage as we witnessed just a few days ago.
Yeah, you're dead on. FaZe Clan, sure the rounds are uncomfortable at times, but still delivering the goods. Carrigan looking very sharp. Takes that wide swing from short. Opening headshot, opening kill, gets a couple in the round as well. Through the smoke to finish things off. We've got a tactical pause.
Man, it's going to feel pretty rough for FUT Esports, who've come out of an Ancient where they had such a strong start. Didn't let FaZe Clan really get into that game at all until that second half. Then, you know, starting to feel a little shaky, starting to feel like FaZe Clan might actually take Ancient. And then coming into Mirage, whew, this is a very slow start. So a timeout being taken, trying to figure out how can we actually play ourselves into this game. We don't want to let FaZe get up to a big lead again. You know, it's one thing knowing you can come back, you've done it before, but you don't want to have to rely upon that. Yeah, it's unlikely you're going to be able to pull it off twice against FaZe. A little bit more of a balanced team effort across the board here from FaZe as well. Quite often it's on Mirage, it's just Twists leading the charge and everybody else kind of doing their piece here and there.
Does it land?
Yes, it does. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Still a lot of missed smokes recently, Henry, haven't we, towards the window?
I think it's since there's a recent update to the subtick system, some of the old lineups don't work, or at least work as well.
Well,
yeah, you're dead on.
1 HP for the Twist. That early damage is huge.
Yeah, he's on high alert. Might have to be given the AWP once again. Can certainly use it. For the connector we go.
That AWP is going to be called in the action straight away. Brokey going to be taking Lanx off the top of the stairway. Demon coming through as Jacob is cut through. Krabeni, patience. Oh, gets caught. Frozen on the flank. It was about to be an easy kill there for Krabeni. You would imagine on Carrigan in the window. Symmetry and Demon in a 2v4.
No nades to work with, Dinko. It's going to be very difficult once again to hold on to it. Carrigan continues to find headshots, but they cut it down to size. 2 versus 2 now. Both players coming in from CT spawn. Brokey giving the AK-47, tapping away. They're both incredibly low now. Is this the first round that FUT can pick up? It's a nice incendiary. Twist will follow it up with the AWP shot. And now Demon thrust into the clutch. Navigating his way around the bomb site here, isolates the jaws and finds both kills. They finally arrive here on Mirage. It's been labored, but Demon comes out on top. It's 5-1, but the money is still going to be low. Even after winning the round, they're going to be averaging around $3,000 per player.
I mean, that's a huge 2v4 recovery there from FUT Esports, needing their first round on the board. FaZe Clan not going to be happy about losing a 4v2 like that, especially because they sustained heavy damage across the last few rounds, right? So rebuys having to keep coming in. It means 1 round loss, and look at the buy here from FaZe. Yeah, it's not too pretty. You got a couple of rifles coming out. You're going to see SMGs in the mix. Twist likely to have to go to an SMG as well. So just taking the time out here, try and figure out what the buy is. Maybe you can go for a bit more of a gimmicky setup on the CT side. Maybe not feeling comfortable playing standard with no AWP and 3 MP9s. But a real chance here for FUT Esports to get that economic break and start building some T rounds here.
To get their foot in the door, you could say?
You could say that, or get a foothold in the first half.
Oh, there's so much you can do with it. I love it.
And then suddenly, you know, when they've gotten the momentum, Henry, the shoe's on the other foot.
It really is. Let's see if FaZe Clan can put their best foot forward.
Oh, Krabeni in behind the fire and the flames. Smoke got to come up. Let's see if he's able to detect it. There's 3 players here on the A bomb site early for FaZe. It's quite a heavy setup. Something's afoot though, and here on the B bomb site, they're already out, committed through on the T side. Krabeni pushing through the ramp. He's got 2 of the FaZe players, Twist and Jacob, both destroyed. And FaZe's money is at breaking point. Round is not done yet. FaZe certainly stand a chance, but it's Carrigan once again who's likely to be the man to make the difference.
Oh
Dead
my.
Now. Of course.
There it is. Nice call there, pouncing into that A bomb site after showing heavy presence in towards B, pulling the defense around. Didn't have the helmets to deal with that one. The MAC-10 slicing through them. Galil picks up a couple. Brokey, no choice but to save. Silently makes his way back in towards B here. He's hoping to cause some financial damage if possible, but ideally needs to hold onto the rifle himself.
All right, so we're looking at 2 rounds now for FUT Esports. Money broken for FaZe. With the save rifle here, we'll see what kind of investment. Hey!
Well played.
I love the observer team.
That's good. That's some good stuff.
Oh, that's tickled me.
Right then. Might be time for a tactical.
Right, P250 is kind of the best thing you can get around this M4.
Yeah. Well, you can definitely still win these rounds. Brokey has been playing very well individually.
They did just have a tactical timeout in the last round, so I want to be a little bit more sparing on that, I imagine. But here comes the FUT A execute into what is going to be an empty A bomb site.
Wide open for now. Twist will be there eventually, coming in from jungle. But a nice little A execution should seal the deal here. Molotov deployed towards the balcony. That one doesn't quite land, but it's all good.
Look at that, beautiful. To watch this one from the sky, a little helicopter ride. Thank you to PC Game for that one. Now we've got the bomb going down at the start of the site. Is the P250 leaping forward. Carragher going to be caught out. So if you're Brokey, you just want to save that M4 again, right? You don't want to.
Absolutely.
Don't want to get involved in this. Don't throw it away.
They get $2,400 in the next round. So yeah, saving that does enable him to drop another rifle, but that'll not be required. Carragher's got $1,800. Time to farm some cash here, Grabeni. Oh, that's a second rifle. That's actually pretty massive. Didn't need to be so far away from the teammates. Said it's going to hightail it.
Run!
Away with the rifles is not a decent, actually not a bad outcome, I should say, because FaZe ends with 1 rifle, leave of 2. I guess they could drop an orb. I don't think they will. Jacob needs the Kevlar. 5-3 though. FUT arriving here on Mirage. Look at the 2-0 FaZe. In the last chance game, loser of the series does not make it to the playoffs. Winner goes to the quarterfinals. FaZe goes without saying. An absolute favorite of this tournament up there with Liquid, 3D Max, Legacy. And right now, floundering in this series. Couldn't get going on Ancient, arrived too late. Already lost to FUT here in the tournament on Mirage in the best of 1. All comes down to this. A flying star, but FUT are slowly but surely closing the gap. What just happened there?
Misfire. A little premature shooting.
It's all good. It's all good.
From the country, as Richard's been calling him, apparently.
So it all slows down. Bomb. We've seen it a few times back in T-spawns. Come back to haunt them once. Opening frag, no problem for Zoogs. Takes heavy damage, but finds that opening incision. Exactly what they were looking for. Smokes down towards window and connector. And an A finish looking very likely here. Oh, nice damage.
The Demon sends a grenade after twists, and goodbye. Good night. Sleep paralysis, Demon, more likely. We got 25 seconds here. Brokey out from Sandwich, gets the trade. Now a 3v4 to flip back here for the CT side of FaZe, and not looking likely. As Cemetery coming through as Brokey's topple. Zooks coming in with impact, and Frozen now left in what is going to be a safe call again. So this big lead that FaZe started to build for themselves has slipped away. We're now 1 round difference. Money's still not in a good spot here for the CT side. And we're looking at FUT Esports now 4-5 on the board.
Really like that play as well. The flashbang around the corner. Broke gets the turn for it, peeking before it pops. Taking him down. That guarantees the round victory at that stage. 3 players survive. AWP for Zoogs as well. Already got that opening kill towards the B apartments and the slow default. Thinned out the defense. And it is 4 rounds on the board. Cemetery considering the hunt, but they will allow Frozen to live. But looks things always going in. Frozen will find him though.
Yeah, hangs on to the M4. At least they've got 1 to play with. If you can actually afford some weapons around this for FaZe.
Frozen can drop one, so they probably will buy.
Oh, it's still not pretty, is it? You don't have the AWP out. Oh, you do actually. Look at that. The big old green has appeared. Thought maybe they would take the more conservative approach to get extra utility, but thinking they require the AWP to be on the server.
That's the flash peek I was referencing with Cemetery. Really nice play. On the fly Counter-Strike. Or Pabroki. No helmets. Won't be a huge deal against the AK-47s, but also just that one kit. Distinct lack of utility, Dinko.
Yeah, the lack of utility might not matter if they just win on headshots, though, as Kerbeni dry walks up into the short fight. Froze is going to take it. Here comes a quick B-pop into Carrigan. M4 ready to go. Lounge somehow got that. He somehow got that kill the second he landed on his feet. We've got 3 players up here for FaZe, and that is one hell of a shot from Zeus. There was no way Brokey could even react to that. And now Twist is left retreating, wondering what the hell is happening. They are just getting shot in the face at lightning speed.
How does Zoogs pre-fire that corner? The double swing, I think, takes down Brokey regardless, but the fact he doesn't even get a shot off is remarkable. It's 5-5. They lost that opening pick, a 5-on-4 advantage of FaZe. Slips by the wayside. Twist will have to save once again. Money will be shattered once more. He will save the AK-47. That will be dangerous going forward in his hands. But FUT have done it. They were, what, 5-0 down?
Yeah. Incredible here from FUT Esports coming back into this. 5 rounds in a row. And a timeout, the second here in the first half from FaZe. Starting to free fall at this point. Need to adjust something, right? So that AWP that comes out in the last round, it doesn't really even get a chance to fire off a shot. They don't have it anymore. They go down to a weak buy again. Jacob, unfortunately, have another weak individual map here. He's going to have to play with FAMAS. Everybody else has an M4 of some variety or an AK. But right now, FUT Esports are hitting really hard. And they've come back into the game, Henry, but it hasn't required that huge comeback they had a couple of days ago, right? It's just 5 rounds back this time. Could leave this half 7-5 in the lead.
Yeah, they really could. The way they're playing right now, wouldn't be surprised if it happens. Got to go for a faster A hit again. Setting up the util early. Set piece out of spawn. All 5 players here. We've seen it time and time again. It's going to be Frozen to defend here. HE in hand currently. Drops it in. Good damage. CT's responding. Utility of their own. Very flash though. Zoogs with the opening frag. We've got full cinema mode here.
Going forward, it's going to be Twist and Frozen. Yeah, we've gone frag movie mode. And there's frags all over this A bomb site. Brokey checking out towards connector. Not spotting much here. Smokes will start to fade away soon. And we have 3 players of FUT Esports inside of the site. What a shot again! Once more, you know, decent damage from FaZe, but FUT Esports just hitting harder. We've got 6-5, and that money is drained again for FaZe. It's another really weak buy. They've obviously got to invest everything they've got into the last round of the half, but FUT Esports have every advantage to close on a 7-5 scoreline from 5-0 down to 7-5. That could be the reality that FUT Esports are living in.
Man, I'm just thinking about Rain on the A-bomb site. He's so rock solid.
Just thinking about Rain. What's he up to right now? Probably playing Deadlock.
He's such an icon on the A-bomb side as well. He would love to be part of those fights.
Also on the T side, just like a rock in middle on his own. Shoots. There's a kill for Jacob on the FAMAS.
Yeah, needed that.
Here comes Demon through the con. Twist at the bottom of the stairs. Good shot. Looking for a second. Can't handle it. Jacob will, though. Traded out eventually by Lounge Symmetry, or rather Symmetry. Opening up the graveyard, throwing Carrigan in. And we've now got Symmetry 1v2. Finally, it looks like FaZe is going to grab 1 extra round here for the end of the streak.
Break the streak.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh my god, comes through with 1 and then Frozen had to close it. No round is easy when you're FaZe Clan, but there's a 6-6 scoreline. We got a tie game going into the second.
Well, it's much better than their first outing. The first game of the tournament for FaZe and FUT. was a best of one on Mirage. FUT were 9-3 down in the first half, came back and won it in regulation. This is looking much healthier, even after suffering a 5-0 deficit. 2-0 is well and truly on as they switch over to the CT side now. Pressure on FaZe. After a great run at EPL, caveats all over the place, forfeiting the first game, unable to field the full roster. Rain flown in last minute. They got to the semifinals. No one saw it coming.
No, that win versus Team Spirit in a 2-0 fashion as well. Obviously, that was Spirit playing pretty badly. Well, the worst we've seen in a long time. But, you know, FaZe making the most of it. You wonder, okay, how much of that was just Spirit falling apart? And then we see FaZe going to play against Vitality. They win Mirage. They come back on overtime and show up in a big way, the classic FaZe way.
And that's what I'm talking. That was the performance in Rain I'm referencing. Like, he bailed them out so many times at that A bomb side. Didn't see that same sort of output from Jacob. But let's see. Very important pistol here for FaZe. 3 players top and middle. A split looking likely. Krabeni doesn't want anything to do with it, but Carrigan will find him with the P250.
It's a good start of the pistol here for FaZe. Looking to take both pistols on Mirage. And pausing. Twist actually has 2 smokes, as highlighted by the observing team, so he'll be able to toss one out, grab the second. He's doing the full execute on his own here. Molotov under the wood, tossed out from Frozen and Palace. And Laux is going to be smoked at the triple stack, which allows FaZe to move up quite quickly through connector to try and crunch in this A bomb side, but Laux is not panicking. He's just listening, waiting for his time to move around the side. Deny the bomb plant? No. Just about taken there for FaZe Clan is that bomb plant, but it's still a 2v2. The ramp rotate has now arrived. As Twist and Jacob back up in towards CT spawn, they've got the utility for this to block them in at spawn. Twist is forced into the fight, into the open. Jacob not able to step up. And that's going to be a FUT Esports pistol recovery on the retake to take the lead of the game.
The pocket incendiary. Nothing they could do. Flushes one out. Denies vision of the bomb as well. Half the face. No damage inflicted. And it's a clean victory in the end for FUT Esports. The bomb is planted, though, so we're expecting the force buy in the second. Very important one here for FaZe. They've got a couple of AK-47s. That's where Demon brought them back into the round. So 5 and 4 to that point. Beautiful shot from Zooks as well. And that's the incendiary. Costing the round. Really nice play. Already a map to the good. Now taking the lead after being 5-0 down. 3 rifles. 2 Deagles. Carrigan sacrifices his round. So does Brokey. No Kevlar for those 2 players. Have to make do with the Deagle and Util. 4 players top and middle. Carrigan posted up and towards that Palace position. Can Twists bail them out once again. Nice defensive smoke.
Nice shot.
Here we go.
There's Twist tapping. Savagery going to go down over towards CT. We've got Jukes looking up towards Palace. That bomb starting to shift through Con. We've got Krabeni ready to go. Jukes again, a double kill before burning inside of the site. Brokey and Twist, 2v2 to try and win this follow-up force here from FaZe. Twist is still a short. We're going to try and catch them as they cross back into the bomb site.
Thing is, if Brokey goes down, and shots are fired, he doesn't get anyone. They can just defuse. Oh, now this becomes a bit of a nightmare.
Well, that's exactly what has happened.
They can just defuse the bomb.
Yeah, now look at Twist. He's so low on health, 38 HP. Someone just looking for him at this point, but realizing they've got to get on that defuse soon. They know what Twist is. They can hold it. Demon, in fact, just turns and kills him anyway. And that is going to end up being a lost force buy here from FaZe Clan. And 8th round win for FUT.
They can force again if they so wish. Bomb planted, 3 kills found. It would be a high-risk maneuver, but they can bring out a similar sort of buy. It was looking promising there for a second. Twist with the opener. But unfortunately, too far removed from the clutch. Bomb planted towards CT spawn. He had to find a tap. Certainly capable. It looks like they will give in, yield, as we will have the partial. Couple of sets of Kevlar. Upgraded pistols. 9-6 looking very likely indeed. A chance for FUT to establish their own economy here. Objective, try and keep 5 players alive. FaZe just want to get another bomb plant, a couple of kills. Brave swing from Cemetery.
Yeah, goes into the peak in the underpass. Krebeni coming out on top of it as well. And now it's just 3 pistols. Not really looking like they're going to have the power to push forward. That bomb, though, look at that. Broke is loving the fact that he might just have an empty B bomb site here to get into. Let's see if he takes the risk. And you see Krebeni's now sort of... Oh, I thought he was backtracking. He's not. So, yeah, that B bomb site's completely open for grabs. If Brokey wants a bomb plant. Just in his head, you just can't imagine that there's no one here.
Yeah. Why would you? He's hoping the Twist can find one. But every second they wait, the more suspicious FUT will become. That's the cue now. You got to go.
Yeah, starting to move forward now. So Brokey is going to get away with the bomb plant. See if we can get an extra kill out here as well. It's a small victory with the bomb plant coming through.
If you can find a couple of kills here, it's a very successful round. 1.
There's 1. And
2.
a second. Go on, Brokey. Just win it. Just win it on the Tech 9. Oh my god, Brokey 1v1 now all of a sudden. Longston started the site. Brokey could pick this up. Oh, Brokey, what is that? That run was entirely broken, but he builds it back up, and FaZe Clan have a 7th out of nowhere. What the hell, Henry?
As soon as you got the first one, you thought there might be a chance. There's the first massive blunder.
Get the PC, get the tech issue in. What is this?
That's insane. That's what that is.
All right, that's the beginning of the bullshit. Here come FaZe. They're going to start it now.
An absolutely phenomenal clutch. One of the best of the tournament so far. Tech 9, 4-on-1.
1v4, Tech 9, bomb plant. How has he won that?
Oh, they know that's huge. They know that's massive.
Look at Launch's face. You can't lose rounds like that versus FaZe. You can't lose rounds like that versus FaZe at this point.
They have no cash.
That has actually shattered them. Brokey has broken them. That is insane. A tech issue, of course, right here, but it's resolved. We're ready to get going again, but is that it? Is that the moment that flips FaZe Clan back into the series?
He was so calm with the Tech 9 as well. Just 2-tapping everyone. Didn't even need to reload. Oh, a real gut punch. They were high flying. The round was in the bag. Overcommitted towards the A site. Didn't have one player even considering that being a factor. They hadn't spotted the bomb yet. And now all of a sudden, everything turns on its head. The partial investment. 2 players with Kevlar. A 4-on-1. And FaZe are right back into their winning ways. Going to be a force and response here. Going to have to dish out equal punishment. Feels like that's the 3rd map. Locked in already. Can you even recover from that? 1M4 for Zoogs. Krebeni has the Famous. An earth-shattering play from Brokey has revitalized FaZe.
Oh, that was one hell of a highlight. All right, let's see if FUT Esports can bounce back. They looked entirely demoralized there, Henry, I must say.
Oh, yeah. I think it's GG. I don't think you come back from that.
Surely not. Well, there's a chance, you know, to just win this force buy. You can sort of dust it off like it was nothing.
The FaZe BS.
It begins.
First time we've seen it this tournament, really. Haven't looked their usual selves.
Yeah, it's just been minus the ball, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. An inspiring play. Let's put them in the driving seat. A split being presented here. Frozen from the Palace where he does his absolute best work. An absolute beast in this position. It's the scout that has to try and fend them off. Cemetery is played full.
All right. FaZe open up with 2 quick kills. Make it a third here from Frozen. Bomb planted round 1. They do capitalize on the Brokey chance. And now have tied the game up here in Mirage. And a reminder of the context of the series. The third map here is Dust 2. If we need to go there and FaZe somehow just close this out, and that is a mentally shattering moment for FUT Esports, Dust 2 is absolutely a map FaZe Clan can win.
Dejected now.
Yeah. And they're a young, inexperienced team. They don't really know how to bounce back from moments like that, you would imagine, at this point.
Fully go up next as well. You bring a Famas and a 5-7 into it.
Terrorists win.
A somber tone in the FUT camp. They need their coach now. See whether they can do anything with this. Juggling around the pistols. Really can't afford to invest much. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus. $1,900 per player. They'll get 24 into the next. Even then, it'll be a weak buy. See if they can inflict any damage here. We've seen miracles can happen. Body blocking the connector smoke at least might allow for one. Gonna be re-smoking it. There's the one.
Yeah, Kobeni's Deagle opens up Carrigan. Taking the advantage for the time being. Damaged under Twist as well as they try and cross up short. They're not going to get up for free as Kobeni brings Twist down. 5-7 ready to go. Not like this phase. Can't lose around like this.
Dink.
Brokey going to turn around. Yeah, you're right. The dink is there. Brokey's finished off the 5-7, shredding them. And Jacob finally getting some impact here on the B-bomb side. You got Frozen diving out of the window. From the apartments to short, they try and spread out and try and win this round for FaZe. But Jugs again round the back. Frozen low, finished off. It's got to be Jacob. It's got to be the Jacob clutch. He's been criticized all tournament long, but this would be a big moment to step up and save them from this mess. He has a chance. They're separated. Kobeni has changed up his position. He's gone through market. Oh, it's a nice turn here from Jacob, but will he read the move? Kobeni's gone to the market, away from short. Jacob! Oh, so close to the angle, but Kobeni is going to win it for FUT Esports, and they are absolutely back. They needed a round like that.
Well, there it is, giving FaZe a taste of their own medicine, and boy, is it ever bitter. USPs and Deagles, a Sade Famas, and they win the round. It all started here. The missed smoke didn't go. Body block, I think. Gets the open up. A few dinks. Some difficult duels of the USP. Final bullet gets it done. And with 3 points of health, they come out on top. You're absolutely right. If Jacob wins that round, all is forgiven. Everything would be fine. He comes tantalizingly close. Can't find the killing blow. And it will be 9-8. What a game this is turning out to be. A real rivalry building up between these two teams. And now the financial pressure on FaZe. Nice injection of cash.
Yeah, that's going to give all the energy as well. Injection of energy, not only cash. But that allows them to offset the damage that the Brokey Tech 9 1v4 did to them earlier on.
That's how you recover that sort of round.
Back on for the 2-0. Important round here to try and break FaZe's money. Jacob and Twist, though, winning out the mid-fights.
Good attempts. Frozen. Oh, beautiful little flick. Should be enough to win this round. Zoogs alone towards the ticket box. Smoke's coming in. Not a great smoke. Not the worst.
Right, this round is safely in the hands of FaZe unless Juice can step up with an unbelievable multi-kill. There's the denial of the bomb plant. Grenades go. Okay, Jacob's gone. And just like that, 4v2 to even numbers again with no bomb plant. Juice has to win it on his own though, and Frozen and Brokey stay composed.
Back and forth we go. You really thought he had a chance there with the HE kill as well. Teammate tries to swing through. Jacob will find him. It all started with this bout and towards middle. FaZe coming out on top. Long range spray from Twists. Frozen, beautiful shot towards Sandwich. Takes a bite out of foot.
Ugh.
Yeah. We are going to see another force buy presented here. Running out of time and space. Another difficult round.
Hey, they've won with less.
They certainly have.
Jukes going aggressive. It's going to be Frozen gone, so the opening kill goes the way of FUT Esports. There's Twists. Straight down into the window. Cemetery gone. Carrigan waiting. They run right into him. Not aware of the gap there, Krabeni. Well, going to be very tough for Juice to step up. He's going to be waiting at Sandwich. They're going to clear it, no problem. Carrigan hunting him down. That's FaZe now 4v2. And this one shouldn't get messy. There's no one really in a position to equalize out the numbers.
Yeah, Twist's third one. Nothing they can do but save. Will be another eco coming up next. Looking to save the Deagle on the M4. Double digits found first for FaZe. Presumably 11 rounds after this one. 4 players survive. They did find the opening pick on Frozen towards the A ramp, but unable to plug the holes. Running back from the ramp, and Carrigan already taking full control.
Terrorists win.
Great game of CS, this one. Real nail biter.
Yeah, not the best Counter-Strike, but absolutely entertaining. You know, you get the Brokey Tech 9 1v4, the Eco short push here from FUT Esports as well, causing problems towards B. Yeah, it's been wild. But I think FaZe might have just done enough here, Henry.
I think you're right.
You got the FUT money on the line. You're going to be up 11-9. Surely that's enough for FaZe to rock out Mirage.
First pick looks easy here. Jacob will find him. 12 kills for him. Much better showing than what we saw on Ancient. Just going through the motions here. Carrigan, he's looking real sharp today. What a nice little one-tap that is.
Carrigan playing like a bit of a star in a couple of rounds throughout the series.
Absolutely.
Taking matters into his own hands. We got Laux up in Palace. He's the only player with a rifle. And look at Frozen. Ready to punish the peak. Immediately taking it. Well, I say immediately. Maybe not the best word there. As Frozen's first bullet inaccurate. Goes down to 18 HP. But does finish it off regardless. And now it will be 11-9 as FaZe get to the end of Mirage.
It feels like they've done enough to get us to dust too. A couple of opportunities left here. They will have a bye in the following round here. Round 21. They could get the AWP, but they really wanted to, but I don't think they can justify it. So Brokey, the only sniper on the field. Tactical pause, the last one here for FUT. Problem is the resources now are strong for FaZe. It's going to be difficult to break them down. As we get back into play here. FaZe Clan known for their A executions. See if they just want to run a default here, knowing they've got the financial advantage. Let Brokey cook on the map. Gets himself a Tech 9 as well. Got a decent spawn for middle. I'll just go for the straight up pick. Setting up the insta smokes. Love to see that. Massive grenade at the start. They will offer one back. Going with some fast, ready control. Carrigan applying that pressure. Flames all around him, down to 50 points of health. It's going to be Laux. Beautiful little swing there. Does find Carrigan. Only one bullet required, courtesy of that HE damage. Can they hold on here? Looking for double digits themselves. A one-round game is available. We hit the 1 minute mark. They're being quite active on the CT side as well, not resting on their laurels. Pushing down toward that A ramp. Gonna have Frozen to deal with here. And he's dealt with them.
Yeah, even out the numbers. Frozen gonna go back again, and this time Symmetry walks forward to his death. It is likely now to be FaZe Clan at map point. It's never easy for FaZe. Always got to do it the hard way. But a 4v3 to close in the final 28 seconds of round 21. Do they go B? If they do, it's only Laux.
Time is an issue. If he can tuck himself in.
Or do they go back into the A bomb site? There's two players here, Henry. Oh my god, look at the time. Oh, FaZe, like I said, they never make it easy. They have to go the hard way, and Jacob delivers. Oh, needed that, and Jacob steps up with a great double.
It's all under control.
Never a worry. Not for a second.
Yeah, Jacob, the best performances I've seen from him have been on Mirage. Sent in first to do just that. A couple of crispy headshots are found. 1 second to spare, but the bomb is planted and map point obtained. No more timeouts for FUT. We can hunt this last rifle as well. Call it done. Frozen with the hot hand right now, 21 and 15. Checking every single corner and continues to dominate the battlefield here. Triple kill. Everyone goes down. $3,000 per player. Can't take a moment to catch their breath here. They're going to have to do it the hard way with the MP9s. What a beautiful sequence this was. They had the man advantage. Went to go and explore their options. Down towards the A ramp. Got a lot more than they bargained for. It all comes down to this. 3 in a row required. The hardest round of them all here. SMGs. A FAMAS for 3. Feels like we're all done here. Dust 2 pretty much locked in.
Twists, grabbing the opener. One step in that direction of Dust 2. The series is going to get a whole lot harder now for FUT Esports, who had an incredible start on Ancient. FaZe came back, was a 13-11 win still for FUT Esports. Had their opportunities here on Mirage. It was a strong start for FaZe, then FUT Esports were able to get 6 rounds out of it after being 5-0 down. But that Brokey Tech-9 clutch.
Yeah, that's where the wheels fell off. Sure, they got an eco victory of their own.
But were unable to keep it up.
Exactly. Lost a lot of momentum, it felt like.
Krabeni.
A chance, I suppose.
Yeah, this is a strong position. Backs are turned, not quite ready. Lining them up, mowing them down, it's a double. And at least a chance here for his teammates to still keep things going. As FaZe Clan now come into the B-bomb site in a 3v3. Demon still around, spotted by Frozen. There's going to be Jacob to handle business, though, as he's landed quite a number of great shots in the last few rounds here on the T side. We got Symmetry denying the bomb plant. What? Symmetry just comes down, takes 2, and now we've got Twist in a 1v2 to try and close the map. He's going to step up to the right side, sees the other player inside the bomb site itself, and Twist, he's on for this. It's not going to be the round, though, as Symmetry steps up with a triple, denies the bomb plant, then denies the win from FaZe. FUT Esports still in the map.
Saved by Krabeni. 2.5 kills. Cemetery as well, denying the plant.
Clean shots.
Really nice. Gets that final frag as well. The Famaces deliver the goods, but still a lot of work to be done. 2 rounds in a row. Stronger by this time.
Yeah, still not great though here for the CT side. And you mentioned this in the first half, Henry. We're going to see a lot of FaZe A executes. Haven't seen as many of them as we usually do, but here it comes.
Is this where they take us to the 3rd map? All in. Quick execute off the bat. It's the MP9. Up to bat first.
Yeah.
It's a great entry frag.
Needs some support as well. Froze is actually tied to the FaZe utility. It's now going to be Laux to the back of Triple. Will get a step up, but Carrigan again. Crucial headshot from Carrigan. Low HP denied by Demon. And Brokey now, can he do it again? Can he clutch up again? This time to close the map. Goes towards CT, denied access as Krabeni drags us all the way to the final round of regulation.
Now they have got a strong buy. 3 AKs on the CT side. Money will be absolutely fine for FaZe. Don't worry about that. But FUT, against all the odds there. MP9, first line of defense. Gets a double kill. Sure, Frozen goes down to a Molotov, but he was on 1 HP.
How wild is it that just a few days ago I was commentating FaZe in an overtime extravaganza on Mirage against Team Vitality, and now I'm doing it against FUT Esports. This is FaZe, always providing the entertainment. Here they go.
Into where we go.
A bomb side again, Henry.
Good opening pick. 4 on 4. Certainly favors FaZe. Looks like they might have done enough here. Smoked off, isolated. Bomb to be planted any second now. Strong Molotov actually gets extinguished. They'll boost over, but nothing to be found.
All right, FUT Esports down to just 2 players. A dream to try and pull this into overtime. Really needed that kill. And now that should be confirmation of the fact there were 2 players in the same position from jungle. Getting held back. They've even got Twist inside of mid. Nice shot from Cemetery. Looking to keep this going again. He's actually right Twist position. Chasing after him, looking for him. Twist is going to stand tall though. Leave it all on Demon. 1 kill out towards Sandwich. But now he's got to worry about Connector and the ramp. And Demon's got 3 bullets to do it. Eventually FaZe Clan do close out Mirage. This one's going to 3 to decide who is heading to the playoffs here in Shanghai.
Yeah, thanks, Dinko and Henry. I'm going to say victory was dangling there. It was dangling over the crib of this young team, and they were snatching at it, and they just... A little bit of composure, and I think we're talking about an incredible upset from FUT.
It was right there for the taking. Yeah. This game was agonizing for them. They knew that they had it in the palm of their hands. Brokey, FaZe, they're the ones that snatched it away. If they look back at some of these moments, they're going to realize the ways that they misplayed in the macro, the micro. But in general, I felt like the ideas from FUT at the beginning of rounds were good. It's sometimes just the execution down the stretch that really got away from them because... Yeah, you play against a heavy hitter team like FaZe, and they're gonna just really knock you out the park sometimes. You have to be able to recover so quickly when you're knocked down on the ground, and FUT, it always felt like there was that settling point where they had to recover, and it just took them a little bit too long in some of those moments.
Yeah, no, for me, it really felt like FUT were the team that had ideas of what they wanted to do. And, you know, of course, they do make rookie mistakes. We can give them that. You know, they're fresh on the scene in that sense. But for FaZe, it was more like not having a good idea of what they wanted to do more than anything else. And again, I felt like they became a little bit wishy-washy, especially towards the end there. Even though they do manage to take it to a 3rd map, it didn't seem like they had a certain go-to in many ways, right? We did see 2 executes over towards the A-bombs that kind of end the map for them, but like they were getting into good steam of things, like going grouped up, keeping it simple, just taking over mid control, working off of that. And then they go back to the slow default with Jacob in underpass, Brokey basically sat passive, doing nothing in B-ups, and Kerrigan solo out mid. And I'm just kind of curious, like, why? Again, like sometimes CS can be very simple. Sometimes it could be as simple as you found something that works for you, just keep doing it until your opponent actually, you know, gives you any sort of semblance that they might be able to respond. If they don't, then why would you ever change?
Yep.
And it felt like FaZe kind of did that treat for FUT in a lot of situations where it's just like, okay, we found something that works for us. Now we're going to change things up for no good reason.
I mean, obviously, we're going to take a look at some Frozen highlights in a moment, but I want to say, I think the kind of pivotal moment was that Tech9 clutch from Brokey, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, obviously, up until that point, maybe hadn't been that impactful in the map, but that clutch was kind of crazy in just what it does for the complexion of the game, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's what I mean. When you play against a real Tier 1 team with superstar players like FaZe Clan, with FUT, you can come up with the better plan, you can come up with the better mid-round, but you just have to close it all the way out. They played 80% of those rounds better than FaZe, but talking about the last 20%, there was that round where right here, like
I mean, this just shouldn't happen. I know we can all say great clutch from Brokey, wow, what an individual moment, but like there's so many opportunities to stop the madness.
Oh yeah, again, like if you have that player coming in from B apps while you have 3 players in kitchens, like at any point you can kind of how long just kind of, you know, set the rocket boosters on and basically run at Brokey from behind, making him nervous about that. So he has to like actually account for 2 different angles. Instead, you do have that kind of rookie mistake of just going one by one, giving Brokey the most, I guess, calm 1v4 you could probably
Especially
ever
when
get.
he's got a Tech9 in his hand. I still think it's the most broken gun in the game.
Pound for pound, money-wise, probably is.
Yeah, I think so. Everyone argues with me when I bring that up and say it's the 5.7, really. And I think that's
the Tech9's just objectively
you
better
can't
than
do a
5.7.
drive. Yeah, you can't
Just
do
a
a
better
drive-by
gun.
with a 5.7, right?
Yeah, I mean,
all headshot.
It is really nuts. And again, like one thing is obviously like losing a round like that is extremely demoralizing, regardless of how experienced you are. But it's also the fact that FUT managed to bounce back and win an eco round themselves afterwards. But it's kind of like it's so much worse for a CT side to drop, like economically speaking, around like they do to Brokey, than it is beneficial for them to actually win it back around later. Because at that point, you know, lost bonuses and whatnot, every sort of reserve that you've had has just been minced to pieces. So it definitely just was a bit of a momentum changer that they never really got back from.
I think we've got another round you want to take a look at. I think it was round 10.
Yeah, we saw some good FUT stuff earlier on that we were pretty proud of.
Phrasing.
Yeah. Okay, sure. All right. I don't know what websites you're on, but I'm just here on twitch.tv/PGL watching this, or YouTube. Okay, but either way, opening pick comes out from Frozen, but honestly, this was just great. This is like the spacing from FUT that was good. Their exec hit really hard. Demon was able to find Frozen around the smoke, and I needed to see this from FUT's POV because they just tapped out that player
the
market
shots were
so quick, so
crazy.
ridiculously fast. I mean, either way, the way that they were able to scale on the T side, it was fast, quick, even while losing opening picks. We saw some slower rounds from them as well. I think the diversity of their playbook was clearly on display. It's just that when it came to crunch time on what is supposed to be their favorite half, they dropped the ball in a couple of key moments. That we lost the Brokey clutch, also lost one where there was 8 seconds left where FaZe are scaling up Con, all 4 players, and Jacob gets a 2K onto that A bomb site. So he gained some wings in that moment, at least for himself.
Yeah, I mean, also the 2v2, or I guess the 2v4 turned into 2v2, where I think it's Demon who manages to find bomb planter through smoke, finds Twist with an HE, Molotov's bomb site. Like everything's looking like it's gonna work out. Like they're gonna have it. 7-3 coming through connector and everything. So they definitely had their opportunities where they could have really put their foot on the throat of FaZe and basically ended it all.
Yep. And I think that there's a problem with that is that when you go on a Dust 2 now, it is in the back of your mind, like, why are we still playing? Whereas, you know, FaZe, they've been here a million times. They've had so many critical deciders on Dust 2 down the years, the old masters.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the key matchups here.
I mean, the most obvious one on Dust 2 every time is just Op v Op. I mean, sure, they don't always go head-to-head other than just through the mid-doors, but as of right now, Brokey looks like he's a superstar. Cemetery, other than a couple moments for him in the last one.
Without the Op, actually.
I mean, he was making some bad errors. Like, no joke, he was making some really... He's just running at opponents. He was just trying his best to like, save a round, but it was almost like he just got bloodshot eyes and just tried to will his way back into rounds, whereas Brokey was the calm, cool, collected guy that we've seen on massive stages in the past. And I mean, I like what FUT's been bringing to the table, but these individuals on their team need to kind of regain the composure that they showed on map 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, speaking of what you mentioned in terms of like that being in the back of their head, I'm kind of hoping they're able to have the mindset of like, we probably shouldn't be here. So whatever happens, again, we had a really decent shot at Mirage. We deservedly won the first map. why can't we do it on Dust 2? Again, it's a solid map for them in that sense. They're going to be happy about how the veto turned out. So instead of kind of dreading the fact that you didn't close out when you had the opportunity on Mirage, think about this as being like, okay, we're giving a new opportunity to showcase ourselves. Because I do think, again, nothing from that match made me believe that FaZe are going to, you know, cruise on out of here with an easy victory on Dust 2 by any means.
It was your Mario mushroom. You've still got you've still got another chance.
Exactly.
All right, I appreciate that, guys. Well, anyway, there it is. FaZe are taking on FUT. For one of these teams, their title hopes will turn to dust after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
go.
Well, FaZe Clan always find a way to make the series entertaining. It is a very close finish there on Mirage. Henry, we now go to 3 to decide who is heading to the quarterfinals to play against Legacy.
13-11, 13-11. We wouldn't have it any other way. This is proving to be one of the best matchups here at CAC, and it's going to kick things off here on the third map of Dust 2 of aggression from FUT. Jukes sets the tone for the round, but taking a lot of damage on Rue. A fadeaway headshot. Brokey goes down. And it's going to be an early 5-on-4 advantage. Frozen, all the meanwhile, has tucked himself away and towards the pit. Got that P250 in hand as well, so can actually battle the CTs at range at this point. But they are looking to hunt him down. Can't connect the dots early, but that's a much better shot. Can he find a second? Apparently not.
And CT staying on top right now. It's going to be Krabeni.
Lovely.
From behind, landing that shot on the Joe Berettas. Twist and Jacob, not really in a powerful position whatsoever here as they go down to Laux and Cemetery. It's now Demon, the only player that's died for the CT side. And they'll be very happy about the pistol round going the way of FUT Esports.
Laux with a triple kill there. Looked like they were in a lot of trouble when they were trying to scramble back from the top of mid, but having said that fadeaway shot, this one right here, beautiful. Gets the kill towards the pit as well. Nice work with the dual elites from lower B. No bomb planted, and a great start here for FUT. In the third and final map, elimination on the line. Quarterfinals for the victor.
FaZe Clan have bought themselves into D-Goals, Tech Knights.
Oh, they have 4 sport, huh?
Yeah, it's not usual to see this like after no bomb plan, but wanted to get going early on.
So, a split looking very likely. 3 players from FaZe Clan. And those long double doors. The young Demon looking to step up here. MP9, perfect weapon for the job. Trying to show some presence. That mid to B splits. Can't body block the smokes. The long plays coming through. Opening kill, no problem. Can he hold on, though? I don't think so. Good damage, significant damage, in fact. But Carrigan leaping down from short. Keeps the round in contention here. 2 players towards long, they know it. Cemetery maintains that man advantage. Knows there's 1 more towards long. That's a bomb as well. Broken needs to be very careful here. Might not matter either way, as it's a clean finish. Got a little bit dicey when Carrigan dropped down and found that kill, but well handled. 3-0 pretty much locked in at this stage. Can't really invest much at all. A Deagle for Frozen and for Carrigan. Money is tight, but a flying start for the rookies here. Really turned out to be one of the most entertaining series we've had all tournament long. It's had all the bells and whistles, all the clutches, all the heartbreak, the blunders.
And all the rounds, most importantly, Henry.
Yeah, we have gone 24 rounds on both outings, but finally FaZe have taken a map of a FUT. Should be an open shut case here. Krabeni will be finding a couple.
Ugh.
Not clean as spray.
Thinking about Ancient, the first map of the series, a reminder of how that started. It was FUT Esports on the CT side, just kind of dominating. They just were really fun to watch on the CT side, very fluid, dynamic.
Yeah.
Right now, Dust 2 could give us shades of that. We'll wait until that first gun round comes up here. Well, FaZe will get their buy in the next. But could be a world in which FUT Esports get off to the races on the CT side again. Krabeni's look really solid.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 4K so far in this round. There's the ace.
Yeah, he's the in-game leader as well, Dinko.
Yep. One of the better fragging ones for sure.
Yeah. Nice little ace.
Headset came off immediately, though. I wasn't happy about something. So the tech issue going to be arising here ahead of the first gun round of Dust 2. A reminder of the context of this game. The winner goes on to the quarterfinals. The loser is eliminated. The winner will go on to play Legacy on Friday.
Okay. Tough game.
Yeah. So they're on the bracket side with Legacy and Heroic. So Heroic are in the semis, Legacy in the quarterfinals.
Heroic taking down Fnatic today as well. Like, Fnatic look fantastic this tournament. Even with the new roster, as it were. No Cypher.
And that's Heroic playing with a stand-in. They don't have Alcarin with them.
I think
playing with Hades.
Hades is #1 player in the tournament right now as well, which
So
is pretty remarkable.
Alcarin sitting at home, not enjoying it. He's having the Jacob experience.
To be fair to Jacob, he definitely picked up his individual form on the second map.
Yeah, he's
had some really impactful moments, saved the day a couple of times.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of great impact, especially that round on Mirage where he's coming in last second. There's time ticking down. He gets a double kill. Spent that final kill towards CT. Now, Jacob has incredible mechanical skill. We get to see that on display every now and then.
Yeah, Ancient wasn't too kind for him, but bouncing back admirably. Slight technical issue here. Final game of the day. Looking for the last couple of teams for the playoffs. Stinko, could you give us a B stream update?
Absolutely. So over on the B stream, we currently have another game going on. It's 3D Max versus Virtus.pro in their last chance for the playoffs. 3D Max, one of the teams that are favorites to win the entire event. Well, they've currently brought it to the third map because VP won 13-9 over an overpass. 3D Max won 13-8 on Inferno.
Yeah.
And now Train is the deciding map in that best of 3.
That's a perfect map pool for those two teams. VP, like, say what you will about them, they are good on overpass.
Yeah, they are, and they won at 13-9. So they'll move on to the bracket with Fnatic and Liquid. They're on the quarterfinals is Fnatic and Liquid in the semifinals on that other side of the bracket. So that's where they're fighting for a spot.
Well, there's all to play for. Playoffs kick off tomorrow. And we need 2 more teams. FUT in this third and final map. What's going on here?
Nova. All right, Jacob.
Sorry, what is going on? Okay, it's not. The round's not live. I was going to say,
I just see the sheer panic. And you're like, what is happening? This is
T-side Nova.
Guess he's having fun with it. You don't usually get to see this.
No, this is very odd, but I guess the Nova does indicate players off. Everyone knows it. The international symbol for the game is not live. Okay. Back to normality.
That was fun. Nice little comedic relief for everyone to focus back for this very intense game.
Oh, yes. I'm assuming there'll be no Novas in the following round here. Let's have a look. I don't think they can bring out the AWP on the T side. FUT with a very clean previous. We'll have rifles across the board as well. Demon, 5k. Invest in some extra utility in a kit. Money looking quite strong on the CT side here. But this one will set the tone for the half. Can they have another great CT showing here in this best of 3? Ancient was absolutely spectacular. And we're off. Brokey to set up the double doors from the drop-down area. Maybe it'll be Twists. It looks like it will be.
Well, he nails the smoke. Jacob to descend down into the tunnels. And Cemetery going aggressive. He's got 2 players in behind him. It's quite a heavy cat setup here. Anticipating FaZe Clan to be going for a catwalk execute Henry.
Yeah, really classic Dust 2 default here. First wave of Yuto, ascertain whether the CTs have got presence towards lower B, flash them offshore, re-smoke the doors. You want a Molotov close and then deep up towards shore here, but that gives it all up. They know there's some CT presence here. They're not playing down towards long at all.
2 smokes being used for this as well. All right, really trying to keep them away from catwalk. It's forcing them to make a different decision, which is going into the B split.
This position becoming more and more popular. Went out of meta for a long time. Then people stopped checking it, stopped Molotoving it. And as you can see...
Twist is looking for it, but Krabeni peeks up, looked like he got a good timing, but Brokey and Twist eradicating the B bomb site defenders, but we've still got Lounge here, and he's still striking. Carrigan going down, low HP of Twist. Twist nails the headshot. Now Demon coming back up for a 1v2. Up the B ramp. Twist is low, 3 HP. If you can catch out Frozen first, then it's down to a 1v1 against Twist, who's extremely low. Can he get Frozen? Oh, it goes into the window, through the doors rather, and just couldn't catch Frozen in that tight angle. So that'll be FaZe picking up their first round win.
Yeah, a bit of a fumble there from FUT. Giving up that they had multiple players towards short, double smoke down, panicking a little bit there. It wasn't like it was a key piece of real estate. You either challenge it or you don't. They expend a lot of utility towards that area. Jacob then helps himself towards the mid-double doors, confirms it's clear. Mid-split comes through. Definitely was a chance, that boost, but just couldn't connect the dots there. Comes down to the 2-on-1, and FaZe will post their first round comfortably. But this is where things really get interesting. Now we've got the final four, the AWP for Cemetery, and you can see a lot of this. Going through step by step on the Dust 2 manual. Smoke down double doors, get lower control. Flash from top of middle to push back on short. There's that same Molotov. Now they can start to piece this one together. Cemetery positioned towards middle. This time a more traditional setup in the CT side. One player parked up in the pit. Orb floating from CT back towards A if required. And they are going to be challenging this long player. Demon is playing on the lip of the pit, so just looking at one kill, then drop down. It's an off angle. You're pre-firing the headshot position. One kill, drop off, call for a flash from your teammate. That's when you swing again.
Benny. And there he goes, Jacob. To the kill, Demon looking to lock down this A long push out. He gets one kill before being traded out. Cemetery coming on over. AWP straight to the chest of Frozen, going back again. Floki with util. Still gets the kill, but a dink to his face.
Doesn't want the orb. Just wants to get up there with the bomb.
Well, there's going to be some util going over the top. It's a Lounge flank out long. Brokey finished off that low HP. Cost him his life, and now we've got Jugs coming up through shore. Not exactly getting the fight he wants here on Jacob. He's got Carrigan down in CT, and it's going to be Carrigan with the most impact there in that fight against Laung. So Jugs not really in the best situation here. He doesn't have the kit, doesn't have the utility, and FaZe Clan not giving him the fights. He's going to have to just run at him now. See if he can get Jacob off the bomb site, and he won't.
Good
Jacob
kill.
handles the pressure, and yeah, great kill. That's going to be a second round for FaZe.
Excellent work. If Jacob goes down there, it's a real issue with Carrigan down in towards CT spawn, but well handled. Money ruined for FUT. Should be a tied game here, 3-3. Can't really justify much investment. I say that. They're buying an MP9. I don't think that's the play. Take the full eco. They'll take a tactical timeout just to discuss the options here. Options very limited, quite frankly. But yeah, some convincing rounds there from FaZe. Very standard game for them so far. No set pieces, just running the defaults, getting intel, grouping up, taking short or long, mid doors. All very traditional here on the T side so far. So we get into round number 6. Brokey with the AWP. He's got the long spawn as well, Dingo. He's definitely taken that. There's a lot of spawns on the T side. It does too. I think there's 15. So if Europa gets this spawn, the best one, you're jumping over the first ledge, get there before the CTs do, and presumably get the pick.
If someone comes to fight, and they have come to fight, Demon actually got there first and the nade went in. So kind of perfect, really. Jacob going to fight out Lonks in the lower tunnels. And we shouldn't really see too much of an issue here for FaZe. Oh, I say that.
Bloody hell.
That is one hell of a shot, isn't it? Now 3 players to the mid. Oh my god, Krabeni got another one. What is happening here?
Should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, USP kill again. Krabeni's got an AK and a 1v2. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Didn't bring much into the round. 3 kills, maybe 1 more. But objective at this stage, save the AK-47. Yeah, but there's no way he can even go for this, so it is going to be 3-3, but exciting round. Finds the AWP. Now that is significant. Certainly a welcome addition into the next round. They could maybe drop one on Zoogs, but this helps them out a lot going forward. So an expensive round. Nice injection of cash with the sniper being gathered up, scooped into their reserves, and we're going to see Karrigan and Twist survive. But I'm pretty sure this goes the distance again. Give us another 13-11. Twist, a couple of kills. Karrigan continues to look sharp here in the series. A lot of people criticizing his form this season, rightly so, I would say. Some of the bigger events kind of just fell off completely. You can tell he's been working on it. Looking much better individually here at CAC.
Yeah, he's taking some rounds into his own hands. Gone a little bit wild. We've seen that sometimes for Karrigan. Once the game starts to feel lost, once the options seem thin, he's willing to take the risk. Lead by example. Got Brokey going for that opening. Not going to work out for him. Blocked in the tunnels.
We'll have to reassess the situation. Not so much a default this time with 4 players on the B side of the map. Nice grenade. That's going to do significant damage. Perfectly timed. FUT not the sort of team that sits back. They get in your face. Trying to overwhelm T-side defaults. B split looking very likely here. Flushing out the close range proximity with the Molotov. No one home. It's going to be Zoogs towards that back platform. Flashback sets him up, but doesn't get Brokey at all. He'll find the first opener. Lurk smoke. As the CTs chuck one in of their own. This kill might decide the round.
Yeah, Symmetry, 30 seconds. He's got to pick in. We got Demon holding out long. Karrigan this time unsuccessful, so no A offensive coming in from FaZe Clan. It's a last-ditch effort towards this B bomb site. They can still win this round, even though they're a player down here, FaZe. Lance is going to be trying to be disruptive. Goes to the CT smoke with a flash. Gets a dink on Twist as well. Low HP. Quick shot from Brokey. 13 seconds on the clock. Oh, close to taking Demon down, but they've got to get into the bomb site, and there's still Krabani waiting. Krabani's just waiting at the back of the bomb site. There's not enough time now to win the round. They would require elimination, and FaZe not going to be winning it out. And they do get all the kills, just not in time.
What a shot that was. Brutal, but yeah. Bested by the clock. Excellent work from FUT to stay in the round, but it's certainly expensive. Tactical pause coming in from FaZe. Trying to change things up. Got the opening pick, 5-on-4 in their favor. But what a play. Pushing through the CT smoke. Completely blind as well. They chuck a flashbang in at their own. Managed to make things very uncomfortable. And the scramble in towards the B side shut down. They will survive with 2 players, but they'll get no further cash. So just going to be divvying out the resources here. Karrigan, $2,000. Needs to buy... He can buy Galil. He's already got Kevlar, to be fair, so he can go for a Galil, but opts for the Tech 9 and Util. Brokey still has the AWP himself, but FUT take a slight lead now, 4-3. Good recovery. Brokey looking for damage on the cross. Seen a lot of it this tournament. They go low, though. And here we go, back to more of those traditional defaults we were talking about. This time we're focused towards top and middle instead of lower B. Suggests there'll be a bit more pace behind this one, Dinko.
There's marching their way down middle. Sending 2 into the lower tunnels. Karrigan's having to look up short. He'll throw some utility just to try and get Symmetry off the angle. But even though he's blinded, still times the shot perfectly. And Karrigan is taken away from the FaZe Clan ranks. Now B split. Really the only option now. So Lurk smoke out. Not actually going to be smoking out CT. And they're going to get into the fights. Twist comes out on top of one. Lounge to step up on the other. And Jukes is waiting here at the window, waiting for his time to strike, but Frozen's coming through it, and he's got a double. Lounge and Jukes both down, and Krabeni now 1v3 is a long way off even thinking about this.
Well, that's just a classic B split, isn't it? That lurk smoke from Frozen. That's what it's designed to do. Obscure vision. They had to assume it was clear. So much pressure coming in from middle. He timed it to perfection just as they were looking to re-aggress from the doors and the window at the same time. That's a huge round. And bear in mind, sure, they won the previous, but no one survived, so the money is going to be shattered. FaZe tightening up and presumably take the lead at this point as well. Let's have a look. Opening pick for Cemetery, but really nice mid to B split coming through. Brokey, nice shot, and that's the luck. Frozen makes himself known. Twist to close things out. Beautiful kill. And they can't really invest anything here. Full eco, a P250 and a Deagle. Going to be taking long. There's actually going to be 4 players here. Could get a little bit dicey, but it looks like it's all under control.
All right, nice and easy. It's going to end up being a 5-4 scoreline here with FaZe heading into the lead. Oh, Krabeni thought he had a little bit of a gap there to work with. Then the flash comes in, takes him off the angle. Solid team effort from FaZe so far. You know, Twist 8 and 5, 7 and 6 on Brokey. 6 kills for Carrigan and Frozen, and Jacob not too far behind. You know, quite often with this FaZe, the version of FaZe rather, we've seen Twist have to hard carry or Frozen. Luckily, a little bit more of a balanced effort at the moment. Well, the bye will return for FUT in the next round. We'll see what their CT side has in store for us for the rest of the half. Now, AWP can be purchased, but it would require Laux ruining his economy, so not going to be happening. And we're going to see just the rifles come out across the board here for FUT, so definitely a couple of weaknesses in here. The FAMAS, the lack of utility on a few players, that or a couple of flashes missing here and there.
Well, here we go then. Getting to the meat and potatoes of Dust 2. FUT's feeling the pressure financially. Compromised setups. FaZe taking a slight lead as well. Great rivalry between these two teams throughout the tournament. Opening game, a best of 1. FUT recovering a 9-3 deficit, winning in regulation. Took the first map of Ancient as well in a convincing manner. Mirage had their moments until Brokey arrived with a 1v4 Tech-9 clutch. That real nuisance at the B-Lurk smoke, though. It's been a thorn in their side. Takes away so much vision. Keeps you on high alert. Pressure being applied. So Carrigan's going to try and show some A presence, Dinko, and they're going to make their way in towards B. Maybe even just a contact play. Double door smoke from Brokey. There's the presence from Carrigan. Just trying to keep them entertained this side of the map, dropping everything he's got. HE goes in. Mid to B split has been a real issue for FUT. And you can see they've got barely anything to work with here. 1 smoke is all that's left to try and fend off a potential A finish here. Carrigan calls the boys over, pulling them around the map. So it's going to be now a little B fake instead. And there's 3 players here. Flashes go over the top. That'll send Frozen with that utility. Everyone's interested. No more util, but they have got Demon. Needs to find a couple, can't do it. That's going to be round.
Yeah, that's it pretty much. Now we've got Jukes and Laux not really feeling it at the moment. We've got Brokey trying to hang on to the AWP. They're putting pressure on him, and he's just going to handle it. So, shot to Jukes, and going up for the no-scope. He had a chance there, but Laux is just going to run back up into Frozen anyway. So, doesn't matter. AWP is going to be picked up and carried on over, and we'll end up having a very strong half here from FaZe starting to develop.
Must be so confusing playing against FaZe when they're in the zone like that. Carrigan just pulling them around the map. Looks like an A fake, then it's a B fake. In and out. He felt like they did enough to hold them over to the B side of the map there. Brokey watching the rotations as well. Nothing they could do. It's when the round is over. Trying to save the AWP. Not going to happen. Massive round. FaZe in the driving seat. Perfectly played by FaZe. A lot of moving parts there. Bled out all the util on the CT side, and now they're left with nothing. Demon made some noise. Jacob will take care of business. Opening killer goes in their favor. Not really much he can do with this. He's got a Laux, MP9, some 5.7 sure, one flashbang and a smoke, but realizing the potential, any lower B nonsense. Frozen is there, but can't find the kill. So that's a rifle given over. Zoogs will find it.
Well, Krabeni going to be 5-7 getting cast aside. Always a risk when you're playing around those doors that, you know, the AK could fall to it, but they handle the pressure.
They should be molotting car if they
look at the flank here from Jukes. Twist heard that, yeah. Loud descent down into the sand. Twist is going to have no problem turning around and taking Jukes out of the round itself. So we've got Carrigan now ready. Oh, God. Was ready. Now gets the rifle out and run him down. It's a 1-for-1, and Carrigan's a long dead. His teammates are long gone, and we've got the AK picked up here for Laux.
Not much you can do with it. They know exactly where he is, so they hightail it towards the B bomb site. Penultimate round here. FaZe looking likely for the quarterfinals. Much more comfortable as this series goes on. You have to say, though, FUT Esports, previously Navi Jr., no one thought they had a chance coming into this tournament. No one thought they'd be able to take down the likes of FaZe Clan.
Not at all.
Took them on in the best of one. Made a name for themselves here at CHC. Still in this game, of course, but it feels like their chances are diminishing round by round.
Yeah, it does feel like FaZe is starting to get into a comfortable gear at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, throughout the first two maps, it was always disruptive. There was always enough chaos for FUT to thrive in. Low buy wins were happening. Back and forth rounds. Not the case at the moment. But FaZe Clan always have a good time when they had to head out to Shanghai. And won CAC in the first edition in CS2. They obviously made it to the final of the Shanghai Major.
Yep.
So it would be shocking to see FaZe not in the playoffs. Especially over at FUT Esports. Tactical pause though for FUT, trying to figure out how to get this last round in the half. They've got the AWP back here for Symmetry. 4 rifles around them and a lot of utility.
It really is the FaZe way at this point, still to this day. Go down like 0-2, lose your opening games, last chance game to actually make it to the playoff. They always seem to get there. It's always a bumpy road, but one that Carrigan can navigate them through.
Even at the Shanghai Major, they were so close not to making it through, right? They had that game against Furia in the final decider and made it through to the playoffs, just about scraped through that, and ended up obviously going on to make it to the final and give us a fantastic major final performance against Team Spirit. So yeah, it happens all the time for FaZe.
Thriving in the chaos. Symmetry, though, opening things up. They need this last round, it feels like. Nice opening pick. It feels like that wasn't necessary. No flash, just a dry peek from short. Might cost them the round here, might cost them the game. Now they need to answer back. They can't just sit back and allow FaZe to bleed them dry with utility again. Coming in towards short. They need to be flashed in. Ascertaining the mid is clear for now. But it's going to be a B finish here, going through T-spawn. So it's a nice little flank, but I think you're just going to be out of position by the time you realize it's a B hits. They're going to check how long first.
Yeah. And then you've got to make the decision, do you want to go for the retake when the time is going to be so short when that bomb goes down? If FaZe keep up the pace, they're going into the big bomb site. Yeah, that's true. They're coming back at least. Might be able to get here in time to cut them down with this AWP. Here goes Symmetry, misses the shot.
That was the shot.
Yeah, neither that. Goes back again. Smoke is up this time. And with FaZe putting all the utility in place and actually getting a kill as well, makes this incredibly unlikely and ill-advised, but it's Laux to make the last-ditch effort. Flash, he's committed to this. Laux just running right through. It's absolutely massive from Laux. What is that? He gets away with an absolute massacre of running out of the tunnels. It looked like that was the only way to win it, and Laux picks it up.
That's the sort of round that can resuscitate the squad. Raise morale just before halftime. It looked like he had no business winning that at all. He misses the first interaction, does barely any damage. They know he's there. They smoke him off, but he decides to push it before it even blooms. The smoke was a little bit too deep. Full steam ahead. wind in his sails, comes through with his absolute masterclass of the AK-47. They had no idea he could find 3 kills. Yep. He's out tunnels, my friend. He's not waiting for anyone. The smoke does not dissuade him, and it will be FUT keeping their head above water here. Felt like a must-win round. Looked like it was done once they breached the B bomb site. There it is. We are going to see a 7-5 scoreline. It's still wide open here. 7-5 feels a lot different than 8-4. Neo knows it.
Yeah, you see disbelief on Frozen's face that Laux would make that move. I think it's just catching the perfect amount of chaos. FaZe just didn't expect someone to come barreling through the tunnel smoke like that.
Well played.
Not exactly plays that FaZe are used to seeing at the very top. You know, retakes at the top level of CS are all very controlled and methodical retakes into the B-bomb site. Different pacing to them.
So, pistol here, Molotov for Cemetery. Smoke being deployed towards the double doors. So an A-split looking likely here. Got a couple of flashes. Another smoke in reserve as well. Gone for the Xbox smoke instead. Don't see it as much these days. It does take away that vision from lower B. If you're not going to have anyone lower, that's when the Xbox smoke is preferable.
Well, it's a good start there for Jacob. Going to go back out again. And this time Kurbeni puts him in the ground. Carrigan's still a car, but he's being tagged up here by Laux and finished off. So 4v3, make it 4v2 as Laux is just a killer machine in these last couple of rounds here. Brokey, though, still around, still kicking, and still causing problems.
Oh, finally, they take care of him. The pistol master, Brokey, has been silenced. Frozen's position. Down towards CT spawn, presumably noted any second now. We'll need to find something very quick here. Can't connect it, and it will be Laux to confirm victory. 1-round game.
A 4K for Laux as well. 19-7. What a map he's having here. Laux is making the difference. He secures that extra round at the end of the half here for FUT Esports. Then he wins the pistol. That there is a case to be made still for FUT to win against FaZe. Laux is certainly going to be the MVP.
We're going the distance again, Dinko.
You can feel it?
Yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way. It's been a great series. These young rookies.
Now, Laux hasn't necessarily had the best series overall. He's the bottom-rated player for his squad at the moment, but this final map, completely different story. Kurbeni and Brokey, blow for blow as Demon gets involved. It's a real biff here at long. And those Deagles are always scary as well, and Carrigan's got one in his hands as they come towards him.
Connects another shot, but not going to be enough, I'm afraid. Rock'em, sock'em, counter-strike there towards long. A good duel, but it will be FUT coming out on top, tying things up and taking the lead with the Eco coming up next. Frozen. Best he can hope for here is get a cheeky kill here at the long doors, save the AK for the following round. But you don't need to hunt him. Let him keep his 5-7. Don't risk it. Take it easy, lads. An AK in Frozen's hands can do disastrous things to you in the follow-up. No one has to go in those double doors. Don't do it.
Terrorists win.
And it's all fine. Frozen will have to make do. He's got a helmet, a smoke, and a 5-7, so it doesn't leave empty-handed. But we're all tied up. It was a must-win pistol. Follow-up conversion is clean as well. 3 players survive. And they're going to purchase some HEs here. It's on Twists and Brokey. I assume they'll be nading the long doors. No one home. Here comes Carrigan.
They're going to give it a good go in the top mid push, but Kurbeni ready to take him down. Cemetery will also follow through. And we were just saying a few rounds ago, it felt like FaZe Clan were starting to take control of the game. That Launx move out of the tunnels has completely changed the story. We're now looking at FUT Esports going into the lead to kick off this second half. Now, we haven't seen a buy yet from FaZe. That'll come up in the next round. FUT Esports still very much in this fight, Henry.
Oh, absolutely. Money's building up quite nicely as well. They can even purchase the AWP. Like, one player going down, it's actually maybe a bit of a blessing in disguise, because now you can buy the AWP. And you're going to need it against Brokey. Player of his caliber should be devouring this squad on Dust 2. Going to have the weaponry to go toe-to-toe with him. All important first real gun round here in the second half. 8-7. Cemetery fires off a pop shot.
Got very heavy A set up here for FaZe on the CT side.
Yeah, leaving Frozen pretty isolated. Carrigan comes back in. They were expecting a fast long take here. The first gun rounds normally can be a little erratic.
Well, we'll see the standard progression up through short, the Molotov to clear off the ledge. Flashes to assist the peaks. And FUT Esports at minute 5 seconds have completed their default take of Catwalk.
Making sure that no one's there behind the mid-double doors. 4 players behind them for FUT. It's going to be Carrigan. Boosted up, drops an HE. No damage really inflicted. He's going to use those smokes. Get himself into a powerful position. Maybe they go through spawn here, though. No, they don't. Mid to B split. Carrigan in the prime position to shut this one down, but it's Frozen. Triple kill.
Oh, my. That was such a lovely build-up for FUT Esports. Nice little one-tap here from Jukes. He needs a lot more than that, though. You know, they got up Cat. Got into strong positions. And then Frozen just melts them.
Yeah, quite a peculiar mid to B split there with the 2 smokes going down, running through them. Carrigan just helps himself to the back lines. Frozen, supposed to take all the aggro, gets a lot more than that. 3 beautiful headshots, mows them down. And Money starting to run a little thin here. Still a pretty good buy, but you've got Launx on the Tech 9. Krabeni on the Galil. We still have the Cemetery AWP. But we're all tied up once again. What's the next maneuver going to be? This time 4 players towards the tunnels. Confirming that no one's towards short. They boost the AWP up. Team Molotov on short. Gonna try the luck towards middle once again. Looks to be a more traditional approach to it. Standard smoke this time. 2 players in the B bomb side. Frozen. The Thorn in their side. Carrigan. It's a crazy maneuver. The solo flash.
Yeah, kind of the result you would expect from that. He's going for like a Launx move, you know? Flash and just go crazy through the smoke.
Like if someone else flashes you in, fair play, but the right-click smoke coming through.
Yeah. Well, Jacob looking to try and stop them from getting across to the bomb site safely. It's a nice quick tap here to Launx. Cemetery, though, removing Twist, and that bomb is going to be planted. So FaZe Clan, a very likely save ahead of them here.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
That means FUT Esports back into the lead again.
Yeah, an all-in maneuver from Carrigan. Lays down the red carpet for them to make their way in towards A. Jacob with a nice job, but got team flashed. Only good for 1. Had to give up the angle, and indeed they will be saving. FUT will maintain their lead. It's a 1-round game, but 4 players surviving it. Ended with Galil and a Tech 9, and I'll leave with 3 AKs and an AWP. There's Carrigan's corpse. really was the Hail Mary play. They had 2 players in beating. That's why it's baffling. Like, you've got the manpower there to deal with it. Let them take the aggro, then go for that sort of maneuver, but felt a little bit unnecessary. So tactical timeout for FaZe. Money's still good with 3 players surviving, including the Brokey Orb. A second timeout used here. Everyone wants FaZe in the playoffs, but you cannot deny the skill and teamwork of FUT. Got a tier 1 team with their backs to the wall here, looking uncomfortable. Keeping up with them. Already taken 2 maps off them in this tournament. Mirage was tantalizingly close as well, 13-11 in favor of FaZe. And Dust 2, where FaZe do some of their best work. Currently in the lead in the final stages here. Cemetery. Rattles off another shot, nothing connecting this time. Here we go then. More of the same. Very familiar. Exactly what FaZe were presenting in that first half. Always the first objective of the map. Push back any CT presence towards shore. Keep an eye on the long doors for any flankers. Krabeni flashed in. Nades towards the boost box. Well, you hit the 1 minute mark here. Haven't applied a ton of pressure, but here he comes. Avangard smokes being deployed.
Yep, little catwalk execute, but it's not going to be for A. You're going to send Krabeni. Oh my god, he's not happy about that, is he?
Nice
Gets
work.
cleared out and then dropped by Brokey. Here comes the attack into the B bomb side. It's going to be Twist and Frozen trying to shut this one down. 2 very scary, prominent riflers, and Twist hasn't done anything. Frozen's burned into the open.
Huge.
Oh wow, what a take of this B bomb side from FUT Esports. They force another save call here from FaZe.
Do you see how that little A execution is multifaceted though? You can use those at the mid to B smokes as well, because they waterfall down, obscure vision from A, and sure, Brokey did very well to blow them open, find the player towards shore, but then they make their way out towards the mid double doors. In towards B, great flashbang, spotted Twist by popping that smoke open to the double doors. More flashbangs going over the top, isolating the fights, and it will be double digits for FUT.
This 3-man save is really important as well for FaZe Clan. You wouldn't be able to get the AWP out comfortably. A couple of players really lacking on funds, Frozen and Carrigan in particular. Brokey doesn't have a whole lot left in his bank account, so yeah, really important to get the 3 weapons saved over. They can drop, they can get a good buy again, but it really is their last buy here, Henry, at this point. And if FaZe lose this next round, it might end up just being the map in the series. They might get eliminated here in the group stages by FUT Esports.
Just when you think they're done though, Dinko, they always come back to life.
There's got to be a little Brokey 1v4 Tech 9 in there somewhere.
Money's actually, like, they've been saving 3 weapons each time. Money's not terrible, and loss bonus is building up. So it's tactical pause from FUT. Their last one to be deployed here. Whatever happens, they can leave this tournament with their head held high. A team wasn't really on my radar, quite frankly, in Tier 1 CS, but certainly made a massive name for themselves here. They're going to be dangerous in the future. A very young squad full of rookies graduating from the Na'Vi Academy. Now in the FUT Esports organization and putting on a great show. FaZe sweating here in the elimination game.
Yeah, and obviously FUT Esports with a team that beat FaZe in that opening best of 1 as well. Here we go. Cemetery looking for an opener over towards B.
Contact play available. Smoke goes down though, thwarts their efforts.
Flash ready to go for Krabeni. Gonna send Demon into the peak.
Those HEs and spawn, very meta. By yourself, an extra flash, leave the nade in spawn. Players like Carrigan can use them to airstrike in towards short from that position. Kicks things off with the flash. Can use those grenades towards the middle double doors as well. Pop open the mid to be smoke, which has now been deployed. There's the HE. Does he want to pop it open early? Another flashbang.
All right, setting up the A split here. FUT Esports going to be sending 3 players out Longhouse, 2 through Cat, which means Jacob's going to be tested first. This rifle ready to go.
Oh!
Gets the dink, but Lounge will trade right through his head. We've got Brokey trying to deliver from the car. The pressure of utility will land towards him, but Brokey still alive, still kicking, now burning as he's gone to Cemetery. A 3v3 established. Demon with an important kill, taking Carrigan down off the top. We got Twist coming in. He can't save them. And it's now just Frozen, 1v3, and they know exactly where he is. This is 11 rounds for FUT Esports.
Going for it.
Such an important round, and Demon delivers. This is a player coming into the event that had the highest rated player for FUT Esports. That was his title. You know, maybe he has struggled at the LAN portion here, but important rounds here at the end of the series to try and get his team into the playoffs. Big triple kill against the defense of FaZe Clan.
Amazing work.
And you know, you're always sitting there when you've seen FaZe play so many times. Yeah. when you've watched FaZe play so many times, you're always kind of sitting there going, how are they going to find their way back into the game? Surely there's a way back into the game again.
Calm down, boys.
But for FUT Esports, it is now looking like they are going to eliminate FaZe Clan. They have to make sure they stay focused, though, as you mentioned, Henry. You can't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, FaZe magic is always available. And like I said, saving those weapons time and time again. The money's not broken, not by a long shot. Brokey still has the AWP. Those cheaper M4s, $2,900, no helmets. They can scrape together a buy. But FUT's certainly in a prime position here. It's been a beautiful second half from them. That A execution, those avant-garde smokes, proven to be a real nuisance. Like I said, they're multifaceted. They're deploying them almost every round. And FaZe have had enough. Time to get on the front foot, as it were.
Well, go out fighting. But Demon is now in their heads. It's Jacob and Twist gone in an instant. And series point right around the corner. Money at breaking point. 3 players left for FaZe. What a result this would be for FUT Esports coming into this.
Oh, you still got to convert the round. Easier said than done. Even in a 5-on-3, you can overcook.
If they go to the B bomb site, you've got 3 players ready to go.
And they're exactly where they're going.
This is the best chance for FaZe. 3 players to defend. A nightmare scenario here for FUT Esports. A way to win this for FaZe all of a sudden.
They'll smoke the double doors.
Frozen to the back of the bomb site. Brokey out the door. Carrigan, head turn. There's the kill. Now FUT Esports starting to realize they've walked into a stack. Oh no! Demon starts it with a double towards top mid, and FUT Esports hand it right back to FaZe Clan.
The first nightmare scenario, a 5-on-3. You don't get anything done. You walk into the full stack. FaZe take a gamble and hit the jackpot.
Yeah, well, demons thrive in nightmares, and here he comes up the B ramp. You've got Frozen out to the right side, Carrigan on the left. Looking for the ace clutch into the kill on Frozen.
No
denied
way.
at the door. It is 11-9. FaZe Clan find a way to win it. They were locking into the B bomb side. Look like if they go A, it's a safe call. If they come B, we have a chance. And so, unfortunately for FUT Esports, the call is to go to the B site and FaZe step up. They're still in this game.
Unbelievable. This game is delivering on all fronts here. Perfect little crossfire setup to close things out. Another heartbreaking round there for FUT. It happened on Mirage. They weren't able to recover. They've let FaZe back into the game now. We always say there's always at least one bullshit round from FaZe, and there it is. What a gamble. What a hold. Perfectly played. A chance of glory. That would have been the GG moment. The money would have been broken had they picked that one up. And now it's back to the drawing board. Feels like this game has got a lot closer. If they don't win this round, it will be a tied game. Mark my words. Back towards B we go.
Every single map has been 13-11 so far, Henry.
Yep.
Still a chance for the third to match up with that.
Same smokes. It's been their bread and butter.
Oh, it's going to be a B bomb site hit. You got Frozen on the back plat. 45 seconds on the clock. Molotov into his position.
Pretty
clean
massive.
entries.
That's it.
Very clean entries, and it is going to be the call to save for FaZe Clan.
Okay. Holding the 3 players over towards A with the same smokes. Lurk smoke down. No spam received there. Felt like Frozen had to try and do some damage. He gets Molotov'd off, flashed, and taken down. It's very clean. And they know if they can find at least even one more kill here, Dinko will be absolutely massive. The hunt has been called. Krabeni will try and at least take down Jacob towards long. A sacrifice. A risk worth taking. But realizing he's out of position. All 5 players survive here, looks likely. And there we have it. 3 opportunities now to close this out. But once again, FaZe do save 3 weapons, including the AWP. The job is still not done. Such a difficult team to put away, our FaZe Clan. They'll take their final tactical timeout. 3 in a row for overtime. Is this the end of the run for FaZe here at CAC, crashing out in the group stages after a semi-final placement back in EPL against Tier 1 opposition? Knocking out Team Spirit cleanly in the quarterfinals. Getting knocked out by FUT feels like a massive downgrade. But the timeout is over. They need to stand and deliver right here, right now. The B-bomb site has had its problems. And FUT have got a decent long spawn. I think they're going to try and take it here. Incendiary goes down. Does it dissuade them? Flashbangs come over. Nice grenade. Doesn't really connect. They have got that long control. Reaction has to come in now from the CTs. They need information. Territory elsewhere. They decide to push in towards short.
The long take has been successful. FUT Esports have got out to the corner. But look how many players FaZe have on this side of the map, ready to go. You got Carrigan in the elevator, Jacob playing up behind Gandalf. And let's see if FUT Esports are allowed to pass.
They're in front of the smoke already.
Yeah, they are. It's a little bit too late. They've got the cross smoke of their own thrown in. Flash set up, Carrigan going for the swing. Okay, Carrigan. He's got one, but can Jacob step up now? He gets another pick, and again, it's even numbers. FUT Esports do a good job of trading.
Are they going to wait for Krabeni?
Yeah.
He can backstab this, go through spawn, go up short. Both options are viable. Opts for the former.
Yeah, it goes through CT. That means he's got to dodge the scope of Brokey. Okay, now FaZe starting to worry. They could have gone back to B, but Brokey spots out Krabeni and gets rid of him. 30 seconds left. They still think it's going to be the B play. Now Twitch is moving up in the middle, gets caught by Cemetery. 25 seconds. Will FUT close it here, or will it be FaZe Clan prolonging play? Brokey, not the one to take it. It's in fact Frozen, leaving Jukes in the 1v2. He knows he's got the A-bomb site. He knows he's got the space, but can he get the clutch? Grenade. Oh my god, 2 HP.
Can't win it now.
Brokey coming up with a rifle through short. You've got Frozen already in behind, and Jukes is not going to be ready for the fact that Frozen is already right behind him. He's going to peek up, and it's going to be Brokey to nail the headshot through the box. And it's a 10th round for FaZe Clan.
Damn. It all came down to that flank towards middle. Goes through the double doors. If he opts for short, Maybe he catches Brokey off guard. Carrigan does very well to even get one. If he gets nothing there, I dare say it's GG. A 3 versus 3. FaZe come out on top.
Yeah, there's plenty of money for this next round here for FUT Esports.
Oh,
that's going to be such a frustrating kill. Yeah, Brokey saving the day there for FaZe Clan. Still going. 2 rounds in a row required to get overtime out of this.
We're going the distance once again, ladies and gentlemen. What a great series it's turned out to be.
Almost every single round required. And here's goes Krobeni. Charging up through short. It's going to be twisted with the opener, but only a single kill. His Laux is relentless, and that grenade is fantastic. A lot of the health gone.
4-on-4, still uncomfortable here for FaZe, but they've got this one under control for now. Mid to B smoke goes down. Back towards long. Jacob to deal with. Hasn't had the best series, was much better on Mirage. First half of Ancient went 0-11. Can't overcommit to this fight.
Oh, Jacob's going to be tested here.
Oh, he has committed.
When he's committed, yep. Just out to that right side as they come through. Going to have to wrap around, see if they can catch Jacob here. He's done well with it first, but it is only one. Carrigan's turn. Putting pressure on him, showing that he is close with those bullets rattling out of his rifle.
This could be
It's Carrigan gone. Brokey and Frozen left alone in a 2 versus 3.
Well, they're so far removed.
And they're not together,
Bomb's
you're
over.
right. The bomb is going to make it into the site. Can Brokey and Frozen keep this going for FaZe? Can they force it into the final round of regulation? Brokey goes up, a big kill coming out on top of Laux. Can Demon and Symmetry pull off the greatest result for their roster's history and play towards Goose with Demon and Symmetry out long? It is Frozen now creeping up, down and out.
That should be
just Brokey. And we wanted a temperature check on what FaZe Clan would be capable of.
No, he likes him.
And he hits the leg shot to P250 in. And FUT Esports have eliminated FaZe Clan. The first outing is a forecast without rain, and it is FaZe Clan eliminated in groups.
Yeah, it'll be scant consolation to FaZe that was probably the series of the tournament. They are indeed not playoff bound, but for this young, inexperienced team, this team that just got picked up by FUT Esports, they're playoff bound here at the CS Asia Championships. So we've got to really take your hats off to them.
Really fantastic showing from FUT through and through. I would say that the Counter-Strike that they played for the first 80% of almost every round made sense. Good ideas for starters. The way that they even wanted to mid-round at times was quite nice. But it was really those small details at the end that just kept eluding them against the big dog here in FaZe Clan. But on Dust 2, they righted their wrongs. They flipped the script. They were able to actually clutch up in a handful of their own situations. The individuals from the team were able to step up. Players like Laux, who really just a journeyman through Tier 2 CS, now finding some footing here on this roster. And honestly, I'm really just happy that FUT were able to get it over the line because it felt like it made so much more sense. Like the total style that they're playing, just it feels so logical in so many of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was sitting here like getting worried that this is going to be a repeat of Mirage. Like you feel like FUT has been the better team. They've played the better CS, but like you said, small mistakes here and there, whether it is, as a team overall or if it's individuals having hiccups, it just felt like it was about to slip away from them. But luckily they were able to right their wrongs, turn the tide. Got to give a huge credit to Demon for how he played on that T side. I will say Laux, as Maui mentioned as well, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance if it hadn't been for Laux on the CT side. So yeah, definitely did his shifts and got his team in a position where they could actually win out.
I think the thing that really stood out for me was just that, look, we can talk about tactics and all of this stuff, and we know FaZe aren't necessarily in a great place right now. But aim-wise, in terms of the eye test, these guys look really talented.
We saw different moments from the plethora of players on FUT. I mean, I would say that throughout the tournament, Krobeni was the real standout, and he kind of led by example as the in-game leader. And this was more of a return to normality here for the deciding map, where Demon and Laux coming into this tournament, they were supposed to be the best players. I feel like Demon was actually lacking in some of the performance earlier. Like I didn't really see him too much in the pain game that they played earlier today. But Laux, this guy guy really showed up in the Pain series, like totally clutched up for them. And then to take it to FaZe in this fashion, like great on CT side, had pivotal kills. I mean, that little span in the middle of this game where he goes 8 rounds in a row, roughly, of just getting 1 to 4 kills, like that is exactly what this team needed, like a huge shot in the arm, because the tactics are good for FUT, but the individual sometimes would let him down in those moments, but Longs was great.
That round there was probably the game, because that was a lost round, and he just pushed through that smoke, went out on the B, got all of those kills, and that pretty much just pivots everything. You know, all of a sudden you're staring at 7-7.
Yeah, and it's also at a point where FUT have had opportunities to actually get tier rounds and they've thrown them away, right? So the fact that you do get that slight vitamin injection towards the very end by Longs there, and then obviously starts off the second half by getting a 3 kill as well, like massive. So huge reason as to why we see FUT actually having any sort of reason to still continue the fight, so to speak. And this time it's very cool as well, because they did have a slip up. They did have a 5v3. Demon picks up the double kill on Catwalk early on, you know, late stages into the game. And they somehow managed to run into like a fully stacked B site.
Yeah,
they lost. And at that point, I'm thinking to myself, like, it's happening again. It's all doom and gloom. But no, they have a solid head on their shoulders, seemingly.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to have an interview coming in soon, so I'll start a conversation which may be interrupted, but I want to have a conversation about FaZe and kind of where they're at right now. I feel they've gone from being an organization like last year, where you sort of knew they were always going to be in playoff contention, they were always going to have deep runs, and, you know, they could also do the impossible. You know, they were never out of a game, never out of a series. And just lately, it feels everything's kind of so desperate over there. You know, you think about dropping Brokey, bringing in Simple. They describe it as a Hail Mary. They do that. Then they bring Brokey back. Then it's okay. We've already got a Legion. That hasn't worked. We'll get Jacob. We'll bring him in for a leash. We're going to drop Mr. FaZe, Rain. We're bringing Twists back. It's like, I don't know what's going on over there, man.
The foundation has just been, it's been taken out from underneath them. The bedrock is gone. I mean, Rain was oftentimes called the rock of FaZe, and I don't necessarily buy that he was the most consistent player, as in he's always putting up like a 1.1 rating. Like, you look at his numbers throughout different tournaments with FaZe, sometimes they're not very good, sometimes they are good, but he was going to get the kills he's supposed to get, and if the system was serving him well, he's going to perform in the way that it's actually helping him. But right now, I don't really think that Jacob is up to snuff in terms of he doesn't always get what he's actually even supposed to get, and he's not the X factor that they were looking for to reach higher highs. Because Brokey, he is like really where FaZe decide, are they going to just be a quarterfinal exit, or are they going to win the whole tournament? He's not really always the most stable guy for the team, and I think Twist is still trying to figure out his position back on the team. He's already talked about the fact that he's looking at the papers more for the roster. Like, he's trying to figure out what's going on with the calling and how he's supposed to catch up or slot himself into it. And right now, I mean, Kerrigan actually had to frag to make this series competitive. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, that is a bad sign. We've got the interview now with Twist. Maybe he'll shed some more light on this.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，这里是江北和小鸽子，站到我们中间是来自 FaZe Clan 的 Twist， 再次欢迎 Twist 来到我们的采访。这场 BO3 对于 FaZe Clan 来说和 FUT 打的是你来我往，有来有回，最后的分数非常的接近，3张图都是如此。我想请 Twist 跟我们分享一下和 FUT 交手是一种什么样的感觉？他们的火力好像挺猛的。
That was a close game. It was a tough loss. All 3 maps are neck and neck. You play back and forth. How do you feel play against the FUT? Their firepower seems pretty tough, and then they're very sharp and clean.
Yeah, they look like a really well-drilled team. You know, what can I say? They're young, hungry players. They're very sharp. They deserve to win the day, for sure. They deserve to win the BO1 as well. Yeah.
的确啊，他们确实是非常年轻的初出茅庐的小伙子们，然后他们打得非常干净，也非常敏锐，枪法也很准，他们值得赢下这个比赛，也值得赢下之前的那个 BO1，也没什么其他好说的。
对于 FaZe Clan 来说的话，整个 CAC 的赛程当中，你们好像每一场的比赛都会有一些焦灼，跟对手的比分会有一些接近。我想请你从个人的角度和团队的角度都可以，你可以去聊一聊你们出现这样的原因。这样的一个情况到底是什么原因
For FaZe Clan, we noticed that during CAC, seems like each map you played is a little bit tough, and sometimes you close your clutch, sometimes you couldn't win the round that you're supposed to win. What's the reason behind this, and do you think is there anything that you can improve together as a team?
I mean, with Jacob, we've had 4 days of practice, and that was before EPL. And then we had no practice during EPL because we played with rain. And then we travel straight from EPL, our very last match, to here and play the next day after arriving. So, yeah, it's not a surprise, right, that the maps are really messy. You can't expect people to remember a playbook from 3 weeks ago and use it flawlessly. And yeah, it's just rough, right? I mean, there's a reason why it just looks so messy, is because everything is on the fly, and it comes down to a lot of mid-round calls. And when it's like this, you need 5 players communicating at a very high level and giving a lot of information. And yeah, and if we're even 5% off, then of course we can be upset.
当然了，因为我们跟 Jacob 这个选手，在训练只有4天的时间，而且还是在 EPL 这个比赛之前。然后在 EPL 我们跟 Rain 选手一起打。EPL 结束之后，我们马上就出发来到 CAC， 来到上海的现场。所以我们当然在这样的紧张的比赛当中，包括在比较强的对手对局当中，你需要有很高水平的交流和对内沟通和战术执行。我们现在的感觉就是。不意外吧？就感觉所有的沟通和交流都在空中，没有落实到地上，没有落实到执行上。哪怕我们在这样的比赛当中有5%的实力上或者是沟通上面的一些和对手的差距，都会导致我们在一些对局中间，都会在一些中间的几轮当中会出现一些非常混乱、很难以结束局面的情况。所以感觉我们也有很多这些方面的问题。
那对于 FaZe 来说的话，下一个重要的赛事就是 IEM 成都了。那在下一个赛事开始之前，这段时间当中，你们会有何打算
？Before your next tournament, IEM Chengdu, what's your next step for you or your team?
Practice, of course. I mean, we need it desperately. I think we have 7-8 days of practice. So, and then we get to see where our real level is at Chengdu. Nonetheless, without having any practice going here, I think these matches provide a lot of material to fix fundamental things that we messed up on. You know, things that are not even playbook issues, just team issues. And move on and have a positive mindset for the next event.
当然是练习了。我们在 IEM 下一个比赛之前，大概有7到8天的时间可以去训练，然后我们会解决一些问题。其实我们现在的问题已经不是说打出来是什么样的问题，而是说我们很多战术执行、很多基础队伍在建队基础上这样的一个问题。可能是因为新人的加入，有很多这方面的问题，所以我们也希望能够在这几天的集训当中，能够在下一个比赛上面解决这些问题，然后有更好的发挥和表现。
希望 Twist 能如他们所说一样，在下一个赛事当中，我们也见到 FaZe Clan 去解决他们的问题。再次感谢 Twist 参加我们的采访。我们先把画面交还给解说席。
Practice, of course, he says then. And yeah, look, I get it. Only got a week to work on things. I suppose in retrospect, kind of what happened at EPL with the registration issue and them having to bring back Rain and not getting the extra reps in with their actual lineup. It's probably cost them pretty dear here, and it might do moving forward for the rest of the season. I mean, they probably have to set themselves the major really as the target for this lineup to actually do something.
Yeah, and the data even might be a little bit too soon, honestly, again, because there's a lot that they have to go through. I think Twist has a pretty reasonable and you know, well-reflected stance and look out on things. The fact that, okay, obviously this didn't go too well, but we can use the material from this tournament to find not obviously things with the playbook that's wrong, because they know that they haven't been able to go through it properly, but the fact that they can actually just look at fundamental things with their team that just aren't happening, that should be happening in any sort of top team. So I like the approach. I do still think, you know, 7-8 days, yeah, it's going to be an improvement. Not going to be nearly enough for them to be like supremely competitive. And I also think, again, Major might be a little bit too close for them to really have like a big punch.
Yeah.
Right now, FaZe, to me, if they can play the way they did and actually make it to the playoffs, it's more of an indictment on the other teams at this tournament. They're very scattered. They really only have a couple set pieces that seem to be what their comfort zone is. When they have to really play a more drawn-out round, that's where they've really struggled.
Well, now we can hear from FUT Esports on their big upset victory.
在我们中间呢是来自于 FUT Esports 的 Demon， 欢迎 Demon。首先 FUT 你们是2次战胜了 FaZe， 而且赢下了一个重要的晋级名额。我现在包括所有人吧，应该都震惊于你们展现出来的火力，跟我们分享一下你现在的感受。
Congratulations, Demon. You've won 2 games against FaZe. One is best of 1 and another one is best of 3 today. You've showed that your gunpower, firepower, you've showed that your performance. How do you feel about you secure top 6 at CAC?
I think it very happy, I would say like this. It was kind of our goal for today to qualify or go home. It was like this, so we are kind of happy right now as a team, and I'm a bit happy about myself.
我现在就比较开心，其实我们的目标的话，我们已经达到了，然后我觉得我们队伍都表现得不错，然后大家都很开心，我自己本人我也非常的开心。
我看到刚才比赛结束出来的时候，你们击完掌，好像大部分的队员都在不可思议的表情那我相信这份开心应该是实打实的了。那还想问一问，因为在开赛前可能很多人都不太看好你们，觉得你们的实力可能晋级不了，那你是否觉得你们是被低估了，被外界甚至是严重低估了
？We saw your team when you walk out from the practice room. You seem like dreams come true and your deep breath. So we just want to ask you, is this what you expected? Reach top 6, probably further? And do you think you're underestimated from community or other team that they say that you're the underdog?
It's not our goal to just go to playoffs. For sure, our goal is to win tournament as everyone else, I think so. And about being underdogs, for us it's not feeling like this because in practice we are beating really good teams, so we know what we are capable of. Maybe just community think we are kind of underdogs.
我们其实进入前6并不是我们的终极目标，我们的目标当然是赢下这个赛事，就像所有其他还在这个赛事当中的队伍一样。我们其实并不觉得我们像大家说的一样是个黑马，因为我们在训练赛当中在赢了很多很强的队伍，我们并不觉得我们是一匹黑马。可能大家评论舆论上觉得我们是吧，但是我们自己不这样认为。
我想请你们也展望一下未来，因为正如你们所说，你们在 CAC 所展现出来的水平实力，很难联想到你们只是一个建队2个月时间的一支很年轻的队伍。现在有更多的人关注你们了，所以展望未来的话，你们准备用什么样的成绩去给予回应这些期许？
Your team was established only for 2 months ago. It's pretty new, and your average age of your team players are only 18. So what's your response to the outside voices about maybe a little bit underestimated you, or what's your goal in this tournament to want to show them that you're not the underdog, you're the good team?
I think it's not about age. We are just everyone in team is playing a lot, and every one of us has like more than 10k hours in this game. So I think this game not about age. So we are just want to win this tournament, and that's all. We are not underdogs. We are not thinking like this.
我们其实并没有想那么多，其实跟年龄也没有什么关系。我觉得我们就是专注在我们自己的比赛上面，我们也不觉得我们自己是一匹黑马，我们觉得我们就是打得挺好的。然后我们每一个人都会在这个比赛当中都会有比较好的表现和发挥。我觉得我们不是大家说的那种黑马，我们的目标就是赢下这个 CAC。
也希望你们在后面更多的赛事当中，更大的舞台都会有更好的成绩，让你们拿到啊！再一次感谢 FUT Esports 的 Demon 来参加我们的赛后采访，我们也祝贺他们获得了 Playoff 的晋级名额。那么我们就后面的场馆见，感谢 Demon， 我们把时间交还给解说席。
Yeah, great job over there in China. Great job for FUT and great job for Demon. What an interview, by the way. Love that. Age is just a number that relevant to my interest. And we're going to win the tournament. He said it twice. We're favorites.
I think guy's a killer. I mean, he just doesn't think they're underdogs, doesn't think that it matters how young they are, that if anybody considers them an underdog, they just really don't know. I mean, What do we know? What do we know? I'm not in the scrim.
With a speech like that, I'm feeling I might start playing Counter-Strike again. Like,
age is just a number.
Yeah, the tender age of 43, I'm back. I'm coming back. But no, it's crazy to think. I didn't realize. I knew they were a young team, you know, because everyone has that narrative about Mongols being like, I think the average age is like 21.8 or something. It's something like that.
Very low.
Yeah. 18. Average age 18. And they are like actually beating experienced teams like FaZe. Pretty much the first time of asking. It's actually crazy. And he's right. The community have kind of slept on them, you know?
It's their first foray into a Tier 1 LAN, and they've already made the playoffs. So the rise is looking meteoric for them after they were able to shed the it's not like Na'Vi held them back, but just like the whole situation with VRS where you can't have two orgs that are participating in the same kind of event. It's cool to see them actually use this opportunity, seize it, and to really prop themselves up pretty high, because taking down FaZe is definitely going to help your VRS standing, taking down Pain. All of these victories in a LAN setting are paramount to what's coming next in the next ring of invites.
Yeah, it's going to be gigantic for them. Again, it gives them a bit of a cushion as well to have a bit of a come down too. Like, again, it wouldn't surprise me if we see them post CAC having a bit of a lull. You know, it's an adjustment going back to online games and kind of like getting the same kind of fire inside of you as you're playing, etc. So with the points picked up here, that can give you a little bit of room to actually just get back on the horse as well, if that were to happen.
And we've seen this happen with other teams in the VRS system, like NIP, right? Once you get in there and you get the regular invite, you're able to like snowball that over the course of a season. Maybe you are going to be in those 32 teams at the major in the future. I actually do want to just jump ahead a little bit and just say, I think kind of the next season we've got after this major, there's some really interesting developments going on. You know, if you've got teams like this coming through for FUT, and then BC Gamer out there, right, with Simple, the best player in Tier 2, obviously, right now, it could get really interesting. I think there's some teams that really need to, you know, raise their game. You're not guaranteed. You're not going to be guaranteed next season at all.
The decay should just be faster. I mean
that too, right?
I just wish I wish these teams that were kind of bumming around but just still hanging on in VRS because of what they've done, almost like they're grandfathered into the system. I almost want to see them get out, because that was the one aspect in the longer VRS RMR discussion, is that you would just see swifter changes between who's rising and whose stocks are falling. And not that I'm saying FaZe needs to be cut immediately and expelled from the major, but if they fail to make playoffs,
not saying that. Did just say that.
I like teams. I want to just see that those kind of poor performances are actually punished.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Getting
with
in
you,
over and over.
Like, to put it this way, you know, not pointing fingers, but I think a team should be able to win more than 6 matches between previous major to the one now, and actually not have a chance to qualify for the major as a result.
Yeah, that is the right opinion.
Yeah. So we'll see how that pans out. But I agree. Like a lot of exciting teams really that are pushing forward in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene that is going to allow them to potentially, you know, actually knock some of these out and have a chance at the major.
And remember, of course, it's not over for FUT. Talking about winning it. So let's see. But we can take a look at how the groups panned out. We're going to start with Group A. Got that coming up here. And yeah, I mean, look, what a kind of crazy story. Just in terms of Liquid, they looked good against MIBR. They went into Legacy today. It was very back and forth. They were able to close it out. We've obviously had as well your supposed favorites for the tournament, 3D Max, just got through by eliminating Virtus.pro. Can we just talk briefly about Virtus.pro not making the playoffs?
I'm honestly
catastrophic, or did no one really think they were going to?
No, I thought they would go out earlier, if I'm honest. I'm surprised that they actually kind of put up I might be alone in that, but I actually didn't think they would put up much of a fight versus 3D Max. Just to see them pick up a map against 3D Max, you know, that's, I guess, it's positive. But then again, they're going to go back to play with Bist instead of IC, so who knows how much they retain from that. But I definitely expected a worse showing out of EP.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
I don't think, well, given our predictions when we started them at the
we'll look at those in a moment, don't worry.
Yeah, none of us had VP making it. Even though there have been bright spots, they're so seldom found when it comes to Virtus.pro. So
there you go. We got them.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Group A. I mean, none of us had VP, so bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, in Group E, we went 0 for 3.
Except
just about across.
You got
the board.
one.
But I mean, Lynn Vision and GamerLegion knocked each other out in round 1 of lower bracket. So Group A didn't really go
all
the way.
tied with 2 correct across 2 groups.
I mean, you can see we brought the best. Like, we bring the best every game, guys. This is like...
Yeah. I'd say our predictions game is about on par with FaZe's at this point. So it's it didn't pan out the way we did, but again, like I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. No, to see FUT perform
It's been a chaotic tournament.
Yeah,
it's great. Correct.
Legacy
yeah,
having
actually.
like more than just a single good series or something like that, but actually like putting up the fight even against Liquid today, like that's cool.
Yeah,
I'm happy for it.
Group B, similarly.
Yeah.
You know, had some cool stories, obviously. I will say, overall, it is disappointing that we didn't get some Chinese representation.
Yeah,
you know, because
like,
for the fans, obviously we've lost Lynn Vision, we've lost TYLOO, and FaZe going up. FaZe have a huge Chinese fan base, so I'm wondering, is it kind of Fnatic now? Is that the home team?
They might like Liquid. They might like Fnatic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how those teams have...
I don't know. If someone could let us know, that'd be great. If there's any Chinese fans listening to the English broadcast, please answer my question. But I don't know who the home team is.
I mean, it might just be, I guess you might see people in the crowd with Fnatic Karn posters.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I mean. I remember when Fnatic went out, the 1.6 team, they got swarmed. So, you know, they had a lot of fans out.
Yeah, I guess it's a great opportunity for a lot of these teams to create some new Chinese fans at the very least.
Let's take a look at the player brackets. This is the important part, right? Let's see who is playing who. Right then. Look at that. What do you make of it, guys?
Day 6, well, the semifinals, 3D Max, Liquid, could be a grand finals in my eyes. I think those are the best 2 remaining teams off of what I've seen so far this season, taking into account personnel on the rosters. Maybe Liquid hasn't gelled in the way that people have wanted just yet, but it's wide open. I'm gonna say, even though I have some favorites in this, to think that legitimately almost every team here has a chance to win this entire tournament. That's not an exaggeration at all. Heroic are kind of the surprise in terms of being the semifinal berth from the other group. And for me, I guess the least likely probably is Fnatic, because I've seen moments from every other team where I think they can beat every other of the 5 in a BO3.
I mean, I don't know. There's something about Fnatic. I'm
not ruling them out entirely, but to beat 3D Max and Liquid, I just think they have the hardest road, which is why I'd give them the least probability.
And you can see on the screen now, that's going to be the schedule. This is obviously a PGL event, so we've got usually 2 streams, but for now, 1 stream. It's like super easy light work for all of us guys now.
Easy to find.
We're covering like 1 best of 3 each. This is the dream.
It's the dream.
It is the dream. But like, getting back to the point, I don't know. There's something about Fnatic now as far as they have this energy.
They're the bad boys of CS right now.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the bad boys.
They cut the toxic UK. I have no idea. I'm just kidding.
It's not toxic.
Because he's from the
You're allowed to say
I like Cypher.
I'm from the UK too. It's a joke. It's all banter. But no, I don't know. I like him for that. I like him for that matchup, you know.
It's ruthless. Yeah. You know, we were all, a lot of people, myself included, praised Vitality after they won the major, still cut Dupree to get Flamesy.
Yep.
This is like the tier 1.5 version of that, you know?
Listen,
you made the major and you cut Cypher.
Sometimes you just have to do the hard thing that's good for the team.
Exactly.
That's how it is. Final thoughts from you, Ven? Anything to say?
No, again, just very surprised by how these 2 groups have played out over the last couple of days, but very happy to see. I think we have a lot of fun matchups really to kick off the playoffs tomorrow. Again, well, I'm maybe not as high on Fnatic as someone else on the stage here is. But, I'm still excited to see them play. Like, it's still going to be a fun challenge for them as well. And I'm kind of hoping that Legacy can continue on with their good form. They have had a bit of a thing of like getting too much of a pause, I guess, in between.
They're the most momentum-based team at this time.
Exactly, which is why I'm a little bit worried about what might happen versus FUT. So we'll see how that pans out. But it's exciting. Like, it's kind of fun going into a tournament not knowing who's going to be like, this is the top 4, this is the finalists, this is the likely winner. You know, as soon as the group stage is over.
Yeah, awesome. Well, great working with you guys, and to all of you at home. We will be back tomorrow, but 2 hours later than today, because as you saw, we've only got the 2 best of 3s and 1 stream, so we've made it to this part. Thanks a lot for tuning in today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, and we'll see you then.